Beneath a grim sky, the scene unfolded like an endless nightmare. Mountains of bleach-white skulls piled high, a cold and silent testament to the lives that had vanished here. A single, lifeless hand still gripped a blood-soaked weapon, resting motionlessly upon the skeletal remains. Soulless legs dangled, completely devoid of life. In the distance, a knight-like figure slumped against a pile of bones, his body stained crimson, his eyes hollow and empty. Beside him sat a woman in a brilliant red dress, now splattered with blood, her hand clutching the sword that had felled countless foes. A whisper echoed through the mind. The scene shifted, and another figure appeared. His body was also drenched in blood, the bandages on his arm torn to shreds, the sword beside its master broken in two. A final breath escaped, and with it, all hope faded into the wind. Every path led to this one, predetermined place of destiny. The scene changes. Yao Min, he stood in a cold, dark space, his gaze sharp as ice, filled with an unshakable resolve. He spoke to himself, his voice low but firm. After 99 attempts, I've finally made it here. This time, I will witness the end with my own eyes. The 20th trial, the final battle, awaited him. Before him stood a legion of golems, their polished armor gleaming in the darkness. Yao Min frowned, murmuring, "So the guardians of the 20th trial are golems?" He glanced past them, his eyes fixed on the door behind. The door that held the secret they were protecting. The metal giants stood like statues, weapons held at the ready. They were living walls, built to stop any intruder. Yao Min raised his hand as mana began to swirl violently around him. It materialized into a jet-black scythe that radiated a deadly light. They won't let me pass easily, he thought, hoisting the weapon onto his shoulder as he advanced on the golems. Their eyes flared to life, activating combat mode. With a metallic roar, they charged, swinging their weapons to bring a stone pillar crashing down, trying to block Yao Min's path. But he was too fast. With terrifying calm, Yao Min blurred behind the golems, his voice like ice. Death mark. A glowing red skull appeared behind a golem. Mana exploded as he flash-stepped, his scythe arcing through the air, striking the golem's neck. A crack appeared, but it still stood. Yao Min smirked with confidence. If I cast Death Mark on an enemy, my next attack is a guaranteed perfect hit. The skull above the golem glowed brighter. Damage increased by 100%. A sharp crack echoed. The golem's head flew from its body. The metal frame shattered as Yao Min leaped into the air, ready for the rest. The other golems charged. Their weapons created a storm of steel. Yao Min danced with his Death Scythe, his eyes emanating a chilling killing intent. Midnight. A series of thuds rang out as golems began to fall. Darkness enveloped the chamber, but Yao Min could still see his enemies perfectly. In this darkness, they're completely blind, he thought, exploiting the opening to cut down two golems with a single, decisive strike. But then, a colossal shadow emerged, its pressure weighing down the entire space. Damn it, Yao Min cursed inwardly, his body tensing against the new threat. A surprise attack erupted. Bolts of fire and shards of ice rained down on him. Yao Min leaped back, dodging the fire and ice magic with lightning-fast reflexes. So fast, he noted, his heart pounding. But his gaze only sharpened, his killing aura flaring to life. In an instant, Yao Min vanished, splitting into a dozen afterimages that surrounded the golem. It drew its bow, unleashing 10,000 arrows of fire. Every illusion was destroyed, but Yao Min's true body was untouched. He let out a faint chuckle. Catching me won't be that easy. Suddenly, a magic circle flared to life beneath his feet. Yao Min froze, recognizing the danger. A tower of ice erupted from the ground, trapping him in a thick prison before he could even react. I couldn't dodge it, he thought grimly. The giant golem stepped forward, raising its blade for the final blow. But in that same moment, Yao Min's eyes blazed with power. Destructive moonlight. A world-shaking explosion ripped through the air. The ice prison shattered, and the attack sliced clean through the golem, splitting its metal body in two. The necklace floating beside him glowed softly, the item that had just saved his life. Yao Min let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. If I face that head-on, even I will take heavy damage. The last golem swung its sword, creating another magic circle as the ground cracked. Yao Min dug in his heels and activated Blood Moon. Moving at the speed of light, he rushed forward, cleaving straight through his final enemy. As the last golem fell, the battle was over. Yao Min landed softly, breathing steadily. Finally, I've dealt with all of them. He stepped toward the gate, his heart filled with anticipation. Now, it's time to see what those guardians were protecting. Beyond the gate was a dark chamber, shrouded in an eerie silence. Yao Min looked up, wondering, what is this place? It felt like he was standing in an ancient temple. Do I go through that door, or will something appear? Trusting his instincts, he stepped toward the gate. He thought to himself, I'll know once I go inside. Suddenly, A brilliant magic circle ignited beneath his feet. Yao Min looked up. His heart pounded. Can I finally end this game? The system window appeared. Entrance to the boss room is now open. Entry conditions have been met. But the very next line made his blood run cold. To open the boss room, a minimum of 5 players is required. Yao Min stared, stunned. What? The system continued, confirming 1 player has reached the boss room. Since the requirement has not, the conditions were met. Player elimination in 5 seconds. Blinding light engulfed Yao Min, trapping him as he screamed in pure terror. What does that mean? The system's countdown began. 5. Yao Min slashed wildly, but it was useless. 4. He could only watch helplessly as his own body began to fade away. It can't be. Is this really how it ends? 3. His trembling hands started to dissolve. 2. Yao Min gritted his teeth, a curse on his lips. Damn it. 1. After Yao Min vanished completely, the system announced, "You have died. You have met the conditions to activate the ancient rune of time reversal. You will return to the moment before round 1 began." But then, a cold, hard line of text appeared. Uses of the ancient rune of time reversal. 100 out of 100. You've exhausted all your chances. The ancient rune will now disappear forever. The scene suddenly shifted. He was back in a space filled with dazzling festival lights. An announcer's voice echoed through the air. It's finally time, everyone. When we get to the last 5 seconds, please join us for the countdown. The crowd roared with excitement, the air electric with anticipation. 5. A flicker of blue flame appeared out of nowhere. Yao Min materialized, his hair hiding one eye. His gaze was weary, yet piercingly cold. He muttered under his breath, "Damn it." Looking down at his own hands, he couldn't believe it. He was back. Back to the moment just before he was dragged into this hellish game. His hands trembled as he clenched them into tight fists, his heart filled with bitter rage. Even after making it all the way to the final round, the countdown continued. 3. Yao Min wished with all his might, if only I could make time freeze right now. Just then, the system window appeared, showing the number of uses. For the ancient rune of time reversal, 100 out of 1. A deafening boom echoed in his mind. He steeled his resolve. Chi. No matter what, this is my final attempt. I'm going to end this game once and for all. He adjusted his hood, his eyes scanning the crowd. To do that, I'm going to need 4 more people to make it to the final round with me. Pulling down his hood, Yao Min searched for the right faces to build his team. Not far from him, a group of friends were joking around. One of them, a guy with a slit in his eyebrow named Dong Min, looked bored. "So, we're finally adults now," he said. One of his friends cheered. "We don't have to act all innocent anymore, right?" Another laughed and agreed. One of them sighed. "What should I do after graduation? Maybe I'll try being a food delivery driver." His friends just pointed and laughed. "Hey, that girl over there looks just like Sei-Ain." The actress. Sei-Ain. Dong Min, the guy with the eyebrow slit, smirked. "Didn't I tell you guys? I'm gonna be a gangster." His friends were stunned. "Are you crazy? One wrong move and you could get killed." Dong Min just scoffed. "Who cares? You only live once, right?" "I'm gonna live how I want." His friends just shook their heads, thinking, "This psycho bastard. I'm cutting him off the second we graduate." Another friend asked, "So what about that errand boy? What's your plan for him after graduation?" Dong Min's lip curled into a sneer as an image came to his mind. "Ah, you mean that gloomy, dirt-poor loser? Just because we're graduating doesn't mean I'm letting him off the hook." His friends laughed along. "Man, that sucks for him. He probably thinks he'll be free after graduation, but he doesn't get to decide when it's over." Dong Min let out a wicked laugh. "I'm gonna mess with him until I've had my fun." Suddenly, one of his friends glanced over, his eyes widening in surprise. "Huh? Wait a second. Isn't that your personal errand boy over there?" Dong Min followed his gaze and saw him. Yao Min was standing alone in the crowd, his eyes sharp and cold. The announcer's voice boomed again. "It's finally time. When we get to the last 5 seconds, please join us for the countdown." Dong Min smirked. "Yeah, that's my little gopher, all right." The countdown began. 5, 4, 3. A faint blue flame flickered around Yao Min. He adjusted his hood, his sharp, blue-tinged eyes fixed, straight at Dong Min's group. Sensing something was off, Dong Min frowned. "Huh? That son of a bitch." The crowd roared, "Happy New Year." But the cheer just annoyed Dong Min. Has he lost his mind? Why is he staring at me like that? His friends tried to calm him down. "Hey now, it's New Year's Eve, Dong Min. Just let it go for tonight." "Yeah, you'll have plenty of time to mess with him later." Dong Min scowled. Fine. You're lucky today, bastard." His friends threw their arms around each other, laughing. "We're finally adults. Happy New Year, man." "Yeah, Hope it's a great year. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the cheerful noise. Humans are such amusing creatures, celebrating the new year, completely oblivious to the danger they're in. Dongmin frowned and snapped at his friend. What did you just say? His friend looked back, confused. I didn't say anything. Another one chimed in. What? No. I heard it too. The voice spoke again, much clearer this time. High above them, floating in the sky, was an angel. She had pure white wings, and her entire body radiated light. She smirked mockingly. It feels like watching monkeys in a cage. The crowd below looked up, completely stunned. Holy crap, is that an angel? Is this part of the TV station's New Year's event? Wow, she's gorgeous. But Yao Min just watched in silence, a heavy feeling in his gut. So, she's appeared. Even after seeing this 99 times, it never gets easier. The angel covered her mouth with a delicate hand and laughed. He told me you trashy humans all seem to fall for my beauty, don't you? But don't get any funny ideas. I have no intention of mingling with the likes of you insects. The crowd was stunned, silent by her arrogance. Finally, one man couldn't take it anymore. He pointed up and shouted, Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you in a costume or something? What do you mean by insects? What the hell are you talking about, you bitch? Yao Min lowered his head, thinking to himself, what an idiot. The angel's lips curved into a sweet smile, but her eyes flashed with murderous intent. Suddenly, the head of the man who had just shouted exploded. Crimson blood sprayed everywhere. The crowd stared in horror. Then, the screaming began. People scattered in terror as Dongmin stared in disbelief. Damn it, what in the world was that? A white-winged angel with a murderous face snarled, its voice dripping with contempt. How dare a lowly human speak to a superior being like me with that kind of attitude? You humans have no right to question me, unless you want your brains to explode like that last guy. The crowd panicked, their whispers filling the air. What was that sound? What's happening? The angel looked down on them with arrogance. I'm sure you're all confused by this situation. How could inferior humans possibly understand what's going on? I will explain it simply, so listen carefully. Yao Min sighed under his breath. I have to listen to this explanation one more time. The angel announced enthusiastically, we are now going to start a game. We will play for 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, the souls of humans will be brought to a new dimension to participate. The crowd listened intently. The angel continued, humans only need to do one thing, complete the mission. If you succeed, you will be returned to reality with a reward. Dongmin stood frozen in confusion as someone whispered, what is she talking about? Another person replied, I think she'll let us live if we just finish some missions. The angel smirked. You can think that. But not everyone survives just by completing the mission. The crowd was stunned. Only half of the participants will be spared. Everyone's eyes widened in sheer terror. No way. How is that possible? The angel laughed loudly. Don't worry. I'm not taking all of you. Someone shouted, what do you mean by that? But another person quickly shushed them. Hey, be quiet over there. Yao Min lowered his head, his heart heavy. The angel declared, only those between the ages of 15 and 29 must participate. Those outside the age range cheered. That means I get to live. I'm going to live. Dongmin's friend growled, grabbing a man by the collar. Are you that happy to be alive? Why are you mocking us? The man recoiled in fear. What? Dongmin shouted. Stay still. Didn't you see that guy's head explode a minute ago? The angel smiled thoughtfully. Let's see now. The total number of participants will be 1,829,290. Now that my explanation is over, let's begin the game. She waved her hand, and a blinding light consumed everything. Yao Min stood in the middle of the light, calmly opening his eyes. Before him was his own reflection in a mirror. The angel's voice echoed, before I transfer your souls, you must first create a custom body. Yao Min placed his hand on the barrier, and the illusion on the other side mimicked him. The angel warned, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. Yao Min stood silently, his sharp eyes watching the figure before him slowly fade. He thought to himself, just do it like I always do. He made his decision, his voice low but firm. My nickname will be Black Hook. The illusion vanished completely, leaving behind a lush, empty green prairie, like a brand new world just waiting to be born. Yao Min's new body erupted in flames as he stepped into that space. His face was sharper, more mature, and above his head floated the name Black Hook. He thought to himself, this will be my 100th regression. This time, I will succeed. He flexed his hand, getting a feel for his new body. I've used this same appearance for the 12th time now, so it feels like my real body. Around him, other people began to appear in this new world. Some were amazed, others were confused. What is this place? Is this a plane? Someone exclaimed, their voice filled with shock. Huh? My body really changed. Another said excitedly. I tried using a celebrity's face. What do you think? Holy crap, it actually worked. Yao Min observed them silently, sneering inwardly. Everyone's trying to look their best again, but if they had a brain, they would know better. He looked at a cheerful girl in front of him, thinking about the brutal truth. This world belongs to those with the strongest survival skills. If you're too attractive, you'll just become an easy target. Dying here means dying in the real world. Suddenly, his eyes darted to the side. There he is. Dong Min appeared with a powerful, muscular body that made everyone around him stare in awe. Yao Min smirked. He chose a buff body again this time. Just then, the angel appeared out of nowhere, her white wings shimmering as her arrogant voice rang out. Looking at you all, you must really like your new appearances, huh? I just love seeing the looks of fear on your faces. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Let's see. In total, there are 1,129,290 people. That's the total number in Seoul. The crowd looked up in disbelief. 1.8 million doesn't seem like this many people, someone muttered. The angel clutched her head and burst into laughter. You pathetic little humans. Then she snapped, her voice turning ice cold. Did you really think this was the only space? Humans will be divided among different planes with different angels. Now, start focusing on yourselves. She waved her hand and declared, before we truly begin, I'll give you a simple explanation. Think of the words status window in your head. A yellow window materialized right in front of Yao Min. As soon as he thought it, a status window appeared. It displayed the name Yao Min, with the nickname Apprentice Black Hook. Level 1. Profession. None. Title. None. His stats were Strength +3, Intelligence +3, Agility +3, and Luck +3. He had 0 stat points, no common skills, no special skills, and no runes. Additional skills would unlock at levels 10, 20, 40, 60, and 99. Yao Min looked at the stats and sighed inwardly. The angel's mocking voice cut through the air. Have you all seen your status windows now? If you've ever played a game, you'll understand just how pathetic you are. Yao Min was stunned, but the angel wasn't finished. You must become stronger. If you survive to the end and conquer the 20th floor, not only will you be free, but you'll also be granted a single wish. Her words sent a ripple through the crowd. A wish? Is that for real? No way. A sly grin spread across the angel's face, a treacherous glint in her eyes. However, you must be the first one to earn it. She continued her instructions. Now, say inventory and look inside. I prepared a little gift for you all. Yao Min immediately thought, inventory. A random rune stone appeared before him. He reached out and touched the glowing red stone. Use. The stone shattered, and a brilliant red light erupted from his palm. Yao Min let out a gasp of surprise. The angel laughed, enjoying their reactions. It seems you're not happy, but no matter the result, you have to accept it, because that is your luck. Now that the rune imprints are done, shall we begin the game? With a snap of her fingers, a quest notification appeared before each person. First floor mission. Defeat 100 goblins each. Safe zone participants, 90. Eliminated, over 900,000. Area S45 participants, 10,286. Eliminated, 0 out of 5,143. Suddenly, massive green goblins appeared, wielding gleaming weapons. The crowd saw them from a distance. Are those goblins? Someone exclaimed, their voice a mix of awe and excitement. This feels just like a video game. Are we really in a virtual world? Were we kidnapped for some kind of experiment? The angel smirked. It's too early to get excited. I haven't released all the goblins yet. And with that, hordes more appeared. The crowd fell back in terror. Wait, why are there so many of them? The angel, her face filled with sadistic glee, made her announcement. Each of you will face 50,000 goblins. Now, fight to the death. The creatures, with their ferocious faces, razor-sharp teeth, and blood-red eyes, roared as they charged the players. The crowd descended into chaos. They're coming for us. Don't come any closer, screams echoed everywhere. But while everyone else fled, Yao Min's eyes blazed with killing intent. He leaped into the air, spinning and delivering a powerful kick straight to a goblin's head. In any group, the first impression is everything, he thought, his gaze icy. The kick sent the goblin flying. Its head crashed against the ground, its weapon clattering away. Yao Min bent down and picked up the weapon, thinking to himself, to keep these annoying flies from bothering me, I need to show my strength. And most importantly, he looked up at the sky, his eyes locking onto the angel. I need to get her attention. The angel let out an amused cough. Yao Min gripped the weapon tightly, facing the ferocious goblins charging toward him. With just a few fluid movements, he weaved through them, landing 2 fatal strikes on the back of each goblin he passed. The crowd stared in awe. Did you guys see that? Who is that person? Is he some kind of special forces soldier? Black Hook. What a cool nickname, they murmured. Aren't goblins usually the weakest monsters in games? If Black Hook can handle them that easily, maybe we can too. If we fight seriously, it shouldn't be too hard. But before he could finish, a goblin lunged, tackling the speaker to the ground. Its dagger plunged into his body. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking the crowd. Someone screamed, their face pale. Help me! The scene devolved into carnage. People ran for their lives, screaming, get away! More of them are coming. Yao Min remained calm, dispatching goblin after goblin. Their blood splattered his arm, but he paid it no mind. With this, no one will mistake this for a simple game anymore, he thought, observing the panicked masses. Now, only one thought dominated their minds: survival. A young woman, watching the slaughter with a pale face, felt her survival instincts ignite. Everyone was running, but one girl slammed into a yellow barrier shield. She pounded on it, screaming, "What is this thing?" Yao Min watched silently. The first time, I also chose to run, he thought. It was only the second time that I realized. Fleeing in this wide-open field is completely useless. A man trembled as he held his weapon, facing a goblin that was also shaking. But suddenly, the monster became calm. It swatted the man aside and countered. A cry for help rang out. "Save me!" The angel burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! This battle between humans and goblins is so entertaining." She covered her mouth, delighted. Even though they're only child size, if you don't fight back, they can kill you with their bare hands, let alone with daggers. She paused, her amused gaze falling upon the fiercely fighting Yao Min. Just what in the world is that human? She checked Black Hook's quest progress. 70 out of 100 goblins defeated. Black Hook? Huh, she mused, pulling up his information. A system message appeared. She let out a sigh of frustration. Damn it. Besides the mission progress, all other player information was completely hidden. Then, her voice filled with excitement. Ah, whatever. Guiding these pathetic humans is beneath me, but a few of them seem interesting. I'll stick around and watch for a little while longer. Dai Yao Min's weapon flashed, splitting a goblin's face in two. A system notification chimed. You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin mission progress, 75 out of 100. Required activity, 25 out of 100. Dai Yao Min deftly dodged every attack, weaving past 4 goblins. Each one fell to a single, fatal strike. Blood splattered across his hand, but he just spun his blade with confidence. The last goblin backed away, terrified by his overwhelming presence, but there was no escape. Dai Yao Min lunged forward, and with a powerful thrust, blood sprayed across his face. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he stared down the remaining goblins. He challenged them. Who's next? Blood dripped from his dagger onto the ground. The goblins shuffled back, horrified at the sight of their fallen comrades. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Yao Min sighed. Looks like I can finally take a breather. His status window appeared, showing a few changes. Level 4. Stat points 6. He thought to himself. Level 4 already. I get 2 stat points with every level up. He decided to put all his new points into agility. Besides increasing his evasion rate, agility also boosted his attack and movement speed. In the early stages, it was the most crucial stat. He swung his weapon, hurling it with perfect accuracy. It struck a distant goblin in the face, stunning it instantly. Dai Yao Min's voice was cold as ice. Come on, step up. The goblins were furious, but they still hesitated. He sighed. Ah, so you're scared? In a flash, he leaped forward. He dashed toward the goblin he'd hit, retrieved his weapon, and snarled. Fine. Then I'll come to you. The goblins flew into a frenzy, but before they could even react, a powerful slash from Dai Yao Min cut down 4 of them at once. The system notifications flooded in. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunt Mission, 100 out of 100. First round mission complete. A golden circle of light surrounded Dai Yao Min. He stood proudly within the safe zone, thinking. So, round 1 is over. After taking down all these goblins, he thought, I must have caught the attention of the angels, the system announced. Congratulations, you are the first to complete the round 1 mission in this sector. Congratulations. You are the first to complete the round 1 mission across ALL sectors. An achievement board appeared. Rank 1 in this sector and on the entire server. Time, 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Dai Yao Min smirked. I got first place. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. The top 3 get the absolute best. The system continued. As a reward for being the first to complete the round 1 mission in this sector, you will receive a weapon of your choice. The rewards for both the local and server-wide first place were announced. Congratulations. You are the first to complete the round 1 mission across all sectors. you will receive a treasure chest. Dai Yaomin thought, my rewards have got to be the best anyone has gotten so far. He chose his weapon from the regional reward options. A new system window appeared. You may choose one of the following weapons: a long sword, a short sword, or a spear. Dai Yaomin hesitated for a moment before making his choice. It's not much, he mused, but I'm lucky to get something this good so early on. You have obtained the short sword. Weapon classification: rare. Attack: 15. Effect: agility plus 115. Durability: 150 out of 150. Requirement: rookie or higher. Description: the finest dagger a rookie can wield. Dai Yaomin tossed the weapon he took from the goblin aside. Finally, I can get rid of this piece of trash. He closed the weapon info panel. For now, he decided, I'll hold onto the treasure chest from the special reward. He opened his status window, perfectly calm while others around him were still struggling desperately against the goblins, and stared at it intently. Come to think of it, that title I got before, the Final Traveler, that's something I've never seen in all my 99 regressions. He pulled out the ancient runestone, placed it in his palm, and said, use. The stone shattered, releasing a brilliant red light as a system message appeared. Congratulations! You have obtained the ancient rune of time reversal. The rune will now automatically be engraved onto the player's body. Dai Yaomin clenched his fist, his eyes filled with contemplation. The system continued. A trace of the rune is already present in the player's soul. Due to this special attribute, the engraving has failed. He thought, that's what I expected. If it was engraved again, I'd be able to regress an infinite number of times. Another message appeared. Based on the runic traces in your soul, you are recognized as a time traveler with 100 journeys. Dai Yaomin was stunned as a new voice echoed. Title acquired, the Final Traveler. He was shocked. What? The status window displayed the new title. Title: the Final Traveler. Unlock condition: obtain 100 ancient runes of time reversal. Effect: upon death, your soul will remain at that location for 1 minute. If you choose, you will be reborn and all your health will be restored. One-time use. The title will disappear after resurrection. Dai Yaomin mused. Resurrection is an exclusive skill for priests, and even their skill only restores 30% of max health. So this title lets me revive with all of my health back, he chuckled. Looks like I just got myself an incredible title. A thrilled smile spread across Dai Yaomin's face. He knew he was holding a powerful ace up his sleeve as he scanned his surroundings. The system window glowed. His eyes lit up as he scanned the data. With this power in his hands, things were about to get a lot easier. The interface displayed his new title, Time Traveler. It even showed his last journey, and an option to set his stats to public or private. If he set it to private, his title would be hidden from others, but the powerful effects would remain active. Yaomin stretched his arms, a wave of relief washing over him. He figured the others must have finished their tasks by now. But he wondered, how was Dongmin doing? He glanced over, and his eyes locked onto Dongmin, who was locked in a desperate battle against a horde of monsters. A thrill shot through him. Yaomin thought to himself, so, there you are. A smirk played on his lips. But just then, his thoughts were shattered. As brilliant pillars of light erupted across the sky, high above them, an angel hovered in the air. Its cold, calculating eyes surveyed the chaos below. Its voice echoed, dripping with sarcasm. No wonder this is all getting so tedious. It glanced down at the struggling humans, its tone laced with utter contempt. You pathetic mortals. You'll just slowly wipe each other out fighting the remaining monsters. My apologies. This one's on me. The angel spread its wings wide, and a powerful surge of energy warped the very air around it. Let's turn back the clock. At those words, a girl screamed in terror, her trembling gaze fixed on the man in her arms. He was fading away, his body dissolving into particles of light. No, she shrieked in absolute despair. Panic erupted all around them. A chorus of voices cried out, "What's going on?" From the heavens, the angel smiled a wicked grin. Its insidious voice boomed, "I've given you 50 more playthings. Surely that's enough for you to slaughter each other properly now." Instantly, the ground began to tremble. Bloodthirsty monsters erupted from the earth, swarming towards them in a massive, terrifying wave. Panic turned to terror. "Damn it," a player screamed. Blood sprayed as humans and monsters clashed in a brutal struggle for survival. The system's impersonal voice announced, "Quest progress. 1,021 out of 5,143. On the very edge of death, some used their comrades as human shields, but they were anything but weak. Their power was a match for the beasts, locking them in a desperate, bloody stalemate." The system chimed again. "Quest progress. 2,120 of 5,143. Meanwhile, Yaomin sat calmly inside a pillar of light, his eyes closed, finding peace in the eye of the storm. Another player, his hands slick with blood, staggered towards the pillar of light and reached out. His face was etched with agony as he watched his teammates drown in a sea of gore, still fighting an impossible battle. The system's relentless updates continued. Quest progress. 3,532 of 5,143. The angel clasped its hands together, watching the brutal spectacle below with amusement. Yao Min looked up, his icy glare locking with the celestial beings. But he remained silent. More and more pillars of light pierced the sky, growing thicker by the moment. Suddenly, a final announcement echoed from the system. Quest complete. 5,143 out of 5,143. Just like that, the monsters vanished into thin air, leaving everyone stunned. The monsters, they're gone. Where did they all go? The angel glanced at its own system window. A faint smirk appeared. Only half of them made it. Now that that's settled, it turned to the survivors. Its voice was ice. The rest of you must die. Those are the rules. The crowd erupted in cries of despair. What? Die? Wait, Lord Angel. I was only one kill short. Please. From within the pillars of light, the survivors watched in horror as their comrades outside dissolved into dust. The angel's mocking voice cut through their fear. Why so gloomy? Shouldn't you be celebrating your survival? Don't worry, you made the cut. You get to go home. It offered a gentle smile, but its eyes were utterly chilling. Congratulations on clearing the first stage. I expect you'll try a little harder next time. Now then, shall we announce the rankings before you go? The system displayed the results of the first round. Overall region rankings, first place, Hey Goo, level 5, 10 minutes, 21 seconds. Second, The Fools, level 5, 16 minutes, 15 seconds. Third, Heavenly Demon, level 5, 17 minutes, 7 seconds. Current Sector S45 rankings, first place, Hey Go, level 5, 10 minutes, 21 seconds. Second, Life is a Movie, level 5, 23 minutes, 55 seconds. Third, Black Dragon in Hand, level 5, 24 minutes, 43 seconds. System acknowledges player Haegu as rank 1 in both the overall and current sector rankings. Ranking reward, 1 low-grade rare weapon voucher, has been delivered. Special, optional reward, has been delivered. Quest completion reward, 1,000 gold. Pending delivery. Yao Min scanned the system messages. A private notification popped up. You have received 1,000 gold for completing the quest. Congratulations. This gold can be used to purchase items in the shop. The ability to purchase gear will unlock at level 10. Yao Min felt the stunned gazes of the other survivors on him. He turned, a confident smirk on his face. Heh, I guess everyone knows I'm number 1 now. Even the angel spoke up, its voice a mix of surprise and suspicion. To think the number 1 player in the entire region came from my own domain. How unexpected. You are Haegu, are you not? Answer me. Yao Min replied coolly, Lord Angel. You can just look at my status window. The angel was clearly flustered, but kept her composure. Ah, yes, of course, of course. An angel, such as myself, can see all. I was merely testing you. But inwardly, he seethed, that damn brat. Leo cracked a synthetic smile, thinking to himself, don't make me laugh. He then spoke, his voice calm yet filled with defiance. Angel, may I make a request? The angel's eyes widened in surprise. A request? Leo stated bluntly. That's right. The reward for first place seems a bit underwhelming. Hearing this, Dong Min and the others froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. The angel's brow furrowed, his voice dripping with anger. What was that? What did you just say? Leo crossed his arms, completely unfazed. I was hoping you could offer something more substantial. The air crackled with tension. The angel ground his teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A mere mortal dares to bargain with me. I took an interest in him because of his drive, the angel thought, but after killing a few measly goblins, he thinks he can disrespect me. He raised a hand, his voice laced with venom. I will make your head explode. He recalled the recent past, hissing under his breath. Damn it, I already used my one-time kill ability. You arrogant human. You think that means I can't end you? But then, the angel paused. A slow, cruel smile began to form. Yes, I know exactly what to grant him. His voice shifted, becoming deceptively smooth. You want a better reward, is that it? He touched down on the ground, his gaze like ice. Normally, I would deny such a request outright, but standing before Leo, his voice dropped to a low murmur. However, I've had a change of heart. Let's talk in private. As they walked off, a buzz erupted from the crowd. Whispers echoed everywhere. Is the angel really going to do it? I can't believe you can actually bargain with them. Should I give it a shot? I want a better reward too. It's probably just because he took first place. Still, to be pulled aside like that, Just how valuable is this new reward? I'm so jealous. But Leo felt no joy. He shot a quick glance at Dong Min, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Dong Min met his gaze, completely baffled by this silent warning. Leo turned, following the angel into the dense forest. The angel glanced back, his voice sharp. Why are you lagging behind? Do you expect me to keep turning my head for you? Walk beside me. Leo replied, understood. The angel gritted his teeth in silent frustration. These foolish humans, he fumed internally. They only followed direct orders. A species with no sense of obedience, yet overflowing with greed. He stared ahead, his irritation mounting. Why should I change the reward this system designated for him? Even if I could, it would set a precedent. He can't be an exception. The angel's expression twisted into a venomous sneer. He glanced back at Leo. He should have just accepted what he was given. I'll teach him the price of greed. He continued walking, a dark plan forming in his mind. The moment we pass that boulder, I'll kill him. Of course, he mused, killing a player out of personal spite without using a one-time skill is risky. What if the other players complain about injustice? What if they riot? If that happens, the higher-ups will hold me accountable for breaking the game's rules. As he neared the boulder, a new thought emerged. I just need a place where there are no witnesses. A triumphant smirk played on his lips. You foolish idiot. If you die out here, no one will ever know what happened. He turned around, his voice dripping with false cheer. So, about that reward, tell me. What is it you desire? But before he could finish his sentence, a fist blurred through the air. Leo's punch connected squarely with the angel's face, too fast to even register, let alone dodge. The unexpected impact sent the angel reeling backwards, his eyes a mixture of pure shock and blinding rage. As he crashed to the ground, the angel was utterly stunned, his mind refusing to process the impossible sight before him. Leo's blow had sent him flying, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he hit the dirt. He lay there, dazed, while Leo simply stood over him, his expression as calm and unreadable as ever. Golden blood trickled from the angel's nose, splashing onto the forest floor. His voice trembled with absolute fury. What is this? Did that pathetic mortal just strike me? He whipped his head up, eyes blazing with divine wrath. You filthy human. But as his eyes scanned the clearing, panic set in. Leo was gone. The world was utterly silent, save for the frantic pounding in his own chest. He vanished. But before he could even process the thought, Leo had already materialized silently behind him. With lightning speed, Leo's hand shot out, clamping down on one of the angel's wings. The celestial being flinched, feeling the terrifying strength in that grip. He screamed in a panic. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. But Leo's face was a mask of cold fury. Without a shred of hesitation, he pulled. A sickening tear echoed through the woods as he ripped the wing clean from the angel's back, and a scream of pure agony ripped through the silence. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, the angel's consciousness flickered, his body convulsing on the ground. Leo stood there, coldly holding the blood-soaked wing. His voice was steady, yet sharp as glass. Don't be such a baby. He didn't stop there. Pinning the angel to the ground with his foot. With another swift, brutal motion, Leo tore off the remaining wing. There, he taunted, his eyes glinting with ruthless intent. Now you can't fly away. The angel shrieked, consumed by agony. Of course, it hurts. How could it not? But for Leo, everything was falling perfectly into place. He spoke calmly. If I had waited another 5 minutes, you would be the one asking me that same obvious question. And he still wore that twisted, arrogant smirk. The angel's voice shook with rage and terror as he screamed, Are you out of your mind? Human, what nonsense are you spouting? But Yao Min was completely unmoved, casually tossing aside the wing he'd just torn off to reveal a hidden dagger. You were planning to kill me with this, weren't you? His icy glare cut through the angel, silencing him completely. The celestial being scrambled for an excuse, his voice cracking. Kill you? What are you talking about? I would never. But Yao Min just chuckled coldly and took another step forward. There's no point in lying. Your face tells me everything I need to know. The angel was thrown into disarray, pure panic flashing in his eyes. How can a mere human know my name? As the thought crossed his mind, Yao Min summoned a dagger from his inventory, its blade glinting ominously in the faint light. Panic seized the angel. He shrieked, What do you think you're doing? Why did you suddenly pull out a weapon? Yao Min inspected the blade, like an executioner checking his tool before a beheading. You're in no position to kill anyone anymore, he stated with absolute certainty. Cornered and exposed, the angel was speechless. Yet he still bluffed, desperately trying to save his own skin. Do you really think you can escape the consequences of this? My comrades will not stand for this. Yao Min just sneered, his eyes dripping with disdain. Comrades, don't make me laugh. You angels are nothing but a pack of selfish hypocrites. They couldn't care less about what happens to you. Whether you live or die means nothing to them. The angel sputtered, unable to form a single word. Yao Min had wasted enough time. With chilling finality, he said, "This is over. Allow me to send you on your way." Terror-stricken, the angel stumbled backward. "Wait, there's nothing in this for you." But Yao Min's voice was utterly emotionless. "Oh, but there is. Something you could never comprehend." In a final, desperate gambit, the angel tried to bargain. "Kill me, and you'll regret it forever. You'll be trapped here." Yao Min's voice was like ice. "The system will automatically return me once my task is complete." The angel was thunderstruck, thinking, how could he possibly know that? All pretense of divinity shattered. His voice trembled. "I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just give me a chance." But Yao Min was unmoved. "Unnecessary. If I wanted information, I would have already tortured you for it." He stared directly into the angel's eyes, his voice dropping to a deathly whisper. "In this game, you're nothing more than a pawn disguised as a guide." The shock was too much for the angel to comprehend. A pawn? Before the word could even leave his lips, Yao Min's cold steel plunged deep into his chest. The angel felt the blade tear through his heart, his body convulsing before collapsing to the ground, life fading from his eyes. Yao Min stood over him, utterly indifferent, watching as the divine light faded from the angel's corpse. Instantly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "You have defeated an angel. It is confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title, First Angel Slayer. You have been awarded Angel's Blood for achieving the first kill." Yao Min accepted the rewards, thinking, "Just as I planned. I was the first." The system continued. "You have been awarded the Ancient Rune, Slaughter for achieving the first kill." A brilliant golden aura erupted from the reward, enveloping his body. The ancient rune burned itself onto Yao Min's skin, searing new power that coursed through every fiber of his being. He remembered from his past life, this reward was exclusive to the very first person to slay an angel. The system window glowed before him. Title, First Angel Slayer. Condition, become the first player to kill an angel. Effect, when battling divine beings, all stats are doubled. Ancient rune, Slaughter. Effect, for every target killed, all stats increase by 1%. Maximum stack, 100%. A smirk played on Yao Min's lips. If the other angels knew I'd obtained this rune, they'd be shaking in their boots. He then examined the vial of Angel's Blood in his hand, pulling up its information. Angel's Blood. Grade, unique, consumable. Effect, allows a class change to Reaper. Usage requirement from level 10 or higher. Description, a special reward for the first player to kill an angel. Only this player may change their class to the angel's natural enemy. Yao Min thought to himself, starting at level 10. That's when every player gets to choose a class. There are 30 classes in total, and normally, changing your class is a simple matter of finding the right item. But the Reaper class is the sole exception. A hidden class reserved only for those who meet its impossible conditions. The icon for the Reaper class materialized next to the vial, radiating a powerful aura that dwarfed all the common classes. He analyzed everything: the stat bonuses, the rune, the skill tree. It was all practically perfect. Yao Min glanced at his inventory, realizing he'd been sent back before round 1 was even over. In that case, I'll just have to use the first place reward. The system announced, you may select one of the following rewards. 1. Triple experience effect for the duration of round 2. 2. Information about round 2. Yao Min weighed his options. The most critical thing now was hitting level 10 to unlock his class change. He made his choice instantly. The system confirmed. You have selected the triple experience effect. Round 2 will now commence. The effect has been applied. He gave one last, emotionless glance at the fading corpse. This is my last chance. There are no other options. No matter what it takes, I have to become stronger. The angel's body began to glow before disintegrating into particles of light. The system announced, round 1 for all regions has concluded. Total survivors are 900 out of 514,645. Current region S45 has 5,143 survivors. Commencing soul transfer. Return to your physical bodies in the current dimension. May 1st, 2023. Round 2 will now commence. Congratulations on your survival. The scene snaps back to reality. Dongmin shot awake, drenched in a cold sweat. Sunlight streamed in. It wasn't midnight anymore. He glanced around as others slowly came to, their faces masks of confusion. Happy New Year, someone's voice cut through the haze, but the words sent a shiver straight down Dongmin's spine. What the hell just happened? He grabbed his phone. 5:20 a.m. The time. It passed exactly the same here as it did in that nightmare. Dongmin's two buddies stirred, groaning as they clutched their heads. Ugh, my head. My whole body feels like it's been hit by a truck. Dongmin called out. You guys awake? One of them answered, his voice shaky. Dongmin. Did I just faint? He nodded grimly. Yeah, and you weren't the only one. Everyone here did. His friends stared in disbelief. What? We all fell asleep? I had the craziest dream. Me too. Dongmin's gaze hardened, his voice dropping low. I had it too. But I don't think it was a dream. His eyes swept over the surrounding crowd. Chaos erupted as people screamed in confusion. Are we back? Are we back from that hellscape? I'm alive. I actually survived. But one mention of a goblin cut through the noise. Dongmin confirmed their worst fear. It wasn't a dream. His friends froze. Then, all of it was real. Those goblins from round one. Everything. Are we going to be dragged back there again next month? God damn it. Suddenly, he noticed one of their group was still out cold. A friend shook him frantically. Hey, Kim Taesik, wake up. But Taesik didn't move, his face a deathly white, his features turning a sickening, corpse-like purple. The friend's hand trembled as he checked for a pulse. Shit, he's not breathing. I can't feel anything. Dongmin's blood ran cold. Taesik is dead? The friend stammered in pure panic. This can't be happening. Does this mean he died because he failed the game? The third friend refused to believe it. That's impossible. But as his eyes scanned the area, he saw them. Dozens of bodies lying completely still on the ground. The horrific sight struck them all into a stunned silence. Though Dongmin fought to keep his composure, his hands betrayed him with a tremor. One of his friends looked like he was about to be sick from the shock. The other mumbled, "This is insane. Only half survive? Is the next round going to be the same?" A strange mix of terror and exhilaration flickered across Dongmin's face. This is absolutely insane. A manic grin spread across Dongmin's face, his eyes gleaming with a twisted excitement. Doesn't this just level the playing field? No matter what starting line you were born on, everyone is finally equal. No more whining about how unfair life is. He turned to his terrified friends, his voice dripping with scorn. It simplifies everything, doesn't it? Calm down, you idiots. All we have to do now is survive. What's there to freak out about? One of his friends, face pale as a sheet, just shook his head, unable to process what he was hearing. It's not fair, to die without even a chance to fight back. Dongmin was completely unfazed, his tone mocking. It's not just us. The entire world just got dragged into this game. So what's the point of complaining about fairness anymore? But his friends couldn't stomach his twisted logic. One friend finally snapped, his voice trembling with rage. Damn you, Dongmin. You've lived like a thug your whole life. So of course you feel like you have nothing to lose by dying here. But I'm different. There are still so many things I want to do. Ignoring the outburst completely, Dongmin kept scanning the crowd. His friend snapped, "What the hell are you looking for?" Dongmin scowled. "I can't find that little piece of shit." "Who? You mean your personal errand boy?" He muttered under his breath, a suspicious glint in his eye. "Where the hell did that punk run off to? I'm sure I saw him over there before I blacked out. Don't tell me he couldn't even clear the first round and died in some ditch." Dongmin smirked to himself. Yeah, that has to be it. How could a pathetic weakling like him ever survive something like this? But then, his gaze locked onto a figure in the distance. Someone was standing in the middle of the deserted street, wearing shoulder armor. A wave of curiosity washed over Dongmin. What's that guy's deal? And where the hell did he get armor and gear like that? A sudden, sharp suspicion hit him, as if a missing puzzle piece just clicked into place. He thought the command inwardly. Status window. Instantly, a glowing blue screen materialized before his eyes. Dongmin froze, his heart hammering in his chest. A real status window. It actually appeared. His friends at his side seemed to notice his strange behavior. One of them stammered, "A status bar. There's no way something like that." But the words died in his throat as his very own window flickered into existence. The other friend gasped in pure shock. "It's real." They all stared at each other, a mix of confusion and wonder on their faces. "What the hell? Why are you staring at nothing?" one of them asked. The other shot back, still in a daze. "Aren't you doing the same thing?" "I guess." They only appear for each individual. The incredible realization dawned on all three of them at once. Wait, does this mean we can use these abilities in the real world? Holy crap. So we can use stat points and items out here too? Without another word, Dongmin bent down and scooped up a rock. He tightened his grip, and the stone simply crumbled, exploding into tiny fragments. He stared at the dust left in his palm. A slow, calculating smile spread across his face as the possibilities unfolded. His eyes glittered with ambition. This is absolutely perfect. And now for today's breaking news. A horrific incident has occurred at the plaza in front of the new Central District. Over 10,000 people suddenly collapsed, plunging the entire area into total chaos. A mysterious woman dressed as an angel appeared before the Great Bell. She addressed the massive crowd below. Moments later, a mysterious explosion erupted. One man pointed at her, screaming something, and was instantly obliterated. The woman simply spread her arms wide, and all 10,000 people fell to the ground, unconscious. Police reports indicate most victims are between 15 and 29 years old. This phenomenon isn't localized. It's happening on a global scale. Online, netizens were skeptical. What the hell is this? Are the reporters high or something? Why are they broadcasting this garbage? 1.8 billion souls have been abducted. The sheer scale of this fake news is unbelievable. Meanwhile, Yao Min quietly scrolled through the news and comments, his expression dark and contemplative. It's begun. And this is only the prelude. The news anchor continued her report. Around dawn today, roughly half of the unconscious victims awoke. The other half, however, remain in a vegetative state. Those at the epicenter of the event have been confirmed clinically dead. The famous celebrity A was among those found deceased at the plaza. Over 11% of the world's population perished in this single crisis. Yao Min's face was grim as the death toll continued to climb. But the real problem wasn't the number of casualties. Slinging a backpack over his shoulder, he gazed into the distance. The survivors are now known as players. And the most terrifying part is that the abilities they acquired have been brought back into the real world. Yao Min calculated silently. No player has achieved truly high stats yet, so the major impact hasn't been felt. But once their levels rise, they'll become beings of immense power. Not even modern weaponry or an entire army will be able to stop them. Uncontrollable superhumans will emerge. He clenched his fist, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I have no intention of letting this world descend into chaos. If I let things run their course, civilization will collapse before the 20th round even begins. There is only one solution. Yao Min resolved to control every single player, with absolute, overwhelming power. This time, I'll use a different method than in my past regressions. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his head. To open the gate to the boss room, a party of at least 5 players is required. A faint smile touched Yao Min's lips. I already have a few potential candidates in mind, and I know exactly how to recruit them. But now is not the time. He headed back to his apartment in the dim, pre-dawn light. Stepping into the dark apartment, Yao Min was met with a familiar sight. Looks like this kid had cup noodles for dinner again. He gently pushed open the bedroom door. His younger brother, Yao Gun, was still fast asleep. Yao Min chuckled to himself. How can he sleep so peacefully when his big brother isn't even home? Yao Gun, Yao Min's younger brother, was about to enter his 3rd year of high school. They were nothing special, just an ordinary family, until their parents were killed in a tragic car accident. Everything changed in a single night. Yao Min became Yao Gun's sole guardian. Noticing the bandaged wound on his brother's hand, a sharp pang of guilt hit Yao Min. The room light flicked on, and Yao Gun jolted awake, looking dazed. Yao Min. Standing by the bed, Yao Min's voice was low but firm. It's time to wake up, Gun. It's morning. Yao Gun glanced at the clock, frowning. What? It's only 6 in the morning. Yao Min ripped the blanket off his brother, his tone urgent. There's no more time to sleep. Yao Gun was confused. What's going on? Yao Min's reply was short. I'll explain on the way. Get dressed first. We're leaving. Yao Gun yawned, still grumbling. Where are we even going? If you tell me we're going to watch the sunrise, I'm going back to bed. Yao Min's voice turned serious. Listen to me, Gun. This isn't the time for relaxing or sleeping in. The world has already fallen into chaos. Yao Gun was puzzled. Didn't you say we were going to the New Year's festival? What in the world happened? Yao Min just said, just come with me. I'll explain everything on the road. Before the sun had even risen, the 2 brothers left their apartment. Yao Gun noticed something was different about his older brother, a rare and heavy seriousness. He wondered, what could have possibly happened to make him this grave? Finally, Yao Min broke the silence. Gun, you have no idea what's happening to the world right now, do you? Yao Gun was bewildered. What are you talking about? You're starting to scare me. Did something happen while I was sleeping? Yao Min simply replied, check the top trending searches. Yao Gun anxiously unlocked his phone, his eyes widening in shock as he read the headlines. What is the meaning of this? An angel suddenly appeared and abducted people to another world. Yao Min corrected him, his voice dangerously calm. To be precise, their souls were abducted. Yao Gun looked at his brother, his face pale with panic. Don't tell me. You were one of them? Yao Min nodded, his expression unreadable. That's right. I only managed to come back alive after hunting 100 monsters called goblins. Yao Gun was horrified. What? Are you being serious? Are you hurt? Did anything happen to you? Yao Min gave a small smile, patting his brother's shoulder. Don't worry about me. But Jun's voice trembled with fear. How can you expect me not to worry? The memory of their parents' funeral washed over him, a painful, suffocating wave. You're the only family I have left, Jimin. He stared at his brother's sturdy back, knowing that no matter how strong he was still human.
Slaying 100 monsters. That's not something any normal person can just do.
Jimin cut through his brother's spiraling thoughts. I know what's on your mind. In that place, they have a system, kind of like video game stats. My physical skills aren't that important, so you don't need to worry. But Jun was still not convinced. What if they are? But Jimin cut him off with pure confidence. If you could see me in the future, you wouldn't be thinking that way. Jun's brow furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? Jimin offered no further explanation. If you want to know, you'll have to follow me. Jun stubbornly planted his feet. I don't want to. Not until you tell me where we're going. I'm not taking another step. Please, just tell me. Jimin's eyes fell on the wound on his brother's hand, and a bitter feeling coiled in his gut. Suddenly, he spoke a name that made Jun freeze, and the air grew thick with tension. Jimin declared with chilling resolve, we're going to the Tegel gang's headquarters. To the place where that bastard who bullies you hangs out. He looked directly at Jun, his question cutting straight to the heart of the matter. The Tegel gang has been threatening you, haven't they? Jun flinched, as if a cold hand had just squeezed his heart. How? How did you know about that? Jimin was perfectly calm, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Why would you ever think I wouldn't know? Jun lowered his head, shame and guilt flooding his senses. He's already been through so much. And I still hid this from him. Silently, Jimin drifted into a memory. I'm sorry, Jun. In his past life, he had been completely oblivious to his younger brother's suffering. It was only hours after he returned from the first round that the heartbreaking truth was revealed. The memory was as vivid as if it had just happened. Jimin was sleeping when the sharp ring of his phone tore him from his dreams. Hello? The voice on the other end was a cold, unfamiliar stranger. Greetings. Is this the number for the student Jun's guardian? Before he could answer, the voice continued. You need to come to Hospital 20 immediately. Stunned, Jimin threw on a jacket and bolted out the door. But by the time he arrived, it was already too late. Jun couldn't be saved. He clenched his fists, rage and regret burning like a wildfire inside him. He was beaten blind by the Tegel gang, all because I was too stupid and too weak. I'm sorry, Jun. Jimin cursed himself internally. But this time is different. No one will ever lay a hand on you again. No one. The scene shifts to an abandoned warehouse, where strange sounds echo through the empty space. A man was kicked hard, groaning in pain on the floor, as a blonde thug roared in fury. Are you all trying to die? Didn't I tell each of you to bring me 200,000 won? The man on the ground was weak, but the blonde punk wasn't finished. Oh, you're gonna ignore me now? He viciously beat him again and again. His cronies stood by laughing and whispering. That's Tegel for you. He's ruthless, even to his own guys. Another one chimed in. Yeah, even the upperclassmen from other schools don't dare mess with him. No one in their right mind would cross him. After the beating, Bang Tegel stalked over to his crew, annoyed. Damn it, I was going to buy a bike today, but these useless punks ruined my plans. Suddenly, an idea struck him, a cunning glint in his eye. Hey, you guys know anywhere I can get some quick cash? One of them heard this and panicked, afraid he'd become the next target. Huh, a place to get money? Bang, Tegel ordered. Yeah, think fast. The lackeys scrambled their brains, desperate to avoid his wrath. One of them spoke up timidly. There's that one errand boy who works for you. Bang, Tegel frowned, not seeming to remember. Tegel had so many victims, he couldn't keep track. The guy continued. The tall one with short hair. Why don't you call him? Recognition dawned on Bang Tegel's face. Ah, Jun, that kid? I was planning to beat him up today to celebrate the new year anyway. The crew quickly jumped on the idea. Yeah, get the money from him. That's a great idea, Bang Tegel scoffed. That kid doesn't actually have a home. The other guy was surprised. Me, he continued. He can't even cough up a little cash, even if I beat him to death. His family has nothing. Hearing this, the crew felt a brief moment of pity, but Bang Tegel was unfazed. That kid has no other relatives. He just lives with his older brother. Before he could finish, his eyes shifted to the distance, and his expression suddenly changed. His confused crew turned to look. Huh? What's wrong? Tegel, what is it? Just then, the two brothers, Jimin and Jun, arrived. Jun was hesitant, fear plain in his eyes, while Jimin stood tall, an unshakable wall of confidence. Bang Tegel let out a sneering laugh. Well, if it isn't Jun, damn, for a second there you actually scared me. He puffed out his chest and yelled, Speak of the devil, except you're not the devil, you're just my dog. Jun trembled, gripping his older brother's arm tightly. Bang Tegel noticed Jimin, his brow knitting in annoyance. What? Who the hell is that guy? Just looking at his face pisses me off. He turned back to Jun. Hey, Dog, who's that with you? Did you bring another errand boy because you were lonely? John was so terrified he couldn't even speak. He is. But Jimin cut in, a demonic smile spreading across his face. His voice was low, but carried immense power. I'm Jun's older brother. Bang Tae-gil was stunned. Then, he put on a show, cracking his knuckles loudly. Look at this guy. Didn't I tell you to watch your mouth? And now you've defied me? You're dead today. And so is your brother. He gestured to his crew, and two of them stepped forward. The sun must be rising in the west, because an errand boy is actually defying the Bang Tae-gil gang. One of the thugs got right in Deo Gun's face. Hey, you punk, you got a death wish. But before he could do anything, Deo Min sent a devastating punch into his face, caving it in. The man collapsed to the floor, as his furious partner charged forward, ready to swing. You son of a bitch! But it was all for show. Deo Min easily dodged, then threw a punch that dislocated the man's jaw, sending him flying into a stack of barrels. The crash echoed through the warehouse as two more thugs charged in unison. You bastard, die. But in a flash, Deo Min took them both down with two clean punches to the face. Bang Tae-gil watched with a smirk, but his eyes began to show a flicker of concern. Just some trash, he thought, trying to maintain his confidence. Looks like he learned to box somewhere. But you think you can take me on with just that? He stood before Deo Min, a full head taller, his voice dripping with arrogance. Well, Gun's big brother. You must think you're hot stuff just because you know a few moves. Haven't you learned that raw physique is what really matters in a fight? Deo Min just scoffed, unbothered. You haven't seen the news, have you? Bang Tae-gil was dumbfounded. What news? Enraged at being dismissed, Bang Tae-gil charged forward, swinging his fist wildly. What news? You son of a bitch. But Deo Min dodged with lightning-fast reflexes. Bang Tae-gil continued his barrage of attacks. He screamed as he fought, slippery little bastard. But after a moment, exhaustion began to set in. His vision blurred, and his breathing grew heavy. Something's wrong. Why can't I even touch him? Doubt crept into his mind as his heart pounded in his chest. Suddenly, Deo Min's fists began to glow with a brilliant light. He spoke with an ice-cold voice. If you'd seen the news, you'd know, never to fight a player like me. A critical blow landed squarely on Bang Tae-gil's face. He staggered for a second, but remained standing, his eyes wide with shock. But as soon as he recovered, Bang Tae-gil roared and charged straight at Deo Min. You bastard. Suddenly, right before his fist could land, Deo Min's form vanished. Where'd you go? He turned, but before he could register anything, a vicious left hook from Deo Min caved in both of his cheeks. Consumed by rage, Bang Tae-gil felt blood and a tooth spill from his mouth. He screamed, his voice trembling with pain and fury. You dare hit me. I'll kill you. He lunged forward again. Die. But with blinding speed, Deo Min dodged him effortlessly. He used his left hand to trap Bang Tae-gil's arm, holding him in place, while his right hand rained down hammer-like blows on his face. The two remaining cronies could only stare, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched their boss get brutally beaten down. Bang Tae-gil was seething with pure humiliation. This bastard is only aiming for my face. Seeing Deo Min's calm expression only fueled his rage. Just one punch, please. But not only did he fail to land a hit, he found himself cornered by Deo Min. A single, precise kick to the throat sent the massive Bang Tae-gil flying several feet, collapsing to the ground, clutching his neck and gasping. Deo Min stepped forward, his eyes chillingly cold. Does it hurt, you bastard? Inside him, a powerful surge of adrenaline was rising. No matter how many times I'm reborn, I'll never forget this feeling. He remembered the moment June lost his sight in the previous life. The pain and regret tore at his heart. I won't let that hell happen again. Bang Tae-gil, who had been so arrogant just moments ago, was now curled up on the ground, his eyes filled with terror. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Deo Min gently grabbed his hand, a murderous smile spreading across his face. This is why you never should have touched my little brother. A sickening crack echoed, and Bang Tae-gil screamed in agony as every one of his fingers was broken. Deo Min reached for his other hand. Bang Tae-gil panicked. Please, I'm begging you. It hurts so much. His blood-curdling screams echoed loud enough for anyone outside to hear. His terrified lackeys scrambled to get away. Get out of here, now. Gun watched Bang Tae-gil howl in pain, unable to bear the sight and turning his head away. Deo Min stood over him, his voice like ice. Bang Tae-gil, if you ever lay a hand on my brother again, you know what will happen, right? All the fight had left Bang Tae-gil. He whimpered, I know. I won't do it again. Deo Min's smile turned cruel. That's right. But I still need to teach you a proper lesson, just in case you forget. He tightened his grip on the man's hand again. Bang Tae-gil's agonizing screams filled the entire warehouse. On the way home, Deo Gun was still in a state of shock, his eyes wide with amazement. Hyung, how did you do that? When did you learn how to fight? Daemin replied, didn't you notice? Players can use their skills in the real world, too. Daegun was confused. How? As they walked, Daemin pulled an item from his inventory. A dagger materialized from thin air. Daegun's eyes went wide with admiration. A knife just appeared out of nowhere. Daemin grinned. Cool, right? You can also summon weapons you've acquired just like this. Daegun thought back to the fight. So, is that how you were moving so fast earlier? That guy couldn't even land a single punch on you. Daemin nodded. That's right. My agility stat is 11. Daegun was curious. A stat? You mean, like in the game? Daemin confirmed, yep. A normal person has about 3 points. A professional athlete might reach 10 points in agility. As the two brothers walked and talked, Daegun asked another question. What happens if you level up? How could I possibly know? Daemin hesitated for a moment, his eyes flashing with a painful memory. I have to lie. I can't reveal that I'm a regressor. In my 11th regression, Daegun was kidnapped by another player, all because I told him the truth. Even though I saved him then, I refused to let my brother suffer that kind of humiliation ever again. He glanced at his younger brother, his eyes filled with determination. I have to get ready, to protect him in the battles to come. Suddenly, he changed the subject. Want to grab a bite? Gun. You must be hungry, right? Daegun's eyes immediately lit up. Yeah. The two brothers stepped into a convenience store. Daegun watched his brother walk to the ATM, asking curiously, where are you going? The instant noodles are over here. Daemin replied quickly. Yeah, just a sec. He inserted his bank card into the machine, his eyes on the screen. 133,200 gun. This is all the money I've saved up. He withdrew 100,000 gun. Daegun was shocked. Why are you taking out so much money? Daemin just smiled. I need to buy a few things. He turned towards the prepared food section. From now on, this is what we'll be eating. Daegun was confused. This stuff? Bro, everything here costs over 5,000 gun. But Daemin waved his hand like a rich CEO. It's fine. Get whatever you want. Seeing his brother still worried about the cost, he smiled. It's the new year. Are you really going to eat nothing but ramen? Daegun was still hesitant. I know, but this is way too expensive, bro. Daemin didn't seem to care. Don't worry about it. Just hurry up and pick something. Daegun did a complete 180, his eyes sparkling. In that case, let's get this. The chili dip beef, please. He looked at it with pure craving. I want some of that too. It looks delicious. But Daemin wasn't stopping at convenience store food. He enthusiastically suggested, let's go to a real restaurant soon. We'll get some proper Manhwa beef. Daegun felt shy. You don't have to do that. You're already doing too much for me. Daemin thought to himself, just wait a few days. I'll feed you so much meat you'll get sick of it. Daegun placed a piece of canned meat on his rice and took a bite, exclaiming with pure bliss, this is so good. Daemin, sitting beside him, shared in his joy. Really? Then eat up. Seeing his brother stand, Daegun asked, hey, thanks for everything. Where are you going? Daemin simply replied, just wait a second. He went off to find something. A moment later, Daemin slapped a pen down on the table. Daegun stared at the pile of lottery tickets his brother bought, stunned. Wait, did you take out all that money just to? Are you really going to gamble it all away? Daemin was confident. Exactly. Wait a minute. How many did you buy? Daegun asked. Daemin answered casually. 20. Daegun was furious. What? Why would you spend 100,000 gun on lottery tickets? You have no idea if you'll win anything. Daemin remained calm. Just you wait and see. Daegun was confused. What? What are you doing? Why do you keep picking the same numbers over and over? Daemin answered with absolute certainty. You ask why. Because these are the winning numbers. The two brothers sat nervously in front of the screen, waiting for the results of the 1049th lottery drawing. The announcer's voice echoed. We will now begin today's drawing. Daegun was panicking, his voice trembling. We're doomed. We just wasted 100,000 gun. As the results were slowly revealed, Daegun was filled with regret, bordering on despair. We could have bought so much better food with that money. Daemin, on the other hand, was completely calm, his gaze unwavering. Can you please stop biting your nails? As the numbers appeared on screen, Daegun's expression slowly shifted from shock to utter disbelief. The first lucky number is 3. The second lucky number is 18. The third is 9. The fourth is 38. The fifth lucky number is 21. And the bonus number is 5. The announcer recapped the results one more time. The winning numbers for the 1049th lottery are 3, 18, 9, 38, and 21. The bonus number is 5. Yo Gun couldn't believe his eyes, his voice cracking. This is insane. We won first prize. He shot up from his seat, tears of joy streaming down his face. Pinch me, I must be dreaming. Seeing his brother so emotional, Yeoman felt a little awkward but maintained his composure. Do it yourself. Yo Gun was still in disbelief, afraid it was all a fantasy. This is real, right? It's not a dream? Yeoman teased him. Would you rather it be a dream? Yo Gun shook his head frantically. No, of course not. Yeoman reassured him in a calm, deep voice. Don't worry, it's not a dream. Yo Gun asked again, as if needing one last confirmation. It's really not a dream, right? Yeoman gave a slight smile. I told you, it's not. Overjoyed, Yo Gun jumped to his feet and screamed, We won the lottery. Yeoman lowered his voice, reminding him, The neighbors will hear you. He asked gently, You're that happy? Yo Gun was ecstatic, his eyes shining brightly. Of course. Aren't you happy? Yeoman simply nodded, but inside, he thought, Of course I am. But I've experienced this feeling too many times before. He remembered his past lives. The first time he won the lottery, he had screamed with joy, just like his brother. But after so many regressions, it had become routine. Yeoman knew the truth all too well. With over 900 million people dead, the world economy was in shambles. The items traded between players would become more valuable than ever, and you needed money to get your hands on any of them. I have to make money quickly after every regression. Yo Gun was still in awe. I can't believe we actually won the lottery. I wonder how much it's worth. Yeoman gave a vague answer. Who knows? But deep down, he knew. It was an amount large enough to shake the world. The scene shifts to Nonghap Bank. Yeoman walked in, his expression confident, without a hint of anxiety. I've won the lottery countless times. There's nothing to worry about. He approached the front desk. I'm here to redeem a winning ticket. The receptionist smiled. Oh, is that so? Congratulations, sir. But in his mind, he was skeptical. He won the lottery. He looks like a student. He asked, Could you tell me where you purchased the ticket? A number? Yao Min answered flatly. Just a casual 24. From the Jeonju branch. The receptionist's mind went blank. What? He suddenly remembered a chat with his coworker. Did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this time. What? 115? Seriously? Yeah, it's insane. But the craziest part is that all 100 tickets came from the same place. Don't tell me one person bought them all. Whatever. If anyone says they're from the Jeonju branch, call the president immediately. They're a VIP. Yao Min's voice cut through his daze. Excuse me? The flustered receptionist stammered. I am so sorry, but could you please wait just a moment? Yao Min simply nodded. Fine. A few moments later, an elegant man in his 40s approached. Thank you for your patience. I am Gonzan Go, the president of Nonghap Bank. Yao Min introduced himself plainly. Yao Min, the president beamed. So, you're our legendary winner. Congratulations. Yao Min replied. Thanks. The president suggested. Shall we move to somewhere a bit more private? Please, follow me. He led the young man to the lottery business department. When the receptionist saw the president, she shot to her feet to greet him. Her mind was racing. Who was that person next to the president? Is that his son? The president announced. This young man is our VIP guest, here to claim his prize. Please ensure he is as comfortable as possible. The receptionist was stunned. A VIP? He was the one who won 100 tickets. The president was ever the gentleman. Now, please feel free to look around. Yao Min replied. Yes, thank you, sir. The receptionist took a deep breath. Just stay calm, she told herself. Welcome, sir. Please, have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? We have coffee, tea, and juice. Yao Min cut her off. I'm fine. More importantly, I'm here to claim my prize. The receptionist was a bit flustered, but remained professional. Ah, of course. First, I just need to verify the winning tickets. Sir. Yao Min placed a massive stack of lottery tickets on the counter. The receptionist's jaw dropped in disbelief. He bought them all of the same number. Can he see the future, or something? After a tense verification, she announced, I've confirmed everything. All tickets are valid first prize winners. Yao Min asked bluntly, So how much will I receive? She began calculating, sweating under the pressure. Yes, sir. The prize is approximately 22.5 billion won, but the taxes are quite substantial. After taxes, the final amount is around 15 billion won. Everything happened in a flash. With the prize money secured, Yao Min's master plan was already in motion. First, find a new place to live. And tonight, I open a trading account. Bitcoin is going to jump 500% next month, so I'll invest it all. Arriving at their new luxury apartment, Yao Min asked Yao Gun, What do you think of the new place? You like it? Yao Gun was ecstatic. Of course. It's incredible, Hayoung. I've never seen a place this huge and amazing before. I have to take a picture of this. Yao Min continued. This was the best place we could move into right away. The security is top-notch, too. Yao Gun looked confused. But Hyung, why are we just renting? With that kind of money, shouldn't we have bought it? Yao Min's next words stunned his younger brother. I don't have much money left. I already invested over 14 billion into Bitcoin. Yao Gun's eyes went wide. You did what? Yao Min replied calmly. I know what you're thinking, but this wasn't some brainless gamble. I can always make more from the lottery. I already dreamed of 4 more numbers. The ever-trusting Yao Gun stared in admiration. Dad only told me stories about people who dreamt of winning numbers. Hyung, you remember them all, right? Don't you dare forget them. Yao Min smiled faintly. I won't. Inside, he thought. There's no way I'd ever forget. Not after doing this countless times. He changed the subject. Let's go get dinner. Get ready to go out. Yao Gun's curiosity was sparked. Where are we eating out? Hyung. Yao Min replied. Didn't I tell you? We're on the move starting today. The scene cuts to Dong Min, who smashes his fist through a solid wall, staring at his knuckles with a look of pure ecstasy. I knew putting all my stats into strength was the right move. He punched again, thinking, and I still have the ancient language of strength. I can even double this power. I seriously lucked out with that random ancient language. Gazing at the web of cracks on the wall, Dong Min smirked. I bet even Taurus would be jealous of a punch like this. A psychotic grin spread across his face. Enough with the warm-up. Why not try this out in a real fight? In the neighborhood, a thunderous banging shattered the morning's peace. Dong Min stood before an apartment, hammering on the door, his voice a furious roar. Yao Min. He paused, clenching his fist until the knuckles cracked loudly. He muttered, that bastard can't be dead, but he's not answering his phone. Dong Min's brow furrowed, his eyes blazing, his face a mask of pure murderous intent. Yao Min, you arrogant bastard. Did you really think I would just let you go? He gritted his teeth. The image of Yao Min's disdainful gaze burned into his mind. After looking down on me like that, I'm going to kill you. He began pounding on the door again, as if to smash it from its hinges. His other hand gripped the knob, trying to wrench it open. We may both be players, but a failure is still a failure. I have to teach you a lesson. As he slammed his fist into the door, he wondered, that bastard is obviously hiding in there, so why won't he come out? Suddenly, Dong Min stopped. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes. He said loudly, Ah, I guess the coward isn't home. Well, no choice but to head back. He pressed his ear against the door, whispering a taunt. Yao Min, if you so much as breathe, I'll shatter this door to pieces. Suddenly, a voice called out, Hey, student. A bald man walked over, his expression stern. What do you think you're doing at someone else's door? Dong Min retorted arrogantly. What's it to you, old man? Are you the landlord or something? The man calmly adjusted his glasses. As a matter of fact, I am the landlord. Dong Min was speechless. Huh? The landlord asked again. And what exactly are you doing? A friend? Dong Min stammered, trying to sound casual. Yeah, a friend. Could you please open the door? I lost contact with him. The landlord let out a long sigh. Oh dear. Looks like your friend left you behind. Dong Min's face went pale. The man explained that the room was now empty. The student who lived there had already moved out. Dong Min lost his composure, his questions tumbling out. What? When? Where did he go? The landlord replied, He just moved out today. I have no idea where he went. Dong Min's fists clenched in fury, a silent curse on his lips. That bastard ran away without a single word. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Yugen stood before a luxurious skyscraper, his eyes wide with wonder at the magnificent architecture. He was completely in awe. It was his first time in a place like this, and everything was simply overwhelming. Stepping inside, he was even surprised to see a revolving door. Watching his brother Yumin check in with a keycard, Yugen's jaw dropped. They even have access cards, and when the guard confirmed Yumin's identity, he thought admiringly, there's security, too. He turned to his brother, buzzing with excitement. Hyung, this place is amazing. Yumin led him toward the elevator, his voice low. Let's go. We're on the 43rd floor. Yugen quickly followed. Okay. Inside Yumin's apartment, the spacious interior and high-end furnishings glittered under the bright lights. Yugen looked around, curious. How big is this place? Yumin replied, about 330 square meters. Yugen's jaw hit the floor. 330, he gasped. It's just the two of us. Isn't this a little too big? A self-satisfied smile spread across Yumin's face. We have plenty of money now. This is the least we can do. Yugen pressed on. So, how much was the contract? Yumin did the math in his head. The deposit was 500 million, and the monthly rent is 22 million. Yumin's head spun as he heard the numbers. 22 million a month for rent. He remembered just a few days ago, he was worried that spending 5,000 won at a convenience store was too extravagant. He tried to backpedal anxiously. Hyung, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to find somewhere cheaper? Yuman casually inspected the apartment with a nod. But look at it this way. He turned, his voice firm. Yugen, no. We have to spend at least this much. The more expensive it is, the better the security, he explained, his gaze turning serious. On the first day of every month, all players fall into a deep sleep. That's when we're most vulnerable. Disasters like fires, earthquakes, or even assassins hired by other players. We have to be in the safest place possible. An image of Yuman flashed, his expression cold and emotionless, no matter how strong you are in that other world. It all ends if you die in the real one. Yuman then asked his brother, don't you like this house? Yugen replied, the house is incredible, but why do you ask? Yuman didn't answer directly, just offering a small smile. Good. I'm glad you like it. Yugen was confused by his brother's meaning. He turned away, his face clouded with sadness and worry. I'm sorry. Yuman looked at him, a question in his eyes. You are? Yugen's voice was heavy with self-blame. Next month, you'll be dragged back to another world to fight for your life. But I'm just sitting here, enjoying everything like nothing's wrong. I'm so useless. I'm sorry. Yuman placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Why are you so down? Don't you think I'll win the next round? Yugen hesitated. Well, Yuman quickly brushed it aside. Don't even think about it. Let's go get something to eat. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is really good. Yugen nodded. Okay. Suddenly, Yuman's phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen and smirked when he saw Dongmin's name. So, he knows I moved. Just ignore him. Yuman slipped the phone into his pocket. He had no intention of seeing him in the real world, but perhaps they'd meet again in the other one. A day after moving in, Yuman woke up with a yawn. He walked out of his room to see Yugen already dressed, holding a bag and ready to go out. He asked, Yugen, where are you headed? Yugen looked up, surprised. Oh, you're awake. I ordered some rice cakes, so I was just going to pick them up. Yuman blinked, confused. Rice cakes, he thought to himself. Rice cakes. This has never happened before. Returning to the past doesn't guarantee everything stays the same, but this is the first time he's ever gone out to buy rice cakes, isn't it? He asked. Why'd you buy rice cakes? Yugen explained with an excited voice. Since we just moved in, we have to give them to our neighbors. It's the polite thing to do, right? Yuman nodded, thinking with a smile. Being a good neighbor isn't so bad. That's a great idea. That's my little brother. All right, he suggested. Shouldn't we go greet them together? Let me get changed. Just wait a second. Soon, the intercom buzzed and Yugen's cheerful voice rang out. Hello. We just moved in next door. We came to say hello. A woman opened the door, smiling warmly. Oh, welcome. She looked between the two of them. You two look so much alike. Are you brothers? Yugen replied brightly. Yes, we are. He offered the bag. We brought some rice cakes for you. They're best when they're still warm. The woman's expression softened. Oh, my goodness. Thank you both so much. I'll be sure to enjoy them. Yuman gave a polite bow. Thank you. We'll see you around. They then continued on to the other apartments. Yuman introduced them. We just moved into Unit 4302 yesterday. Yugen handed over the gift with a radiant smile. Here are some rice cakes. Yuman added, It's nice to meet you. Please take care of us. When they gave a bag to another family, the neighbor smiled. We'll enjoy these. A mother prompted her young son. What do you say? The little boy bowed politely to Yuman. Thank you, Hyun. The two brothers went from door to door. As they reached the final house, an exhausted Yugen tried to rally himself. Hyun, just one more to go. Just one more stop, Min said cheerfully. Yeah, let's say our hellos and call it a day. On the way to the last apartment, Min turned to Gun. This floor has a penthouse, you know. They bought out the entire 44th and 45th floors. Gun's eyes went wide. Whoa. So they're crazy rich, right? I'm not sure, Min admitted, but they've got to be someone wealthy or famous. They rang the doorbell and waited, but got no answer. Gun tilted his head. Huh, you think they're not home? He pressed the button again, but there was still no response. He turned back to Min. Looks like nobody's here. But as he spoke, something else captured both of their attentions. Gun's head snapped around, his jaw dropping in absolute awe. In front of them, a breathtakingly beautiful woman with blonde hair, dressed in designer clothes, stepped out of the elevator. It was the actress, Ain. She looked over at the two brothers, a hint of surprise on her face. Gun couldn't help but whisper, She's beautiful. Like an angel. Suddenly, a man's arm shot out, blocking their view as Sang-Chun stepped forward, his expression severe. Who are you? He demanded. Are you fans? Gun was too flustered to speak, but Min calmly replied, "What? No, we live on the floor below." Gun stepped forward, offering their rice cakes, which seemed to stun Sang Chun. You live downstairs? I thought you were someone else. Please, have some rice cakes, Gun said quickly. But Sang Chun coldly refused. She doesn't need them. Besides, she doesn't eat that kind of thing, he added. The two brothers stood there, embarrassed, as Sang Chun swiped a keycard. Get inside, he told Ain. Oh, she said, stepping into the apartment, but not before giving the brothers one last glance. Min bristled at Sang Chun's incredible arrogance. Who does that guy think he is? He muttered to Gun. Don't pay any attention to that jerk. Gun, still dazed, was startled back to reality. Huh? Oh, it's fine. Then, his eyes lit up with pure excitement. Did you see her? She was so beautiful. Min was completely baffled. What? Gun couldn't believe his brother's question. What do you mean? What? You just saw her. Min still didn't get it. Gun grabbed his shoulders and shouted. That was Ain. The famous actress, Ain. Min just stared back blankly. Who's Ain? Meanwhile, social media was on fire with terrible news. The beloved actor Kun Cook had died of a heart attack. Fans were devastated by the shocking development. Kim, Chow, and countless other major actors were gone. Forever. A recent poll showed only 58% of celebrities had managed to survive. Another article reported that actor Kwang Min was suffering from a severe panic and anxiety disorder, forcing the filming of Urban Crime to be suspended indefinitely. In her living room, Ain scrolled through the headlines and sighed. What is even happening to this world? Her face was a mask of tension and fear. Her phone buzzed with a message from Hong X. Ain, did you see the news? Khan Segi is gone. She quickly typed her reply. Yeah, I saw. They texted back and forth, making plans to go to the actor's funeral. Are you going to the viewing tomorrow? I have to. He took such good care of us. Then let's go together. Okay. Ain put her phone down, her heart pounding. She couldn't believe that someone even more successful than her had died in the very first round. She knew if she hadn't obtained a good ancient language, her name would be on that list too. She closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. I've grown so much stronger. I never thought I'd have to worry about my own obituary. It was unbelievable. She thought back. Without the company's sponsorship, could she have ever gotten this strong? Even this penthouse was bought and paid for by them. Sang Chun walked over. What are you thinking about, Ain? Are you hiding something? No, it's nothing. He sat beside her, his voice calm. It's all right. You can tell me anything. She lowered her guard. I was just wondering why the world had to become like this. How am I supposed to survive the next round? Sang Chun said gently. Don't worry. I'm here. What do you have to be afraid of? He turned his head away slightly. You're worrying too much. Just trust me and get some rest. Ain forced a smile. Of course. Who else is there for me to trust? She wondered. When the company first assigned him as her assistant and bodyguard, she had been incredibly wary. It felt like they just wanted to keep an eye on her. But then she remembered the battles. Without Sang Chun, she would have died back in round 1. I will protect you at all costs, he said, so don't you dare give up. Ain felt a little more at ease. Okay. Thank you so much. She changed the subject. They brought me rice cakes. They must be new here. They look pretty good. Sang Chun replied sternly, if you eat that, you'll just gain weight. But they went to all that trouble just to say hello. Ain countered. They must be disappointed. Sang Chun dismissed her concern. Just forget about it. It's only a greeting. He suspected their motives. They just want to use you. Give them an inch, and they'll bother you forever. But Ain remembered the brothers' faces. They didn't seem like bad people. Our neighbors are over 15. She reasoned. So they must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right? I suppose so, Sang Chun replied without much interest. It's fascinating, Ain said. People who've been through something so dangerous can act as if nothing ever happened. Sang Chun scoffed. You think killing 100 goblins is hard. Only an idiot would fail at that. Ain hated that attitude. That's easy for you to say. She thought, your skills from the other world are exceptional. She then remembered that brave young man from the first round. Compared to him, even Sang Chun wasn't nearly as skilled. That man they called Black Dog. He fought so ferociously, she almost felt pity for the goblins. She found herself incredibly curious about his true identity. He must have a normal job in the real world, she thought. I wonder what he does. She knew, with chilling certainty, that to survive the second round, she needed to team up with someone truly powerful. She hugged herself, remembering the terror of round 1. The only reason I survived was pure luck. Will I even make it out alive next time? Tuesday, November 30th. Morning at the two brothers' home. The drone of a vacuum cleaner filled the air. Yo-Gu, busy cleaning, heard a noise and glanced at the door. Yo-Min had just walked in. He's back. Yogu's face lit up. You're home. He shut off the vacuum. Did you manage to get it? Yeomin replied with a simple, yeah, while typing on his phone. This time, the haul wasn't as big. Probably around 15 billion. Last time, it was 17 billion. Yogu was floored. Are you kidding me? The bank didn't say anything. This is the 4th time I've won, Yeomin said nonchalantly. A flashback to the Nonghaya bank where the teller was in total shock. You're back again? The man had asked. What's your secret? Yeomin gave his usual reply. I already told you last time. I was told in a dream. The man was in awe with a hint of jealousy. That's incredible. I wish I had prophetic dreams too. Yogu, fed up with his brother's story, changed the subject. Whatever. Are you planning to dump all this money into Bitcoin again? Yeomin was confident. Of course. It's already grown to 150 billion. But Yogu was worried. Bro, shouldn't we cash out now? I'm scared we're going to lose everything. Yeomin dismissed his fears. Not yet. He reassured him, don't worry so much. I'll handle everything. He suggested they go grab a bite to eat. The two brothers headed to a Western restaurant for dinner. Night fell, and after buying some things, they returned home. Tuesday night, November 30th, 5:55 p.m. In his bedroom, Yeomin prepared to sink into a deep sleep. Yogu sat beside him, watching over his brother. He gripped Yeomin's hand, his eyes filled with fear. Hyung, you have to survive and come back, okay? Yeomin tried to soothe him. You saw me take down Bang Tae-gil, didn't you? But Yogu still wasn't convinced. Yeomin affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair. Don't worry. Just go to sleep. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you. Yeomin followed a golden stream of light into another world, materializing in his combat gear. All around him, other players appeared in a forest under a gloomy sky. Panic erupted. We're back already? It happened instantly. A woman clutched her head in terror. We're in this place again. Someone else looked around frantically. Where are we? This doesn't look like the first round. Another woman turned her head, shocked. Huh, it's him. All eyes shot toward Yeomin, known only as Black Dog, the guy who ranked number 1 in the last round. They began to whisper. He's the one who slaughtered all those goblins, right? The number 1 ranker, Black Dog. Yeomin walked forward, noticing their terrified stares, the way they kept their distance. It seems they recognized me. He scanned the crowd. It looked like everyone had been gathered. When is it going to show up? His red eyes turned razor sharp. Just then, an angel appeared, shimmering with a brilliant aura. The players were stunned. Right, what happened? The angel announced. The angel in charge of the first round met with an accident and will no longer be appearing. Shock rippled through the crowd. An accident, the being calmed them. Do not panic, humans. The angel gave a sinister smile. I will be your devoted guide from now on. It looked down and declared, since you are all here, shall we announce the mission for the second round? As it spoke, a system window materialized before every player. Everyone stared intently at the notification. The screen displayed the second round's main mission. Select a regional representative within 3 hours. Total participants in the entire zone, 900,514,645. Cleared, over 900,514,645. Current region ESK 45 participants, 5,143. Cleared 5,143. One player gasped, select a regional representative. What the hell is that? Another put his hands on his hips, rubbing his chin. I'm guessing they'll have us fight some monsters. Before he could finish, the person next to him pointed at the board in horror. Wait, look at the cleared number. The first man was stunned. Does this mean we can all survive this time? The angel's lips curled into a smile, its eyes glinting with amusement. You all look so confused. Allow me to explain. It gestured with a theatrical flair. You see, this trial has nothing to do with fighting. You just need to choose a representative, and you're done. The angel crossed its arms and continued. The regional representative has the power to command others. If they tell someone to quit, that person must quit. If they order someone to die, that person will lose their life. It laughed, thoroughly enjoying itself. Isn't that an absolutely wonderful power? The crowd below fell into a heavy silence. A man covered in tattoos scowled with contempt. The angel looked down, reminding them, in 3 hours, you will all receive a ballot. On the ballot, simply write the name of the person you wish to elect as your regional representative. Someone raised their hand, skeptical. That's it? There aren't any other rules? The angel smirked. That's right. Just hold an election to complete the mission, and you can all go home. Consider it a short break. The crowd erupted into chaos and relief. All we have to do is vote, we're saved. I don't have to fight anymore. This is way too easy compared to the first round. Yeomin stood back from the celebration, his expression lost in thought, not joining the joyous crowd. The angel was enveloped in a sparkling light. Before departing, it spoke one last time. Well then, for the next 3 hours, you should all discuss who will become your regional representative. Time remaining, 2 hours and 59 minutes. A young woman smiled. So we really can survive just by doing this. It's a piece of cake. And if you become the representative, you even get to hold all the power. Dong Min crossed his arms, grinding his teeth and cursing. Damn it. All that preparation for a fight was a complete waste. The guy next to him heard this and rushed over to suck up. Dong Min, forget it. What does it matter if we survive with a ballot? Dong Min was furious. I poured all my stats into strength, and no chance to prove myself. That's what really gets to me. From the shadows, Yao Min watched Dong Min's back, thinking, so he's putting everything into raw power. The strength rune is appearing this time, too? He turned, his gaze turning ice cold. Hoan Dong Min's rune. This entire situation. It was all exactly as he remembered. Yao Min glanced at the crowd. They were wasting 3 hours arguing over a representative, but that was irrelevant to him. He turned on his heel and strode into the forest. Sword in hand, his eyes were like frozen steel. A main quest always means side quests exist. And for round 2, the hidden objective was clear. Level up and obtain a class. Yao Min gripped his sword, his goal set. I have to hit level 10, and fast. Just then, a goblin crept up from behind. It clutched a bone club, its eyes filled with malice. Yao Min let out a taunting smirk. Come on. With a guttural roar, the goblin lunged. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Min blurred past it. His sword drew a perfect, crimson arc through the air. A spray of blood erupted, and the system chimed. Goblin defeated. Current kill count, 1 of 100. Triple experience buff applied. Experience gained, plus 9%. Gold gained, plus 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher rune effect. Yao Min's resolve hardened. Hunting deep in this forest was the right call. He tightened his grip on the blood-slick sword. He knew that where there's one goblin, there's always a pack. And just as he thought, countless more swarmed from the bushes. They brandished crude swords with savage eyes. A satisfied grin spread across Yao Min's face. Perfect. His face was already splattered with goblin blood. He flung one aside with brutal force, his blade piercing straight through another. The system chimed again. You have defeated a goblin. Current kill count, 50 of 100. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher rune effect. You have leveled up. Time remaining for discussion, 2 hours, 24 minutes. Yao Min wiped the blood from his cheek, surprised. It's only been 30 minutes. He summoned his status window. A screen materialized before him. Name, Yao Min. Nickname, Black Hook. Rank, Rookie. Level, 9. Class, None. Titles, Time Traveler, Hidden. First Angel Slayer, Hidden. Stats, Strength, 7. Intelligence, 4. Agility, 18. Luck, 7. Available stat points, 8. Yao Min stared at his stats. Level 9 already. He decided to put all his points into agility. Early on, agility is everything. If I had revealed a strength rune like Hoang Dong Min, focusing on power would be more efficient. But a pure strength build is a glass cannon. It's too hard to survive. His agility shot up. It doesn't matter how strong you are. If you can't dodge a fatal blow, you're finished. The status window refreshed. Name, Yao Min. Nickname, Black Hook. Rank, Rookie. Level, 9. Class, None. Titles, Time Traveler, Hidden. First Angel Slayer, Hidden. Stats, Strength, 7. Intelligence, 4. Agility, 30. Luck, 4. His common rune skill boosted his agility, increasing his attack and movement speed. It also raised his evasion rate. And luck, that boosted his critical hit chance and item drops. Yao Min scanned his stats. Not a single wasted point. He recalled the feeling of wielding a spear and swung his blade. His gaze was razor sharp, especially against a Reaper. You need both physical and magic damage. A balanced build is key. Suddenly, he felt a gaze on his back. He whipped his head around, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Someone's watching me. I was too focused on the hunt to notice. Yao Min aimed his blood-soaked sword into the shadows. He snarled, I don't know who you are, but come out now. State your purpose, or you will die here. The forest fell silent until the crunch of dry leaves announced someone's approach. It was Seo Ain. She raised her hands hesitantly. It's me. Yao Min's mind raced. The actress, Seo Ain. Why is she following me? She spoke up. I'm sorry for following you. Then, a man emerged from behind her. Please, forgive the intrusion. He held his hands up in a placating gesture. We mean you no harm. Please don't be alarmed. Yao Min recognized him instantly, and Sang Chun, his eyes narrowed. Isn't that Ma Locke's right-hand man? In the recesses of his mind, Yao Min's memories swirled. Ma Locke, eldest son of the nation's most powerful corporation. His nickname, the Heavenly Demon. An absolute powerhouse. A colossal black serpent coiled in the darkness of his memory, a symbol of immense danger. Getting Ma Locke on his side would be a massive advantage, but his real goal was to recruit the priest tied to him in the 20th round. He glanced back at An Sang Chun and Seo Ain. Why isn't Sang Chun with Seo Ain? He wondered. Then he recalled a rumor about Ma Locke sponsoring a famous actress. It must be her. Yao Min finally spoke. How long have you been following me? Seo Ain answered, her voice laced with anxiety. Since the very beginning, I saw you head into the forest and just followed. I'm sorry if we disturbed you. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yao Min's face. Why? Seo Ain fumbled for words. We don't have any bad intentions. We just wanted to make a proposal. Yao Min's brow furrowed. A proposal? Seo Ain clasped her hands, forcing a smile. Yes. You took first place in the first round, didn't you? She could see his patience wearing thin. She quickly added, we were wondering if you'd consider cooperating with us. Yao Min let out a derisive snort. Cooperation? Doesn't that term imply a mutual need? Seo Ain hesitated, crossing her arms. Well, yes. Yao Min's voice was glacial. And what could I possibly need from you? I can handle myself just fine. Stop wasting my time. Go back. He turned to leave. I have no intention of forming a party with either of you. Seo Ain and Sang Chun watched in silence as his figure retreated. Sang Chun sighed. What the hell is wrong with that guy? Just how arrogant can one person be? Suddenly, Seo Ain's legs gave out and she collapsed. Sang Chun rushed to her side, panicked. Miss Ain. She gasped for breath, looking up. He's not the top rank for nothing. The pressure he gives off. It's suffocating. Sang Chun was baffled. What pressure? He glared and pointed a sword at you. Of course, you were scared. This is all wrong. Seo Ain sighed. I wanted to team up with the #1 player, but this isn't what I expected. Sang Chun nodded. I told you, a guy like that is too arrogant. He doesn't need allies. Seo Ain agreed. Yeah, still a shame though. Glancing at the piles of dead hobgoblins, Sang Chun scoffed. Let's not waste our time following him. Seo Ain stood and brushed himself off. But I never knew these monsters were in the forest. We should use the time we have left to hunt. Sang Chun nodded. Not a bad idea. All right, let's move. Seo Ain said cheerfully. Meanwhile, deep in the silent woods, a lone hobgoblin scanned its surroundings with caution. Yao Min lunged from behind, his hand reaching out. I'm swamped as it is. Why would I want to cooperate? He drove his blade straight into the hobgoblin. Leveling up is my top priority, and going solo gives the most experience. The monster collapsed to the ground. A system window appeared. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kill count, 60 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of the ancient rune, Butcher. From the bushes, 5 grotesque gnolls emerged, weapons raised. Yao Min's lips curled into a smirk. 5 gnolls at once? I've hit the jackpot. They charged, preparing a powerful assault. Yao Min tightened his grip on his sword. In a flash of steel, all 5 gnolls fell to the ground. The system chimed again. You have defeated a gnoll. Current kill count, 65 out of 100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of the ancient rune, Butcher. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. Yao Min's gaze sharpened. I have met the conditions for a class advancement. A flood of notifications lit up his vision. You have leveled up and reached level 10. You are now eligible for a class advancement. The shop function is now available to you. After all that grinding, Yao Min's hard work was finally paying off. He had finally done it. He read the notice board. Round 2 sub-quest. Achieve a class advancement before the voting period begins. Obtain the required item and acquire a job. Success grants a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Yao Min mused. Most people seeing a sub-quest for the first time will be totally lost. Just as he thought, the other players were in chaos. A class advancement item isn't leveling up enough. Where do we even get one? It doesn't even tell us our job. The announcements continued. Everyone knew that getting a job was crucial, but nobody knew how to obtain the advancement item. The system display updated. A class advancement item can only be obtained by fulfilling specific conditions. Warrior. Raise strength to at least 10 and kill 30 monsters in the allotted time. Berserker. Must hunt and shed blood. Assassin. Successfully assassinate multiple monsters. Each player had to complete tasks related to their class to receive their advancement item. Yao Min thought back to his past life. when he'd been injured by hobgoblins and forced to hide behind a tree. Back then, I constantly hunted monsters while hiding in the woods, so I naturally became a hunter. But now, he stared at the strange, glowing orb in his hand. This time, after learning about the Reaper class, I immediately chose this mysterious item. Use, he commanded. A new window appeared. You have used a class advancement item. Your job cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Do you wish to advance to the Reaper class? Without a moment's hesitation, Yumin pressed yes. The strange item erupted in a brilliant crimson light, enveloping Yumin. System, you have advanced to the Reaper class. The notifications poured in. Class advancement reward, Ancient Rune of Death. Effect, during the day, weapon attack power is doubled. At night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, the probability of being detected by enemies is drastically reduced. The Ancient Rune has been automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The system displayed another reward. Class advancement reward, Reaper's Scythe. Yumin was ecstatic. I got an Ancient Rune and a weapon. Subquest complete. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Your rank has increased from Rookie to Apprentice. He opened his status window. Name, Yumin. Nickname, Black Sphere. Rank, Apprentice. Level, 10. Class, Reaper. Titles, Hidden Time Traveler. First to kill an angel. Hidden. Stats, Strength. 4. Intelligence. 4. Agility. 31. Luck. 4. Stat points. 6. Bonus agility from Ancient Rune. A system explanation appeared. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster, level 99. Master, 60. Adept, 40. Regular, 20. Apprentice, 10. And Rookie, 1. Ranking up grants, bonuses, and new skills. Update. You have learned the class skill Mark of Death. Effect. Creates a mark, allowing the caster to see the target's remaining health. The target takes an additional 100% damage when attacked. It only works on a single target, but now I can equip higher-level items. Reaper's Scythe. Type, Rare Weapon. Attack, 25. Effect, +1 attack power per swing. Stacks up to a maximum of +5. Durability, 200 out of 225. Requirement, Apprentice rank or higher. Description, a giant scythe said to be wielded by the Reaper himself. A rookie would find it difficult to handle. Yumin stood tall amidst the field of monster corpses. If you don't get a class advancement, you're a rookie forever. Leveling up quickly is the only way. A new notification appeared. You are the first player to achieve a class advancement. Reward, random gold pouch. The first player to advance. Right on schedule, you have learned the neutral skill, Track. Effect, detect the location of a target, but their face and nickname must match. Cost, 20 gold. Yumin smirked at the skill window. 20 gold A. Might as well test it out. He activated Track. System, face and nickname match for Huang Dongmin. Commencing tracking. The system locked onto Donovan Huang's position. 190 meters away. Yumin followed the tracking arrow's path. 190 meters. So, he's in the forest now? He mulled it over. The distance dropped from 2 kilometers to just this. Should he follow them discreetly? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the woods, Sarah and Sang Chun were running for their lives. Their breaths came in ragged gasps. Sarah collapsed, clutching her knees, completely out of air. I can't run anymore. Sang Chun urged her on. We have to keep going. We're done for if they catch us. He helped her up, his voice filled with worry. I know your leg hurts, but you have to push through. Sarah trembled, her voice weak. I'm sorry. The arrow wound, it burns so much. Sang Chun gritted his teeth, trying to reassure her. It's just a theory, but injuries in here don't affect our real bodies. If we survive this, we go home. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Sarah forced herself to stand. Okay, I'll try. But suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the trees. And just where do you think you're going with an injury like that? Sarah and Sang Chun whipped around in terror. Donovan Huang and his crew had them cornered. A contemptuous smirk played on his lips. Doesn't seem to hurt enough, does it? Sang Chun cursed under his breath. Damn it. He shot a resentful glare at Sarah. This damn girl is too slow. Now we're caught because of her. He gripped his dagger tightly. It seemed there was no choice but to fight. Donovan let out a mocking whistle. Oh, look at this. He tilted his head with pure arrogance. You really want to take us on, old man? He gestured to his 3 lackeys, 1 with a bow, 2 with daggers, then laughed victoriously. Open your eyes and look at the numbers. How many of you are there? Why are you doing this? Sang Chun yelled. What did we ever do to you? Donovan paused for a moment, then gave a smug grin. Oh, you? You did absolutely nothing. Sang Chun stammered. Then, then why attack us? I just want something, Donovan replied. He paused, letting the suspense build. What is it you want? Sang-chun demanded. Donovan simply pointed at Syrah, who froze in shock. The girl you're with. A wicked smile spread across his face. Since we're both men, I have no business with you. One of his thugs squinted. Is that really Sarah? Another one scoffed. Are you blind? Of course it is. You can tell it's her just by looking at her face. The last one chimed in. Or it could be someone copying her appearance. Their vile words made the color drain from Syrah's face. She felt like her soul was leaving her body. Donovan offered a deal. If you agree to leave Syrah behind, I'll let you walk away. What do you say? Sang-chun's mind raced. If their target was Syrah all along, they should have just said so from the start. I would have just abandoned her. He looked at Sarah with a pained expression. I'm not planning to die for this girl, but if I fail to protect her, Director Ma will be extremely disappointed. Sang-chun readied his weapon to attack. Donovan laughed in disbelief, a sneer on his face. Huh, what's this supposed to mean? You want to fight? Sang-chun tried to threaten them. Do you have any idea what kind of crime this is? Donovan couldn't believe his ears. A crime. The whole group burst into laughter like immature kids who just won a game. Donovan's voice dripped with condescension. Go on, then. Try and do something about it. But what proof do you have? This face might not even be my real one. Sang-chun seethed with anger, thinking, he's right. This is so frustrating. He realized words weren't enough to make them back down. A fight was inevitable. Suddenly, Sang-chun's eyes widened as he looked at a nearby tree. Donovan turned his head to see what he was looking at. Perched high on a branch was Yuman, observing the scene with his arms crossed. He stepped forward, his gaze sharp. What are you two doing here? Donovan, despite his ignorance, was too proud to back down. Hey buddy, why don't you mind your own business? Yuman's response was ice cold. I'll ask again, and I expect an answer. What's going on here? Sang-chun didn't hesitate. Their target is Sarah. That's why they ambushed us. If you help us, I'll be forever in your debt. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Yuman as he stared down Donovan. Is what he said true? Donovan acted as if he didn't understand. So what if it is? He shot back. This has nothing to do with you. As Yuman took a step forward, a menacing crimson aura began to swirl around him. Sang-chun looked on, bewildered. What does that mean? Yuman declared, I happen to know these people. Fear finally crept into Donovan's eyes. What? What are you planning to do? The red light pulsed around Yuman, radiating an overwhelming pressure. I won't let you harm them. Donovan gritted his teeth, glaring with pure hatred. But Sarah and Sang-chun looked on with relief, as if they'd been saved. Yuman, thank you. Yuman clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, there's something in this for me, too. He glanced at Sang-chun, his mind calculating. If I help him, I'll make a good impression on Director Ma. Having a conglomerate like that owe me a favor. The potential rewards would be massive. The payback would be well worth it. Yuman's cold gaze settled on Donovan's crew. Besides, I can't stand scumbags like them anyway. Panic set in. They started backing away, shouting insults. Hey, Yuman, what do you think you're doing? You bastard, get lost. I'll kill you if you take another step. But their threats were meaningless. Yuman's expression remained as cold as ice. He goaded them, his voice dripping with condescension. What's wrong? Don't want to fight me anymore? Donovan glared at him. Damn it. What are you talking about? You slaughtered that goblin horde in the blink of an eye. You're the #1 ranked player. Would you want to fight a monster like that? He suddenly flinched as if realizing what he'd said. Yuman stated plainly, if you don't want to fight, just say so. Donovan asked cautiously. If I say it, will you really let us go? Yuman crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. I might consider it, if you get on your knees and beg for your life. Donovan froze, the humiliation of the demand sinking in. So, you're telling me to disgrace myself. He glanced at his crewmates, his pride on the line, with all my friends watching. And right in front of Sarah, too. A bitter smirk formed on Donovan's lips as he stared back at Yuman. I really didn't want to fight him, if I could help it. But you've really pissed me off now. You son of a bitch. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Wait a second. He remembered the last time he went to Damien's house. Wasn't he strong enough to shatter a wall with his bare hands? If I get lucky, I might even be able to take him down in a single punch. Dominic smirked, a look of pure contempt on his face. He clenched his fist in front of his chest, arrogantly threatening Damien. You've crossed the line, you bastard. He rolled his shoulders and challenged him. What was that you wanted me to do? Get on my knees and beg? Are you asking to die? Dominic's mind raced with the thrilling image of landing a clean punch on Damien's face. Yes, I'll just get in close like this. and smash his face in. Even he couldn't survive a blow like that. How could a normal person withstand a punch that could destroy a wall? With a surge of power, Damien made his scythe vanish. Dominic stared in shock. What? What are you doing? You're just tossing your weapon aside. Damien's words dripped with mockery. It wouldn't be fair if you fought me barehanded. While I was holding a weapon, would it? A victory that easy would just be boring. Hearing that, Dominic felt his pride shatter. His blood boiled as he spat. You're a ridiculous son of a bitch. In an instant, Damien charged forward, leaving Dominic stunned. He moved like lightning, closing the distance in a flash. For a split second, Dominic threw his own punch toward Damien. You absolute moron. You throw away your weapon and leave your head wide open. He aimed his fist straight for Damien's head. Die. But in the blink of an eye, Dominic lost sight of him completely. Damien dodged the punch with blinding speed. Then he drove his knee straight into Dominic's gut, sending a wave of agony through him. The fatal blow was so powerful it sent Dominic flying nearly 100 meters away. He writhed on the ground, crying out in pain, "Ugh, you bastard." He lifted his head to glare at Damien. Damien spoke with disgust, stopped with the pathetic cursing. He said, punctuating his words with another kick, "It's disgusting to listen to." All Dominic could do was scream, "Ah!" Terror filled him as he scrambled backward. Damien grabbed Dominic by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. He then began landing merciless punch after punch on his face. The pain was unbearable for Dominic. This wasn't just a punch. It felt like his face was being smashed with a sledgehammer. He looked at Damien as if he were staring at a cold-blooded demon. Is this bastard just as strong as me? But he doesn't have the ancient power language like I do. He couldn't believe it. How is he this powerful? With his blood-red eyes, Damien looked both cold and incredibly cool. Dominic's friends quickly drew their bows, aiming at Damien. "Shoot that bastard!" An arrow flew straight toward him. Seeing this, Sarah screamed, "Damien, move!" He instantly leaned to his left. After his shot missed, Dominic's friend cursed, "Get lost and die." In a split second, Damien turned and rushed toward him. He moved with superhuman speed, like Sonic the Hedgehog himself. In a flash, he was right in front of the archer. He looked down on the guy and provoked him. "You must have gotten lucky to hunt monsters and get a bow like that, huh?" The guy's face went pale as he stared at Damien. With a thrill, Damien used his ancient language power to summon his scythe. Then he swung it at the archer. "Unlucky for you." His crimson scythe sliced through the air. "You had to run into me." He brought the blade down on the archer's arm. The man collapsed, screaming in agony. "My arm!" The remaining lackeys, though terrified, tried to raise their weapons and act tough in front of Damien. "You bastard! You think you can just mess with us and walk away?" The bald-headed one recklessly charged toward Damien. "Die, you son of a bitch." Damien just smirked and said, "You think so." He then chanted the spell, Death Mark. A glowing red symbol appeared on the charging man's back. Damien gripped his scythe, channeling the ancient language's power. He raised the scythe high. Damien stood his ground, then swung the heavy blade with immense force. Before the man could even attack, his legs took the full force of Damien's strike, completely severed from his body. He let out a blood-curdling scream that sent his teammates into a panic. The last man's face turned white as a sheet, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Before he could even process what happened, Damien was on him like a whirlwind. He appeared at his side, his voice a cold taunt. "Daring to attack me with a weapon. You must have some nerve, huh?" The man panicked as his arm was sliced off, screaming in pain. Damien glanced back at his fallen enemies, thinking to himself, "Death Mark is no joke. It really does double the damage." A single strike tore right through their armor. Watching them writhe in pain before me, it's satisfying. Way too easy, but his face darkened. This isn't how it ends. Damien gripped his Death Scythe, his gaze turning razor-sharp. "I have to carve fear so deep into them they never dare to come near me again." The man with no legs groaned, trembling as he tried to pull himself up. The long-haired one, his face ghostly pale, begged in desperation. "Please, stop. I'm going to die. Spare me." Damien brandished his scythe, making the man shriek in terror. He spoke coldly, barely. "You've only coughed up a little blood. You're not dying yet." With that settled, Damien let out a sigh of relief, but then he realized something. He turned his head, his sharp eyes locking onto Dominic. He stared at the pathetic faces of his former bullies. Compared to the pain they caused him, this was nothing. Se-Ain and Sang-Chun watched, worried by Juman's sheer brutality. Sang-Chun was horrified. He'd mercilessly severed both of the man's hands. Even though they'd already lost their will to fight, this felt so cruel. But a part of him admired that cold-hearted resolve. He spoke gravely. "That's the Grim Reaper for you." The man turned on Dong Min, screaming, "You dare defy the guild master?" Juman suddenly turned back, his voice calm. "Are you two all right?" Sang Chun snapped out of his daze. Yeah. Thanks to you. Juman gestured to their fallen enemies. You don't have to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're completely crippled. It's best we just go and vote. Si Ain bowed her head, her voice trembling. Thank you so much for helping us. Sang Chun also thanked him. But Si Ain was still hesitant. But won't they just die soon anyway? She was stunned by Juman's indifference. So what? They're not even worth as much as animals. Juman glanced at Si Ain's disbelief, thinking to himself, so soft. Why would anyone care about the lives of scum like this? She acts like some kind of saint. Probably has to maintain her celebrity image. His thoughts were cut short by Sang Chun. Mr. Grim Reaper. He raised his hand timidly. Can I ask you something? I hope you don't mind. Juman replied, What is it? Sang Chun asked, Why did you spare them? In this world, killing them wouldn't be a big deal. Hearing this, Dongmin's eyes went blank with absolute terror. Juman remained calm. The reason? Inside, he was impressed. He really is the cross-eyed Demon King's right-hand man. Looking at their terrified faces as if they were staring at death itself, he answered, It's simple. There's nothing to gain by killing them. Sang Chun was doubtful. Nothing to gain? That's right. Juman glanced at the crippled enemies, while Sang Chun fretted. Still, leaving them like this could cause trouble later. Juman looked at them, trembling on the ground, and said dismissively, Trouble? He scoffed. What could they possibly do? Then his tone turned serious. Besides, reducing the population is a bad move. Fewer survivors means fewer rewards, and less shelter for those who clear the stage. Understanding dawned on Sang Chun, and he nodded. Ah, I see. He realized Juman was right. If the number of survivors drops, the available shelters also decrease. He's even thinking about that aspect of the game. His understanding of this world was on a completely different level. Truly impressive. Sang Chun sighed in agreement. I get it. We won't waste any more time on this trash. Juman turned to leave. Good. Then I'm off. Sang Chun quickly stopped him. Wait, Mr. Grim Reaper. He hurried to add, If you give me your account number, I'll send you a reward back in the real world. Juman didn't even bother to look back. Don't bother. Si Ain and Sang Chun just watched as his figure slowly disappeared into the distance. Sang Chun was amazed. He helps people without asking for anything in return. His face was a mask of surprise. I have to report this to the guild master immediately. Dong Min's pained groans drew Sang Chun's attention. He wanted to finish them off, but he held back, remembering the Grim Reaper's words. There's nothing to gain by killing them. Dong Min bit his lip, his eyes full of resentment. Sang Chun spat on him. Pathetic scum. He called out, Let's go, Si Ain. She replied, Right. Elsewhere, a chaotic argument was breaking out. Please, give me all your votes. No, vote for me. If I become the area representative, I'll do a great job. A crowd had gathered as people fought for the position. Not him. I'm confident I can do much better. Two men argued aggressively, about to come to blows. The smaller one grabbed the other's collar. Huh? You fat pig. The bigger man was furious. What did you say? What did you just call me? Someone tried to intervene. Don't fight. We're already weak even if we work together. What's the point? Another person agreed. He's right. Then a new challenger jumped in. Someone who gets provoked that easily isn't worthy of being a representative. Let me do it. Another man cut in, raising his hand. Hold on. He pointed to himself confidently. My father is a member of the National Assembly. Doesn't that make me the most suitable candidate? The crowd began to murmur with suspicion. Huh? His father is a congressman? How can we believe that? Suddenly, a new voice cut through the noise. Everyone turned their heads. A boy called Mint Chocolate spoke up. There are only 2 hours left to vote. We shouldn't be wasting our time. Someone wondered aloud. So how do we decide who to vote for? Another asked, What's your idea? The boy said confidently, I have an excellent method. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Really? Who is it? A voice interjected, Quiet, everyone. The boy flashed a strange smile, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Hey. This mob fell for my persuasion skill, hook, line, and sinker. Mint Chocolate vividly remembered the moment he picked up the glittering turquoise magic stone. His first thought had been immediate. What in the world is this? According to its description, it was the persuasion rune. Its effect increased the user's ability to persuade anyone they spoke to, but it didn't work on targets of a higher level than the caster. He stood in a vast, open land, surrounded by both humans and demons. Mint Chocolate wondered to himself how a persuasion rune could possibly work on monsters he couldn't even talk to. Even so, he reassured himself, he had already figured out the perfect way to use it. Suddenly, an unexpected noise from behind made him whip his head around. Before him was a tense scene. A group of humans had the upper hand, relentlessly slashing at several goblins with their knives. One was pinned to the ground, completely immobilized. But then his eyes fell on a girl surrounded by 3 goblins. He stammered to the others, everyone. That woman over there is in danger. Leave those goblins and go help her." Under the influence of the persuasion rune, the young men immediately abandoned their fight and obeyed without question. "We need to save someone." "Huh. All right, I'm on my way. Let's help her first." As they scrambled away in a panic, Mint Chocolate dropped his flustered act and stood up straight. He figured he could use this method again to steal kills on nearly dead goblins, easily slaughtering 100 of them. A smirk played on his lips. If this goes well, becoming the area representative will be a piece of cake. Hey, what a genius. After everyone dealt with the goblins, Mint Chocolate stepped forward like a true leader, taking charge of the situation. "We should choose our candidates first. Let's narrow the choices down to about 5 people to make voting easier." His proposal was logical, and backed by his persuasive ancient language skill. No one objected. A good idea. "That makes sense. We'll get nowhere if everyone just nominates themselves." The boy continued, "So let's narrow down the candidates first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point them out." A burly man eagerly shot his hand up. "Who is it?" The boy added, "But you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise, we'll be right back where we started." The burly man clicked his tongue and reluctantly lowered his hand. The people around them agreed. "He's right, there's no other way." Mint Chocolate hid a triumphant smile behind his hand. "It's so easy to persuade these low-level fools." Haha. But nominating someone is still the hard part. Who would they even pick? I don't know anyone here. And I don't want anyone but myself as the representative. Mint Chocolate's eyes curved into a smile. Just as planned. Only those who stand out will get nominated. Right on cue, a man spoke up. "I want to nominate Mint Chocolate as our representative," he explained. The representative needs to be rational and have leadership skills. Though thrilled inside, the boy feigned hesitation. "Me?" The man nodded, turning to his companion. "He's been handling the situation perfectly so far, right?" His friend nodded in agreement. Mint Chocolate thought to himself, "Ha, another idiot." He placed a hand on his chest and smiled. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Are there any others?" Before he could finish, someone interrupted. "I want to nominate Black Hook." The boy fell silent, not with anger, but with a cold smile. That makes sense. How could the number 1 rank from the last round not be nominated? Soon, several others were speaking up. "Then I'll nominate the one who ranked second last time. Life is a documentary. I nominate the 3rd rank, Black Dragon." The boy asked, "So we have 4 candidates. Room for 1 more. Are there any others?" No one responded. He clapped his hands. "All right, let's settle on these 4 then. Before we vote, how about each candidate gives a speech?" He was confident he could persuade these pathetic fools. It would be child's play. He volunteered. "I'll go first." He had barely opened his mouth. "If I become the area representative, I will," when he was cut off. Cut the crap. Surprise, the boy turned to see the heckler was the 2nd-ranked player. Life is a documentary. His real name was Rong Shi, a brutish man with a face full of scars. He picked at his ear, grinding his teeth. "I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit." Mint Chocolate frowned. "What do you think you're doing?" He jutted out his chin. "Hey, you're Mint Chocolate, huh?" He raised an eyebrow, baring his teeth in a sneer. "You think this world is so simple, that everyone will just follow the pretty words you spew?" The boy's eyes widened in horror. Did he figure out my skill? Impossible. He must be bluffing. But Rong Zai's rage was palpable. "Who the hell do you think you are?" deciding the representative. Though insulted, the boy kept his cool. "You're crossing the line. Your words reflect your character. Is there really a need for such insults?" He encouraged himself. This should work. But Rong Shi wasn't letting up. "This dog," he growled through clenched teeth. "You dare lecture me? You got a death wish?" Realizing his persuasive ancient language had no effect on Rong Shi, the boy stumbled back in pure astonishment. "My skill doesn't work on him. Don't tell me. It can't be." Rong Shi didn't attack. Instead, he roared at the crowd. "Hey, forget the candidates. Vote for me, or I'll kill every last one of you. Got it?" Faced with such a terrifying threat, no one dared to make a sound. The boy sighed. "You're truly a lost cause." Though afraid, he continued. "Do you really think anyone will listen to that kind of talk? Stop humiliating yourself and step back." Rong Shi lowered his head in silence. Then, like a flash, he lunged, swinging his knife at the boy as blood sprayed through the air. The boy froze, coughing up blood as his trembling hand reached for the deep gash in his throat. The killer's triumphant voice rang out. "I told you. Mess with me, and you die." His limit was reached. The boy's eyes rolled back, and with a heavy thud, his body collapsed. Blood soaked his clothes and splattered his face. Rong Xi stood arrogantly. "If you don't vote for me, you can start digging your own graves." A life was extinguished in seconds. People screamed in terror. He's dead. That guy killed Mint Chocolate. He's insane. Rongxi pointed his dripping knife at them, his voice ice cold. So what? Got a problem? Step right up. One man bravely pointed at him and shouted, "You lunatic. Are you out of your mind?" Rongxi grinned. "If you won't step up, I'll come to you." And he was a man of his word. A 3x experience boost activated. A notification flashed before his eyes. "You have leveled up. Current level, 16. Yao Min froze. Level 16 already? Gazing at the monster corpses littering the forest floor, the spoils of his hunt, Yao Min knew. The higher the level, the slower the grind. Slaying over 200 monsters in 2 hours. Only for 6 levels. It was draining. But thanks to the ancient rune of death and his butcher title, which doubled his damage and stats, hunting was almost too easy. Yao Min raised his staff, incinerating the evidence with a blast of magic. It was time to go. Just then, a blinding pillar of golden light descended, engulfing him completely. The system's voice echoed in the air. Voting time is concluded. All players in the region will be summoned to the starting point. Following the system's command, every player in the area was teleported back to where they began. But as they materialized onto the barren clearing, they were met with a sea of unfamiliar faces. Everyone was dressed in identical outfits. A wave of confusion washed over the crowd as they glanced around, whispering to each other, "What in the world is going on?" But what truly sent a chill down their spines was the sight of Rongxi. Standing like a tyrant atop a mountain of blood-soaked bodies, his cold eyes radiating the aura of a conqueror. One player couldn't contain his terror, his voice cracking. Those are the bodies of other players. What the hell happened here?" Another player stammered to the person beside him. "Don't tell me. That one guy killed all of them." But Yao Min, with his sharp intuition, instantly understood the situation. He silently observed Rongxi, who stood there with an air of arrogant satisfaction. Though the man's vile gaze and condescending smirk disgusted him, Yao Min calmly recalled what he knew about his opponent. Rongxi, the infamous leader of a notorious gang and the second strongest warrior in the entire region. His personality was just as the rumors described, absolute trash. Yao Min sighed in frustration, muttering to himself, "It's best to defuse this bomb before it blows." But before he could act, Rongxi made the first move, striding forward with a sickeningly fake smile. "Hey, Black Dog, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time." His friendly act only raised Yao Min's suspicions. He narrowed his eyes and cut straight to the point. "What do you want?" Rongxi let out a loud laugh, his voice dripping with confidence. "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask you a simple question." He paused, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Work for me." Yao Min's voice turned to ice. "Work for you?" Rongxi nodded, menacingly twirling a massive cleaver in his hand. "That's right. Do that, and I'll spare your life." But his threat was met with a dismissive scoff from Yao Min, who stood casually with his hands in his pockets. He replied bluntly, "Or do you just want to start the fight right now?" A smirk played on his lips as he delivered his challenge. "Get on your knees. Get on your knees and beg me. If you do that, maybe I'll be the one to spare you." Yao Min's sheer audacity left Rongxi completely stunned. His hand tightened around the cleaver's hilt as he roared, "My God, look at this psycho. It seems you still don't understand the situation you're in, do you?" But before he could finish his tirade, Yao Min cut him off. "Is it that hard to understand what I'm saying?" He opened his palm and a gleaming scythe materialized from pure magic, its metallic edge flashing in the light. "Or would you rather just die here?" Although he knew Yao Min was strong, Rongxi never saw this coming. Cold sweat beaded on his grimy face, his panic now on full display. What is that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn it. I picked a fight with the wrong guy." Yao Min's eyes narrowed into a mocking squint. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue." Rongxi gritted his teeth, desperately trying to regain his composure. After a few tense seconds, he growled, "Hey, I am Rongxi, leader of the Rongxi gang. You think I would kneel before a nobody like you?" Unable to bear the public humiliation, he roared out a challenge. "Then pick up that toy weapon of yours and come at me, you bastard." Yao Min just chuckled, maintaining his unbothered calm. He knew that revealing his true power now would only complicate things. A new plan was already forming in his mind, to use Rongxi, turning him into a puppet he could manipulate in the next round. Yao Min's crimson eyes narrowed slightly, as if sensing an imminent change. And just as he predicted, less than a minute later, the angel appeared, its voice booming across the clearing. "Have you all gathered now, you pitiful humans?" While the others stared in awe at the angel's arrival, Yao Min spoke coldly to Rongxi. "You're lucky." He flicked his hand dismissively, his tone like a teacher scolding a child. "Next time you challenge someone, make sure you know who you're dealing with. That is, unless you want to meet your maker." Watching Yao Min's tall, slender figure walk away, Rongxi could only grit his teeth, fuming internally. Damn it, that almost gave me a heart attack. I'll let you go this time. But just you wait. I'll make you pay for this 100 times over. The angel, wearing a mysterious smile, spoke up. So, have you chosen your representative yet? Seeing no response, it continued, I see. It seems you all weren't just chatting for the last 3 hours, were you? Of course. I couldn't care less if you pathetic trash kill each other. The angel raised a single finger, smiling as it asked, shall we begin the vote? Instantly, a notification panel appeared in front of every player. The official vote for the representative will now begin. You have only one vote. The person with the most votes will become the representative. The rules stress that anyone who failed to vote within 5 minutes would be eliminated and erased. As the countdown clock began to tick, every single eye in the crowd turned to Rongxi. Rex crossed his arms smugly, just as he expected. All eyes were on him. But when he looked up, his face twisted. There was one girl who dared not to vote for him. He pointed a finger, roaring, Hey, you, chubby steamed bun. The girl flinched, stammering, Me? Are you looking for a death wish? Rex screamed. Why aren't you looking at me? The girl frantically tried to explain, Sir, I did vote for you. Standing nearby, Yao Min muttered in disgust. He's completely insane. Rex continued his threats, shouting at the crowd, If you don't look at me, you're all dead. As the countdown hit 0, a sharp chime echoed through the arena. The voting session was officially over. The angel laughed, Time's up. Lucky for you foolish humans, you all managed to vote. With a clap of his hands, a massive screen materialized, displaying the final results. Life is a Documentary, 2,412 votes. Black Hook, 2,077 votes. Black Dragon in My Right Hand, 249 votes. Chubby Steamed Bun, 6 votes. And Cute Little Bird with 5 votes. Rex was stunned. Number 1, but with only 2,400 votes, and Black Hook was in second place? These damn traitors, he seethed internally. I told them to vote only for me. How dare they vote for Black Hook? The angel floated into the air, announcing, The results have been decided. Life is a Documentary is now the area representative. He then bestowed the command authority upon Rex. A system window popped up. You have become the area representative. Command authority has been granted. A sinister smile crept across Rex's face. You'll regret not killing me when you had the chance, Black Hook. But his triumph was short-lived. The system message continued. Command authority. You can command players who cannot resist. Limit, 10 uses. Target, 1 player at a time. Skill is ineffective against A-rank players. Rex's jaw dropped. What? Only 10 uses. And it doesn't work on A-ranks? He panicked, realizing players like Yao Min could completely ignore his commands. The angel spoke again, a wicked grin on his face. You all thought the voting was the main event, didn't you? Wrong. This round had a hidden mission. Ascend to A rank before the vote, and find the Ascension item for a 50% discount coupon. Ain's group stared blankly. Huh? An item to ascend to A rank? The angel boomed with laughter. The quest window has been available since level 10. But none of you noticed. Did you? A weary player shot back. There are no monsters. How are we supposed to level up? The angel frowned. What are you talking about? In here. Monsters? Seeing the player fall silent, the angel clicked his tongue. Don't look so down. Only 50,000 people can ascend this round, and this area already has one. A murmur went through the crowd. Who is it? The angel snapped his fingers. The screen changed, displaying the hidden quest results. Death God Black Hook. Level 16. Time, 39 minutes, 42 seconds. Demonic Night. Level 10. Time, 2 hours, 36 minutes, 15 seconds. Idiot Wizard. Level 10. Time, 2 hours, 37 minutes, 17 seconds. In Area 45, there was only one name, Death God Black Hook. Every single eye turned to Yao Min. The man with perfectly styled hair and a tall, lean frame stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly gazing into the distance. He seemed completely unfazed by the attention. The crowd was in absolute awe. He was the first one to ascend, a death god. Yao Min's overwhelming success was a crushing blow to Rex's fragile ego. He could only stand there in silence, his heart consumed by a burning hatred. The entire arena was buzzing with hushed whispers. The moment they learned Yao Min was a death god, the crowd erupted with excitement. They whispered amongst themselves. A death god? What kind of class is that? Sounds totally overpowered, right? Oh, so that's why he carries that massive scythe around. Their voices were a mix of curiosity and excitement, as if they'd just uncovered a thrilling secret. Standing a short distance away, Rex felt his spotlight being stolen by Yao Min. He gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, damn it all. I was about to use my command authority to make Black Hook strike him. But who knew he'd change his class right at this moment? The rage inside him was a smoldering inferno, but he couldn't let it explode in front of the buzzing crowd. Just then, the angel, with a brilliant smile, raised a hand and pointed toward the glowing leaderboard. His voice boomed with excitement. In round 2, rewards were given based on the order of hidden quest completion. He nodded, his eyes scanning the board before continuing. So the one who changed classes in our area is the player, Black Hook. Suddenly, a look of shocked amusement crossed the angel's face. He asked, you didn't just take first place in this area. You're also at the top of the entire multi-area leaderboard? He looked down at Yao Min with genuine admiration. Now that's impressive. Black Hook, your Death God class is quite unique, and your nickname fits it perfectly. Tell me, how did you even come up with that name? The angel asked, his curiosity piqued. Did you somehow know you become a Death God? Yao Min looked up, his voice cool and confident. I had no idea I'd get a class that fits my nickname so well. The angel pressed on, his voice filled with fascination. So, perhaps becoming a Death God was destiny. Yao Ming gave a slight nod. Perhaps it was. The private conversation between the two of them sent ripples through the crowd. Players began exchanging confused and nervous glances. Seeing the angel's genuine curiosity, Yao Min allowed a faint smile to touch his lips. He thought to himself, so even angels can be this curious. They had no idea how to obtain the Reaper class. All they knew was that it was something special. This excitement was far from the boredom he'd feared. The angel seemed to get swept up in the moment, covering his mouth as he laughed. Could this be destiny? How amusing, he continued, his voice brimming with excitement. To think that someone in this very region managed to complete a class change. So, you're the only one immune to the right of command. The angel's question immediately captured everyone's attention. A few youths nearby began to murmur amongst themselves. He's immune to the right of command? What does that even mean? With a playful smirk, the angel elaborated. Since we're on the topic, I might as well explain. The right of command has no effect on humans who possess a class, which means the regional representative can't force Black Hook to do his bidding. And that's the gist of it, he revealed with a delighted tone. What's more, the right of command can only be used 10 times. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Only 10 uses? Aha. So that's the catch. This was a secret that only Rong Shi knew, one he planned to keep hidden. But the angel had just blown it wide open, causing him to grind his teeth in pure rage. Damn it. That blasted angel. How could he just reveal that to them? But the angel completely ignored Rong Shi's burning animosity. He remained composed, a bright smile on his face. Now then, we must reward Black Hook. You were the first to obtain a class, weren't you? With a snap of his fingers, a system notification rang out. Congratulations. You have completed the mission, ranking first in the current region. Congratulations. You have completed the mission, ranking first among all regions. The rewards screen appeared. You have received the first place reward for the current region. Choose a low-grade rare armor. You have received the first place reward for all regions. Choose a special reward. Dong Min quickly tapped on the reward prompt. The system window displayed, please select one of the following rare armors. The list presented 3 options: Medieval Warrior's Metal Armor, Professional Hunter's Leather Armor, and a Mage's Breathable Robe. Without a moment's hesitation, Dong Min selected the Professional Hunter's Leather Armor. He reasoned to himself, the metal armor was too heavy, and the robe offered almost no protection. With his choice made, the system moved to the next reward. Please select one of the following special rewards. This time, the 3 options were a 3 times experience boost applicable only to round 3, 3,000 gold, and intel on the upcoming 3rd round. Dong Min frowned and thought, round 3 would be swarming with monsters. Experience points would be crucial. With that in mind, he chose the 3 times experience boost. A brilliant golden aura enveloped Dong Min, prompting a nod of approval from the angel. All right, all rewards have now been distributed, he announced with thrilling excitement. Everyone may now return. The next stage, round 3, will be quite a show. Just before a flash of light transported them away, the angel added with a sly grin, I guarantee it. The results screen for round 2 materialized. Total survivors across all regions, 8,735,255. Current region ESKS 45 survivors, 4,988. Souls will now be transferred to their physical bodies in the prime dimension. The mechanical voice faded, signaling the round's end. Back in the real world, Dong Min jolted awake, as if surfacing from a terrifying nightmare. His arm was still outstretched, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He stared down at his own, unharmed hand. Dong Min let out a sigh of relief. Just as I thought. As long as you don't die in there, your real body remains perfectly intact. He vowed with grim determination, I'm never messing with Black Hook again. Ever. Damn it, I want nothing to do with a heartless monster like him. Meanwhile, in a cozy living room, Ayn sat on the sofa, a sorrowful look in her eyes. Sang Chun stood before her, speaking gently. You went through a lot. Ayn lowered her head, her voice quiet. What did I do? You're the one who shouldered the entire burden. Then she looked up, her eyes glistening with gratitude. Thank you for protecting me. Sang Chun looked a bit flustered, adjusting his jacket and clearing his throat. Ah, well, I'm your manager and bodyguard. It's just part of my job. Ayn then asked hesitantly, and I also want to thank Black Hook again. Is there any way to do that? Sang Chun considered it. We don't know what he really looks like, so finding him will be difficult. Besides, it seems Black Hook wants to remain anonymous. Ayn looked surprised. He does? Sang Chun nodded. Remember when I asked for his bank account to compensate him? He refused instantly. He must know his real identity can be traced through it. Ayn turned away, her face filled with disappointment. Seeing this, Sang Chun proposed an idea. If you really want to thank him, why not find him in the next round and give him an item? Ayn nodded, her eyes lighting up. That's a great idea. I'll have to think of a fitting way to repay his kindness. Sang Chun smiled. For now, just get some rest. I'll see you tomorrow. Ayn waved back. Yes, goodbye. The moment he stepped into the elevator, Sang Chun's phone rang. He answered. It was Chairman Ma on the other end. Ma Ji-wook's voice came through, department head and Sang Chun. Noticing how late it was, Sang Chun asked, You're still awake, sir? Ma Ji-wook chuckled lightly. I just got home and I'm pouring a glass of whiskey. Sang Chun suddenly remembered something important. Ah, sir. I've already. A results summary appeared. Congratulations. You have changed your class to Dark Knight. Magic Cyclone laughed aloud. Is that really something worth celebrating? Did anything happen on your end? Stepping into the parking garage, Sang Chun replied, I only reached level 8, and I'm injured. I can't hunt anymore. Magic Cyclone's voice sharpened with concern. Injured? Sang Chun continued. Actually, I was just about to report the incident. Are you free now? Magic Cyclone commanded. Come to the hotel. I'll hear your report in person. Sang Chun answered respectfully. Yes, sir. I'll be there within 20 minutes. After hanging up, he opened his car door, completely unaware that he was being watched. Hidden behind a pillar, Jin watched the car speed out of the garage. He thought to himself, just as I predicted, he's heading to see Magic Cyclone. Just 10 minutes earlier, when the system prompted him to think of a target and speak their name, Jin had immediately thought of An Sang Chun. The system notified him, name matched to facial data. Target and Sang Chun has been located. Distance, 9 meters. Jin nodded. He's close. Still on an upper floor of the Benhauser building, but the distance quickly jumped from 9 meters to 23, then to 56. Jin wondered, why is his position changing so fast? He must be in an elevator. A thought suddenly sparked. Could he be going to meet Magic Cyclone? Without a moment's hesitation, Jin grabbed his jacket and bolted from the room. He muttered, good thing I decided to investigate right away. This decision was definitely the right one. Under the pale moonlight, Magic Cyclone was lost in thought, his form casting a long shadow that swallowed the light. He knew a night like this was perfect for a hunt. Holding a glass of wine, he sank into the sofa and mumbled, Black Hook. What player doesn't know that name? You took first place in both the first and second rounds. He frowned, drumming his fingers on the armrest. There's something about that number 1 rank. This whole thing gives me a bad feeling. The thought of Black Hook clashing with one of his own subordinates made Magic Cyclone pause, a wave of irritation rising within him. Crossing his legs, he rested his chin on one hand, swirling the wine with the other. He radiated an unpredictable, dangerous aura as his resolve hardened. He vowed to himself, I won't let anyone get in my way, no matter who they are, not even the number 1 ranker. In the dimly lit room, Magic Cyclone took a slow sip of wine. Its sharp taste seemed to awaken his darkest thoughts. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, followed by Sang Chun's familiar voice. Are you in there, sir? Chairman, it's me, Sang Chun. Magic Cyclone smiled, setting his glass down, his voice a deep, steady rumble. Right on time. Come in. He stood and stepped forward. Unit Chief An, it's good to see you again. Sang Chun entered with a deep, respectful bow. The honor is all mine, Chairman. He spoke with a voice full of genuine passion. Everything I've achieved is thanks to you, Chairman. Magic Cyclone waved a hand dismissively. I didn't do a thing. We weren't even in the same zone. But Sang Chun remained bowed, his eyes shining with pure admiration. Just knowing you are here, sir, is enough to fill me with motivation. Thank you. Magic Cyclone gestured for Sang Chun to sit, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You always were a smooth talker. Sang Chun didn't sit down right away, instead offering a sincere smile. It's not smooth talk, sir. It's the honest truth. It might be a bit late, but congratulations on surviving. Magic Cyclone sighed, his voice laced with sarcasm. Surviving? The second round was child's play. Sang Chun skillfully changed the subject. Then I should also congratulate you on your new class. But Magic Cyclone kept his indifferent facade. It was nothing. I just got lucky. Sang Chun smiled, his tone persuasive. They say luck is a skill in itself. Besides, ranking second and third across all zones is an incredible feat. It is my greatest honor to serve a man like you. Magic Cyclone merely smirked, his sharp eyes glinting with a hidden meaning. He set his wine glass on the table. After praising me to the heavens like that, I assume you want something from me, he asked bluntly. I'm listening. You have a problem you want me to solve, don't you? The question hit its mark. Sang Chun hesitated for a moment but didn't try to hide it. Ah, in that case, could you tell me where I might find a class change item? Magic Cyclone briefly closed his eyes before letting out a soft laugh. Oh, that? It just dropped while I was out hunting monsters. But he alone knew the truth. It was all thanks to a random ancient script he'd found, the script of the Dark Knight. He could still recall the moment the heavenly demon god appeared, its voice booming. One last thing. Look inside your inventory. I have a gift for you all. Because of that gift, Magic Cyclone found the ancient script, which boosted all his stats and wrapped his weapon in a dark aura that dealt devastating damage. Upon reaching level 10, he became a Dark Knight, a special class. The memory of that power still gave him pause. I got incredibly lucky in the first round. That random script was basically a cheat code. But Magic Cyclone would never reveal this to Sang Chun. To him, even a subordinate as loyal as family could never be told every secret. A person's heart can change in an instant. To prevent any more questions, he changed the subject. Unit Chief Ann. Let's get back to the main topic. Who was it that injured you? Was it Black Hook? His expression turned menacing, and his eyes became as cold as ice. Sang Chun waved his hands frantically, flustered. What? No, that's not it at all. Actually, he was the one who saved me. Magic Cyclone's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with suspicion. He saved you? Explained everything, in detail. Let's see. After Sean recounted the entire incident, from the thugs targeting Ain to the arrival of Black Hook, Mr. Magic finally spoke. So you're saying you almost died because some lowlifes went after Actress S? Sean nodded grimly. Yes, sir. If Black Hook hadn't shown up, we both would have been killed. As for Ain, he continued, she might have survived, but the trauma would have destroyed her career in entertainment. Mr. Magic's brow furrowed. He realized he hadn't just almost lost a valuable subordinate. He nearly lost his entire business investment. A wave of relief washed over him as he asked, what happened to those thugs? Are they dead? Sean replied, Black Hook inflicted a pain worse than death upon them, but he didn't kill them. He said there was no point in killing them. If the total number of people decreases, the number of survivors who clear the round also drops. Mr. Magic nodded slowly in understanding. He agreed. He's not wrong. But who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up in the future. Taking a sip of his drink, the sharp burn on his tongue was a stark reminder. Thanks to Black Hook, his subordinate and his asset were still intact. It seems I owe him a great debt, Mr. Magic mused, then declared I should compensate him for his trouble. Sean added, I actually brought that up, sir. But he just said it wasn't necessary and left immediately. Mr. Magic fell silent, pondering this. He refused compensation. Is he afraid of revealing his identity? He's a cautious one. He stood up, his voice firm with decision. If you see him in the next round, convey my gratitude. I am truly thankful he saved you both. Sean rose respectfully as well. I will be sure to let him know, sir. Mr. Magic added a final, careful instruction. Keep an eye on him. See if there's any way we can assist him. You know how I hate being in anyone's debt. Sean bowed his head. Of course, sir. I will do as you wish. Suddenly, Mr. Magic paused, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his glass. In a chilling tone, he said, I forgot to ask one crucial thing. What were the nicknames of those thugs? At that very moment, outside Mr. Magic's hotel, Damien hid behind a tree. His sharp eyes were fixed on the still-lit window of the room. He thought to himself, what a loyal dog. Running straight to Mr. Magic's side right after returning to reality. Even at this hour, tailing him all the way here, Damien was pleased with the information he gathered. It was time to go. He had confirmed his target's location. Lingering any longer would only arouse suspicion. Pulling down his hood, Damien hailed a cab, his mind already racing ahead. The celebrity sponsored by Mr. Magic lives in the same apartment complex as me. I have my little brother to thank for that. He recalled the moment Jin dragged him along to give rice cakes to their new neighbors, which led to him bumping into Ain and Sean. Damien knew he'd gotten lucky. If that hadn't happened, I never would have known about their connection. Opening the taxi door, Damien began to strategize, planning to use their shared neighborhood as leverage. I can easily gain Mr. Magic's trust, but should I bring him along for the 20th round? He hesitated, thinking about Mr. Magic's powerful Dark Knight ancient language, but it had a major drawback. To use the Dark Aura, one needed to accumulate dark demonic energy, which couldn't be gathered through normal means. Damien figured the skill was perfect for a twisted person like Mr. Magic, but teaming up with a psycho was a huge risk. As he settled into the car, he told himself, for now, I'll just consider him a potential candidate. Besides, there are plenty of other talented people out there, especially that girl. As the hotel faded into the distance, Damien made a resolution. Tomorrow morning, he would set his plan in motion. Early the next day at the Circle 24 convenience store, a heavy sigh filled the air. The owner slumped over the counter in despair. At this rate, my sales will be cut in half. The bell on the door jingled, and his daughter Julie walked in, calling out cheerfully, Dad. Seeing her, the owner quickly hid his sorrow behind a forced smile. Oh, welcome home, my sweet Julie. She beamed back at him. Hi, Dad. Why the long face? Unable to hide it, he explained with a heavy heart. They've completely stopped selling lottery tickets. Julie was shocked. What? Why so suddenly? Her father explained. The government gave a plausible-sounding excuse, but it seems the real reason is because of the players. They have no idea what skills the players might use. Julie gasped. Oh. She remembered the KMS news report from that morning. A man had won the lottery grand prize 4 times in a row, pocketing $62.7 million. The owner worried aloud. The rent, labor costs. Things are so difficult now. What am I going to do? Julie's voice was gentle. Don't worry, Dad. I'm about to graduate, so I can help. She looked at him seriously. Would it help if I got a part-time job? The owner was touched but didn't want it to affect her studies. Julie, let me worry about the money. You just focus on school. Your grades are excellent. Aren't you planning on going to university? Your dream was always to become a doctor. But to his surprise, Julie replied, Dad, I've given up on that dream. In a world like this, what's the point of school? The owner was stunned, feeling like a complete failure as a father. Head bowed, he said, You're right. Money doesn't matter now. If something terrible happens, you could die in the next round. Overwhelmed, he buried his face in his hands and sobbed. My mind has been a mess lately. I'm so sorry, Julie. Julie's heart ached for him. Dad, what are you apologizing for? None of this is your fault. He was still distraught, but she smiled brightly. I'll be fine. I promise. I'll survive the second round, and I'll even get a class. Seeing his confused expression, she raised her palm toward his forehead, jumped to his feet, rubbing his arm in amazement. This skill is incredible. I feel completely revitalized. Julie beamed with joy. I'll use it for you all the time, Dad. Just cheer up, okay? As a father, he was moved beyond words. Just then, the bell on the door chimed as a customer walked in. But when he saw Min, he froze completely, stunned by the sight of this particular guest. Seeing her father's reaction, Julie's eyes glittered with curiosity as she whispered, Dad, you know him? The shopkeeper replied in a hushed, astonished tone. He's the lottery winner. He clarified, his voice laced with awe. The one who won with the same number on 100 tickets. Yao Min offered a friendly smile. Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I'm the one who bought 100,000 worth of tickets. The owner nodded, his expression warming. Yes, of course. I remember, but his curiosity got the better of him. So, what brings you here? To his surprise, Yao Min suddenly bowed deeply. First and foremost, he said earnestly, I came to apologize. The young man's sincerity caught the owner off guard. Huh. What are you apologizing for? Yao Min explained, his tone growing somber. I saw the news report. Because I won first prize so many times in a row. Your store was forced to stop selling lottery tickets. He bowed his head once more. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've inadvertently caused your business. Standing nearby, Julie had never seen this side of Min before. She felt so flustered she didn't know what to say. The owner just waved his hand and laughed it off. Don't worry about it. It's not your fault. It's not like I'll starve to death without selling lottery tickets. But Yao Min still looked troubled. He reached into his bag, pulled out a thick envelope, and offered it to the owner. Even so, I feel responsible for the impact I had on you. The owner stared at it, bewildered. What? What is this? It's compensation. Yao Min replied. It's not a huge amount, but when he mentioned the figure, 10 million won, both Julie and her father froze in shock. The owner immediately waved his hands, refusing. You don't have to do this. Take it back. But Yao Min was insistent. Please, accept it. I am the one who caused this problem. Fearing another refusal, he quickly turned to leave. I'll be going now. The flustered owner called after him. Huh? Wait. Hey, kid. Staring at the envelope heavy with cash, he was still in disbelief. My goodness, how can I possibly accept this much money? After a moment of shock, Julie snapped out of it. Dad. She spoke quickly. I'll go return it to him. Her father handed her the envelope. Right, go give it back. Luckily, Yao Min hadn't gotten far. Julie rushed after him, waving her hand and calling out, Hey, wait a second. Yao Min paused and turned around, his expression questioning. Julie, still catching her breath, asked directly, You're Yao Min, right? Hearing her say his name, Yao Min figured she must know him from somewhere. He furrowed his brow. And you are? A flash of disappointment crossed Julie's face, but she quickly covered it with a smile. You don't know me? It's Min Julie. We're in the same class. Yao Min's response was cool. Same class? Julie froze, stammering in disbelief. Don't tell me you seriously didn't know we were classmates. Yao Min replied smoothly. I'm sorry. I'm not very good with faces. Of course, that was a complete lie, he thought to himself. He knew exactly who Julie was, the shopkeeper's daughter and the owner of the special buffer class, a support specialist. When he first realized they were in the same class, he was shocked. It felt like destiny. His entire goal today was to recruit her to his side, a fact she was completely unaware of. Let's go somewhere to talk, Julie suggested. Yao Min smiled. Sounds good. Instead of a cafe, they found a quiet wooden bench in a nearby park, sitting beneath the bare trees. Julie held out the envelope to Yao Min. Here, take this back. Yao Min feigned surprise. Isn't this the money I just gave your father? Julie nodded firmly. We can't possibly accept this much money. Please, take it back. Yao Min smiled inwardly. Tesk. I guess 10 million won is a bit much to just accept. I knew they'd refuse. Knowing Julie's determined personality, he held his ground. No. Like I said, it's compensation. It's the least I can do to clear my conscience, but it's just too much money. Julie protested. Yao Min just shrugged. No matter how large the amount, I need you to take it. Otherwise, the guilt will eat away at me. Julie tried to reason with him. Even so, this is way too much. It feels wrong to accept it, and that's why I'm giving it to you, Yao Min said simply. Tell your father that to me. It's not a large sum at all. So please, accept it without worry. Julie turned away, completely exasperated. Are you always this stubborn? Seeing the matter as settled, Yao Min stood up. Is there anything else we need to talk about? Then I'll be on my way. Wait, Julie said, startled. She opened the envelope, awkwardly fumbling with the cash inside. 10 million is really too much. I'll just take 1 million. That's fair, right? Yao Min raised an eyebrow. Are you the one who gets to decide that? Shouldn't you go ask the store owner? Julie hesitated. But I know my dad won't feel right accepting this much. Yao Min feigned surprise again. Dad, the convenience store owner is your father? Yes, Julie confirmed. A look of interest crossed his face. Oh, really? I go there all the time. What a coincidence. Julie managed a small smile. Yeah, I guess it is. To think the famous lottery winner is my classmate. The word classmate caught Yao Min's attention. She pressed on. But did you really not know we were in the same class? I recognized you the second you walked into the store. Yao Min stuck to his story. I'm sorry, but I'm really not good with faces. Besides, this is the first time we've ever really spoken, isn't it? Julie nodded, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Yeah, it is. She looked down. So, this is the first time you've even heard my name. Yao Min smiled faintly. Yeah, sorry about that. The atmosphere suddenly grew awkward. A blush crept up Julie's face, and she quickly turned away to hide her embarrassment. Yao Min smirked to himself. He felt a pang of guilt for pretending not to know her, but this was the best way to catch her interest. Unable to stand the awkward tension, Julie shot to her feet. I already told you, my name is Min Julie. We're in the same class. She pointed to her own blushing face, her voice rising. And this is my face. Do you remember me now? Yao Min nearly burst out laughing. I'll remember. Realizing how mortifying she'd been, Julie spun around, cursing herself. What on earth am I doing? Introducing myself to a classmate right before graduation. With his sharp hearing, Yao Min heard every single word. He chuckled, clicking his tongue. Well, at least I know you now. Graduating doesn't mean we can't keep in touch, right? Seeing Julie's stunned expression, Yao Min took the lead. By the way, can I get your number? Julie stammered, my number. Yao Min played it cool. Yeah, why? Is it weird for a classmate to ask for your number? Her face growing redder, Julie held out her hand. Okay, give it to me. After typing in her number, she handed the phone back. Yao Min smiled. Meeting like this has to be fate. Let's stay in touch from now on. Julie nodded eagerly. Okay, okay. Getting her number was a victory, and Yao Min was thrilled. He waved. Well, I have to go now. Something urgent came up. Julie just replied, okay. She wanted to say more but could only watch him walk away. As Yao Min waved back, it hit her. She hadn't given him the envelope of money. She slumped in defeat. I still haven't paid him back. But remembering the moment he'd asked for her number, her heart began to race. He just asked for my number out of the blue. It's so strange, my heart is pounding like crazy. Even knowing Yao Min likely saw her as just a friend, Julie couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. The first time she'd ever seen him, she'd witnessed the thug kicking Jin. The delinquent snarled, "You bastard. I told you to bring the money. Did you think we were joking?" Terrified, Julie covered her mouth to stifle a scream and quickly called the police. Hello, police? Following Yao Min from a distance, she wondered. Was it because she felt sorry for him, or because she felt responsible for calling the cops on his problem? But seeing Yao Min at his part-time job acting like nothing happened, Julie realized he was much stronger than he appeared. That was when her interest sparked, but she never had the courage to speak to him. But you can't lie to your own heart. Her feelings for Yao Min were undeniable. Back in the present, Julie clutched the envelope tightly, closing her eyes in gratitude. Who would have thought we'd meet again here? I have courage now. This is a chance given by heaven itself. A bold idea flashed in her mind. She smiled in the direction Yao Min had walked off. Should I ask him out for a meal? In his small room, Yao Min lay on his bed, scrolling through his phone. The screen's glow lit up his face as a new message appeared. Have you eaten yet? There's something I need to talk about. Can we meet in Area 1? I'll treat you to a meal. Yao Min, my treat. A reply came back instantly. No, let me pay. He texted back playfully. Ha, I have plenty of money. She played along. But I don't like getting free handouts for no reason. All right, what do you want to eat? Yao Min's eyes sharpened as he thought to himself. Just as I suspected, she feels indebted to me. And now she's suddenly asking me to lunch? This is a good sign. He stared at the screen, calculating. If I can get close to her naturally, it'll be easy to make her an ally. Leaping out of bed, Yao Min made a decision. I'm going to help Julie and make sure she gets to round 20. Just then, his brother Yao was surprised to see Yao Min heading out. He called out, Bro, where are you going? Yao Min replied nonchalantly as he walked, just meeting a friend. Yao's eyes lit up with curiosity. A friend? You don't mean a girlfriend, do you? Yao Min smirked. What? Your big brother can't see a girl now and then? He added cheerfully. I'll be eating out tonight. Don't you skip your meal. Got it? Yao replied obediently. Yeah, I got it. Watching Yao Min leave, his brother muttered in a daze. No way. Is he actually going on a date? At the steakhouse, the atmosphere was elegant, with soft, melodic music playing in the background. Julie finally spoke. Do you like steak? Yao Min didn't quite hear her. Huh? What was that? Julie repeated, her voice cheerful. Do you like steak? Yao Min nodded. Ah, yeah, I love it. Since you're treating, I'll make sure to eat well. Julie gently dabbed her mouth with a napkin, her heart fluttering. I can't believe I'm having a meal alone with Yao Min. This has to be my lucky day. They continued their meal under the warm lights, but as the silence stretched on, Julie panicked internally. This is so awkward. I have to say something. Gathering her courage, she asked, How did you win the lottery so many times? It was 4 times in a row. Yao Min answered casually, Oh, that. My ancestors gave me the numbers in a dream. Guess I'm just really lucky. An image popped into Julie's head. She pictured a god holding a piece of paper, saying, Remember these numbers. She looked at him skeptically. In a dream? So how much did you make from it? Yao Min beamed. Let's just say I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, although I still have to worry about staying alive. Julie pressed on. Ah, that reminds me. I'm really curious. What was your first trial like? Killing goblins must have been tough. Yao Min replied. It took a pretty long time. She asked again, Which area were you in? Yao Min took a slow sip of his water. I don't remember the whole thing. I just know the last digit was a 5. Julie let out a small laugh. Oh, mine ended in a 7. Too bad, that means we couldn't have met. But inside his head, Yao Min was thinking, Don't be so disappointed, my friend. We'll be meeting very soon. Because the areas merge as the number of survivors dwindles, the conversation flowed. Julie asked curiously, So, what level are you now? Jaemin hesitated. Level 10? Julie's eyes widened. Huh, I'm level 10, too. Have you chosen a class yet? Jaemin shook his head. Not yet. What about you? Julie beamed. I was lucky and got a class change item. It's called a buffer. Jamin's interest was piqued. A buffer? You mean you can cast support skills on allies, like in a game? A brilliant idea suddenly sparked in his mind. This was perfect. He needed a buffer. Julie's excitement was contagious. Want to see it in action? I have a blessing skill that boosts all stats. Oh, really? Show me, Jamin urged. Julie immediately agreed. A system window appeared before him. Blessing has increased all of your stats by 50%. Duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Seeing the incredible boost, Jamin was inwardly stunned. So this was the power of a special class. The effect was insane. He quickly calculated, if she reaches max level, this buff could double to 100%, but that was still a long way off. He glanced at Julie with a thoughtful smile. It was a stroke of luck that she offered to buff him. This was exactly what he needed. An image of a pouch with a phoenix feather design flashed in his mind. He recalled the reward from his first side quest, a random gold pouch, which paid out based on the user's luck stat. He reminded himself, the higher the luck, the bigger the reward. Back in the moment, Jamin said, this effect is incredible. Thanks, Julie. She beamed. Anytime. The skill doesn't cost me anything, so just ask. Jamin then remembered. Didn't you have something you wanted to tell me? Julie jolted. Oh, right. I totally forgot about that. She continued. Thank you so much for the 10 million won. My father also wanted me to pass along his deepest gratitude. Her voice was firm. And I swear, I will pay you back as soon as I can, no matter what. Jamin waved it off. Is that all you wanted to say? I already told you not to worry about it. But Julie still looked troubled. If you don't need the money, maybe I can give you something else. Oh, I know. An item materialized in her hand. Here, take this. Jamin blinked in surprise. What is it? Julie explained. I got it from a hunt. If you won't accept money, then at least take this. It's a token of my gratitude, so please don't refuse. After their meal ended, the two stepped out of the restaurant. Julie smiled. That was delicious. Well, I'll see you around. All right, Jamin said. Be careful in the next gate. Julie laughed brightly. Haha, you too. We have to survive if we're going to meet again. After they parted ways, Jamin headed home and opened his system inventory. His eyes landed on the purple gem Julie had given him. The item information appeared. Low-grade violet mana crystal. Type, material. A beautiful violet stone containing refined mana. Can be socketed into an item to grant additional stats. Jamin was floored. I can't believe she just gave this to me. Holding the crystal to the light, he thought. Once I hit level 20, I'll see just how rare this thing is. The item combination feature unlocked at level 20. He pictured his axe, empowered by the crystal. He knew the theory combining a weapon with a mana crystal could add a powerful new option to it. Mana crystals came in 7 colors. Red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, indigo for damage reduction, and violet, the rarest of all, which increased every single stat. Jamin grinned. I really hit the jackpot. My real-world luck stat must be off the charts. He decided to save it for level 20. Just then, a system notification flashed. Blessing. Duration. 30 minutes and 58 seconds. Jamin realized he had to open the gold pouch before the buff ran out. He took out a small package, thinking, 100 mealworms. His Ancient Slaughterer's rune skill increased his stats for every life taken. Even in insects. He dropped the wriggling bag on the ground. Sorry about this. Lives taken. 45,100. All stats increased by 45%. The count skyrocketed to 67, then to 100. He immediately pulled up his status window. Name, Jamin. Nickname, Black Hook rank, Novice level, 16 class, Reaper titles, The Last Traveler, The First Hidden Slayer. Stats, Strength and Intelligence plus 9, Agility plus 63, Luck plus 45. Jamin was thrilled. His luck had jumped from 15 to 45. His inventory screen showed the random gold pouch, rare, granting up to 9,999 gold based on luck, and it had to be used before the next round. He held the pouch, wondering, with my luck this high, how much will I get? Maybe 36,000 gold? But then Jamin froze, letting out a small, ah. A system message popped up instantly. You have used the random gold pouch. He stared, stunned, as another notification appeared. You have acquired 9,999 gold, he whispered. 9,999 gold. A slow grin spread across his face. He'd gotten the maximum amount. Taking that blessing was absolutely worth it. Trying to contain his excitement, Jamin checked his new total. 16,249 gold. That was more than enough to buy an epic grade item. He closed the system window. The item I want won't be in the shop for another 2 weeks. I'll just have to save this until then. Later that afternoon, back at his apartment, Jaemin called out as he removed his jacket. I'm home. His brother, Jae, looked up from his phone and rushed over with a huge smile. Jaemin, he asked eagerly. So, how was your date? Jaemin shot him a confused look. Date? Seeing his brother's blank stare, Jae pressed on. Weren't you out with your girlfriend? Jaemin sighed and slumped into a chair. Don't be ridiculous. Have you eaten yet? Jae sat beside him, looking happy. I ordered black bean noodles. Jaemin propped his chin on his hand with a teasing look. You could have ordered something a little nicer. Jae's cheeks puffed out. What's wrong with black bean noodles? Do you have any idea how long I've been craving them? That hit a nerve. Yumin remembered their struggle just last month, thinking to himself, he's right. We were barely scraping by. Staring at the TV, he was lost in his thoughts. Thanks to Bitcoin, he now had $150 million. But he knew that in 2 weeks, its value could plummet. That would be the perfect time to sell. His brother, Yao, was glued to the TV beside him. When a sleek car flashed across the screen, an idea sparked in Yumin's mind. First things first, he should get his driver's license. At the testing center, everyone else was sweating over the written exam. Yumin sat calmly at the terminal, wondering, how many times have I done this? Time to finish this and get out. As he stood up to leave, a man across from him watched in disbelief, thinking, what's with that kid? Curious, the man walked over to Yumin's computer and saw the screen glowing with the results. Your score is 95. You have passed the written exam for a commercial driver's license. The man's jaw dropped. 95 points in just a few minutes? Meanwhile, Yumin proudly showed his new license to Yao. His younger brother's eyes lit up with pure admiration. It only took him 4 days to get the license. My driving experience is second to none, he thought. But then, a strange realization hit him. Hold on, how many years has it actually been? How old am I really? A confident smile spread across his face. Now that I have the license, it's time to buy a Lamborghini Aventador. At the dealership, Yumin got straight to the point with the manager, asking, how long for a direct import? The manager replied, if you place the order today, it'll arrive within a month. Yumin glanced at the tablet. Fine, I'll sign for it right now. The manager rubbed his hands together, ecstatic. Sir, you have impeccable taste. Yumin just gave the man a helpless, knowing smile. 2 weeks later, Yumin stared at his phone. It was time to say goodbye to his Bitcoin. Seeing him smile, Yao asked curiously, something good happen? Why are you grinning like that? Yumin crossed his legs, looking smug as he replied, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Yao sat down with a glass of water. Really? How high did the price go? Yumin answered casually, $300 million. Yao nearly dropped his glass. $300 million. His entire lottery winning was only $60 million, and it grew to $300 million. Yumin just nodded. What else? Yao remembered advising his brother against investing in Bitcoin just a month ago, and he muttered, I tried to stop you when you wanted to invest, but you made this much. Yumin thought to himself, last time, the most I made was $280 million. Yao asked, so, are you done now? Yumin replied, of course. Yao raised his glass in relief. That's great. But his relief was short-lived when Yumin added, it's time to invest in stocks. He choked on his water in alarm. Brother, what in the world do you know about stocks? What are you planning now? Yumin was calm. Don't worry, he said confidently. I had a dream. Yao was stunned. You had another one of those future-predicting dreams? What stock is it this time? Yumin replied, yep. In my dream, I saw that if I buy it now, it'll pay off big time later. Yao just sighed. Fine, just do whatever you want. Yumin smiled to himself. I can't blame him for worrying, but I already know the future. He scrolled on his phone, thinking the company he would invest in is Tiama Corporation. Ranked 85th on the CER, it was valued at $900 million. Tiama is owned by Magan Locke, though it's still unknown. After the 4th round, it's going to explode thanks to a special system, Yumin mused. Knowing this company is about to blow up, there's no reason not to invest. I'll put in $280 million, secure 31% ownership, and become the majority shareholder to influence the company's direction. He tapped the buy button while Yao whispered a prayer beside him. Please let his dream come true again. A notification popped up. Purchase transaction successful. Yumin thought, done. Now, I just need to buy the items. Late that night, a light glowed from Yumin's room. He opened the store, and a system window, labeled Shop, appeared, filled with countless items. Yumin scrolled through the list, thinking, I've been saving my gold for this day. He clicked on the Equipment tab. With gold, I can buy common items and skills. How convenient. Even if they're only common grade, I can still get rare materials, even epic ones. A line of text appeared, today's item. Yumin knew this function offered a random item that changed daily. Usually, it's hard to get what you want from this, but I already knew today's item would be the dry bone necklace. He tapped the screen, and an image of the necklace appeared with its information. Human's eyes lit up. There it is. The dry bone necklace increases intelligence and attack speed, and the price is cheap. He opened his item inventory. He found a 50% discount coupon from a level-up quest. He thought, if I buy the necklace after using this coupon, it'll only cost half the price. He clicked purchase. His gold count dropped to 13,949. Human shot up, surprised. I still have this much gold left. He did a quick calculation. He had planned to buy a full set of common gear, but if he saved just 6,000 more gold, he could afford a common grade skill. A grin spread across his face. A common skill is way better than common gear. He was determined to earn another 6,000 gold. Human thought, good thing, round 3 is swarming with monsters. Time flew by, and the day the new round began arrived. In an ethereal purple light, people from all over were summoned. They materialized around a massive, glowing crystal in the middle of a square. The air filled with chaos and confused whispers. Damn it, we've been dragged back to the other world again. This isn't a forest this time. Where are we? They looked around at the dilapidated buildings and rubble-strewn streets. Someone muttered, this place looks like a total ruin. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. Look, there are walls around the village. Everyone's attention snapped towards the towering stone walls that encircled them. Their eyes shifted back to the purple crystal as they whispered, what is this crystal for? What are we supposed to do here in round 3? Standing off to the side, Human watched it all unfold. Looking around, he thought, this place feels strange. Everyone looks so on edge. His eyes finally settled on one man, standing motionless in the crowd. Yao Min recognized him instantly. Rong Si. Another person spoke up. Isn't that our so-called regional representative? A wave of whispers erupted. That's right. His life is a documentary. I heard he's a gang boss. He put a blade to my throat to make me vote for him. Hago should have been the representative, not that murderer. Someone whispered nervously. Hey, keep it down. He'll hear you. He has authority, you know. Another person scoffed. So what? He only has 10 uses of it. Nothing to be afraid of. An enraged roar ripped from Rongshi's throat. You filthy bastards, shut your mouths. But his shout didn't scare them. Instead, they mocked him. What's with all the cursing? As if we don't know how to curse. Rong's eye spun around, glaring toward the voice. Who's the one mumbling over there? He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I knew this was going to happen. He wished that damn angel had just kept her mouth shut. Suddenly, someone approached him. Dong Min bowed his head and shouted, Hello, sir. Startled, Rong Si turned around. The crowd murmured, What the hell? What is Dong Min doing? Dong Min looked up, meeting Rong Si's gaze. Your life is a documentary, boss of the Rong Shi gang. My Sunbei. Rong Shi crossed his arms, confused. Sunbei, are you one of my underlings? Dong Min replied, Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old man with a dream of becoming a gangster. Rong's eye stared, dumbfounded, thinking, he wants to be a gangster? Is this kid insane? But Dong Min beamed. You're my role model. I desperately want to join the Rongzai gang. Before the stunned Rong Si could even reply, Dong Min dropped to his knees with complete sincerity. I'll dedicate my life to following you. Please, I'm begging you to take me in. A smirk spread across Rong Shi's face. He looked at the kid kneeling on the ground, thinking, I've met plenty of psychos in my life, but never one this intense. He liked his spirit. Get up, he said. Dong Min immediately scrambled to his feet. Yes, sir. Rong's eye gestured to the gossiping crowd. Are you blind? Can't you see my reputation is already in the gutter? And you still want to follow me? Dong Min answered without hesitation. I don't care. You're the man I respect. Rong Si fell silent, his eyes sizing up the young man. Dong Min pressed on. As long as you accept me, I don't give a damn what anyone else thinks. Rong Si let out a loud laugh. I like that answer. All right. I'll take responsibility for training you. Dong Min bowed deeply, overjoyed. Thank you, sir. It's my honor. The crowd buzzed. Did he just join Life is a Documentary's team? Is he crazy? Someone sneered. Well, birds of a feather flock together. From a hidden corner, Yao Min thought, Dong Min teaming up with Rong Si. This is a good thing. Suddenly, an angel materialized in the sky. Everyone looked up as she spoke. Is everyone gathered now? She smiled sweetly. Let's see. We're missing 90 people today. The crowd was confused. Missing people? What does she mean? A system window appeared with a mission. Protect the holy relic for 3 hours. Everyone checked their status, seeing nothing unusual. They asked each other, Huh? Are people really missing? How did that happen? The angel's voice dripped with arrogance. It's impossible for people to die without a reason. It seems you've all been busy killing each other in the real world. I was so worried about how competitive you get. Someone shouted, "Wait, everyone, look at the number of people who passed this round." The crowd looked at their system windows, baffled. 1,225 people. What the hell? That's only a quarter of us. They panicked. "You bizarre angel, is this some kind of glitch?" The angel laughed. "A glitch? There's no glitch. You're worried because the number of survivors is so low. But have you forgotten? Only half are meant to survive each round." A smirk played on her lips. "But since all of you survived the last round, only a quarter of you will survive this one. It's perfectly logical, isn't it?" The crowd stammered in fear. "But that's..." The angel's eyes narrowed with impatience. "There's nothing unfair about it. Just work hard to make it into the top 25%. Then her voice returned to normal. "All right, now I'll explain the rules for round 3. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my personal army will appear at the castle gate. They will target the holy relic in the center of the village. There will be a total of 4 attack waves. All of you must work together to protect the relic." Everyone's gaze shifted to the massive crystal in the middle of the square. The angel continued, "You'll receive additional rewards if you successfully defend the relic for 3 hours. If you fail, the penalty will be severe. Your rank will be determined by the number of monsters you kill." She seemed delighted, "But they only have brute strength, so this should be much easier for you, right?" Of course, the gold and experience you receive will be reduced accordingly. Hearing this, Rongshi thought, "So I just need to kill a lot of monsters. With my authority, this round will be a piece of cake." The angel clapped her hands, her eyes locking onto Rongshi. "Oh, I almost forgot. The representative from the last round was Life is a Documentary, wasn't it?" Rongshi looked up. The angel flew closer, a mocking smile on her face. "From this round on, he can use his command authority. But I bet everyone is curious. What would happen if the representative dies?" Rongshi's expression darkened. The angel went on, "If the representative is killed by a monster or some other accident, the position simply becomes vacant. But if he's killed by another player..." An uneasy feeling crept over Rongshi. The angel grinned. "The killer becomes the new representative, and they'll receive all 10 uses of the command authority." Every eye in the square turned to Rongshi, looking at him like a pack of hungry wolves. The angel clapped. "The monsters will appear in 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, try to cooperate and survive." She smiled brightly. "Though I'm not sure you'll be able to manage." And with that, the angel vanished. Rongshi trembled with rage, cursing under his breath. Glancing at the crowd, already gripping their weapons, ready to pounce, he drew his sword and roared, "You damn bastards. Come on. I'll take every single one of you on, model." Someone sneered. "He acts tough, but he can only use that authority 10 times. Another player added, "The angel said it herself. Whoever kills this bastard becomes the new representative. If it's me, even better." But then Jumin approached, his massive scythe in hand, causing Rex to tense up. "What are you doing?" Jumin, the Black Scythe, offered a calm smile. "Don't be afraid. I just want to talk." Rex tried to remain composed. "Afraid of what you have to say? Then speak." But he added a warning first. "If you're planning to make me bow my head." Jumin cut him off, his voice full of confidence. "I have a proposition for you. I'm guessing you're in a bit of a bind. How about I protect you?" Rex was so stunned he couldn't believe his own ears. He blinked, repeating the words. "What?" Light from the scythe's blade reflected across Jumin's face, giving him an irresistibly mysterious aura. "I will protect you from all the other players. In other words, I'll be your personal bodyguard." Jumin's declaration sent a shockwave through the stunned crowd. Hushed whispers spread like a cold wind sweeping through a forest. "What? The Black Scythe is going to protect him? Is this some kind of sick joke? Does this mean we have to fight the Black Scythe now?" One of the players cried out in panic. His voice trembled as anxious glances darted back and forth. The air grew taut, like a bowstring about to snap. "This has gone way too far. What are we supposed to do now?" Rex silently observed their reactions, inwardly astonished. He never imagined the Black Scythe's reputation carried so much weight. A single offer from Jumin was enough to make the entire mob hesitate. It was as if he was a storm, capable of sweeping everything away in his path. Rex narrowed his eyes, studying Jumin with extreme caution. He thought to himself, "That's a tempting offer. But everything has its price." His voice turned to ice. "So, what do you want in return?" Jumin replied, his tone even but filled with hidden meaning. "Oh, nothing much. You will simply have to obey my every command. That is the condition." "What?" Rex nearly screamed, blood rushing to his head. He thought furiously, "Is he asking me to become his subordinate?" Rex's fists clenched, his eyes blazing with pure rage. "What's your reason for making an offer like this?" Jumin remained perfectly calm, completely unfazed. "I can't say." Rex gritted his teeth. He struggled to contain his anger. You said obey your commands, but what kind of commands are we talking about? That, I also cannot say. Jumin replied, his voice still like ice. You just need to follow my orders unconditionally. Rex cursed in his mind. So you want me to follow you around for life? Hell no. Does he really think I'm that easy to fool? He took a step back, his mind racing. Wait a second. What happens if I refuse? He wouldn't just attack me in broad daylight for no reason. Would he? Rex pressed his lips into a thin line, his gaze flickering between suspicion and worry. Jumin spoke up, his voice level yet filled with power. Choose. He stared directly into Rex's eyes, as if piercing his very soul. The others are waiting for your decision, too. Rex ground his teeth, feeling like he'd been backed into a corner. Finally, he snarled, I refuse your offer. Hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in Jumin's eyes. He thought to himself, just as I predicted, a bastard like him would never swallow his pride that easily. The surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, as if a great pressure had been lifted. He refused. If he had agreed, he could have just walked off to hunt monsters in peace. His ego is just too big to take orders. A few players raised their weapons, excitement gleaming in their eyes, ready to lunge at Rex at any moment. Jumin observed it all, thinking, this is unfolding exactly as it did in my past life. He knew it was time to draw the line in the sand. He spoke, his voice cold. Fine. If you've refused, there's nothing more for me to do. I won't get involved in what happens here. With that, Jumin turned and walked away, the scythe slung over his shoulder, swaying gently in the wind. Before disappearing from view, he tossed one last comment back. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me anymore. The armed players immediately advanced on Rex, their eyes burning with killing intent. You hear that? The black scythe doesn't care about you anymore. So, I guess that means it's time we turn this gangster into mincemeat, right? One of them roared, raising his sword high. Rex gripped his weapon, grinding his teeth in fury. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Was I really supposed to accept that insane offer? At that exact moment, a system window materialized with a cold notification. Wave 1 will now begin. Prepare for the monster assault and defend the fortress. The crowd stared blankly, but before they could react, another screen appeared. In 30 minutes, regardless of monsters defeated, Wave 2 will commence. A scream ripped through the air. Everyone, protect the fortress. The system screen continued its countdown. 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The crowd scrambled into position, leaving Rex standing all alone. He looked around, thinking he couldn't possibly fight alongside the very people who held a grudge against him. He decided to act alone. With determination flashing in his eyes, he saw Jumin walking into the distance, scythe in tow. Rex wondered, where is that guy going? He discreetly followed, hiding behind a house to observe. Is he planning to fight by himself, too? He was heading straight for the fortress gate. Suddenly, a deafening screech echoed as a system message appeared. Wave 1. The gate is opening. The massive gate began to creak open, revealing thousands of goblins with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. They shrieked, a tide of claws and fangs. The system notification flashed. Players, 4,900. Weakened goblins, 9,800. Then a final line appeared. Due to a stage property, all goblins possess only 1/3 of their normal strength. Good luck. Wrong-sized blood ran cold, his heart hammering against his ribs. 9,800 of them. He scrambled into a nearby building, racing upstairs, thinking, this is absolute madness. I'll just hide and observe for now. From a window, he looked down and saw Yao Ming, standing alone against the goblin horde, his scythe radiating a fierce, crimson light. With a single swing, 3 goblins fell. Rongxi's eyes widened in disbelief. The black scythe is that powerful. Yao Ming remained perfectly calm, his gaze as sharp as a blade. 5 more goblins lunged at him, but he moved like a phantom, gliding past their attacks. His scythe danced, tearing their bodies to shreds. Rongxi watched from his perch, a bitter mix of jealousy and awe churning inside him. Will I be that strong when I reach level 16? He shook his head. This is no time for daydreaming. I need to level up faster. Down below, the battle between players and goblins had descended into pure chaos. Monster corpses littered the ground, but the living wave pushed forward, relentless. Players screamed, forming a desperate defense around the stage's sacred purple crystal. Hold them back. The west gate has fallen. Don't let them get near the relic. Determination ignited in Rongxi's eyes. He charged back down into the fray, roaring, come and get it, you walking bags of experience points. A nearby goblin turned to face him, but it was cut down before it could even lunge. He smirked. Knowing their attack patterns makes this almost too easy. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past his head, tearing a chunk out of his ear. He clutched the wound, gritting his teeth. Damn it, goblins don't use bows. So who the hell was that? His eyes scanned the battlefield, locking onto a player drawing a bow not far away. Rongxi hurled his spear, striking the archer square in the head, but in that same instant, a sword plunged deep into his abdomen. The attacker roared, "I've got him." Rongxi snarled, ripping the blade from his own stomach. He plunged it back into his attacker's chest, screaming, "Die, you bastard." Another arrow flew his way, but Rongxi was faster, launching his spear and silencing the new threat for good. He clutched his bleeding wound, thinking, "Damn it all. I never thought the real danger would be the other players, not the monsters." Pain seared through him. "Area representative, my ass," he snarled. "If I had a choice, I'd have thrown this title to anyone else." His eyes desperately scanned the crowd, finally landing on a nearby player. The Black Dragon Guard, ranked third in the region. A slow, calculating smile spread across Rongxi's face. An idea sparked. "Yes, him." He strode forward, his voice like ice. "Hey." The man turned, frowning. "What? Who are you?" Rongxi aimed his weapon at the man's throat. "It was an order. Black Dragon Guard. From this moment on, you will protect me." Yao Ming swung his weapon, the wickedly sharp scythe slicing through the air and cleaving another monster in two. The system's voice echoed, cold and clinical. Effect of the skeleton necklace activated, increasing attack speed by 25%. You have defeated Goblin. Current kill count is 502 of 9,800. A level 3 buff has been used. All experience gain increased by 100% due to the effect of the Golden Butcher's Reign. Plus 333 bonus gold, plus 166. Yao Ming studied the system panel, a flash of satisfaction in his sharp eyes. He opened his inventory, impressed. Almost 2,000 gold already. A slight smirk touched his lips as he thought, at this pace, I'll easily make 20,000 gold during the second wave. In the distance, the monsters growled, readying for another charge. But Yao Ming remained calm, his mind calculating. I need to farm as much gold as I can this round and buy 2 common skills. If I can do that, I'll obtain the ancient Tome of Truth. His crimson eyes swept across the horde as he swung his scythe in a single, fatal strike. The monsters behind it roared, suddenly wary. Yao Ming scoffed, his voice dripping with challenge. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack?" He raised his scythe high and charged headfirst into the horde. "If you won't come to me, then I'll come to you." Just then, a blinding flash of magic crashed down, and the resulting explosion sent everyone into a panic. What was that? What was that sound? The monster pinning down a young man simply vanished, taking the rest of the horde with it. The system announced, "You have successfully repelled the first wave of the attack." The crowd let out a collective sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The system continued. Surviving players, 3,933. Deceased players, 967. All surviving players receive 500 gold. A young man collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. "I have to rest." Before the second wave begins, Yao Ming gazed at the bodies lying in pools of crimson blood, his expression grim. 967 dead. Even with the goblins weakened, we can't underestimate them. His eyes scanned the survivors, murmuring, "Now, where is he?" His gaze finally landed on Rongxi, who was gritting his teeth, his body tense. Yao Ming thought to himself, it's no surprise he's still alive. But there's no way he'll survive this next round. Rongxi panted heavily. He clutched his dagger, shouting, "Damn it." He was completely unaware of the enemies sneaking up on him, thinking, these bastards aren't killing goblins, they're only targeting me. A player lunged, his dagger aimed straight for the kill. Die. But before the blade could connect, he was cut down by 2 others. The commander symbol above Rongxi's head glowed brightly. He couldn't help but smile smugly. It's a good thing I have them. This command authority is incredible. They're perfect meat shields to help me survive the first wave. Just then, Yao Ming approached him. "Are you okay?" Rongxi stared at him, confused. This crazy guy is still following me, even though I'm not using my authority on him. Blood was still seeping from the wound in his gut. A pain groan escaped his lips as blood trickled down his hand. He worried. I've lost too much blood. Can I really survive this next round? He gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it all. Sweat drenched his forehead, but Rongxi's eyes burned with fierce determination. I will survive. Clearing this round was almost too easy, but their eyes suddenly snapped backward as a new horde of monsters swarmed in. The system announced the second wave. Players remaining, 393. Weakened goblins, 786. Due to the stage's properties, all goblins possess only normal strength. Good luck, challengers. Yao Ming moved like a phantom, his scythe a blur that ripped through the monster's flesh. He leaped high into the fray, cutting them down without hesitation. Bodies piled up at his feet. With a final spin, his scythe sliced through the very air itself. He glanced up at the system window. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from novice to common. The synthesis function is now available. Yao Min wiped away a bead of sweat, a satisfied smirk on his face. Level 20. Finally, now I can craft unique items you can't buy in the shop. The system continued its updates. Death's radiance has been enhanced. Bonus damage increased from 100% to 120%. You have acquired the unique skill, Endless Night. Within a 500-meter radius, you can use dark energy to create an artificial night. The caster can deactivate this skill at will. Next skill unlocks at level 40. Yao Min considered this a 120% damage boost and a brand new skill. Endless Night was a perfect match for his ancient rune of death. The stronger the darkness, the stronger he became. The system displayed the rune's attributes. During the day, weapon attack power is doubled. At night, attack speed increases by 50%, and the chance of being detected by enemies is drastically reduced. Just then, the next monster wave flooded in. A cruel smirk played on Yao Min's lips. Welcome. I was just hoping to test out a new skill. His voice dropped to a chilling whisper. Endless Night. The monsters froze in terror. A razor-sharp strike descended, cutting them down one by one. Yao Min landed softly on the ground. Behind him, a mountain of monster corpses had formed. A system notification appeared. You have successfully defended against the second wave. Surviving players, 3,343. Casualties, 590. All survivors will receive 500 gold. Yao Min rested a hand on his hip and let out a breath. The second wave was over. Should I buy some common skills during this break? He opened the system shop, deep in thought. For his first purchase, he chose a mana detection skill. With this, I can pinpoint any target within a 30-meter radius. But there were only goblin corpses around. Maybe I should save the 20,000 gold. Just then, the system announced the third wave. Players remaining, 3,343. Weakened goblins, 6,686. The players charged forward, a flurry of fists against the horde. Third wave successfully defended. Gritting his teeth, Yao Min unleashed another powerful strike. The system immediately announced the fourth wave. Players remaining, 3,001. Weakened goblins, 6,002. Exhaustion was setting in as they finished off the last of the goblins. Fourth wave successfully defended. Rongsai's face was pale and drenched in sweat. He struggled to his feet, thinking, just one more hour. If I can just hold out, I'll survive this hell. He glanced at the other players, his mind racing. Even if I've lost my authority, as long as these pawns protect me, I can make it out alive. The system announced the fifth wave. Players remaining, 2,700. Weakened goblins, 10,800. Rongzi's blood ran cold, 10,000 of them. The system offered a small comfort. Goblins possess only normal strength. Good luck, challengers. The goblin horde charged, and the players roared back in defiance. Die. Rongzi thought with greedy eyes. This is my chance to set a new record. I'll grow stronger, and rip apart everyone who ever disrespected me. A sudden shout snapped him out of his fantasy. A group of players had teamed up and were pointing right at him. There he is, that bastard gangster. The representative title is mine. Rongzi grabbed two nearby players, using them as human shields. You savages, he screamed. Trying to get in my way at the very end? Guards, stop them. But his two bodyguards were cut down in an instant. Rongzi stumbled back in pure panic. Damn it, I'm finished. He turned tail and fled, his only thought to survive this wave. The mob gave chase, shouting, He's running, get him. Rongzi froze when he saw Yao Min standing calmly before the horde. He scrambled towards him desperately. Grim Scythe, I accept your offer. I'll do anything you say. Just please protect me. Yao Min stared at the desperate man, his expression unreadable. Rongzi waited, his heart pounding. I said, I accept your proposal. Grim Scythe, protect me. A cold, red light glinted in Yao Min's eyes. His voice was sharp and final. I refuse. Rongzi was completely stunned. Yao Min's tone was dismissive. I told you before. I don't care whether you live or die. You're on your own. Wait. Rongzi screamed in desperation. But you were the one who made the offer. I said I would become your subordinate. What is there to refuse? As he turned away, Yao Min's voice echoed back. I have no use for a subordinate who has no power to command. The color drained from Rongzi's face. He ground his teeth in pure rage. That little brat dares to call me useless? If only he had accepted the offer sooner. A voice called out from the mob. Did everyone see that? He refused him. The group closed in around Rongzi, their smiles filled with malice. What a relief. I was worried Grim Scythe might actually help him. This is better than a movie. Blood seeped from the wound in Rongzi's gut, the pain excruciating. One of the men laughed. Now we can kill him however we want. Rongxi gripped his dagger, roaring in defiance. Damn you all. If I'm going down, I'm taking at least one of you with me. Just then, Yao Min stepped forward, pushing one of the men aside. Senior, you look tired. Why don't you let me help? A wave of relief washed over Rongxi. Yes, of course. If I make it out of here alive, I promise I'll take very good care of you. But before he could finish his sentence, Yao Min's fist slammed into Rongxi's face with brutal force. He crashed to the ground, his face a bloody mess. Rongxi clutched his face, crying out in agony through a trembling voice. Senior. Huang Yao Min slowly approached him, a smile as cold and sharp as a razor's edge. A dangerous light gleamed in his eyes. His voice was a low, menacing growl. Me. Just kill me. Let me die in peace. Dong Min's hand shot out, grabbing Rongxi's collar and yanking him up. Consumed by rage and helplessness, he roared, "You son of a bitch." But in an instant, Dong Min's fist slammed directly into Rongxi's face. A relentless barrage of punches landed, drawing blood with every brutal impact. Rongxi's face felt like it was shattering. He lay motionless, eyes wide in shock as his mind reeled. Damn it. Betrayed by this worthless bastard. Dong Min stood over him, a triumphant smirk twisting his lips. He raised his foot and brought it down in a single, crushing stomp. The system's cold voice echoed. Representative of the Life is a Documentary region has been killed. The representative's power has been transferred to the executioner, Huang Dongmin, now the new representative of Area S45. He clenched his fists, roaring in pure ecstasy. I'm the regional representative now. I'm the king of this place. The system display continued. You have become the regional representative. You have received the exclusive command authority. Dongmin's brows furrowed, his mind racing at lightning speed. If I focus, I can control Seah however I want. He glanced down at Rongxi's lifeless body, thinking to himself, I'll put this command authority to good use. No hard feelings, right? This was all because Rongxi's gang leader was constantly on the run. Dongmin turned and walked away with a cocky stride, his mind already full of cynical plans. He spun back, pointing at his collaborators with an arrogant shout. Hey, you all see that? I beat him to a bloody pulp. Didn't I tell you we had a chance to win? The crowd nodded in unison. Yeah, you were right. That's great. But their eyes were filled with terror as they stared at Dongmin's blood-soaked hands. One person whispered, that psycho killed a man with his bare hands. It gives me the chills. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A wave of questions erupted, throwing the whole area into chaos. What the hell is going on? Wasn't that bastard always sucking up to that thug? Was he planning this betrayal from the start? Another man trembled, his face pale with terror. How can a guy like that become our regional representative? Amidst the growing uproar, Dongmin quietly wiped his hands, his mind calculating. Are they planning to make a move on me? Too bad for them. I know exactly how to get out of this. He ran toward Yao Min, feigning confusion. What's wrong? Dong Min spoke urgently. You saw the system notification, right? I'm the representative now. I have the command authority. Yao Min looked unimpressed. And Dong Min placed a hand on his chest, making a dazzling offer. Tell the Life is a Documentary faction that I accept. In other words, I will obey your every command. In exchange, you protect me. A smirk played on Yao Min's lips, his voice ice cold. I don't like your attitude. Dong Min was stunned. What? Yao Min continued, his gaze as sharp as a razor. But if you get on your knees and beg, I might consider it. Flustered, Dong Min dropped to his knees, pointing at himself in disbelief. Aren't you listening to me? I have command authority. Yao Min was completely indifferent. So, what do you want me to do about it? You seem to have misunderstood something. You're the one at a disadvantage here, not me. Dong Min fell silent, his mind racing. Yao Min's smirk widened. You want my protection? Then get on your knees and beg for it properly. Dong Min gritted his teeth, glancing at the wary crowd behind him. Then he abruptly knelt, bowing his head respectfully before Yao Min. I will do everything you say, so please, allow me to become your subordinate. His bloodshot eyes trembled with desperation. I'm begging you. Yao Min assessed him with a dark, calculating gaze. I've seen this pathetic act so many times it's boring. Still, unlike Rongxi, Huang Dongmin could be useful. For now. His voice cut through the silence. Fine. I accept your proposal. Dongmin bowed his head over and over. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yao Min glared at him. Stop it. I don't want to see your pathetic face. Dongmin froze in confusion. Huh. Yao Min walked past him without a second glance. The crowd's whispering started again. How did it come to this? Is Black Scythe actually going to protect Huang Dongmin? We're so screwed. A sword-wielding man shot back, trembling. Have you never seen Black Scythe in action? He can fight off dozens of people at once. We don't stand a chance against a monster like that. Yao Min's cold voice suddenly silenced them all. Allow me to help you decide. His piercing eyes swept over the crowd. You have two choices. 1. Renounce your titles as regional representatives, turn back, and go hunt some monsters. He swung his scythe, the steel blade flashing with menace. Or 2. Die by my hand. Yao Min's expression turned terrifying, his voice dropping to a grim, chilling tone. I'd recommend the first option, if you can. But the second is fine too, because in my eyes, anyone who dares to raise a sword against me is no longer human. One man fearfully hid his knife behind his back, while others panicked and scrambled to escape. I forfeit. Me too. Kneeling on the ground, Dong Min watched the terrifying scene unfold, his mind blown. Incredible. With just a few words, Black Scythe made them all submit. Yao Min's expression remained impassive as he glanced at the crowd now fighting off the monsters. So, we safely cleared the fifth wave. But a sinister smile touched his lips. Still, if it ends just like this, wouldn't that be a little boring? He called out, Huang Dong Min. Dong Min hurried to his side. Yes, Black Scythe. Yao Min gave a cold command. As you promised, you will follow my orders. Dong Min replied, What must I do? What do I do? Just give me the order. Yao Min turned, his crimson eyes blazing as he gave the command to use the command authority 10 times and destroy the relic. Dong Min was in turmoil. What? The relic? He frantically remembered the angel's warning. If you fail to protect it, you will face a severe punishment. He gritted his teeth. But why? If I use the command authority 10 times, I won't be able to make Xiao Ajin my slave. Yao Min offered no explanation, only a cold order. Shut your mouth and do as I say, Dong Min pleaded. Instead of 10, can I use it 9 times? Yao Min was indifferent. I won't repeat myself. Make your choice, unless you want to die. Dong Min's mind was a mess. I understand. I'll follow your command. Yao Min's authority was absolute. Proceed. I will designate the targets for your command authority. He spoke with cold deliberation. Simsan Du, Little Chili, Xuanxia Thursday. Command these 10 people to destroy the relic. Dong Min stared in shock at the group across from him, which included his own friends. Are you doing this on purpose? He felt powerless. I'm sorry, everyone. This is Black Scythe's order. I hope you can understand, he muttered. Don't bother me. Glowing characters appeared above the heads of the designated players, leaving them stunned. Dong Min whispered the command, Little Chili, Xuanxia Thursday. Destroy the relic. A system warning flashed. The relic is under attack. A loud explosion echoed as the controlled group swarmed the artifact, raising their weapons to shatter it. The distant crowd screamed, Hey, what are you all doing? Stop them, they yelled in terror. What's wrong with them? Do they want to be punished? Somebody stop them. One man rushed forward, tackling a player attacking the relic. Don't break it. Stop. But another attacker swung a blade, cutting straight into the crowd. The relic began to crack, fractures racing across its surface. In moments, it shattered completely. A system message appeared. The relic has been destroyed. Main mission failed. A new line of text materialized. As punishment, the incarnation of the god of retribution will be summoned in 30 minutes. The crowd erupted in chaos. What? The incarnation of the god of retribution? What is that? The system continued. Survive the incarnation of the god of retribution. The round will not end until the time limit expires. A smirk played on Yao Min's lips, his eyes glinting with excitement as he read the system window. Round 3 hidden sub-quest. Resist the incarnation of the god of retribution and survive. Reward, 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. The crowd buzzed, gathering in anxious groups. Hey, the system says, we'll get 3,000 gold if we survive. Another person nodded. I told you. Protecting the relic only gave us 2,000 gold. Hearing this, a few players grew excited. Then this is a much better deal. Another one chimed in. That's what I'm talking about. Yao Min stood amidst the crowd, his gaze sharp, thinking to himself, this quest reward is even bigger than the reward for clearing the 5th wave. That's why I ordered Dong Min to destroy the relic, but I didn't do it myself. Just then, the system's cold voice rang out. Confirmed, the 10 players who attack the relic will be punished. All stats are permanently decreased by 50%. The group that had been celebrating their destruction suddenly froze in shock. An archer's face turned purple with rage as he pointed at Dong Min. What? Our stats are reduced? We were just following orders. Damn you, you son of a bitch. Dong Min stammered as they screamed his name. I'm sorry. How was I supposed to know there'd be a penalty like this? Before he could finish his excuse, the system continued. The regional representative failed to protect the relic and will receive the one-hit kill penalty. All stats are permanently decreased by 50%. Dong Min was paralyzed by the announcement. his face darkening before he furiously kicked the wall. Damn it all to hell. Standing apart from the chaos, Yao Min smiled innocently. A permanent stat reduction is a fatal blow, directly tied to one's survival. Now then, it's time to face the god of retribution's incarnation. He summoned the system shop, planning to buy some common items with his remaining gold. Even a small stat boost would make killing the monster easier. His finger decisively confirmed the purchase. Assassin's Helm, a common grade helmet. Defense, 20. Effect, Agility plus 3. Durability, 250 out of 250. Usage restriction, common grade or higher. The helm reeked of old, dried blood, as if it had never been washed. Next, the Boots of Cunning, common grade footwear. Defense, 15. Effect, Agility plus 2. Action speed plus 5%. Durability, 250 out of 250. Usage restriction, common grade or higher. The black boots looked tight, but they were surprisingly light and comfortable. Yao Min then switched to the modification panel, opening the combination function. He placed an item into the empty slot, then dragged a mana stone to combine it with his bone necklace. The system announced, combination successful. Option, +1 to all stats has been added to the bone necklace. He repeated the process with his other gear. Each piece of equipment could be fitted with 1 mana stone, so he applied the same method to his remaining items. The system repeatedly announced, combination successful. Option, damage reduction +1 has been added to the skilled hunter's leather armor. Combination successful. Option, strength +2 has been added to the reaper's black scythe. Finished, Yao Min dismissed the screen. A low-grade mana stone won't help much, he thought, but it's better than nothing. Suddenly, a thick dust filled the hall, and the crowd began to stir. Is it starting? A girl asked nervously, looking around. I'm getting a little anxious. The person next to her trembled. We just have to hold out for 30 minutes, another person shouted. That's right. All we have to do is run, Yao Min thought grimly. Escaping the incarnation of the god of retribution won't be that easy. He remembered his past life. Out of 2,700 people, only 500 survived. Just staying alive is hard enough, let alone fighting back. This was the incarnation of the god of punishment, a terrifying monster that required 5 level 40 players to even stand a chance. But Yao Min smirked, determined to kill it for the massive reward. Suddenly, a crack tore through the sky, and a brilliant golden light flooded the entire space. Yao Min calculated his chances. The title, First to Slay an Angel, would be a huge advantage. The system window displayed the title, First to Slay an Angel. Condition, be the first player to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled. From the rift, the incarnation of the god of punishment descended. A colossal creature landed in the square, its towering presence striking fear into everyone. Is that the incarnation of the god of punishment? So we just have to avoid it to survive? That's too easy. Yao Min let out a sigh of relief. Damn, that thing had me scared for a second. But one of his companions frowned, unable to see a thing. Amidst the chaos, the god raised its scepter and slammed it into the ground. A wave of purple light erupted, enclosing the square like a cage. A system notification appeared. The incarnation of the god of punishment has established a limited domain. The crowd panicked. What the hell is this? A limited domain? The system explained. Unless the creator dispels this area, you are not permitted to leave. The crowd screamed in terror. We can't get out. We're trapped. The system continued. All player stats within this domain are reduced by 50%. Those trapped inside cried out for help. Help us get out of here. Yao Min watched with a grim expression. Nearly 3,000 people were trapped. It's a shame, he thought, but I can't save them all. Someone from afar shouted, what is that giant sphere? The god spread its wings, unleashing a rain of countless purple light projectiles. Yao Min offered a silent moment of remembrance for the fallen. Screams echoed as countless people were struck, the crowd scattering in chaos. Damn it, does it expect us to dodge all of these things? We can barely even see them. The god paid them no mind, flapping its wings to launch another volley. Yao Min muttered, inside this domain, dodging those light arrows is nearly impossible. But, he thought, if you know how, it's not that hard. He moved carefully, staying out of the god's line of sight. Just as he predicted, while hunting humans, it paid no attention to its back. The moment the barrier showed an opening, Yao Min charged forward. This was his chance. He leaped into the air, swinging his scythe, now just 5 meters away from the god. From the seal, his scythe aimed straight for the symbol, slashing down hard. Yao Min sneered. It's too late to defend yourself now. The blade splitting the god's face was a satisfying sight, a truly perfect strike. He retracted his scythe and leaped back as the god clutched its face, roaring in agony. Yao Min saw its health bar drop significantly. A single attack had wiped out 40% of its health. Not bad, he thought, reading the creature like a book as he retreated. As expected, the scepter waved again, and the barrier reformed. System notification. The incarnation of the god of punishment has established a limited domain. Yao Min paused. Once it realized the barrier caught nothing, it would dispel it. Here's my second chance. He rushed forward, his scythe glowing with a red light. I've already taken one of its eyes. Now for the other. Another clean slash turned the god from one eye to completely blind. As it shrieked in pain, Yao Min retreated again. System notification, limited domain reestablished. Player stats inside reduced by 50%. He smirked confidently. Without its eyes, it was just a giant punching bag. The scepter rose, and a rain of light arrows fell from the sky. Yao Min mused, it's firing in every direction, trying to hit me. He slowly made his way behind the god. Command, nightfall. Darkness enveloped the area. The god looked around in confusion as Yao Min leaped up. Light cannot defeat the dark, because that's how this world's system was designed. His scythe swung down. Time to end this. Yao Min's blade sliced powerfully, tearing off one of the god's wings. As the wing fell, the god roared in agony. Abandoning its magic for a physical attack, it swept its scepter horizontally. But Yao Min dodged with incredible agility, twisting in midair. His scythe swung in a perfect arc, severing the remaining wing. An agonized scream echoed as the second wing hit the ground. Yao Min landed gracefully, watching the crippled god, its health bar now at a mere 10%. He backed away, keeping his distance, thinking, can't kill it just yet. System notification. Passive skill activated, final radiant aura. The incarnation of the god of punishment has entered an immortal state. Yao Min watched the god's berserk rage. When its health drops below 10%, it enters this phase. If I had gone for the head earlier, I wouldn't have been able to kill it. The god raised its scepter, summoning countless black holes. Yao Min dodged the purple lightning bolts, muttering, show me what you've got in your final moments. A system countdown began. Final radiant aura remaining. 50 seconds. The scepter swung, and the timer dropped to 30 seconds. A purple beam of light shot past him. System. 10 seconds remaining. The god was weakening, barely able to hold its scepter. 5 seconds. 1 second. Yao Min smirked. Once the buff is gone, so is its strength. System notification. Immortal state has been deactivated. He gripped his scythe and lunged forward. This next swing takes your head. Feathers scattered as the god of punishment's head tumbled to the ground. The system chimed, you have defeated the incarnation of the god of punishment. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold plus 8,200. Bonus reward plus 4,100. Confirmed. You are the first player to eliminate the incarnation of the god of punishment. New title unlocked. Challenger of the Punisher God. Yao Min looked at the title screen. Challenger of the Punisher God. Condition. Be the first player to eliminate the incarnation of the god of punishment. Effect. Reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. A few items materialize in his hands. You have received a refined core. And for the first kill, the ancient language of light. An item was used automatically. System notification, the ancient language of light has been. The mark was seared directly onto the player's body. Jin knew instantly. The E-refinement core was the real reason he had to destroy the Punisher God. He checked the item's details. E-refinement core, an E-class item with no level requirement. Though it was just a base material, it was used to forge God-tier items. He then looked at the other reward, the Ancient Tome of Light. Its effects were insane. Intelligence plus 1, and Holy type skill effectiveness increased by 1% per level. Jin quickly did the math. At level 30, that was a 30-point intelligence boost and a 30% increase in skill power. He wouldn't have to worry about his INT stat for a long time. The system announced the completion of a hidden side quest, rewarding him with 3,000 gold. The crowd erupted in cheers. It's over. I actually survived, they cried out in disbelief. For Black Hook to take down the Punisher God's incarnation all by himself. He's an absolute monster, a voice shouted in awe. Oh my god, I can't believe what I just saw. The angel floated down, its gaze fixed on Yao Min with praise. To defeat an incarnation of the Punisher God, all by yourself. This is the first time that I, Oliver, have acknowledged the strength of a human, it declared. Perhaps I should conduct a brief interview with you. Player Black Hook, for what reason did you seek to kill the Punisher God's incarnation? Yao Min's reply was laced with cold disdain. Because I wanted to. The angel was perplexed. You only needed to survive to receive a reward. But you risked annihilation. Simply because you felt like it? Yao Min retorted, I wasn't about to stand by and watch all of these people be slaughtered. The crowd was stunned into silence, deeply moved. He stood up to save us. I thought someone with that much power would be arrogant. But could he? Actually be a good person? The angel stroked its chin. To stand up and save others in the same dire situation. I heard you, humans were strange, and it seems to be true. You can set aside your conflicts to unite. It smiled with a curious fascination. I simply cannot comprehend it. Yao Min scoffed internally. Yeah, what would you, selfish angels, know about it? The angel addressed the mortals. You fought well to survive, but now is not the time to relax. A predatory grin spread across its face. Remember, whether you are eliminated or not depends entirely on your overall performance. Now, let's see the results. The system displayed the leaderboards for round 3 across all regions. At the very top, Black Hook, level 30. Eliminations, 3,631. In second place was a level 13 Mage with 982 eliminations. Third, a level 13 Dark Magic Knight with 963. The local rankings for Region S45N1 showed Jin at level 30 with 3,631 kills. Next was Sang Chun, a level 11 Knight with 687 kills. Then came Ain, a level 11 Summoner with 576. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Black Hook alone killed over 3,600 monsters. Second place didn't even break 1,000. Level 30? Is that for real? That's insane. A player wondered aloud, did he get some kind of experience boost? Yao Min thought to himself, it's true, I got a boost. But it's a secret that only the #1 player across all regions would know. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the mission to rank first in all regions. Special reward, Yang. Congratulations on ranking first in region S45. Reward, rare mid-tier ring selection ticket. Jin was pleased. A mid-tier ring selection ticket. This was it. The system showed him the choices. The Ring of Gales, the Ring of Blue Magic, or the Ring of Resistance. He immediately selected the Ring of Resistance. Its information appeared instantly. Ring of Resistance. A rare grade ring. Effects. Luck +4, Resistance +35. Durability, 450 out of 450. Restriction, standard class or higher. Description, resists adverse status effects. Yao Min considered it carefully. No matter how high your stats were, getting hit by a debilitating status effect was a death sentence. And resistance didn't increase with other stats. Choosing this was the smartest play. Right now, monsters mostly dealt raw damage, but there wouldn't always be so few status effects. The system continued, offering another reward choice. A 50% stat boost applicable only to round 4 or 4,000 gold. Yao Min thought, round 4 has no triple experience buff because the goal isn't killing monsters. He chose the 4,000 gold. Just then, the angel's enchanting voice echoed. How does it feel, humans? Have you seen your final rankings? It paused dramatically. We will now be culling everyone from rank 1,225 and below. The lowest ranking players stared in shock. Culling? Angel, please wait. The system must be wrong. I killed a ton of monsters. Why is my rank so low? It laughed with pure contempt. Any insect that couldn't break into the top 1,225 ranks will be eliminated. Right now, the angel lowered its hand. Those below the cutoff instantly burst into flames, their screams echoing. Sir, save me. A system message appeared. Round 3 has concluded. All regions, 2,140 out of 7,550 survivors. Region S45N1, 1,225 survivors. All souls are now being transferred back to their bodies in the Prime Dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. Congratulations on your survival. Ain's eyes shot open in her room. In disbelief, she touched her face. I'm back. I survived round 3. She scrambled out of her bed. Not only that, I successfully unlocked the summoner class. She recited the command to summon a fairy. A spirit of pure white light flew out, twirling around her affectionately. Ain whispered, I only made it through safely because you spirits created a shield and my guardian drew the enemy's attention. She opened her system panel and gasped. I'm in the top 3. She took out a mana stone, thinking to herself, I wonder if Black Hook would like this magic stone. In another room, Huang Dongmin violently smashed a lamp, his face pale with rage as he roared, Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I would never have ordered them to destroy the relic. A penalty notification flashed on his screen. Penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. Huang Min froze in terror as his phone began to ring. He looked at the screen, his heart sinking. It's over. The caller ID read, Kim Se-han. I'm completely screwed, he thought, as he answered the phone. His voice trembled. Se-han, pure rage exploded from the other end. Hey, are you out of your mind? Huang Dongmin sighed. You guys. Seihan screamed into the phone. Don't you dare give me that. Don't you dare play dumb with me. Don't you get it? Because of you, we're completely finished. How dare you use your command authority on your own friends and still have the nerve to call yourself human? Huang Dongmin shot back. Hey, I didn't have a choice. If I hadn't done it, Black Hook would have taken me out. Singan spat back. Then you should have just died. The words hit Huang Dongmin like a ton of bricks. Xiong'an continued, his voice dripping with venom. You should have died before you ever hurt your friends. Huang Dongmin couldn't bear it. You bastard. This isn't fair to me, either. Don't you see my stats were penalized because I was the region's representative? Xiong'an's retort was sharp as a slap. Like you're the only one who suffered. We were betrayed by our own so-called friend. If you hadn't been so greedy for that representative title from the start, none of this would have ever happened. You backstabbing bastard. Huang Dongmin tried to protest, hey, but Sungin cut him off. We're done. Don't you ever call me again. In the real world or in that other one, just pretend you don't know me. Because if I ever see your face again, I swear I'll lose it and kill you. The line went dead. Filled with frustration, Huang Dongmin tried calling back. I didn't do anything to deserve this. I'm a victim here, too. Fine. I'll get the others. And we'll crush that bastard ourselves. But all he heard was an automated voice. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. He threw his phone in a rage, gritting his teeth. Those damn bastards. A vein pulsed on his forehead. That's right. Friends, who needs them? In the end, everyone is on their own. He said he'd kill me if he saw me again. He wants a fight? Fine. Just try me next time. I'll kill every last one of you. Inside a luxurious hotel, a voice called out, come in. Unit leader An Sang-jun entered with a bow. The Mage Lord smiled. Round 3 must have been challenging. Are you all right? Sang-jun replied. Yes, sir. I didn't face too many difficulties. Perhaps the monsters have grown weaker. The Mage Lord then asked, what is your current level? Have you received your class designation? Sang-jun answered dutifully, sir, I am currently level 11. My class is Knight. Ah, and Sei is the same level as me, but her class is Summoner. The Mage Lord looked surprised. A Summoner. A grin spread across his face. Excellent. I don't believe that's a common class. Sang-jun nodded. I was quite surprised as well. After her class change, she can summon a spirit to create a shield. Thanks to her, I'm able to hunt in complete safety. The Mage Lord nodded, pleased. Very good. He smiled. Continue to foster your relationship with the actress, Sei. If you're so inclined, you could even start dating her. Sang-jun was taken aback. Date her? Sir, what do you mean? The Mage Lord gave a placating smile. I simply mean that dating makes it easier to discover a person's weaknesses. I'm not suggesting you get serious with her, of course. Sang-jun hesitated. So, should I date her? Then, the Mage Lord burst out laughing. It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered, he added reassuringly. If it's too much trouble, then don't worry about it. Sang-jun let out a sigh of relief. Ah, I understand. Besides, Sei doesn't like me anyway. The Mage Lord's interest was piqued. And why not? You're reliable and masculine enough. Sang-jun replied, she's still very formal with me. She even still calls me bodyguard. The Mage Lord chuckled. Is that so? He stopped his teasing. All right, enough. What was the urgent report you had for me? Sang-jun lowered his head. Ah, first. I must apologize, sir. The Mage Lord raised an eyebrow. For what? Sang-jun's tone turned serious. I was unable to carry out your order to assist Black Hook. I also failed to deliver your message to him. The Mage Lord nodded slowly. I see. I assume you have a good reason? Yes, sir, Sang-jun replied. This is what happened. He proceeded to recount the entire event. The Mage Lord listened, deep in thought. An incarnation of the god of punishment, you say. That sounds like a formidable opponent, and Black Hook killed it. Sang-jun nodded. Yes, sir. He used his skills with such overwhelming force. It was as if he already knew the path to victory. He added hesitantly, Black Hook. He seems like the kind of man who doesn't need anyone's help. The Mage Lord fell silent. So his stats are beyond anything I could have imagined. He's so powerful. It's embarrassing to think I was ever confident in my own strength as a Dark Knight. His brow furrowed. Black Hook. If I get the chance, I'd like to meet him myself. He then said aloud, you had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible. My apologies, sir, Sang-jun said. The Mage Lord took a sip of wine. Enough of that. What's the status on tracking down those thugs? Sang-jun reported. The first one goes by the name Huang Dongmin. Assuming it's his real name, there are dozens of people with that name across the country. However, if we assume he's in his 20s and lives in Seoul, that narrows the search down to about 5 individuals. The Mage Lord pressed. And their locations? Sang-jun replied, the detective agency says it will take a month to pinpoint their home addresses. The Mage Lord murmured, a month, you say? So we won't know for sure until after round 4. Sang-jun poured his boss another glass of wine. Yes, sir. There's no rush. We can afford to be patient. The Mage Lord grunted. How much gold have you saved up? Sang-jun thought for a moment. Around 10 gold. The Mage Lord nodded. You're halfway there, then. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking. Once you've earned 20 gold, be sure to learn it immediately. Understood, sir, Sang-jun confirmed. Then, he seemed to remember something. Ah, sir, I forgot to mention. Last month, a shareholder purchased a large block of your company's stock. The Mage Lord looked at him, intrigued. Model. And which company would that be? Sang-chun replied, Cheoma Consulting, the very one you set your sights on. Ma Gui-ong-lok nodded, setting his glass down. And what percentage of the shares does this individual hold? Sang-chun did a quick calculation. Sir, you might want to prepare yourself for this. A full 31%. Ma Gui-ong-lok was stunned. What? One person bought 31% of the shares. Sang-chun nodded grimly. Yes, when I saw the numbers on the screen, I could barely believe my own eyes. Ma Gui-ong-lok's mind raced. Cheoma's market cap is 900 billion G. 31% means they invested 280 billion. Who has that kind of cash? Is it some unknown tycoon I'm not aware of? Or is this the work of my own brothers? He grabbed his phone and dialed. No matter who it was, an investor holding 31% would undoubtedly demand a seat on the board. He spoke into the phone. Chief An. I need the contact information for this new major shareholder. Immediately. Elsewhere, Yao Min stared at his phone, lost in thought. It's about time, he called. As the top shareholder, I can't make the first move. I have to maintain face. Suddenly, his brother Yao Jun burst in. Bro, what level are you? Startled, he nearly dropped his phone. Whoa, where did that question come from? Yao Jun was practically bouncing. There's this super arrogant kid bragging that his brother is level 11 and already has a class. They're making fun of me. Yao Min scoffed. Level 11? I'm way past that, so don't you worry. Yao Jun's eyes went wide. Really? So what level are you? Yao Min scratched his head. Knowing the truth would be a headache. He flashed a bright smile, lying. Level 12. Yao Jun looked at him with awe. Huh? Are you serious? Then you must have a class too, right? Yao Min nodded coolly. Of course. Yao Jun leaned in, his eyes sparkling. What is it? Tell me what it is. Yao Min simply turned away with a mysterious air. Yao Jun sighed. Oh, come on. There are no secrets between brothers, right? Despite the whining, Yao Min was unfazed. Oh, there are. Why wouldn't there be? Now get out of here. I need to get some more sleep. Dejected, Yao Jun closed the door, and the room fell silent once more. Just then, Yao Min's phone began to ring. He answered. Hello? A voice on the other end asked. Am I speaking with Mr. Yao Min? Yao Min replied, Speaking. Who is this? The man introduced himself. Greetings. I am Ma Gui-ong-lok, the CEO of Cheoma Consulting. Yao Min thought to himself, so he finally called. Time to play the naive fool. The more gullible I seem, the faster he'll lower his guard. Ma Gui-ong-lok waited through a deliberate pause before Yao Min replied. Oh, hello. He continued cheerfully. Last month, you invested a considerable fortune in our company. Is that correct? Yao Min feigned hesitation. Oh, yes. Is there a problem? Ma Gui-ong-lok's voice was sincere. You've become the largest shareholder of Cheoma. For that reason, I was hoping to meet you in person. I would be honored to treat you to a meal. The invitation made Yao Min pause for effect. Okay. Excellent. Ma Gui-ong-lok said with a smile. How about this Friday? Yao Min glanced at his calendar, thinking, Friday is the day I need to get the ancient rune of inner contemplation. He refused. I have plans on Friday, so that won't work. What about Saturday? Ma Gui-ong-lok's tone was breezy. Saturday works perfectly. I'll see you then. He hung up. Yao Min smirked. Just as I predicted. I knew he would call. He created Cheoma just to earn his father's recognition. There's no way he risked alienating his top shareholder. Tucking his phone away, Yao Min's thoughts sharpened. Before I meet him, I need to acquire the necessary ancient runes. Ancient runes. Mystical characters carved into fragments of precious stone. There are several ways to obtain them. They can be found in special locations during certain rounds or as incredibly rare rewards, just like the one Yao Min received after defeating the incarnation of the god of punishment. They can also drop from boss monsters or on the rarest of occasions from common mobs. But there is one little-known method. Ancient runes can also manifest in the real world. Under the cover of darkness, Yao Min silently approached an old warehouse. He climbed the stairs, panting, and slipped into a dark corner to hide. It wouldn't be long now. Kang Sok-hun would appear soon. He recalled the name, a cold fury rising within him. Kang Sok-hun. That's his real name. A name I will never forget. He was the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother, Jun. Painful memories from before his regression came flooding back. Kang Sok-hun's voice was ice as he held a blade to Jun's throat. You want to see him? Then you'll have to pay the price. Give me the hidden information that no one else knows. Yao Min was completely baffled. What are you talking about? How could I possibly know any information like that? Kang Sok-hun laughed like a madman, his eyes turning razor sharp. Don't you lie to me. You're a regressor. Yao Min was stunned. How could he know? Kang Sok-hun spoke casually. You're wondering how I know, aren't you? He continued. I possess the ancient rune of inner contemplation. I use it to scan your little brother's mind. And of course, I also know exactly what you're thinking right now. Yao Min gritted his teeth, his blood boiling. That memory was seared into his soul. After that incident, he swore revenge on Kang Sok-hun. But from his 11th regression until now, his purpose was no longer about simple personal revenge. Wearing a white mask, Yao Min's eyes glinted with cold determination. Today, in this very place, I will take the rune of inner contemplation before he ever gets the chance. The oppressive darkness of the warehouse was torn apart as Kang Sok-hun strode in, dragging a woman behind him. He roughly threw her to the ground and ripped the tape from her mouth. I'm taking this off, he snarled. So don't scream. Got it. The woman trembled. Please, just let me go. Please. Kang Sok-hun jabbed a threatening finger at her. Damn it. I let you open your mouth, and that's all you can say? Try saying something else, he demanded. The woman sobbed. Save me. I have a young child. I can give you money. Kang Sok-hun growled. I don't want to hear that boring crap. The woman clasped her hands. I'm sorry. He tossed the tape aside. Sorry for what? The woman pleaded desperately. You're doing this because of the disrespectful way I looked at you the other day, aren't you? I am so sorry. Her words seemed to strike a chord. The words struck a nerve in Seo Wook-hyun. He screamed back, that's right. So why would you do something you regret? Do you have any idea how bad my day was? The memory flashed back to 2 days ago, as Seo Wook-hyun prowled the streets, muttering to himself. Which girl should I pick today? He thought. Just one is all I need to blow off some steam. That's when a beautiful woman caught his eye. Nice figure, he smirked, tailing her into a dark alley. The woman, completely unaware, kept walking. Suddenly, Seo Wook-hyun dashed ahead, blocking her path. His body erupted in a blinding flash of light. The woman cried out, Ugh, my eyes. I can't see anything. Who are you? Her phone slipped from her hand. As Seo Wook-hyun's inner beast took over, the woman screamed, Ag, Jihan. His sick desires satisfied, he left his prey behind, laughing with twisted delight. Ah, that felt incredible, he thought. In this new world, I can do whatever I damn well please. This is the life. He remembered the day he was released from juvie. His old life was so boring he wouldn't have cared if he died. But in this game, he'd acquired the luminous ancient script. It allowed his body to glow, blinding his opponents, the perfect item for hunting his twisted pleasures. Seo Wook-hyun swaggered into a nearby coffee shop. The owner greeted him with a smile. Welcome. Spotting another beautiful woman, his predatory instincts flared up once again. She's pretty cute, he thought, casually approaching the counter. I'll have one large Americano, the owner replied. Certainly, your total is 5,001. He handed her the money, probing. So, are you a part-timer here? I'm a regular, but I've never seen you before. The woman gave a forced smile. Oh, you're a regular. My apologies. I didn't realize. All the part-timers quit. You know how it is, right? She continued. The world has gotten so strange. Seo Wook-hyun fell silent. She had a point. They could die at any moment. Who would waste their time working a part-time job? He leaned on the counter. Are you the owner here? She nodded. Ah, yes, that's right. He pressed on. How old are you? You look pretty young. She hesitated. I'm 32. Seo Wook-hyun smirked wickedly. Oh, so you're not a player, huh? She replied, no, and I'm very grateful for that. Confident in his own good looks, he went for it. Then can I have your number? I think I'm into you. The shop owner froze. What's wrong? He asked. The woman didn't know how to respond. Seeing her expression, his temper snapped. Why are you making that face? Do you hate looking at me that much? Do the spots on my face disgust you? The woman was stunned by his sudden outburst. Seo Wook-hyun slammed his fist on the counter. Damn it, this is so annoying. I don't even want the coffee anymore, so give me my money back. The woman trembled as she handed him the cash. Here's your refund, sir. Seo Wook-hyun snatched the money and stormed out of the shop, fuming. That damn bitch. Thinking she can look down on me just because she's a little pretty. As soon as her back was turned, he attacked her from behind. I'll make you pay for looking at me with those eyes. The flashback faded. Staring down at the begging woman, Seo Wook-hyun sneered. You shouldn't judge people by their looks. You get it? She trembled. Yes. I won't do it again, he sighed dramatically. See, this isn't working. Your apology isn't sincere at all. The woman froze as he pinned her down, a cruel grin on his face. You think I don't know? You're just pretending to be sorry, so I'll let you go. The woman was terrified. Please, just let me go. His sick excitement only grew. But I thought you knew what you did wrong, if you really do. Then it's time to pay the price for your mistake. The woman struggled against him. I was wrong. It was my fault, okay? He gripped her wrists tightly. That's right. So just stay still. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the shadows. You're the one who needs to stay still. Got it. Seo Wook-hyun froze, his face turning pale. What the hell? I thought no one else was here. Who was this guy? A detective? He couldn't get a word out. Damn it, who is that? Yeoman stepped calmly out of the darkness, wearing a white mask, his scythe gleaming. Don't curse. You'll be doing plenty of screaming and cursing in a minute anyway. Seo Wook-hyun stared at him. What's with the giant scythe? And that mask? Just some idiot trying to look cool. He scoffed. Ha, you crazy bastard. You think this is some playground for you to show off your toys? Yeoman looked at him like he was an insect and raised his scythe. It seems you still don't grasp the situation. Tell me, does this look like a toy to you? He spun the scythe, kicking up a cloud of dust. Seo Wook-hyun's bravado vanished. Wait, is that thing real? He stammered. Are you a player? Yeoman's voice was ice. You're an idiot. What you think? He then turned to the woman. Ma'am, you can leave now. This is your only chance. Seeing his prey about to escape, Seo Wook-hyun went berserk and charged. Yeoman simply raised his scythe and slammed the handle right between Seo Wook-hyun's legs. He collapsed, clutching his crotch and screaming, Son of a bitch. Yeoman chuckled. See, I told you you'd be cursing a lot. He prompted the woman again. Go. I'll take care of this guy. Trembling, she managed a thank you and ran. Yeoman took another step toward the pathetic heap on the ground. His eyes were razor sharp. Well now. It's just the two of us, isn't it? Seo Wook-hyun was still in too much pain to even stand. He could only stare in terror. Yeoman's lips curled into a smirk. Now, let the real game begin. Kang Seo Wook-hyun howled like a rabid dog. You bastard. I'm going to kill you, you son of a bitch. Yeoman was unfazed. Now that's a better attitude. It wouldn't be any fun if you gave up too early. The taunt sent Kang Seo Wook-hyun over the edge. You son of a bitch. How dare you laugh at me? He lunged forward, his knife a blur of motion, slicing through the air. But Yeoman dodged each strike with impossible ease. Kang Seo Wook-hyun stabbed again and again, but never landed a single blow. Panic started to set in. What the hell is this? How is he dodging every single one of my attacks? Yeoman glanced at the dagger and commented coolly. Not bad. So, you brought a goblin's dagger. Tisk. You won't be needing that anymore. The scythe tore through his arm in a shower of blood. Jang Seokyeon screamed in agony, but Yeoman was unfazed. Does it hurt? Watching him tremble, he spoke coldly. I haven't even started yet. He lunged, moving so fast he left an afterimage, and severed the man's other arm in a single fluid motion. The pain doubled, and all Jang Seokyeon could do was scream. He's going to kill me, he thought in a panic. If I want to live, I have to blind him. He tried to unleash his luminous ancient script, but his body refused to glow. Jang Seokyeon's eyes widened in horror. What's happening? Why isn't it working? Yeoman smirked. Go ahead. Try to shine all you want. It's useless. My skill, Nightfall, forbids any other light from existing. I knew he would use that trick, so I activated Nightfall beforehand. Yeoman grinned maliciously. Shall we have some real fun now? Yeoman knew that even without Nightfall, he would have severed the man's wrists and ankles first. The scythe lunged once more. This time, it aimed for Jang Seokyeon's legs. He shrieked in despair, tears streaming down his face. You demon, why are you doing this to me? Why? Yeoman swung the scythe down, brutally embedding it in his thigh before ripping it out. You ask why? Why do people exterminate pests? The scythe plunged down again, because letting them live only causes more harm. With each strike, Jang Seokyeon was torn to pieces. He wheezed. Damn you, you psycho. Yeoman replied coldly, let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. The warehouse was drenched in blood, filled only with the pig-like squeals of Jang Seokyeon. He seethed with hatred. Damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge could he possibly have against me? This isn't fair. It's so damn unfair. Tears and snot covered his face. He thought that rather than endure this torment, he'd rather just kill himself. Suddenly, a scythe blade was at his throat. Jang Si-kyun stared at Yu-min in terror. Yu-min smiled. What's wrong? Thinking of biting your tongue off to end it? Did you really think I would let you go that easily? The scythe pressed down. Yu-min's voice was like ice. You don't get to die until you're on your knees, begging me to set you free. Jang So-kyun's body was a mangled ruin of cuts and gashes. He was losing his mind. I have to make this pain stop, he whispered. Kill me, please. Yu-min leaned in. What did you say? He moaned. Kill me, please, I'm begging you. Yu-min asked, are you being serious? Jang So-kyun couldn't take it anymore. Please, just kill me. Yu-min finally nodded. He spoke casually. You have no idea why I'm taking things this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers. He didn't care if the man was listening, although we're not exactly strangers. Jang So-kyun, we have met before. Shock sent a tremor through his broken body. He knows my name? Don't tell me. You're connected to that woman. Yu-min shook his head. No, I have nothing to do with her. Jang Se-kyun was confused. Then why? Yu-min answered. You kidnapped my little brother, and you threatened me to get your hands on a hidden artifact. Jang Se-kyun was baffled. I did that? But I haven't. Yu-min was nonchalant. Of course you don't remember, because that's a future that hasn't happened yet. But for me, it's already the past. If I hadn't intervened, you would have obtained the ancient script of inner thoughts. The man was stunned. The ancient script of inner thoughts? Yu-min explained.
There's an ancient script hidden in this place. The condition to activate it is to hear a person's true, heartfelt voice.
If I hadn't shown up, you would have assaulted and terrorized that woman. She would have begged you with her true voice. And you would have gained the script, using it to commit even more atrocities. Jang Se-kyun trembled, staring at the monster before him. Yu-min thought to himself, this has been confirmed through my many regressions, and even if that wasn't the case, your 12 prior convictions are more than enough to prove you're scum who deserves to die. Jang So-kyun was speechless. If I deserve to die, then please just kill me quickly. Yu-min said flatly, no. I'm not going to touch you again. Jang So-kyun stared, stunned, as the blunt end of the scythe handle slammed down, blocking his mouth. Yu-min laughed coldly. What do you think I've been doing this entire time? I'm waiting for you to bleed out on your own. Jang So-kyun writhed in agony. I begged him to kill me quickly. Why is there still so much pain? He thought, don't you want the script? Don't you need to hear my true voice? So why are you stopping me from speaking? Yu-min answered his unspoken question. Why won't I let you talk? Because I wanted to test the ancient script of inner thoughts. Jang Se-kyun's pupils shrank. Yu-min smiled. Sorry, but I already obtained the script. Don't you remember? You begged me to kill you. With absolute sincerity from the bottom of your heart. In that very moment, the script reacted to your true voice. A system window appeared. You have made the target speak with their true voice. Activation requirements met. You have discovered the hidden ancient script of inner thoughts. The stone automatically absorbed into Yu-min's body. A screen displayed the details of the new script. Effect: read the inner thoughts of a target in front of you. With observation, you can glimpse their intentions. Range is limited to 30 meters. Yu-min sat down, pressing the handle against the man's mouth. Let's just test this out. The man thought, you got what you wanted. Please, just kill me. Yu-min replied to the thought, no, I can't let you die that easily. It wouldn't be fair to all of your victims. Jang So-kyun trembled with rage. You damn demon. Not long after, he breathed his last. Yu-min looked at the corpse. He's dead. No witnesses, but I still need to clean up. He commanded the system to erase all traces. A new window appeared. Common skill, erase traces. Effect: erases all traces at the scene, including bodies, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. The skill activated and the warehouse became spotless. Not a single trace of blood remained. Yao Min thought, perfectly effective. Best not to leave a mess. He removed his mask and disappeared into the shadows. Now that I have what I came for, it's time to meet Magus Onlook. The following Saturday was bright and sunny. Yao Min carefully adjusted his tie. Yao Gun's eyes went wide. Bro, are you going on a date today? Yao Min forced a smile. What makes you think it's a date? Yao Gun shot back. You never dress up this formally. Yao Min chuckled. This is an important occasion. I'm about to meet a business partner. Yao Gun was stunned. A human. Are you trying to get into the business world now? A wave of anxiety washed over him. Just the other day, his brother had invested all their money into stocks. And now he was starting a business? If he fails, he'll be devastated. Yao Min could hear his brother's inner thoughts, a perk of his power. He sighed. Instead of the finances, he's worried about me. He's a good kid. He patted his brother's shoulder reassuringly. If this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry. You trust your big brother, right? Yao Gun's spirits lifted. Of course, I do. Who else would I trust? Yao Min nodded. Then just wait for me here. It's dangerous outside, all because of those other players. Yao Gun looked concerned. Oh, yeah. I saw the news. They're using their abilities to commit crimes. I even heard that criminals overseas are using their powers to break out of prison. Yao Min's voice grew grim. That's right. If they meet the age requirement, even convicts are given a chance to become a player. He thought to himself, the players are getting stronger, while the population dwindles every month. If nothing changes, the world will fall into chaos. Yao Min recalled a vision of the future, a day when normal people would be hunted like animals and treated like slaves. As he pictured the players reaching the peak of their power, his eyes turned to ice. Before this world descends into lawlessness, I must become overwhelmingly powerful and raise the reputation of Black Ball. He warned his brother. In any case, if you go out, be careful. Yao Gun nodded. Okay. So when are you going to tell me about this business? Yao Min replied bluntly. It's a secret. Yao Gun pouted, and Yao Min pinched his cheek. I'll tell you soon, so stop nagging. Just wait here and order yourself some food. But don't you dare buy anything more expensive than black bean noodles, you hear me? Yao Gun grimaced. Hey, you're so cheap. Arriving in front of the hotel, Yao Min muttered. Just as I thought, Magus Onlook set the meeting here. It's just like in soccer. The home team always has the advantage. He stepped into the grand lobby. Officially, this hotel belonged to the On Group, but it was secretly owned by Magus Onlook himself. This was top secret information. I'm probably the only one who knows. Yao Min plotted. I have to use this knowledge to increase my value in his eyes. But first, I need to act innocent. He approached the front desk timidly. Hello. I'm here for an appointment. The staff replied politely. Ah. Are you referring to the meeting with the chairman of Chenma Consulting? Yao Min nodded. Yes, that's right. The woman said, the chairman will be here shortly. You can have a seat over there. Yao Min scratched his head. All right, thank you. He sat down, putting on his best country boy act. All he had to do was sit there stiffly, like a hick in the big city. He looked around in fake wonder. Wow, that chandelier is so cool. A man approached from a distance. Are you Mr. Yao Min? Yao Min stood up. Ah, yes. The man spoke. We've met before, haven't we? At the Gallia Forzet Extended Stay Hotel. Yao Min nodded. Oh, that's right. I think we met when I was handing out rice cakes after moving in. You were with the actor S.Ain. Sang Chun bowed his head. Yes. I apologize for my rude behavior at that time. He was screaming on the inside. This kid isn't even 20, yet he's a major shareholder who invested 280 billion. Yao Min knew exactly what he was thinking. He's suspicious. It's hard to believe someone my age has that much money. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yao Min broke the ice. It's no problem. We were strangers. After all, I had no idea the chairman of Cheonma lived right above me. Sang Chun waved his hands dismissively. Oh, please don't be mistaken. I'm not the chairman. Yao Min feigned confusion. Sang Chun said seriously, the chairman will be a little late, so I came down first. He gestured. Shall we wait inside? Yao Min replied, ah, okay. Sang Chun led him to a private room and then left. Please wait here. He quickly sent a message to his boss. Chairman, I've met him. There's no way he could have invested that money himself. Someone must have sent him as a proxy. Please be careful. Yao Min sat in the room, smiling to himself. Right on the money. Magus Onlook said and Sang Chun to scout me out first. A meticulous man like him would never be late by coincidence. A few minutes later, Magus Onlook entered. Hello, I am Chairman Magus Onlook of Cheonma Consulting. He extended his hand. Yao Min waited a few seconds before shaking it. Ah, I'm Yao Min. Magus Onlook gestured. Please, have a seat. Yao Min didn't hesitate. Thank you. Magus Onlook gave an order. Unit Chief An, sit next to me. Sang Chun obeyed. Yes, sir. A server brought in a beautiful spread of hot Korean dishes. Magus Onlook smiled. I prepared a Korean course. I hope it suits your taste. Yao Min eyed the food. Ha ha. In a luxury hotel like this, anything would be amazing. He picked up a piece of meat. The food is delicious. Magus Onlook gave a strained smile. I'm relieved to hear that you like it. He analyzed the boy. Unit Chief N was right. He's too young to have invested 280 billion on his own. There must be someone behind him, one of my brothers, or perhaps my uncle. He started the conversation. Seeing you for the first time, I must say I'm very surprised. I never expected our largest shareholder to be so young. May I ask your age? Yao Min looked up. I'm 20. Magus Onlook froze for a second, feigning composure. 20. I'm 29. It's great to meet someone in the same age group. Yao Min played along. Yes, I'm happy to meet you, too. Magus Onlook went straight to the point. How did someone your age come to possess such a large sum of money? From a conglomerate family, are you? Magi Onglok's eyes flashed with surprise. He's certainly direct. Yao Min just waved his hand dismissively. Haha, not at all. I'm just an ordinary student. Until a few months ago, Magi Onglok pressed. Yao Min simply nodded. That's right. Do you watch the news? Magi Onglok hesitated. Yao Min cut straight to the point. Have you seen the story about someone winning the lottery 4 times in a row? Someone who became a millionaire overnight? Magi Onglok nodded. Ah, I think I saw that. Yao Min smirked. That was me. I'm the one who kept winning. Magi Onglok was completely stunned. What kind of story was this? He had to ask. According to the news, the total prize was only around 60 billion. So, how did you make 280 billion? Yao Min was calm. I made a small investment in Bitcoin. Magi Onglok started questioning reality. Bitcoin just did that? Yao Min nodded. It did. Magi Onglok pressed on. What possessed you to pour 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could ever do something so reckless. Sang Chun interjected. I have to admit, that's impressive. You must be incredibly lucky. Yao Min spoke slowly. It wasn't luck. Sang Chun nodded thoughtfully. Ah, that's right. I remember the article said you dreamed of the winning numbers. If that isn't luck, then what is? Yao Min corrected him. I didn't dream them. Both men were confused. Then how? Yao Min looked at Magi Onglok with determination. This was the only way to gain his trust and pull him to his side. He spoke with dead seriousness. This is the first time I'm telling anyone this. I have an ancient script that lets me see the future. The two men were speechless. Yao Min gave a mysterious smile. This script allows me to see several years ahead. In other words, I'm a prophet. I can see what's to come. Magi Onglok and Sang Chun fell silent, thinking the same thing. A prophet? What nonsense is this kid spouting? Magi Onglok finally spoke. Are you being serious right now? Yao Min smiled. Why would I lie to you? Magi Onglok rephrased it. So you're saying you won the lottery by using an ancient script to see the future? Yao Min nodded. Exactly. And that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get rich. By seeing the future, I could confidently pour all my money into it. But Magi Onglok was still skeptical. If you don't mind, could you prove it to me? Predict what I'm going to do next. Yao Min thought to himself that predicting his actions would be easy since he could read his mind. But to avoid disaster, he had to place limits on his abilities. He pretended to be troubled. I'm sorry, but I can't use this power freely. It activates on its own, suddenly. It's not something I can control. Magi Onglok nodded, thinking that such a restriction on a future-seeing ability made sense. Suddenly, he straightened his back, a realization dawning on him. Mr. Yao Min, about your investment of 280 billion into our company. Yao Min nodded. Yes. I invested because I know the Sky Devil company will grow explosively in the future. Magi Onglok leaned in. How explosive are we talking? Yao Min stated it as fact. Within 6 months, you'll be listed on the CBY index without any issues. Magi Onglok was shocked. The CBY, the Korea Composite Stock Price Index. His doubt began to transform into hope. If this came true, his father would finally acknowledge him. He might even become chairman of the board. He told himself not to get carried away by unverified claims. Yao Min knew the hook was set and added more bait. But if you want to succeed, you have to completely change your business model. Sang Chun slammed the table. What? Change the business model? That's outrageous. You might as well ask us to change the company name. Magi Onglok sipped his drink. Unit Chief An. Yao Min picked up a piece of food. Since the business type is changing, the name will naturally have to change, too. Sang Chun's face turned dark. What, are you serious? Yao Min glanced at him. You still think I'm joking at a time like this? We are both players. You should understand how dangerous and damaging it is to reveal an ancient script. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife. Yao Min continued. I considered this very carefully, but I still revealed my script as a major shareholder and a future partner because I want to help this company grow. Why else would I pour 280 billion into this place? If you want success, you have to partner with me. Sang Chun looked at his boss with worry. Chairman, you don't actually believe him, do you? Magi Onglok remained silent. Yao Min sighed. It seems you don't trust my ability. Sang Chun was blunt. To be honest, no, I don't. Yao Min looked at him. Unit Chief An, have you ever wondered why I moved into the apartment directly below the penthouse? Surely you don't think that was just a coincidence. Sang Chun was startled. Magi Ong Lok turned. Wait, below the penthouse? Unit Chief. Anne, what is he talking about? Sang Chun nodded. Yes, sir. About 2 months ago, Mr. Yao Min moved to the floor below the penthouse belonging to the actress, Sayin. Yao Min added, that's right. It was just a few days after I acquired the ability to see the future. Magi Ong Lok was stunned. Unit Chief Anne, why am I only hearing about this now? Sang Chun stammered. Until today. I didn't think it was important. Magi Ong Lok did the math. If it was in January, that means he moved near someone connected to the company before he even invested in Bitcoin. That's impossible without seeing the future. Still, a shred of doubt remained. Or maybe you just knew I was sponsoring Cian, Yao Min. It seems you're still not convinced. Then how about this? He began revealing one secret after another. This hotel is your property, isn't it? Chairman Magi, your true identity is the eldest son of the Wen Corporation. The Sky Devil Company was established in secret to earn your father's recognition. Am I wrong? Sang Chun lost his composure. Hey, how could you possibly know information that only his relatives would know? Settle down, Chairman Ma Gi-ong Lok warned calmly. Unit Chief On Sang Chun sat down. My apologies, sir. Ma Gi-ong Lok simply tapped his fingers together. That's right. Everything you said is accurate, the chairman stated plainly. However, claiming you know this because of foresight isn't nearly enough to convince me. Like Unit Chief On said, even my relatives know this information. Ma Gi-ong Lok's eyes narrowed with suspicion at Yo Min. Frankly, I suspect you were sent by a third party to lure me into a trap. And yet, you're asking me to trust you and pivot my entire business model. He gave a placating smile. I want to believe your precognitive language exists. Who wouldn't want a power that helps their company grow? But what you're saying is just too hard to swallow, he concluded. Thank you for your investment, but I'll need to call a shareholders meeting to review this proposal. You'll have to convince them. Ma Gi-ong Lok stood up. I'm sorry, I can't help you any further. I'll be taking my leave. After a long silence, Yeoman finally spoke. Please, wait a moment. Chairman Ma Gi-ong Lok glanced back. Is there something else? Yeoman looked down, thinking this was truly his only option. He began. All right then, how about this? I'll give you information about round 4. Ma Gi-ong Lok was stunned. Round 4? Yeoman nodded. That's right. My precognitive language allows me to see it all. I know exactly what tragedy is about to unfold. Will that be enough to prove my ability? After Yeoman left, Sang Chun bowed his head. My deepest apologies, Chairman. I was too emotional earlier, raising my voice in front of you. Ma Gi-ong Lok waved it off. It's fine. You were just worried about me. Sang Chun hesitated. Something just occurred to me. May I speak freely? The chairman turned. Say what's on your mind. Sang Chun began to reason. Honestly, I find this Yeoman character incredibly suspicious. If he can really see the future, why not just stay quiet and enjoy a life of luxury? Why would he go out of his way to help us? Ma Gi-ong Lok countered. Didn't he say he wants to grow with the company? It sounds like he just wants to make even more money. Sang Chun was skeptical. But for what reason? 280 billion is already a colossal sum. It's enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life. I guess it's still not enough, Ma Gi-ong Lok replied. Human greed is a bottomless pit. But Sang Chun wasn't convinced. Even so, this precognitive language is so unbelievable. Can it possibly be real? The doubt remained. Ma Gi-ong Lok nodded. I agree. But if he truly is a prophet, we need to make him our ally. He stood up with a grin. Just imagine it. If we always had inside information on the next round, think of how prepared we'd be. If it also helps the company grow, it's a massive win. Sang Chun worried. But is he really a prophet? Ma Gi-ong Lok chuckled. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Meanwhile, Yeoman was already making calculations as he left the private room. After round 4 ends, the chairman will know he's the real deal. He glanced at the skyscraper, knowing he kept the most vital information to himself, like the subquests and how to climb the rankings. In a flashback, Yeoman had revealed some of the upcoming dangers. The mission for round 4 wouldn't be about killing monsters. Instead, it would be a massacre among the players themselves. You can't let your guard down for a single second. Yeoman was confident this would be enough to prove he was a true prophet. He smirked to himself. After this, their attitude would change completely. They treat him with respect, trying to protect him at all costs. Because he was the prophet. He opened his contact list. Since I'm playing the part of a prophet, shouldn't I go all the way? First, he needed to contact Julie E. Elsewhere, Julie E. was rushing through the streets. At this rate, I'm going to be late, she groaned internally. A red light stopped her, making her even more anxious. Come on, turn green already. Suddenly, a car parked brazenly in front of the store. Julie E muttered, "What kind of car just blocks the whole entrance? So inconsiderate." The car windows slid down, and Yeomin waved. Julie E was surprised. "Oh, Yeomin?" The light finally turned green. She quickly crossed the street, stammering, Is this your car?" Yeomin replied, "Yeah. Sorry for parking in front of your store. Hop in, we can talk while we drive." Still stunned, Julie E agreed. "Okay." The car sped off smoothly. Julie E exclaimed in awe, "Whoa, this is my first time riding in a car like this." Yeomin smiled. "Oh really? Me too. I just bought it." Julie E nodded. Her curiosity piqued. "How much does a car like this cost?" Yeomin estimated. "Not much. Around 900 million. Julie E was floored. 900 million is not much. "Do you have any idea how many convenience stores I could open with that kind of money?" Yeomin said coolly. "Compared to my lottery winnings, it's really not a lot." Julie E sank into her seat with a sigh. "I guess you're right. You're rich now. With 60 billion won. It's like we're living in two completely different worlds." Her face flushed red. This almost feels like a date." "How embarrassing." Yeomin spoke up. "To be honest, I have something to confess." Julie E's mind went into overdrive, practically steaming. "A confession?" She waved her hands defensively. "No way." "What do you want to confess?" Inside, a storm of embarrassment made her want to crawl into a hole. Yeomin said casually, "Remember how I said the lottery numbers came to me in a dream?" Julie E nodded. "Yeah, that's right." He confessed. "Well, that wasn't true. I knew because of a precognitive language, not a dream. Because of it, I can see future events. That's why my class is Prophet." Julie E stared blankly for a second, then her face lit up. "Whoa, that's so cool. Doesn't that mean it's a special class?" Yeomin scratched his head. "I guess so." Julie E was genuinely happy for him. "That's amazing. Precognitive language sounds incredible. Thanks for telling me. I know that must have been hard to share, even between friends." Yeomin gave a fake smile. "It's nothing. You told me your class was support, so it's only fair." Julie E recalled his words and smiled. "Fair?" She hesitated. "How can it be? I didn't tell you about any ancient language." Then he said excitedly, "Hey, while we're at it, let me tell you something. In the first round, I had a protective ancient language that worked within a 10-meter radius. The more people there were, the more layers of protection I got. For example, 5 people meant 5 shields." She let out a sigh of relief. Just hearing it made her feel lighter. Yao Ming chuckled. "Ha, see?" Julie was confused. "But why are you suddenly telling me about this ancient language?" Yao Ming replied, "Keeping secrets was weighing on my mind. Besides, if I didn't confess this, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to tell you." Julie's curiosity was piqued. "Huh. What is it?" Their bright red car sped down the road. What Yao Ming said next shocked Julie to her core. "What? That's the mission for the 4th round?" Yao Ming nodded. "Yeah, so you need to be careful." He warned her to always stay alert, because you never know what the players around you might do. Julie nodded. "Okay, I'll remember." Her heart fluttered in her chest. He's telling me this because he cares. He even called me first. She glanced at Yao Ming, wondering, could it be that he has feelings for me too? I hope so. The late afternoon sun painted the city buildings in a soft pink glow. Later, Yao Ming sat restlessly in his room. He couldn't believe it. Thanks to his inner thoughts' ancient language, he'd read her mind and learned her deepest secret. Julie has liked me this whole time, and I never knew. A wave of confusion, Yao Ming fell into deep thought. Although it was a bit awkward, this revelation would make it easier to secure her as an ally. Now, Julie would be more likely to trust his prophecies. He put his phone away and fell asleep. One more thing settled. It was time to get some rest. There wasn't much to do for the rest of the month. On the night of December 31st, at 11:55 p.m., the city was bathed in the light of countless skyscrapers. Yao Ming sat on his bed and opened his system inventory. Before entering the next world, I made sure to buy an epic-grade item. The screen displayed the Gloves of Darkness, an epic-grade gauntlet. Its effects, strength +10, agility +10. It also rendered his weapon semi-transparent. But the effect only worked at night. The restriction was that it required a user of normal grade or higher. The description read, "Gauntlets shrouded in darkness, capable of turning a weapon semi-transparent." Yao Ming analyzed the item. The stats were high, and the semi-transparent ability would be incredibly useful, especially when combined with his midnight skill. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Yao Gun entered. "Brother, it's time." He looked worried. "Are you confident about conquering this next round?" Yao Ming smirked. "We'll know once we try." Yao Gun hesitated. You're a prophet, right? You said you had information about the fourth round. Yao Ming replied, having information is one thing. Acting on it is another. Seeing his brother's nonchalant attitude, Yao Gun yelled, you have to come back alive. Do you hear me? You're unbelievable. Yao Ming gently tapped his brother's head. Don't jinx it. With a sigh, he lay down and drifted off to sleep. The fourth round might just be a death match. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Huang Dongmin was tearing at his hair, gritting his teeth. Damn it, not again. A system message flashed before his eyes. Penalty applied. All stats permanently decreased by 50%. He screamed internally, son of a. This is the price for betraying an ally. I don't even have my 10 uses of command authority left. How am I supposed to survive the fourth round? He glanced around nervously, worried about players aiming to steal his regional representative title or old allies seeking revenge. His nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Huang Dongmin looked up at the sky, but all he saw was an endless white void. No stars, nothing. Where the hell am I? Just my luck to end up in a damn place like this, he muttered. What kind of mission starts in a freakish place like this? The sterile white environment felt like a lab rat's cage. Then, he spotted a familiar figure. Black Dog, that vicious bastard. He must have known things would turn out this way. Huang Dongmin recalled everything. Yao Ming had ordered him to waste all 10 uses of his command authority, to destroy the relic, to fight a god, and even to kill the embodiment of the god of punishment. It's all too suspicious. His eyes sharpened like daggers. If I were strong enough, I would have already smashed that bastard's face in, but there was no chance of that. He had to swallow his bitter anger. To save his own skin, he had to make a deal with that devil. He walked over. Black Dog, Yao Ming asked, what is it? Huang Dongmin forced a smile. Is our deal from the last round still on the table? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you'd protect me? Yao Ming replied, I no longer have a need for a subordinate like you. Huang Dongmin froze. What? Yao Ming continued, you don't have any uses of command authority left. What's the point of a regional representative with no authority? Besides, most players have a class now. Your command authority is practically useless. Huang Dongmin stammered, but Yao Ming just smirked. You have 0 value left. You're nothing but a walking target. The color drained from Huang Dongmin's face. Walking target? Hearing this, Huang Dongmin frantically looked around. His mind plunged into chaos. Yao Ming knew exactly what he was worried about. Don't sweat it, he reassured him. You're only a target in name. Very few people will actually try to kill you. Huang Dongmin was baffled. They won't come after me? Yao Ming nodded. You already know the fate of the regional representatives. Everyone knows being a rep is no picnic. The higher you level up, the fewer people you can control, and the risk just isn't worth the reward. Huang Dongmin nodded slowly. Black Dog is right. If I could, I'd give up this authority in a heartbeat. Just then, Sei Ain and Sang Chun approached from a distance. Huang Dongmin's face darkened. What are they doing here? But the two of them ignored him completely. Ain stepped forward. Hello, Black Dog. Sang Chun added, Hey there. Do you remember us? Yao Ming replied, Of course I do. What can I do for you? Sang Chun shot a look at Huang Dongmin. Well, you did save us from the thugs standing right here. We just wanted to thank you again. Huang Dongmin seethed. Thug. But before he could retort, Yao Ming cut in coldly. Thanking me once was enough. There's no need to seek me out again. Sang Chun smiled. We're still grateful to you. In fact, our company's president also wishes to extend his thanks. We're in your debt for saving us, a man began, remembering his boss's orders. And about the chairman. Yao Ming cut him off. Stop right there. I don't care. Si Ain respectfully offered a small stone. This is a token of our gratitude. Please, accept it. Yao Ming stared at the item, completely stunned. A low-grade purple magic stone. What an unexpected prize. Seeing his silence, Si Ain quickly explained, I felt a simple thank you wasn't enough, so I wanted to give you this. It would be a crime to refuse. Yao Ming accepted it instantly. Your consideration is appreciated. Thanks. He smirked to himself. She was handing over such a priceless item, so he had no reason to refuse. He'd have to try crafting low-grade magic stones when he returned. Meanwhile, Sei Ain was on edge. Does he like it? She wondered anxiously. What if he thinks I gave him a useless rock and gets angry? Yao Ming could read her every thought with the ancient language of the inner mind. He was speechless, just as I thought. She has no idea what this magic stone is truly worth. If she knew, she never would have given it to me. Huang Dongmin watched them, thinking he had something similar. Yao Ming was surprised. He has a magic stone, too? Huang Dongmin scratched his head. I think it's called a black gold power stone. Yao Ming froze. A black gold power stone. An item with an insanely low drop rate from monsters, even rarer than a regular magic stone. Obtaining one at this stage of the game should be impossible. Yao Min chuckled to himself. He never expected this guy to possess such a rare item. Was this good luck, or a disaster waiting to happen? Si-In spoke again. Do you need a protective shield? Yao Min was intrigued. A shield? Si-In nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. I leveled up and became a summoner. I can summon a spirit to create a barrier for you. Yao Min declined. Thank you, but I don't need one. Si-In's face fell. Oh, I see. She bowed her head. Well, we'll be going then. Good luck in this round. Yao Min replied politely, you too. As he watched the two leave, Huang Dongmin felt useless just standing there. But then, Yao Min called out, wait a second. Huang Dongmin looked confused. Yao Min said, if you keep this up, you're going to regret it. Huang Dongmin was baffled. What do you mean by that? Yao Min replied, I already told you. You're a walking target. Huang Dongmin protested. But you said no one would come after me. Yao Min smirked. I said not many people would, not that no one would. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet. He analyzed the situation. Even though most players have leveled up and gotten a class, there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still targets for the command authority. Huang Dongmin started to waver. Yao Min pressed on. Think about it. Out of thousands of players, do you really think no one is targeting you? I can help you, so you won't be such an easy mark. Huang Dongmin's face lit up. Really? But Yao Min cut him off. I never said I'd do it for free. As for payment, you saw the stone Si-In gave me, right? If you have something like that, hand it over. Huang Dongmin understood immediately. He opened his system interface and gave the black gold power stone to Yao Min as the information panel appeared. Item: black gold power stone. Description: a hard, black stone with a slick, polished surface. Yao Min nodded. All right. Any other items? Huang Dongmin panicked. No, that's it. I've already given you everything I can. Please don't take my equipment. Yao Min glanced at the pathetic man. Relax. I wouldn't take your gear even if you begged me to. Huang Dongmin asked, I gave you the item, so you'll help me now, right? Yao Min replied coldly. Yeah, I keep my promises. Suddenly, an angel descended from the sky. Oh, humans! So many of you have gathered today, but your numbers have dwindled. A murmur went through the crowd. Our numbers have dwindled? Did people actually fight in the real world? Yao Min sneered. It'd be more surprising if they all made it without any trouble. The angel waved its hand. Now that everyone is here, I hereby declare the quest for Round 4. The system window lit up. Round 4, Main Quest. A 3-hour slaughter fest. Total participants, 181,964,188. Number of completions, blank. From this region, 451,042 participants. Over 521 will pass. Everyone stared blankly. Kill each other? The angel looked bored. Humans are so slow to understand. As I said, you just need to stab, slash, and kill the player next to you. It's quite simple. The crowd was horrified. Kill them? The angel giggled. Let me explain further. The goal is to reduce the number of players by killing one another. Unlike the last round, there are no monsters this time. A wave of dread washed over the players. No monsters meant no way to level up. A young man called out, Excuse me, Miss Angel. If half of us are meant to survive, does that mean we each only need to kill one person? The angel wagged a finger. That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be? Fun. Yao Min thought. She's just a puppet, relaying orders from above. These angels are nothing but messengers in this god-forsaken survival game. The fact she's hiding the specific rules means she's taking direct orders from the game master. The angel's tone grew ecstatic. And it's not just about killing. Only the top 521 ranked players will survive. As for the ranking criteria, that's a secret, too. Beneath her hood, her golden eyes glinted with a crazed light. Even if you get the very first kill, it won't guarantee you first place. The angel spread her wings. The explanation is over. Now, begin the massacre. A countdown timer appeared. 2 hours and 59 minutes. The crowd erupted in panic. What were they supposed to do? Kill people they had no grudge against. Standing in a corner, Huang Dongmin smirked. Kill other players. This is perfect. There were a few bastards I wanted to get rid of anyway. Just as I thought, Yao Min observed. He's planning to murder his so-called friends. Huang Dongmin hid his psychotic grin. If everyone else hesitates, won't that make it easier for me to win? He gritted his teeth. I'll kill every last one of you dogs. Yao Min suddenly appeared before him, making Huang Dongmin jump. Whoa, You scared the life out of me, he stammered. What is it? Yao Min replied, I told you I'd help you avoid being a target, didn't I? Remember that promise? I'm here to collect. He summoned his scythe. Huang Dongmin was still frozen in confusion when Jumin's blade sliced cleanly across his neck. With one clean strike, the man collapsed. A system notification appeared. Round 4, Side Quest. Eliminate the regional representative within the time limit. Reward, 1 lowest grade Mana Stone lottery ticket. Then another message, you have completed the side quest. Reward issued, 1 lowest grade Mana Stone lottery ticket. Item information appeared. Item, lowest grade Mana Stone lottery ticket. Rarity, supply. Effect, randomly provides 1 lowest grade Mana Stone in the next round. Restriction, usable by apprentice level and above. Description, a limited time item that will automatically disappear after the next round. Success is affected by the luck stat. Jumin dismissed his scythe, thinking to himself, perfect. The reward is just what I wanted. He killed Huang Dongmin specifically to trigger this side quest, though that wasn't the only reason. The crowd stared in absolute panic. Someone's dead. He just killed him. Curses and shouts erupted, but Jumin didn't even flinch. He thought, weren't they all aiming to become the regional representative just a moment ago? Didn't they want to kill him too? What a bunch of hypocrites. Now they're pretending to be righteous as a few charge forward, pointing fingers. Hey, Black Scythe, you can't just kill people like that. Do you have no humanity? Another one chimed in. Murderer. You're a murderer. Jumin thought calmly. A murderer. They're not wrong. He had already killed Kang Seo Kyan, and he would kill countless more to reach round 20. His expression remained ice cold. But I never kill without a reason. In this round, you either kill or you can't pass, whether you like it or not. He recalled the rules. Round 4. Main quest. Mutual annihilation. Time limit, 3 hours. Total participants, 18,196,418. Survivors needed, over 9,095,329. Production sector, 45 participants, 1,042. Survivors needed, over 521. A cold smirk touched Jumin's lips. Even knowing the rules, they still chose to condemn him. The crowd schemed. If this goes well, we can turn everyone against Black Scythe and ruin his reputation. If we all attack together, he won't be able to do a thing. We can't let him become the regional representative. But Jumin could read their minds with his ancient language skill. A contemptuous smile grew on his face. They think they've found the perfect opportunity. His smile seemed to trigger a few of them. You think this is funny? You psycho. Just then, a system announcement echoed. Player Black Scythe has become the new regional representative of Production Sector 45. The crowd's jaws dropped. What? Black Scythe is the representative now. It was like giving a tiger wings. Jumin decided to provoke them more. What's the matter? Why did you all stop screaming, now that I am the representative? Are you scared? He let out a loud laugh. Ha, if you're afraid of my authority, that must mean you haven't changed your class yet, right? One of them denied it. What are you talking about? Suddenly, a chubby man pointed with a terrified expression. Look over there. The crowd turned to Jumin's nameplate. The name Black Scythe was changing color. Why is only his name changing? Jumin knew it was turning from bright yellow to red. He remembered the rules about killing. Your alias turns red, and the more you kill, the deeper the color becomes. A red name is the mark of a murderer, making you a prime target. He chuckled internally. A primitive hunter's name is yellow. Kill someone, and it turns red, making you prey for thousands of others. But if they kill a murderer, they become murderers themselves. And the next target in line. The crowd was torn. They were hesitant now, but this hesitation would be the reason many of them would die. Jumin lit the fuse. What are you all doing? I'm pretty sure you don't have time to waste. The crowd exploded in anger. You! Stop right there, you killer. Jumin was unfazed. You act like I was the only one who wanted to kill the regional representative. What about all of you who rushed Huang Dongmin in the last round? Were you running to give him a friendly kiss? His words silenced the mob. As Jumin walked away, he called back, it's kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived this long without learning that basic rule. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Stop being hypocrites and face. Jumin's voice turned cold. This isn't the time to sit around doing nothing. If you're that worried, just keep arguing like you did during the last vote. He left in silence, knowing they would fight anyway. But if they wasted too much time, the number of survivors wouldn't reach 521. A woman finally spoke up. Like Black Scythe said, we shouldn't just stand here. We have to do something. A man with a scarred face sneered. And what do you suggest? We talk it out? The woman shot back angrily. Why are you being sarcastic? I'm just trying to figure out our next move. The scar-faced man stood his ground. Let's make it fair then. One-on-one duels. A man next to him sighed in frustration. How is fighting to the death fair? This isn't a game, and we're running out of time. Scarface gritted his teeth. What did you just say? Watching from the side, Seo-in grew anxious. Mr. Bodyguard, what should we do? Do we really have to kill people like Black Scythe said? Sang-chan nodded grimly. Of course. If we don't, we'll be the ones who get killed. Why should we care about the lives of total strangers? He added. I agree with Black Scythe. You need to make up your mind. Killing is never pleasant. Seo-in whispered. You say that. Like you've killed someone before. Sang-chan avoided the question. Of course not. I'm just guessing. She then asked, so, who should we kill? Sang-chan replied, it depends on the situation. The small groups were already arguing loudly. We need to decide who to kill. The ones who've already killed are the perfect targets. Another person argued. Someone else protested. Who gave you the right to decide that? A man with tied-back hair said bluntly. You mean we should kill Black Scythe? Another man laughed coldly. Black Scythe is insane. How could we possibly kill a level 3 player? Someone else agreed. Even if we all jumped him at once, we probably couldn't take him down. Hyun, terrified that Black Scythe might hear, shushed them. Keep it down. What if he hears you? But Jumin thought to himself, too late. I heard every single word. A young man burst forward. What in the world are you all saying? A life is precious. You can't just kill someone, even if they're a murderer. The sorcerer nodded. If we kill them, we become the very murderers we condemn. The mushroom-headed man's face twisted in anger. Why are you trying to pin this on me? Someone has to die for me to live, don't they? A woman cut in sharply. Enough arguing. Let's just agree to eliminate the criminals. The blue-haired girl shot back. And how do you propose we identify them? Ask anyone with a criminal record to just raise their hand. The man lunged at her. Who the hell do you think you are, looking down on me? Give us a better idea then. The blue-haired girl shrieked. Why are you screaming in my face? You son of a bitch. You want me to kill you right now? The man gave a cold laugh. Go ahead and try. A bystander, enjoying the drama, added fuel to the fire. Less talk, more fighting. They both turned on him at once. Who are you to provoke us? You miserable scum. The taunted man's blood boiled. Damn it. I'll slaughter every last one of you. The blue-haired girl summoned her weapon. Bring it on, you fool. Yao Min sighed in frustration. This is absolute chaos. All this talk has achieved nothing. Suddenly, Huang Dong-min, the man who had just died, sat up, leaving everyone completely stunned. Wasn't he dead? Yao Min smirked to himself. This was the hidden rule of the 4th round. After 10 minutes, players are resurrected. Huang Dong-min looked around, utterly bewildered. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a zombie? He looked from Minang to Black Hook and asked, what is going on? One of the players went pale. He came back to life. It's like a divine resurrection. His friends scoffed. Divine? It's just a system revive. The crowd's resolve began to crumble. If the dead are brought back, then killing isn't a sin. Several players raised their weapons. If they come back to life, then there's no problem. The girl with the ponytail tried to reason with them. Calm down, we don't know for sure if we can all be revived. But before she could finish, a blade pierced her from behind. And so, the massacre began. Ain was cut down by a random player, the blow to her back sending her crashing to the floor. Her attacker screamed, why don't you take a little nap, you damn bitch? He stared down at his blood-soaked claw weapon, panting for breath. He roared again without pause, get back up. You and I aren't finished yet. The gruesome sight of Ain's bloody corpse on the ground terrified the onlookers. One man stepped forward anxiously. But she's not getting back up. A person beside him replied, we should just wait a bit. I don't think she's going to revive. Hearing this, the other man had a realization. Now that I think about it, that other guy revived after 10 minutes. The blue-haired man shouted, hey everyone, let's just wait and see if she comes back. The entire crowd murmured in agreement. I agree. Me too. 10 minutes later, Ain's body began to glow, and the deep wounds across her back slowly sealed shut. She struggled to her feet. Ain sat up and stretched, looking completely relaxed, until a sudden realization hit her. Ain shot to her feet. All right, which one of you bastards was it? Who sneak attacked me? From behind her, a man lunged, ready to strike her down again. That would be me, bitch. But before he could even touch her, the black dragon flame erupted, blasting him into oblivion. He was so arrogant. So they really do come back after 10 minutes? The people who had just witnessed the spectacle couldn't believe their eyes. Black Hook stood behind the crowd, observing everything. He thought to himself, even with proof of resurrection, the act of killing will still leave a scar on their souls. But people are easily swayed by their surroundings, allowing their inner madness to break free. Suddenly, another person charged forward, running his sword straight through another player. Ah, to hell with it all. I'm with you. Another player swung his sword in a clean arc across someone's back. Whatever, I don't care anymore. Another pair dove into a frenzied battle. Die. You're all completely insane. A silver-haired young man clutched a sword wound in his stomach, cursing loudly. His attacker, a man with brown hair, replied, "Sorry. I've got nothing personal against you." The silver-haired man didn't hesitate for a second and lunged back. "Then why don't you get a taste of your own medicine?" The brown-haired man screamed in terror. "Please, just die. Stop resisting. You're going to revive anyway." The silver-haired man swung his blade in a vicious arc, sending a spray of crimson from the brown-haired man's body. "If it's so great, then why don't you go die yourself?" The scene was pure pandemonium as everyone threw themselves into the slaughter. Nearly 1,000 players were now locked in a gruesome, merciless free-for-all. This was a battlefield, and Black Hook decided it was time to make his move. A massive scythe materialized in his hands. Black Hook thought, "Well then, I suppose it's time I joined the party." As Black Hook stepped forward, everyone nearby froze in shock. Humph! A sharp slicing sound cut through the air. Black Hook swung his scythe, cutting down several players in one smooth motion. From behind, a group of onlookers witnessed his terrifying power. They nodded to one another, a silent signal passing between them. They charged forward together. "This is our chance." But before they could finish the thought, Black Hook had already sent them to their graves. He mused, "I have detection active. You can't possibly sneak up on me." Across the field, another player was relentlessly beating a man on the ground. "Die." Black Hook's gaze drifted down to him. "Ah, right. There's still him." He watched the brutal assault and pondered. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Round 4 a stage built specifically for the Black Dragon Flame. With the ancient language Devourer in his possession, this chaotic situation was nothing short of a grand feast for him. Black Hook surveyed the battlefield, his thoughts continuing to flow. Judging by how dark his player name has become, he's probably already killed about 10 people. That guy's gonna need a few respawns. The man named Dark Flame let out a crazed laugh. He thought to himself, never imagining that killing other players would actually increase his stats. This was an absolute goldmine. He knew stats went up from killing monsters, but he never thought players would have the same effect. The system window flared to life before him, the Devouring Rune's power activating. The progress bar increases each time you kill an enemy. Once the bar is full, you will receive a random stat point. The level of your enemy corresponds to how much the progress bar increases. Dark Flame returned to his grim work of sending souls to the afterlife. Like a complete madman, he kept chanting, "Die, die, die." Dark Flame's Devouring Rune progress bar began to steadily climb. He mused, the progress bar is shooting up, isn't it? Could it be because of their levels? Dark Flame admired the glowing Devouring Rune with a smile. He's the same level as me, yet the bar jumped up so much. Dark Flame pictured himself destroying Dark Scythe. If I killed Dark Scythe, how much will the progress bar increase then? It would probably fill up instantly, and then I'd get another stat point. He whipped his head around, his eyes burning with anger as he searched for something. Nah, forget it. If I provoke a guy with that kind of power, who knows what kind of disaster I'll bring upon myself. Dark Flame watched the pathetic weaklings fighting. I should just clean up this trash and level up some more. He charged forward, cutting down another person. "Sorry, pal. I've got no personal grudge against you." He repeatedly swung his scythe into the man on the ground, a smirk on his face. Now this is a great way to relieve stress. Everywhere Dark Flame struck, crimson sprayed across the ground. Because of that one damn thug, I couldn't even hunt properly. As he was laughing, thinking this round was made just for him, someone was silently approaching from behind, sword in hand. Unfortunately for them, Dark Flame was no easy prey, and the attacker was immediately discovered. The other players don't get anything out of killing people. He took the guy down in a single heartbeat, but my stats are increasing, and I can get stronger bit by bit. Dark Flame's Devouring Rune pulsed with more power. He scanned his surroundings as players slowly began to respawn. Best of all, his prey just kept reviving and serving themselves up to him. Dark Flame instantly appeared before his next victim, raising his massive scythe. What better opportunity could there be? A sickening thud echoed out. Dark Flame glanced at the others still locked in their bloody battles, wondering how many he had killed so far. I need to kill as many as possible so I can climb to the top of the rankings. Maybe I should head in that direction now? Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped into his line of sight, making him jump in surprise. It was Dark Scythe. He was walking toward him, scythe in hand. Dark Scythe spoke a single word, midnight. In an instant, the sky turned pitch black, and everyone present looked up, bewildered. What's this? What's happening? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? A cold sweat dripped down Dark Flame's face as Darkseid drew closer. His scythe has turned almost invisible. Whatever this skill is, I have to be extremely careful. A sharp slicing sound cut through the air. Suddenly, Dark Flame's point of view was high above the ground. It was because Death Scythe had just sent his head flying. He had a final thought, ah, so I'm dead. As expected of Death Scythe, I really should have avoided him at all costs. The piercing shriek of steel against steel echoed across the brutal battlefield. Constant screams could be heard. Just die, die, die for me. The person lying next to Dong Min slowly sat up. She yawned deeply, as if waking from a long and peaceful nap. Dong Min stared at her, thinking, she revived, so it's true. After 10 minutes, everyone really does come back to life. A smirk crept across his lips. Perfect. Dong Min clenched his fists, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. He thought it over. They set up this round just so we'd kill each other. This is my chance to get revenge on those bastards who stabbed me in the back. I'm going to kill every last one of you. Dong Min began to stalk through the area. Kim Siwoo, where are you? Where is he hiding? Suddenly, he spotted his target. There he is. That guy Siwoo was fearfully aiming his bow and arrow at some people up ahead. Dong Min scoffed. That idiot looks terrified, all because of the stat reduction penalty. And there's the other one. Dong Min strode over, calling out cheerfully. Hey, Kim Siwoo. A frightened Siwoo spun around, stammering. Dong Min suddenly slammed a powerful punch right into his face. It's so good to see you again, you son of a bitch. That single punch sent Siwoo flying 100 meters. He clutched his face, groaning in pure agony. Dong Min slowly walked closer. Kim Siwoo, you damn traitor. He grabbed Siwoo by the collar and hauled him to his feet. Didn't you say you'd kill me if we ever met again? Dong Min raised his fist, ready to smash Siwoo's face. So why don't you try and kill me now? What followed were Siwoo's screams of pain. After the beating, Dong Min dropped him to the ground. Finally, it's done. That felt so damn good. He glanced over his shoulder with a savage grin. Now, where are the others? On a battlefield where people were tearing each other to pieces. If hell really existed, would it look something like this? The players there slaughtered one another without a hint of mercy. The air was thick with screams to die. But Ain sat off to the side, clutching her sword in terror. It was a place overflowing with violence, where people only knew how to hate each other. Sang Chun's voice broke her trance. Miss Ain, are you okay? She replied, I'm still fine. I'm not tired, but the carnage was taking its toll on my spirit. Sang Chun worried, thinking he could handle it, but knew that Miss Ain was definitely struggling. If this breaks her spirit and she can't do her job, I'll never be able to face the chairman again. Suddenly, his eyes caught a flicker of movement. A hand reaching out, about to grab Ain's hair. The hand clenched, yanking her hair tight. Its owner, wielding a knife, screamed, time for you to die. Sang Chun moved like lightning to save her. In your dreams, he snarled, immediately clashing with the attacker. Sang Chun raised his sword high, then plunged it straight through the man's body. Ignoring the gurgling figure collapsing to the ground, Sang Chun turned and called out to Ain. Ain's eyes were fixed on the blood-streaked sword. Though her body trembled, she bit her lip, forcing herself to stay strong. Seizing the sword, Ain lunged at the man who had grabbed her, driving the blade into him one more time. Moments later, the sky above remained just as it was, a canvas of grim, sorrowful gray. Sang Chun watched her, thinking to himself that if he ordered her to do something, she would still obey without question. Ain stood up and asked, Mr. Bodyguard, how much longer do we have to fight like this? Sang Chun replied, there's at least another hour to go. A deep sadness washed over Ain's face. I can't even stand to watch them die, she confessed. I don't understand how everyone can just keep killing like this. Sang Chun studied her fragile form. Too weak, he thought. She's utterly weak. It's obvious she's been sheltered her entire life. He advised her, if you're tired, please get some rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? Ain simply replied, I suppose so. Sang Chun turned away. That should be enough to get you on the rankings. Please leave the rest to me. Ain stammered, thank you so much. A faint smirk appeared on Sang Chun's face. I should be the one thanking you, he thought. Now I don't have to waste time feeding you kills anymore. He charged back into the fray. Finally, I can focus on my own score. A system window popped up, displaying the time remaining until the round's end. 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Javier was still fighting with ferocious intensity. He glanced at the notification and thought, only about 10 minutes left? Huh. Round 4 is always exhausting. Behind him, he sensed the shadow of someone rushing toward him. Too bad for them, Javier had already detected their presence. He spun around, scythe at the ready. He took the attacker down in a single instant, sending him flying 100 meters. I can't let the number 1 rank across all sectors slip through my fingers. I have to use every method possible to grow stronger and reach round 20. He sprinted, moving like a phantom, wiping out everyone in his path. Anyone who saw him coming scattered in terror. I have no way of knowing just how powerful the final boss will be. With no one able to escape Javier's grasp, his only option was to become as strong as possible. He closed in on another player, who stared back in pure horror. Javier expected to send him to the afterlife, but instead, he simply passed him by. The man collapsed to the ground, gasping in terrified relief. I'm alive. There's no need to kill someone I've already taken down, Javier thought. Across the battlefield, the mutual slaughter continued. The ranking for round 4 wasn't just about killing the most people. You had to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as 1 point. Javier glanced over at 2 others locked in combat. That means I can't kill that guy over there. Where he looked, Dong Min was on the ground, pummeling someone. Die, die, Dong Min screamed, raising his blood-soaked hands and laughing with satisfaction. Watching from a distance, Javier thought, he's been killing the same 3 friends of his over and over. They'll be lucky to survive this round at all. Dong Min turned his head, saw his friend respawn, and immediately lunged forward to attack him again. Hey, try to respawn a little faster, will you? Javier mused that if you die the instant you revive, you have 0 chance to earn points for yourself. The system window updated again. Time remaining until the end of the round, 1 minute. Javier continued to scan the area for fresh prey. Just 1 minute left, he thought. Not much time. I need to rack up the highest score I possibly can. Everywhere he looked, he took a mental head count. A guy with silver hair. Already got him. A guy hugging his girlfriend. Got him too. A guy with a knife. I don't remember him. This will be a first. Javier closed the distance in a flash. No time left. I'll finish this in 1 blow. In a fraction of a second, the man was sent to meet his maker. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped all the survivors. An angel appeared, her voice echoing, "Did you all have fun killing each other?" Everyone stared up at her in awe. But Javier scoffed internally, forcing us to kill each other. How could that possibly be fun? The angel sighed. Oh, just look at this disgusting mess of blood. This once clean space is completely filthy now. Twirling a lock of her hair, the angel continued. In any case, you've all done an excellent job with the mutual slaughter. Before we check the results, let's revive everyone you killed. Javier glared at her. She talks as if she's the one reviving them, he thought. In reality, this is a function of the system. A man who had lost an arm suddenly saw it grow back. The golden light mended every wound, restoring the fallen and healing the living. The ones who had fallen returned. Yao Gun stared in disbelief at his own revived body, before a roar of pure fury erupted from him. Huang Dongmin, I'm going to kill you. The others behind him joined in, shouting curses. Hearing Gun's rage, Huang Dongmin just sneered. You only ever lost to Dong Shik anyway. Huang Dongmin's face twisted with rage. What the hell are you spouting? Just kill the whole damn lot of them. As the chaos escalated, the angel finally spoke. Silence. A terrifying light glinted in the angel's eyes. From this moment on, if any human dares to utter a single word, I'll make their head blossom. At his command, an absolute silence fell. No one dared even breathe. Then, the angel's gentle smile returned. Ah, much better. Now that things are quiet, and since everyone has been revived, shall we take a look at the results? But first, the angel continued, we need to review this round's special mission, don't we? A murmur of confusion spread through the crowd below. There was a bonus mission. With a snap of his fingers, the angel chuckled. Of course there was. Did you really think I'd make it that easy on you? Are you all idiots? A system window materialized before them. Round 4. Submission. Eliminate the area representative within the time limit. Mission completion reward. 1 low-grade Mana Stone lottery ticket. One of the survivors read the notification in disbelief. Eliminate the area rep. That was the mission. The angel beamed. That's right, you foolish human. And in this area, only 1 person managed to complete it. And that person is Black Hook. At that name, every head turned to stare at him. Whispers erupted through the crowd. Black Hook, now that I think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Huang Dongmin first? Black Dragon Fire shot him a furious glare. Black Hook, however, was lost in thought. So, becoming the area representative this round was actually a good thing. Meanwhile, Huang Dongmin stared silently at the system screen. If I had known about this bonus mission, I never would have let him take the representative spot from me. A cold dread washed over Dongmin. I really died at his hands. He remembered the notification panel displaying Black Hook's temporary skill. He checked his own status. It's gone. My temporary command authority has vanished. Then, he recalled Black Hook's words to him. I'll help you. So you won't become an easy target. A bitter thought crossed his mind. He said he'd stop me from being a target, but he just stole the representative title for himself. The angel's voice cut through his thoughts. And now, Let's see the results. Oh, right. I bet you're all dying to know how the scores were calculated, aren't you? A wicked, almost demonic grin spread across his face. The rankings, the angel continued, are based on the number of unique players you've killed. Even if you kill the same person over and over, it only counts as one kill. A wave of shock passed through the survivors. Unique players, so it wasn't just about getting the most kills. The angel chuckled softly. You simple-minded fools. You thought it would be that easy? He pointed a finger downwards. Now then, behold the results. The final results for round 4 appeared. Overall rankings. All areas. First place, Black Hook. Second place, The Fool. Third place, Magic Cyclone. Current area rankings. Number 1, Black Hook. Number 2, Cute Little Bird. Number 3, On Sang Chun. A truly terrifying smile bloomed on the angel's face. Oh my, Black Hook is number 1 again? Black Hook glared up at the angel, his eyes burning with silent fury. Gasps of shock echoed through the hall. No way. He killed over 700 people. Is that even possible for a human? Wait, aren't there only about 1,000 of us here in total? That means he killed 70% of everyone here. By himself. He's a complete monster. The angel clapped with glee. Wow, to think you killed 722 people all by yourself. Excellent work. This calls for a reward, doesn't it? Congratulations. You have achieved rank 1 in your area for this mission. Congratulations. You have achieved rank 1 overall in all areas for this mission. Area rank 1 reward is a mid-grade rare armor selection ticket. Overall, rank 1 reward is a mid-grade special reward selection chest. Jimin's eyes narrowed. A mid-grade armor selection ticket. Perfect. It's about time I upgraded my gear. A system window appeared. You can choose one of the rare armors below. Choose your reward. Gleaming bronze armor. Bloody assassin's tunic. Cloak of darkness. Jimin's finger tapped on the bloody assassin's tunic. I'll take the second one, he thought. The bloody assassin's tunic. The system confirmed his choice. Bloody assassin's tunic selected. Item type, rare grade armor. Defense 60. Effects, agility +4, attack speed +8%, movement speed +5%. Durability 600 out of 600. Usage requirement, common grade or higher. Description, a blood-colored tunic worn by a legendary assassin. At times, it reeks of fresh blood. Jimin's focus sharpened. Next, the special reward. You can choose one of the special rewards below. Choose your reward. 1. 50% stat increase buff, limited to round 5. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 5. Jimin considered his options. The bonus rewards for the next round are huge, but the difficulty will be insane. He selected option 1, the 50% stat increase buff. Considering the difficulty spike, this temporary power boost will be more useful. The angel casually raised a single finger. I trust you've all seen your rankings. Now, for a little announcement. In this area, we have 30 people tied for rank 521. Everyone ranked below them will now be eliminated. He said the savage words with a sinister grin. Let the culling begin. Instantly, a brilliant light began to envelop the lowest ranked players. A sickly yellow light engulfed them as their bodies began to dissolve, sparking cries of terror. There was no time to even beg for mercy. A man screamed, "Wait, Angel, are we really dying this time?" While another wept, "I don't want to die. Please, Angel, help us. Please, just give me one more chance. Help me." But nearby, Dongman let out a sigh of relief, having narrowly escaped the slaughter. He knew he'd just barely made it. Some of the remaining survivors stared coldly, while others clamped their hands over their ears, trying to block out the horrific screams that echoed all around. "Please, help me. I don't want to die." Yao Min had also closed his eyes as it all unfolded, but suddenly they snapped open with cold determination as the system's voice rang out, announcing the end of round 4. Total survivors across all zones 90,953. Your sector, S45, has 521 survivors. In a moment, your soul will be transferred back to your physical body. Round 5 will commence at midnight on May 24th, 2024. See you in the next round. Congratulations on your survival. Dawn began to break. In a lavish hotel room somewhere, a man was running in a panic. Sang Chun burst through the door, his voice laced with fear. "Sir," he cried out, spotting Lord Ma stirring from where he'd been passed out on the bed. Lord Ma pushed himself up, clutching a pillow and running a hand through his messy hair. "What are you doing here?" he grumbled. "I don't recall summoning you." Sang Chun quickly explained. "I couldn't get in contact with you, sir, so I took the liberty of breaking in. I was afraid something terrible had happened." A rare, amused smile crossed Lord Ma's face as he sat up. What could possibly happen to me? Did you really think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? Sang Chun scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. I saw your name on the rankings, sir, but I was still worried. Besides, that last round was absolutely insane, wasn't it? Lord Ma buried his face in his hands. That's why I collapsed the second I got back. The mental strain was overwhelming. I believe it, Sang Chun said. 433 people died. Lord Ma's expression hardened. And if you count the people who died over and over, that number is much higher. I'm already this powerful. So what kind of monster is this black dog? Is he even human? Sang Chun raised a fist to his lips thoughtfully. Sir, do you think he could be some kind of active duty special forces soldier? Someone with that level of skill and guts here in Korea? I can't stop thinking about it. Lord Ma didn't reply, lost in his own thoughts. Black dog. The more I consider him, the more I admire him. No matter who he is, if I could get him on my side, it would be a massive advantage. I'll have to ask the Prophet about Black Dog later. Sang Chun's voice was filled with apprehension. But sir, the fact that round 4 played out exactly as that Prophet predicted is, frankly, terrifying. To be honest, until I saw it myself, I was extremely skeptical of him. Lord Ma admitted. So was I. In a flashback, the two sat across from Yao Min as he spoke with chilling certainty. The mission for round 4 won't be hunting monsters. It's going to be a player versus player massacre. Lord Ma had stared in shock. A massacre. Yao Min nodded grimly. That's right. A catastrophe where players are forced to kill each other. You need to be on your guard. Back in the present, Sang Chun looked to his boss for guidance. What's our next move, sir? Lord Ma countered. What do you mean? Sang Chun specified. About the Prophet. Jin. Are you really going to make him a business partner? Lord Ma picked up a towel. Of course. He's the major shareholder with 31% of the stock. What choice do I have? In reality, the company's already in Yao Min's hands. Sang Chun pressed. So you're just going to do as he says and pivot to a different industry. There's no point in fighting it, Lord Ma stated firmly. This is the only way for the company to grow even stronger. He paced toward the window, his voice low. Beyond that, we need to pull him completely to our side. Don't underestimate him or get arrogant just because he's young. Lord Ma paused before the reflective glass, his robe hanging open to reveal a chiseled six-pack. He declared, I don't care if you hate his attitude. You will flatter him and follow his every command. Turning back, Lord Ma's eyes gleamed. That is the only way. We can drain every last sweet drop from the honeypot that is our Prophet. Do you understand? Sang Chun bowed his head low. Yes, sir. From now on, I will be much more careful when I deal with Yao Min. As the morning light grew brighter, Lord Ma said, Good, call him. Now, Sang Chun hesitated. What should I say to him? Lord Ma dictated the plan. Tell him we're throwing a party tonight to celebrate our survival. Let him know he can bring family. Oh, and should I invite Miss Seo to the party as well? You mean? Miss Ayeon, Sang Chun asked. A sly smile spread across Lord Ma's face as he slid his hands into his pockets. An occasion like this needs a celebrity to liven things up, don't you think? The sun was now high in the sky. Standing near a coffee shop, Yao Min looked up from his phone and waved at an approaching figure. Over here. Julie E walked up. Yao Min, still alive and kicking. I see. Yao Min grinned. You too. So, what's up? Julie E asked. It's not like you suddenly asked me out to lunch. Yao Min just shrugged casually. I figured we should celebrate making it through the last round. Don't worry. My treat. Well, in that case, Julie E replied casually, I'll definitely take advantage of my rich friend. That is, if you don't mind. The red sports car sliced through the streets. As Yao Min drove, Julie felt a wave of gratitude. Thanks, my personal prophet. Because of you, I can actually prepare for round 4. Yao Min glanced over. Hey, don't you ever think I might be lying? Without hesitation, Julie replied, but you'd never do that. What would you even gain from tricking me? Thanks for trusting me, Yao Min said sincerely. A moment of awkwardness passed before Julie whispered, Thank you. No, stop, she insisted. I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed at least 30 kills, I'd be dead right now. Thank you, she repeated. But inside, Yao Min thought, she really has no reason to thank me at all. Even if I'd said nothing, she would have survived with that protective ancient script. Besides, she's more than capable on her own, especially compared to someone like Sel Ain, a delicate flower raised in a greenhouse. Julie's more like a wildflower, tough and resilient. The car pulled up to a surprisingly nice restaurant. Inside, Yao Min and Julie sat across from each other. He gestured to the menu. Let's eat. Julie answered softly. Thank you. Enjoy the meal. Yao Min offered a wry smile, lifting a piece of food to his plate. How many times has she thanked me today? Julie hesitated, her chopsticks hovering over the food. A killer like me, she thought, a knot tightening in her stomach. Do I even deserve to be doing something this normal? I only came because he invited me. But to sit here and eat so peacefully, it feels wrong. Noticing her hesitation, Yao Min spoke up. Julie? Why aren't you eating? She's still weighed down by guilt, he realized. Snapping out of her thoughts, Julie replied, Oh, I just don't feel very well. Yao Min cut straight to the point. Is it because you had to kill someone? He softened his tone. Don't overthink it. And don't blame yourself. In this world, we do what we must to survive. I know, but still. Julie trailed off, her concerns not so easily dismissed. It's not just you, Yao Min pressed on. None of the other players can escape it, not even me. Julie lowered her head, shamefaced. Even so, I'm the one who did it. That's enough? Yao Min interrupted, his voice firm. So what if you did? He challenged. Are we supposed to just lie down and accept whatever fate throws at us? If I don't make it back, what will happen to my family? Don't we both have people waiting for us on the other side? His words struck her like lightning. My family. An image flashed in her mind, her father, weeping over her lifeless body. If I don't wake up, he'll be devastated. Julie's hands clenched into fists, a new fire in her eyes. You're right. I was so lost in the guilt, I forgot about them. They're the reason I've managed to survive this long. Thank you for reminding me. Don't mention it, Yao Min said, his demeanor relaxing. Now eat. Good food is the best cure for a heavy heart. Okay, she agreed, finally taking a bite from the hot pot. Her eyes widened. Wow, this is amazing. It feels like all the exhaustion from round 4 is melting away. I'm glad to hear that, Yao Min replied with a genuine smile. Seriously, Julie added. Thank you for bringing me here. Yao Min commented casually. You know, that's the first time you haven't used my full name. Oh, Julie blinked. Really? If you don't mind. Can I just call you that from now on? Of course, he said easily. All right, her mood has improved, Yao Min thought. Now's the time to get to the real reason I brought her here. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he spoke. Julie, the real reason I brought you here was to share information about round 5. Her eyes widened in shock. Round 5? You've already had a vision? I have, he confirmed, his expression turning serious. The 5th round will be the most difficult one we've ever faced, and the zones are going to merge. Merge? Julie repeated, confused. Essentially, Yao Min explained, all the separate zones we've been in will combine into a single area. Does that mean we can finally meet in person? She asked, a hint of hope in her voice. Yao Min took a slow sip of his tea. Yes, but not in round 5. We will meet in round 5, of course, he thought to himself. But if I tell her we're in the same starting zone, she'll try to find me immediately. He placed his cup down with a soft click. And for my plan to work, I need to approach her while hiding my identity. Listen to me very carefully, Julie. Like I said, the 5th round is on another level. On your own, you might not survive it. But there is one way to guarantee your survival. What is it? She asked urgently. Yao Min leaned in. Black Hook. Find him and get his help. What? Black Hook? Julie exclaimed, completely stunned. It was hard to believe. You can't mean the Black Hook, can you? The one who's ranked number 1 across all the zones? The very same, Yao Min confirmed with a firm nod. Julie pointed at herself in disbelief. And you want me to go ask the legendary Black Hook for help in round 5? Yao Min raised a hand, a confident look on his face. Not ask for help. Cooperate is the better word. Julie was skeptical. But Black Hook is level 30. Why would someone like him ever agree to work with me? Because you have your unique buff, Yao Min explained. Trust me, he'll need what you can offer. It will be a symbiotic relationship. Julie nervously fiddled with a strand of her hair. If I could really get through the next round safely with his help, that would be a game changer. Honestly, I'm still nervous, Julie admitted. I can't see why someone like Black Hook would team up with me just for one little buff. Yao Min could only offer a resigned smile. Little buff, he thought. She has no idea just how incredible her ability really is. Don't worry, Julie, he reassured her. Black Hook will work with you. Not just for this round, but for the rounds to come as well. I've already seen it in a vision, so there's no need to worry. Really? Julie asked, a small, hopeful smile finally breaking through her worry. Thank you for telling me something so important. Yao Min simply shrugged. Of course. We're friends, aren't we? It was the right thing to do. Suddenly, Julie remembered something and said excitedly, Oh, can you hold out your hand for a second? A stream of green light flowed from Julie into Yao Min's palm. She said, I should give you something in return, shouldn't I? The gentle, Green light enveloped Yao Min's entire body. He flashed a brilliant smile and said, "Thank you, Julie." He thought happily. I knew she'd give me a buff. I know her type, she hates feeling indebted to anyone. Yao Min's radiant smile made Julie blush. She had no idea he was thinking, perfect. Now I can finally go home and use it. A system notification appeared. All stats increased by 50% due to the blessing skills effect. Current kill count is 100 out of 100. All stats have been increased by 50% due to the effect of the Slayer's ancient script. Yao Min sat down, thinking. Thanks to Julie's blessing and the bonus stats from the Slayer's script after killing 100 worms, and his status window materialized. Yao Min gazed at the status screen. My stats must have jumped pretty high. The window displayed the nickname Black Dog, rank common, level 30. Class, Grim Reaper. Titles, The Last Time Traveler, hidden. The First Angel Slayer, hidden. Challenger of the Punishing God, hidden. His stats were Strength, 93, Intelligence, 111, Agility, 105, and Luck, 84. His eyes zeroed in on his luck stat. 84 luck? Yao Min summoned a card from thin air, thinking, with a luck stat this high, I can probably expect to draw something good. The system displayed a notification, lowest grade magic stone draw ticket. Item type, rare consumable. Effect, randomly provides 1 to 5 lowest grade magic stones, restricted for use until the next round by apprentice rank or higher. Description, a limited time item that randomly provides magic stones. If not used by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. It is influenced by the luck stat. Yao Min stared at the ticket, thinking, if I were a normal person, I'd probably be praying to the gods for a good item. A smirk crossed his lips as he continued his thought. But to hell with praying to those damn gods. He remembered a goddess in all white, a winged helm obscuring her eyes, reaching out and declaring, we will play 20 rounds on the first day of every month. Your souls will be transported to another dimension to play a game. Yao Min continued his speculation. I don't know who that was, but this is definitely the work of a god. Who else could snatch 8 billion people and throw them into a death game? The one behind all this had to be a god. A god who was toying with human lives. At that thought, Yao Min's expression hardened as he lost himself in his reflections. If I clear the final round and get to make one wish come true, I'll wish for the complete and utter annihilation of the bastard god who created this disgusting game. Yao Min raised his hand, and a brilliant golden light erupted around him. System alert, lowest grade magic stone draw ticket has been used. Congratulations. You have received 5 lowest grade magic stones. Items acquired, 2 lowest grade red magic stones, 1 lowest grade yellow magic stone, 1 lowest grade green magic stone, and 1 lowest grade purple magic stone. Yao Min was stunned. 5 stones? That's the maximum amount. He smiled mockingly to himself. Did I really get the best possible result by cursing the gods instead of praying to them? Hey, I guess I really am lucky. Yao Min tapped the system panel, thinking, alright, time to start combining. First, I'll put the 2 lowest grade red magic stones together and hit combine. The system displayed a message, combination successful. You have created 1 low grade red magic stone. Yao Min held the pink stone in his hand, satisfied. Combining magic stones of the same color and grade like this yields a higher grade stone, along with the magic stone I got from Saline and the one I drew from the ticket. System notification, combination successful. You have created 1 low grade purple magic stone. Yao Min focused his gaze on the system panel. Next, if I combine a magic stone with an item. Success. Killer's insect helm has gained plus 2% damage, he thought. Perfect. Now for the next few. Shadow gauntlets, all stats plus 2%. Resistance ring, luck plus 2. And swift boots, agility plus 2. He continued, I'll extract the blue magic stone from the hunter's stone armor. Bloody assassin's tunic has gained plus 1% damage reduction. After finishing, Yao Min thought, and that's all the magic stones I have. Trading that information for the buff was definitely worth it. The sky was beginning to darken. The light of the setting sun cast a soft, quiet beauty across the high-rise buildings. Yao Min thought, now, to prepare to meet Magic Clock. Yao Gun, sitting stiffly on the sofa, shot a question at him. The president of the company you invested in. Is he the heir to the own group? Yao Min replied, yeah. I've been invited to a party as their business partner, and we'll be collaborating in the future. A trembling, pathetic Yao Gun asked, is it okay for someone like me to go to a place like that? Yao Min calmly adjusted his brother's tie and answered gently, he told me you could bring family, so there's nothing to worry about. Your tie is a little crooked. Suddenly, a sharp knock echoed from the door. The sound made Min jump, and he shot to his feet saying, they're here. Min straightened his posture and urged, let's go. He then moved to open the door, Beside him, Gun stood obediently, his hands clasped nervously together. When he saw the person outside, Gun froze in confusion. Sang Chun bowed at a perfect 45-degree angle and said, "Greetings. I've come to escort you." Gun gripped Min's shoulder, whispering cautiously, "Huh, that's the guy we met before." Sang Chun asked, "And this is?" Min replied flatly, "My younger brother." Sang Chun then offered a business card to Gun. He introduced himself. "Please forgive me for not properly introducing myself sooner. I am Unit Chief An Sang Chun. We've met before, haven't we? This is my card. Although I've already apologized to your brother." Gun accepted it and replied, "Yes." Sang Chun continued, "I am truly sorry for my discourteous behavior toward you in the past." Hearing this, Gun was left speechless. Sang Chun casually extended a welcoming hand and said, "Please consider this party my formal apology. I hope you won't find it troublesome. Shall we go, then? Simusai is waiting for you both." That evening at Magiloc's hotel, the three of them entered the grand hall. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Ah, Mr. Min." Min shook Magiloc's hand, politely saying, "The pleasure is all mine." Magiloc then turned to Gun and asked, "And this must be your family member?" Min replied, "That's right, this is my younger brother." Magiloc smiled warmly, shaking Gun's hand and saying, "It's a great pleasure to meet you. I'm Magiloc, the president of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company." Gun stiffened and managed to reply, "Hello." Min gently reminded him, "Hey, you're supposed to shake with your right hand." Magiloc then asked Min, "Is your brother a player as well?" Gun quickly shook his head, saying, "Oh, no, I'm not a player." Min put a hand on his shoulder, calming his nervous brother. Min explained, "He's only 14 years old right now." Magiloc replied, "How fortunate. If you were just 1 year older, you couldn't have escaped it. This brutal death game of ours. I must say, I'm quite envious of you." Min forced a smile, but inside, he was sneering. "Envious? Huh." Leading the way, Magiloc said to the Min brothers, "Please, right this way. It may be a bit simple, but we prepared this party with the utmost care." In a beautifully decorated room, a server and a chef stood at one end of a formal dining table. The food on the table was arranged like a work of art. The server and chef stood at perfect attention. Gun's eyes lit up with pure delight. Magiloc gestured and said, "You must be hungry. We couldn't prepare much, but I'm certain it will be enough to fill you up." Gun looked around in disbelief, thinking, "Is this guy joking? How is this not much?" Min calmly called to him, "Come over here." Gun and Magiloc sat at the table, with Magiloc forcing a smile and saying, "Well then, please enjoy your meal." Suddenly, a sound came from the door. Min instantly whipped his head around, his eyes widening as he recognized a familiar face. Se-Ain's entrance left him completely stunned. He thought to himself, Se-Ain. Min still couldn't believe it, wondering, she was invited here too. The beautiful Se-Ain then noticed him as well. Se-Ain gracefully approached the dining table. Meanwhile, Gun was still frozen in shock. Magiloc slowly rose to his feet to welcome her. "Ah, you finally arrived, Miss Se-Ain." She expressed her regret, saying, "My apologies, sir. I was delayed by the funeral of a fellow actor." Magiloc was ever the gracious host. "Don't you worry about it, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company I was telling you about." Se-Ain lightly brushed back her hair, slowly lifting her gaze as she said, "Hello, I am the actress, Se-Ain." Suddenly, a flash of recognition crossed her face. Se-Ain looked at Min and Gun with surprise and curiosity. "Aren't you the two who gave me rice cakes when you first moved in?" Min gently nudged Gun, whose face was still a mask of pure shock. He replied, "That's right." Se-Ain's face lit up with a brilliant smile as she exclaimed, "So it turns out I'm neighbors with our major shareholder. How wonderful." But inside, a strange anxiety was building. He looks even younger than me, yet he's already a major shareholder in the company. Is the president playing a joke on me? It was only then that Gun was able to stammer out a few words. He blushed, his heart pounding with excitement as he asked Min, Hey, brother, is that really Se-Ain?" Min suddenly realized it. Ah, Gun doesn't know about the connection between Magiloc and Se-Ain yet. Seeing her appear so suddenly, it must have completely shocked him. He thought to himself while staring at his brother. More importantly, after seeing her in person, this is probably the natural reaction, isn't it? Still looking at Se-Ain, Gun was practically trembling. To avoid standing out or seeming strange, Min decided it was best to act at least a little interested himself. By now, Magiloc had noticed the reactions and attitudes of both Min and Gun. He smiled to himself, a flicker of triumph in his eyes. He really is just a kid. It seems even a prophet is just like anyone else. Calling Se-Ain here was absolutely the right decision. Then, his face once again split into a fake, polite smile as he said, "Well, everyone must be hungry. Please, enjoy the meal without a care in the world." At the lavish dining table, only 5 people were enjoying the exquisite delicacies. Min and Gun sat on the opposite side. Facing the other 3, Yeo Gun returned to his usual cheerful self, eating with gusto. He exclaimed, "Brother, the meat is so tender it just melts in my mouth." Yeo Min smiled warmly. "Really? Then you should eat a lot more." The atmosphere was incredibly wholesome. Suddenly, Chairman Ma spoke up. "So, my dear major shareholder, is the food to your liking? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes." Yeo Min gave a simple reply. "Ah, it's delicious." The chairman then turned his attention. "And what about you, Yeo Gun? Does the food suit your palate?" Yeo Gun, suddenly shy, spoke up. "Oh, yes. This is actually my first time eating anything like this." A smile crept across Chairman Ma's face. He'd gotten lucky. He felt relieved that he had set such high standards for the chef. In truth, he personally tested every dish multiple times before serving the 2 brothers. Chairman Ma said cheerfully, "Hearing you say that makes me very happy." As he ate, he continued his probing questions. "I noticed you didn't bring any other family with you. Why is it just your younger brother?" For a fleeting moment, a shadow crossed Yeo Min's face. "My brother is my only family. My parents have already passed away." On the surface, Chairman Ma was sympathetic. "Oh, I see. My apologies." But inside, he was furious with himself for his careless mistake, silently cursing. "Damn it, why did I have to ask that?" The perfect atmosphere he built was now completely shattered. Seeing his brother's expression, Yeo Gun's face fell, his appetite completely gone. Chairman Ma seethed with frustration, screaming in his mind, "Idiot! I should just shut my mouth until the mood improves." An incredibly awkward silence followed. By the time everyone had finished eating, the servers had already cleared the table and brought out dessert. Chairman Ma took a sip of tea, calculating his next move. Someone needed to fix this suffocating atmosphere. He glanced at Ain, who was uncomfortably sipping her own tea, and prayed, "Miss Ain, please look over here." Ain felt his stare but chose to ignore it. He set his cup down, stood up, and announced, "Oh, Ain, could we speak for a moment?" Surprised, Ain quickly agreed. "Huh? Oh, of course." The 2 of them left the room. An awkward silence filled the hallway as they walked. Finally, Chairman Ma broke it. "Listen, Ain," she answered quickly. "Yes, Mr. Chairman." He suddenly stopped walking and asked calmly, "Was the food good?" Ain, completely missing his point, answered casually, "Ah, yes, it was delicious." A deep sigh escaped Chairman Ma's lips, betraying the immense frustration building within him. He spun around, his eyes blazing with fury. "Do you honestly think I brought you here just to enjoy a free meal?" He stared directly at Ain, his voice dripping with condescension. "I brought you here to help liven up the atmosphere. How can you be so dense?" Looking worried and apologetic, she replied, "I'm so sorry. I thought you had simply invited me to a party." Chairman Ma sighed again in exasperation. "Why on earth would I invite you to a dinner like this for no reason?" He rubbed his forehead, utterly defeated. "Did Unit Head and not tell you who that person is?" Ain looked confused and asked cautiously, "Isn't he just the major shareholder?" Chairman Ma then dropped a bombshell that left Ain completely stunned. "He is both the major shareholder and a prophet." Ain was speechless. Prophet," he explained. "That's right, a prophet. Just as the name implies, his class is special. He can see the future." Understanding finally dawned on her. Chairman Ma wagged his finger. "Do you get it now? We have to make him happy. If we know the information for the next round ahead of time, can you even imagine how huge of an advantage that would be?" He continued, a sinister look on his face. "So, you need to use that pretty face of yours to agree with everything he says. Smile for him." Ain was now genuinely frightened and anxious. Chairman Ma clenched his fist, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. He would use any means necessary to capture the prophet's heart. Ain felt this was wrong and quickly interjected, "Forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think that will." Before she could finish, Chairman Ma cut her off, striking right at her weakness. "Ain, as the chairman, I gave you the opportunity to succeed in your acting career. Don't you think it's time you repaid that debt?" he continued, ignoring her crestfallen expression. "Don't hesitate. I don't care what tricks you have to use. Just make shareholder Yeo happy." Ain fell silent. Seeing her quiet submission, he asked a simple question that carried immense weight. "Why aren't you answering me?" Panicked, she stammered, I understand." Chairman Ma calmly walked past her. "I'll be watching to see if you're making a serious effort. Now, let's go." Defeated, she whispered. "Yes, sir." Back in the dining room, the atmosphere was even more suffocating than before. It was just the 2 brothers sitting across from Sang Chun. None of them said a word. Just then, the door opened. Ain and Chairman Ma walked back in. He spoke first, Sorry to keep you all waiting. We had a little business to discuss, so we're a bit late." As he spoke with a warm smile, he shot a meaningful glance back at Ain. "It looks like everyone's finished eating. Shall we move to another location?" At that moment, Yo Min and Gun stood up and walked toward the door, passing between Ain and the chairman. The way Yo Min approached them left Chairman Ma seething with disappointment. I told her exactly what she needed to do. So why? Is she still hesitating? Just then, Yao Gun politely spoke up. Excuse me." Ain turned, surprised. What is it?" Gathering his courage, he said shyly, "I'm a huge fan of yours. You're even more beautiful in person. If it's okay, I was hoping you'd have a moment later to take a picture with me." Ain's smile returned. "Oh, thank you so much." She cheerfully agreed. "Of course, I'd be happy to." Yao Gun's face lit up. "Thank you." Even Yao Min gave him a silent pat on the back. But seeing this, Chairman Ma looked troubled. He pulled out his phone, typing furiously as he thought. The younger brother seems more interested than him. We need to change the plan. Just then, Ain's phone buzzed. She picked it up, surprised to see 2 new messages on her screen. Change the target. Get close to the younger brother first. A look of bitter sadness crossed Ain's face. He's just an innocent fan, and I have to deceive him like this. The group proceeded to their next destination, but Yao Min had already noticed the sorrowful look on Ain's face. He also saw Chairman Ma walking ahead with a smug expression, thinking, if we can get the younger brother on our side, the older one will have no choice but to follow. Then, getting information about the next round will be easy. Chairman Ma stopped in his tracks. Standing before a door, he gestured grandly. This is a private room, prepared especially for our VIP guests. Naturally, you can order as many drinks and snacks as you'd like. With that, he led them inside. The room was decadent, decorated in rich reds with expensive paintings adorning the walls. Yao Gun couldn't help but be impressed, but he asked awkwardly, drinks? If it's alcohol. I'm still just a high school student. Chairman Ma just laughed and waved his hand dismissively. That's no problem. You can have any other kind of beverage. He then turned to Sang Chun, the unit manager. Bring us the special VIP set and a non-alcoholic drink for the young student. The man bowed. Yes, Chairman. Sang Chun exited, closing the door behind him. Then, Yao Min spoke. Chairman Ma, I can't drink either. The chairman quickly replied, Oh, is that so? Well, if you were of age, it would be a good chance to try it. Yao Min ignored him and turned to Ain. Miss Ain, could you step out and take that picture with my brother now? Ain nodded slightly. Ah, of course. As the two of them left, Yao Gun shot a thoughtful look back at his older brother. Ain gave a polite bow before they shut the door, ensuring the two were gone. Now, only he and Chairman Ma remained in the room. Yao Min's voice was low. Mr. Chairman. Yes? What is it? The chairman asked. But Yao Min's calm demeanor had vanished. His gaze turned sharp enough to pierce steel. Do you take me for a fool? Chairman Ma froze, forcing an awkward laugh. What do you mean by that? Before he could finish, Yao Min crossed his arms, his tone a clear challenge. Have you forgotten that my profession is a prophet? I can see the future. Did you honestly believe that I wouldn't know about your little chat with the actress, say Ain? Chairman Ma went pale, a chilling silence filling the air as the accusation hit its mark. Yao Min's voice was laced with disappointment. How can we possibly do business together like this? His next words were quiet, but each syllable landed with terrifying weight. His expression was a mask of cold command. Chairman, do not hide anything from me. Panic surged through Chairman Ma. He couldn't believe his ears. He knows about my conversation with Sayin. How is that possible? Can he truly see the future? Yao Min's piercing gaze held him fast as he continued to press. His voice was heavy with pressure. You told Miss Ain to win me over. Beads of sweat formed on the chairman's forehead. He scrambled to defend himself. If that made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. I only wanted her to become your friend, nothing more. Yao Min cut through the excuse, his voice a low growl. His eyes seemed to see into the chairman's very soul. But then you tried to use my brother. That was crossing the line. Chairman Ma's heart seized in his chest, gripped by pure terror. He knows about that, too. The situation was hopeless. He bowed his head, his voice trembling with regret. I am truly sorry, Mr. Yao Min. I made a foolish decision. As a prophet, you have my word. I will correct every mistake that has displeased you. Yao Min's tone softened slightly. Since you have apologized sincerely, I will overlook it this time. As for your words to the actress Say Ain, I will consider them unheard. Chairman Ma let out a breath he didn't know he was holding, looking up. His eyes shone with gratitude. Thank you for giving me another chance. Just then, the door creaked open. Manager Sang Chun peeked inside. Chairman, I've returned. He froze, stunned by the sight of his boss, who had just been bowing an apology. The chairman quickly straightened his suit, clearing his throat to regain his composure. "You may leave." Sang Chun was bewildered. "Excuse me, sir?" Chairman Ma shot him a look, his voice firm. "I have something to discuss with our VIP guest." He then ordered the unit manager, "Take the other two to the room next door." Sang Chun quickly caught on. "Ah, I understand." He left, closing the door softly, leaving behind a heavy silence as Yao Min narrowed his eyes. Glancing toward the door, his mood didn't improve one bit. Magi Onlock cursed inwardly. Damn it. He tried using Suin to lighten the mood, but it only made things worse. Suddenly, Di Min spoke up, his voice calm but laced with a hidden meaning. "Do you want information on the next round?" Magi Onlock flinched, answering hesitantly. "Of course. How could you possibly know about that?" Di Min stared him down, his gaze a silent threat. "The only reason I accepted your invitation was to provide information about round 5. But if you continue to treat me like this, sharing information or cooperating with you will be impossible." Magi Onlock's voice turned desperate. "I sincerely apologize, Di Min. Please, forgive my mistake." Di Min locked eyes with him, his tone as sharp as steel. "I demand that you hide nothing from me, Chairman. From now on, trust me unconditionally." His expression softened slightly as he continued. "I also expect you to stop questioning how I run the company, and you will convince the other shareholders during the meeting." Magi Onlock nodded furiously. "Right. I'll do whatever it takes to keep the shareholders in line." A satisfied smile finally graced Di Min's lips. "Good. Then I will do my best to help your company grow." Then, he uttered the words Magi Onlock had been waiting for all along. "Now, I will give you the information about round 5. Magi Onlock couldn't hide his glee, his eyes lighting up. Di Min's voice turned icy. "The difficulty of round 5 is the highest of any round we have ever faced." The color immediately drained from Magi Onlock's face, replaced by pure dread. Seeing this, Di Min reassured him, "Don't worry. For someone like you, it won't be a major problem." Still unsettled, Magi Onlock pressed on. "What is the mission for round 5? Di Min held up 3 fingers. "The mission is to kill 500 orcs, but it's not that simple." He continued grimly. "The zones are going to be combined." Magi Onlock was stunned. "The zones?" Di Min explained. "Since the number of players has dropped significantly, the separated zones will be merged into one." Spotting an opportunity, Magi Onlock asked quickly, "So we might meet players from other zones, like Haku?" Di Min shook his head. "You won't be in the same zone as a player named Haku." Slightly disappointed, Magi Onlock asked, "Do you know Haku's identity?" Di Min answered playfully, "I don't know who he is, but you'll be meeting that person very soon." He laughed to himself. "Aren't we meeting right now?" His tone turned serious again. "One more thing. You're hunting someone, aren't you?" "A man named Huang Dong Min." Magi Onlock was astonished. "You know about that, too?" Damon replied, his voice brimming with confidence. "I already told you. It's useless to try and hide anything from me." Magi Onlock was in awe. "Just as I thought. Your ability to see the future is beyond imagination." Before he could finish, Di Min cut him off. "Stop the investigation." Confused, Magi Onlock asked, "Is there a reason?" Di Min closed his eyes and turned away, issuing a warning. "If you touch that man, you will suffer a great loss." Magi Onlock asked, "Can you tell me why?" Di Min refused. "This is all I can say." Magi Onlock thoughtfully placed a hand on his mouth, then nodded. "I understand. We'll halt the investigation into Huang Dong Min." Onlock smiled and walked toward the door, suggesting, "Shall we restart the party? Then, no alcohol this time, to keep things peaceful. I'll call the others back in." As he left the room and closed the door, the smile vanished from Magi Onlock's face, replaced by pure exhaustion. He thought to himself, "Ugh, I seriously need to blow off some steam tonight." In the pouring rain, down a dark, narrow alley, a man gasped for breath as he scrambled for his life. He clutched his right shoulder, where his arm had been severed, blood gushing from the wound. He ran toward the light of a nearby house, his face a mask of desperation. Suddenly, he froze before an iron gate, brilliant light illuminating his terrified face. A scream ripped from his throat, lost in the sound of the rain, as another figure slowly approached, a sharp sword raised high, and swung. The blade sliced clean through his leg, sending a spray of blood into the air. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling and wailing in agony. A cold voice spoke from the rain-soaked figure holding the sword. "Magi Onlock, shut your mouth unless you want me to cut out your tongue." The man looked up, pleading, "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" Magi Onlock sheathed his sword, his voice dripping with contempt. "A child rapist like you is still trying to make excuses? Do you really not know?" The man cried, holding up a bloody hand to beg. "Wait, that was a long time ago. I went to prison, I was released. I'm just an old man now. Ignoring his pleas, Magi Onlock brutally stabbed the sword into his back, drawing a fresh spray of blood. The man screamed in pain. Locke's voice was frigid. If you don't want to die slowly and painfully, stop talking. If you draw any witnesses, the body count will only go up. The man bit his lip, groaning with hatred. Magi Onlock praised him with a sneer. There you go. You're good at pretending. But your ears still work, don't they? It's not right for scum like you to keep on living. Suddenly, a dark mana coiled around him like serpent scales, materializing into a magical black snake that wrapped around his sword. It was both beautiful and terrifying. The man's eyes widened in horror. What is that? The magical force wrapped tightly around his head, silencing his scream. The black serpent constricted his body, leaving only a trembling, bloody hand visible. Magi Onlock clicked his tongue, thinking, if only my dark mana wasn't so low. I would have ended trash like you in an instant. He scoffed internally. But to use the dark aura, I need more dark energy. He raised his sword, necrotic power flowing along the blade as he admired its might. To replenish it, I must take another life. With a single horizontal slash, the man's bloated body was severed in two. Magi Onlock mused, killing humans yields far more dark mana than beasts. He slicked his hair back, revealing eyes filled with satisfaction. Isn't the Dark Knight the perfect class? Looking at the corpse, he grinned, thinking that taking out the trash really helped relieve his stress. Chanting the incantation for Devour, dark mana flared from his sword, only to vanish. Magi Onlock clicked his tongue in annoyance, just as I thought. The dark aura only consumes the life force of the living. Suddenly, a sound rattled from a nearby trash can. Magi Onlock spun around, murder in his eyes, but it was just a stray cat scurrying away. He sighed in relief. There can be no witnesses. Reconsidering, he muttered, I dragged him into a dead-end alley. No one saw anything at the crack of dawn. But then, an image of Jean flashed through his mind. If he saw this through the prophetic ancient language, that means he already knew I was a serial killer, yet he still approached me. Magi Onlock let out a smirk. How interesting. He made a call to have the body handled. 2 weeks later, inside Jimin's luxury apartment, he sat on his bed scrolling through his phone. He felt like he had nothing specific to do. Staying home all the time just made him anxious about the future. I need a break from my break. He stopped at a headline. Players will change the world order. Jimin made his choice. Today, the rest period ends. He tapped the join group button, a sense of purpose washing over him. It's time to make a move. He pictured the deep blue stone, radiating an aura of noble power. Jimin's confidence soared. Now, it's time to get one of the 5 real-world ancient languages, the ancient language of replication. Meanwhile, the top news stories were everywhere online. They screamed horrifying truth. 1.8 billion people were dragged into another dimension. Now, only 90 million remained after 3 months. The economy was crumbling from the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide were closed. In the society section, a tragic headline appeared. Endless grief. Parents and siblings across the world were drowning in sorrow, beside a quiet image of white chrysanthemums. The person reading these articles was Hyung Tae-sok, known by his character name, Black Flame Dragon. He sat casually on a chair in a classroom. His hands, caked in blood, held his phone. Gore splattered the surroundings, and beside him rested a massive, 2-bladed battle axe, also drenched in crimson. He grimaced, his voice dripping with contempt. We just finished the 4th round and this many people are already dead. What a bunch of useless insects. Scrolling through the news, he read the headlines. The number of deaths caused by players has skyrocketed since the 4th round. Thousands of surveillance cameras have been destroyed, turning the cities lawless at night. Players are now opposing the government. They've established an online community, and public anxiety is reaching a breaking point. An emergency solution is that criminal psychologists believe people have lost the motivation to work. The more he read, the more the Black Flame Dragon laughed in delight. What a beautiful mess. If they were players, they would do the exact same thing. Hyung Tae-sok limped to his feet. His body was stout. Surrounding his chair were the corpses of students. He hefted his axe, grumbling. What's so wrong with wanting to do whatever you want before you die? Damn hypocrites in power. This is why they shouldn't have always tried to control us, forcing us into a mold. Don't do this. Don't do that. It's all because of their restrictions and rules. He swung his axe with savage force. A powerful strike slammed into the floor, shattering it and sending debris flying. The Black Flame Dragon roared, his voice filled with bitter rage. This is why we're all exploding now. The Black Flame Dragon sighed, calming himself. Whatever. None of it matters anymore. No one can stop me now. His face twisted into a vile, ecstatic grin. After all, he thought, I'm a player. I am superior to all of them. The classroom scene unfolded, his axe embedded in the floor, surrounded by a dozen bloody corpses. The deep gashes from the axe were brutally clear. The black flame dragon smiled with satisfaction. Now then, who should I kill next? He looked at his hands, thinking. I just killed people in the real world, but I feel nothing. Is it because I already went through hell in the 4th round? He scratched his head, annoyed. But only 1 point per person? How stingy. Is it because they're just civilians? Recalling the joy of that other world, he thought the 4th round was truly magnificent. The black flame dragon remembered the notification when he acquired the rare item, the ancient language of devouring. Effect: accumulated stats increase upon killing an enemy. When the gauge is full, you receive a random stat point. The number of points gained is proportional to the enemy's level. He sighed in awe. This is even better than killing monsters. Opening the classroom door, he left with a hint of regret. I need to kill players instead of civilians. I'll get way more points that way. Continuing to scroll, a news story caught his eye. Players who oppose the government have formed an online community. The black flame dragon's eyes widened. Oh, is there an online forum for players? A sinister smile crept across his face. Could I join that forum, meet other players, and then kill them? Giddy with the thought, he realized he would receive far more points this way. He clicked the link to join the forum, and a description box appeared. This was the nation's first online forum, created to help players. Below were the guidelines and a section for personal info. He scoffed in annoyance. What was this? They wanted all this information and an interview too. What a total pain. But he reasoned with himself. This was the only way to meet other players. As he entered his details, a smirk crept across his face. The other players would never suspect that a hunter was among them, preying on his own kind. The next morning, before a simple house surrounded by dense woods, Black Dragon Fire stood in street clothes, staring at his phone. Is this really the place? The message from the interviewer glowed on the screen. Please come to Velcom Cafe and Gobu Namjiang before noon. You can order anything you want. He glanced at the address plate, thinking this had to be it. Remembering the absurdly long trip, he gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. They dragged me out to the middle of nowhere. Not even a single bus runs through here. Fuming, he shoved the door open, deciding he'd kill the damn interviewer if the guy annoyed him. Inside, the house was cleaner and more modern than its exterior suggested. He was genuinely surprised, scanning the room. The interior was much nicer than he'd imagined. Near the window, 2 guests sat across from each other. He thought, is it just these 2? A man in a white shirt with tired eyes saw him and shot to his feet. Are you here for the interview? Black Dragon Fire gave a short nod. That's right. The man offered a friendly smile. What's your username? He replied. Black Dragon Fire in hand. The man extended his hand. A pleasure to meet you. I'm your interviewer. My username is 30. Black Dragon Fire was shocked. Huh, you're a player? 30 gave a wry smile. Yeah, I know I don't really look the part, but I turned 30 this year. Right this way. He led into a table at the back of the room, introducing a person in a pink jacket. This is Little Coco, also here for an interview. And this is Black Dragon Fire in hand. You two might end up as teammates, so go ahead and say hello. Black Dragon Fire sat down, his eyes filled with suspicion and contempt. This pathetic little anchovy is supposed to be a player? He looks completely useless. Outwardly, he gave a half-hearted bow. Hello. Little Coco bowed back. Oh, hey. He scanned the area, making a judgment. I'm guessing this business isn't exactly thriving. No customers, not even a part-time worker. 30 just chuckled. It's pretty far from the city, so that's to be expected. That's actually why we rented this place for the interviews. Black Dragon Fire's eyes narrowed. Oh, so you rented it. But shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. 30 explained. The owner is in the kitchen preparing some food. It's a cafe, but they serve full meals too. He nodded slowly. I see. As he looked around more carefully, a thought struck him. There wasn't a single security camera in sight. If I killed these 2 right now and left, no one would ever know. But he quickly shut down the idea. No, just 2 isn't enough. I can't afford to waste this opportunity, he asked. So, are we not starting the interview? 30 replied, oh, we're just waiting on one more person. We'll begin as soon as they get here. Black Dragon Fire was surprised. There's another one? So, there are 3 of us then? 30 nodded. Yes, the meeting time was a little while ago, so let's just wait a bit longer. 30 glanced toward the garden, his face lighting up as he saw a man in a black suit and striped shirt approach. Oh, he's here. The door creaked open. 30 stepped forward to greet him, a hint of surprise on his face. Are you here for the interview? The man replied, yes. 30 asked, what's your username? The man replied, Black Orb. At that name, 30's expression shifted from surprise to pure elation, his eyes sparkling as he covered his mouth. too stunned to speak. A few days earlier, an online meeting was in session between some very powerful figures. The main screen featured a man in glasses, the chairman. He greeted the others warmly. "Welcome, Jamie." "Welcome, Bobo Din." A girl in a pink dress, Jamie, smiled back. "It's a pleasure to see you." 30 was also on the call, but he seemed completely zoned out. The chairman announced, "Everyone is present except for May Offerhe. Let's begin the meeting for the third week of April." He turned to another member. "Lot Y, you can speak first." "Yes, Mr. Chairman," Lot Y replied. The chairman asked, "How many new people joined the forum this week?" Lot Y answered, "Around 2,000. The chairman noted, "That's more than last week." "Yes, sir," Lot Y agreed. "The number of active players is falling each month, but our forum membership is growing weekly." He added, "I believe the news article about us is what attracted them." The chairman inquired, "Who was it that hired the journalist?" Jamie, the woman in the pink suit, raised her hand with a grin. "That was me, Mr. Chairman." "I see," the chairman replied. "I was not aware you had connections in that industry." Jamie just laughed. "It's a very new connection." The chairman gave a thumbs up. "Excellent work. I expect nothing less from one of our most senior members." He continued, "So, Lot Y, out of those 2,000, how many are actually skilled?" Lot Y responded, "If we filter out players with no class and anyone under level 10, we have about 1,200. The chairman pondered for a moment. "And how many of those are truly useful?" Bobo Dean, a man in a blue suit, adjusted his glasses while looking at a tablet. "I can speak on that matter." Swiping on the screen, he explained, "One player of interest is Black Dragon Fire in Hand from the SX455S zone. He's a normal grade warrior, but he took third place in the regional rankings." The chairman was shocked. Third place? He must either have incredible gear for his level, or he's lying about his stats, but I think he's skilled enough to be an executive candidate. The chairman agreed. "Indeed. Who else?" Bobo Ding said. "Another one is Little Gugu from the SC27 region, who always ranks between 4th and 10th. He added, "Besides those two, there are 50 players in the top 100 from their region." The chairman was intrigued. "Quite a few. It seems I'll be busy with interviews." He turned his gaze, his voice laced with criticism. "Isn't that right?" 30. Who was dozing off, jolted awake. "My apologies." The chairman shot him a furious glare. "Were you sleeping? What were you doing last night to be so tired already?" 30 stammered. "Well, that is." The chairman cut him off. "I don't want to hear excuses. Handle all 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you can't, another senior candidate will be taking your place." 30 panicked. "I understand. Please, leave it to me." The chairman turned back. "Anyway, Lot, has Black Hook made contact yet?" Lot replied, "If he had, I would have reported it immediately." The chairman sighed in regret. "A pity. I'd give him an executive position on the spot if he joined." He spoke to Jamie. "Could you have the journalists write a few more articles? We need a promotional strategy to attract Black Hook." She rubbed her hands together with a playful smirk. "Of course, as long as the price is right." The chairman chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll reward you for your dedication." Jamie made a heart shape with her hands. "Thank you, Chairman." The meeting continued. Suddenly, Lot stared at his phone in shock and blurted out, "Wait, Chairman, a huge name just requested to join the forum." The chairman was stunned. "Who is it?" Lot's voice trembled. "Black Hook." The 6 people in the meeting froze, their faces a mask of pure astonishment. Back at the interview location, 30 warmly shook the hand of the self-proclaimed Black Hook. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Was it difficult getting here?" Black Hook replied curtly, "It was." 30 was flustered, scratching his head with an awkward laugh. "My apologies for that. This was the best place we could find to ensure privacy." He complimented him. "Anyway, you're incredibly handsome. You must be popular with the girls." Leading Black Hook to a chair, he pulled it out for him and then made the introductions. "These two are also here for an interview, just like you." Black Dragon Fire, who had been staring the whole time, gritted his teeth, his annoyance clearly visible. Little Gugu observed him carefully, offering only a slight nod. "Oh, hello." Black Hook crossed his arms and leaned back, giving an arrogant nod in return. "I'm Black Hook." Little Gugu looked up and smiled, revealing his true face. It was Yao Min, the real Black Hook. He introduced himself. "I'm Little Gugu," while thinking to himself, "Hilarious. This bastard is quite the comedian." Black Dragon Fire's hands clenched into fists, sweat beading on his brow as his eyes darted in panic. "Is that Black Hook? The one who killed me 5 times?" he thought. "I really want to ask if we've ever met in real life. Why does he enjoy killing me so much?" 30's voice suddenly cut through the tense atmosphere. "Black Dragon Fire, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" The chubby young man, paralyzed with tension, bowed his head and stammered, hello, I'm Black Dragon Fire. The young man in the suit, the one calling himself Black Hook, crossed his arms and nodded with a look of satisfaction. Black Dragon Fire bit his lower lip as a storm raged within him. What the hell? He didn't even bother to respond. I thought if I said my player name, he'd recognize me. The guy he's killed 5 times already. Our main character, Yao Min, took a sip of water, thinking to himself, was I really that arrogant? I may be using a false identity, but this guy. He's a true con artist. The man in the suit, the fake Black Hook named In Hong, had one hand in his pocket and the other on his phone, a smirk playing on his lips. His real player name was Kudu Bing Bong. With a sense of smugness, Yao Min's thoughts continued. He's a professional scammer who has pulled every dirty trick in the book to make money. Right now, he isn't a huge problem, but later on, he's going to get the cloning rune and become famous, or rather, infamous, because he uses that rune to commit all sorts of heinous crimes. Yao Min grasped the critical point. This is the bitter reality, where even criminals can obtain power from the other world. But it's a good thing I ran into him, just as fate intended. I'll use him to get my hands on the cloning rune. 30 pulled a tablet from his bag and spoke. Now that everyone has been introduced, I'll begin confirming your personal information. Let's start with Little Gugu. Our hero slid his water cup aside and replied, fine. My name is Kim X, and I'm in my early 20s. I'm a grad school graduate, currently unemployed. 30 jotted down notes. It says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? Yao Min nodded. Correct. The man in the white shirt asked another question. And you're ranked 4th in your region, right? Our hero gave a dismissive answer. Yeah. In his mind, he scoffed, correct my ass. It's all a lie. Of course, the player name Little Gugu did exist, which meant he was impersonating someone else, too. In his subconscious, images of other people flashed through Yao Min's mind. But I need to do this to meet the conditions for obtaining the cloning rune. As his mind wandered, he saw the fake Black Hook, In Hong, smiling sinisterly while harassing a woman. Yao Min's analysis continued. The cloning rune requires its user to kill someone at the location where the rune is hidden. In Hong still has no idea that I've already seen right through him. In Hong kept up his aloof act, arms crossed defiantly. Even though he's an imposter, in the past, this bastard killed someone while pretending to be me, and that's how he got the cloning rune. 30 smiled brightly at Black Dragon Fire. All right, you're next. The terrified boy answered in a trembling voice, My name is Shim Hee Wong. I'm 16 years old, currently in high school. 30 forced a synthetic smile. Oh, so you're the youngest one here. Inwardly, the man sneered. This flabby pig was really a high school student? Absolutely pathetic. Yao Min watched in silence. He wondered if the man would be so smug. If he knew Shim Hee Wong had already killed a classmate. That wasn't something any ordinary student could do. The 30-year-old pressed on. He's a level 10 warrior, ranked 3rd in this region, isn't he? Black Dragon Flame slammed the table in a rage. Yes, so what? You think I'm lying? The 30-year-old quickly soothed him. Ah, it's just part of the process. My apologies if you were offended. He then turned to Black Hook. Now, it's your turn. Black Hook, Im In Hong, replied with clear annoyance. Im In Hong, 28 years old. I'm a fund manager. I've never once dropped from the top of the regional rankings. I'm currently level 30. I'm sure you already know my class is the Grim Reaper. Is there anything else you need me to confirm? The 30-year-old gave a sycophantic smile. Oh, thank you for your cooperation. Yao Min lifted his strawberry drink to his lips, masking his true thoughts. Fund manager? My ass. More like a manager for a team of con artists. This was the man who would later use his title, Black Hook, to scam countless players out of their money. The 30-year-old spoke again. That concludes the identity verification. So, shall we begin the interview? All you have to do is tell me why you want to join PCW. Let's start with you, little Coco. Yao Min paused his drink and raised his head. Well, the world is a dangerous place now. It's terrifying to go out alone, and there are so many other risks. I think it would be much safer to stick with other players. The 30-year-old turned to the timid Black Dragon Flame. Next, Black Dragon Flame. Sweat beaded on the big man's face as he hesitated. I can't just tell them I came here to kill other players. He answered nervously. It's similar to little Coco. I can't go to school anymore, and I'm worried about the next round. The 30-year-old nodded slowly. Is that right? He then faced Im In Hong. And what about you? Black Hook, Im In Hong, looked bored. I only signed up because I saw the forum. It piqued my interest. Yao Min casually chewed on a strawberry. He knew it didn't matter what this guy said. He'd pass anyway, because he was the Black Hook. The 30-year-old let out a hollow laugh. Ha ha, I see. Well, you'll all pass this part. With narrowed eyes, he concluded, your answers were all satisfactory. And now, for the final part of the interview. A grin spread across his face, revealing perfectly white teeth. He made a grand declaration. Murder. You must kill a person. To pass the final stage of this interview. Yao Min feigned a look of terror. Murder? But why? The 30-year-old's voice took on a fanatical, dreamy tone. You don't understand yet. Let me enlighten you. Surely, you've seen the articles online. The government is starting to crack down on players. They've turned their backs on us. They fear us, because we are stronger than they are. He clenched his fist tightly. But soon, it will be the players who rule this world. And that world will become a reality even faster, if we all work together. A crazed light shone in his eyes. That's why we can no longer be shackled by their laws. We must show the government that the players are the new law. Yao Min's voice was filled with panic. And that's why we have to kill someone. The 30-year-old's conviction was absolute. Exactly. It is how we demonstrate our will. Black Dragon Flame nodded eagerly. Im and Han listened, his expression unreadable. The 30-year-old continued his passionate rant. To show them we will not be controlled by their pathetic laws, he turned to Yao Min. Do you understand now? Yao Min replied meekly. Ah, yes. The man went on. If any of you are unwilling to complete this final task, you are free to leave right now. However, leaving means you can never again ask for our assistance. Yao Min knew what he really meant. Anyone who leaves will be put on a blacklist. He's pressuring us into committing murder. Once you're in this community, it's not easy to get out. Black Dragon, Flame, and Im and Han remained silent. The 30-year-old smiled and clapped his hands. It seems you're all ready. Excellent. I'll take that as your consent. We will begin the final phase. Immediately. Black Dragon Flame spoke up, confused. What? Start the killing now? But there's no one here for us to kill. The 30-year-old chuckled. You needn't worry. I've already made the preparations. Outside, dark clouds rolled in. A sudden downpour began, and the wind howled, rattling the tree branches against the window. The 30-year-old stood up. Shall we get going? Everyone agreed. Just then, the owner of the cafe walked over. Oh, are you all leaving already? You can stay as long as you like, since you booked the entire cafe. The 30-year-old replied, No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a restroom here? The owner pointed enthusiastically. It's right over there in the corner. The man slid his hands into his pockets and glanced back. Thanks. Actually, could I ask you for a small favor? The owner smiled. Of course. What is it? He placed a car key in her hand. Could you possibly pull my car around from the parking lot? I'm in quite a rush. The owner chirped happily. Of course. I'll go get it right now. The rain fell steadily outside. She walked under a red umbrella to a white sedan, opened the door, and collapsed the umbrella, preparing to step inside. Suddenly, a pair of hands lunged from the shadows, clamping down hard around her throat. The owner struggled violently, her eyes wide with terror, but her strength quickly faded. It was the 30-year-old. He let out a breath as her unconscious body went limp in his arms. Piece of cake. Yao Min stammered. What? What did you just do? Black Dragon Flame stared in horror. Why? Why her? The man simply tossed the owner into the car and dusted off his hands. What are you all standing around for? Get in. Her limp hands swung down, slapping against the seat. Black Dragon Flame rubbed the back of his neck, his face pale. Yao Min's voice was low. He means, the target is the cafe owner? The heavy rain washed away any trace of them. The white car pulled to a stop before an old, abandoned warehouse. The 30-year-old slung the owner over his shoulder and led the other three inside. We're here. This is where you will complete the final part of your interview. As the doors creaked open, he unceremoniously dumped the owner onto the dusty floor. The man scanned their faces. Let's begin. So, who will be the one to kill her? His eyes landed on Im and Han. How about you go first, Black Hook? Hesitation. Then. All right. But a voice cut in. Wait. 30 turned. Asking. What is it? Little Cuckoo, Yao Min, spoke up. Can I do it? 30 smirked. Muff. You want to try? How interesting, he said with a patronizing tone. I didn't expect much from such a shy kid. Well, I'm fine with it. Black Hook, you'll let him, won't you? Without waiting for a reply, Yao Min walked toward the unconscious owner. And Hong scoffed, you better do a good job. I just put in a good word for you. Yao Min shot him a sideways glance. Thanks a lot. I'll be sure to make good use of this. Human replica, ancient language. And Hong was taken aback. Ancient language? You're talking nonsense. Suddenly, Yo Min grabbed the fake Black Hook's head, and with a sickening twist, sent him to the afterlife in an instant. The body of the fake Black Hook, in Hong, crumpled to the ground. 30 stared at the scene, the color draining from his face. He was completely pale. Trembling, his voice cracked. What? Then, as if losing his mind, he shrieked with a crazed expression. What did you just do? You dare kill Black Hook? Are you insane? Yo Min's gaze, sharp as a razor's edge, fell upon him. You're being too loud. 30 recoiled in terror, feeling pierced by that single look. It was the look of a predator staring at its prey. What is this? It's like he's hunting me. What changed? What in the world just happened? A cold, mechanical system voice rang out. You have killed someone while impersonating another. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered the ancient language replica, a secret phrase located at a predetermined position. The acquired ancient language is now automatically engraved upon your body. Brilliant streams of golden light swirled around Yo Min's body. A smirk played on his lips as he thought, nice. So there's finally a reward for impersonation. 30 stammered, his voice trembling. Little cuckoo. At least say something. Why did you kill Black Hook? Yo Min coldly replied, pulling a white mask over his face. Why? Because he was a pathetic bastard who tried to impersonate me. 30 pointed a doubtful finger at the shop owner. His voice grew harsh. Impersonate you? But you. You were supposed to kill that woman. So why did you kill Black Hook instead? Answer me. Yo Min knelt beside the shop owner, carefully shielding her head. His voice was like steel, because he's trash. And so are you. Enraged, 30 threatened him. What? Say that again if you dare. A golden light flashed, and a sharp blade materialized in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. You just said. Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, stunned by the sight before him. Yo Min was materializing his own weapon. A colossal scythe, wreathed in a sinister red aura, appeared, radiating an aura of death. I said you're trash. So what? Was I wrong? Cold sweat beaded on 30's forehead, his hand shaking. That's scythe. What is that? Don't tell me that's his main weapon. I've never seen a player with a scythe that massive. Then, as if realizing something, his jaw dropped in utter horror. A player who wields a giant scythe. His mind raced, piecing together the recent events. He was a pathetic bastard who tried to impersonate me. Impersonate? Wait a minute. Yo Min, looking like a god of death, asked, do you understand who the real Black Hook is now? 30 was speechless, stammering. You're Black Hook. Yo Min's eyes grew even colder. Sorry for the deception. 30's entire body trembled uncontrollably as his sword clattered to the floor. So it's true. This isn't the little cuckoo I knew. He is the real Black Hook. All of his previous aggression vanished, and he dropped to his knees. Please, Sir Black Hook, I'm so sorry for mistaking you. Your acting was just too good. Please, spare me. Before he could even react, a clean slice was drawn across his neck. His body hadn't even hit the ground before his head landed at the feet of Black Dragon Flame. Black Dragon Flame couldn't suppress a terrified gasp. Huck. A deeper terror seized his heart. This is the real Black Hook. He's on a completely different level. I couldn't even see the scythe move. Yo Min casually swung the scythe and asked, now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? His voice was ice. If you have any last words, say them now. Shaking, Black Dragon Flame replied, I won't waste my breath begging for my life. I just have one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever met you. Yo Min was nonchalant. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times back in round 4, aren't you? Black Dragon Flame nodded. Yes. Yo Min answered without hesitation. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under my control. Black Dragon Flame repeated, keep me under your control? Me? Yo Min continued. You seem to be the most skilled person among those I encountered at the time. I simply needed to eliminate the competition. Black Dragon Flame pressed on. Is there anything else? But he was met with only silence. Yo Min said, you can die now. Black Dragon Flame pleaded, can I ask one last question? Yo Min was reluctant. What is it? Black Dragon Flame stammered. Why do you want to kill me? Yo Min's scythe remained pointed directly at him. Because you're trash. Black Dragon Flame was incredulous. Me? What did I do? Yo Min shot back. Didn't you come here to kill this woman? Black Dragon Flame thumped his chest, trying to justify himself. But I haven't done anything yet. You've been standing there watching this whole time. He paused, gauging Yo Min's reaction, but only saw cold indifference. Yo Min let out a contemptuous scoff before speaking. Fine. Unlike those other bastards, your only crime was standing by indifferently. I'll give you a chance to live. Black Dragon Flame was overjoyed. Really? Yo Min continued, his scythe touching the ground. But you must now give up everything you have. A pile of items suddenly littered the floor. Not bad, Yao Min mused to himself. This guy's carrying some pretty useful gear. Selling it all would easily net me around 2,000 gold. Black Dragon scratched his head, completely baffled. I even gave you my personal axe and armor. This is literally everything I have. There's nothing else. Yao Min picked up 2 golden items and said, Did I ask for more? Black Dragon stammered, You're not taking anything else? I don't need them, Yao Min replied. You can keep them. Black Dragon answered politely, Oh, yes, of course. Watching Black Dragon scramble to collect his things, Yao Min figured he couldn't have sold that junk at a shop anyway. Black Dragon hesitated. So, you'll spare my life, like you promised? Yao Min nodded. Of course. I'm a man of my word. Black Dragon bowed deeply. Thank you, Yao Min. Thank you so much. Yao Min slung his scythe over his shoulder. Cut it out, you're making this awkward. He kicked a nearby corpse. From now on, try living a better life. You can deal with these bodies if you feel like it. Black Dragon nodded eagerly. Ah, yes. Yao Min knelt beside the shopkeeper. I'm taking this girl with me. Black Dragon stepped forward. Here, let me help you. Yao Min shut him down instantly. Not necessary. Why on earth would I trust you? Now, get lost. Black Dragon watched as Yao Min helped the shopkeeper's limp body toward the exit. He breathed a massive sigh of relief. Woo, I'm alive. I really thought I was dead. I may have lost a few valuable artifacts, but nothing is more precious than life. He wiped the sweat from his brow, wondering, but what is this empty feeling inside me? Black Dragon clenched his jaw as his relief soured into rage. What did I even do wrong? He robbed me just because I was standing there watching. His anger quickly boiled over into pure resentment. This is so unfair. He glared at the backs of Yao Min and the shopkeeper. In that moment, a dark idea sparked in Black Dragon's mind. Isn't his guard completely down right now? There's no way even the great black scythes could survive an axe to the back, right? His mind raced with calculations. What should I do? If I kill a high-level player like him, how many levels will my stats jump? Black Dragon made his choice. That's right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One that will never come again. He gripped his axe, his knuckles turning white. If I don't take this chance, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Tiptoeing closer, Black Dragon muttered under his breath. Just don't notice me. Don't notice me. As the distance closed, he raised the axe high above his head, his face twisting into a vicious snarl. Die, you damn bastard. The weapon sliced downward through the air. It slammed into something solid. Yao Min's body crumpled to the floor at Black Dragon's feet as he roared with laughter. Ha ha, I actually killed the Black Scythe. Was it really that easy? He cackled like a madman. Unbelievable. The Black Scythe was killed by a low-level nobody like me. Overcome with joy, he began kicking the corpse. You bastard. You should have never turned your back on me. Who cares how high your level is? You're just a stupid fool, he gloated. Thanks for the free stats, you idiot. But then, Black Dragon suddenly froze. Something felt wrong. Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared? It should be instantaneous. A cold sweat dripped down his face. What the hell is going on? A chilling voice echoed from right behind him, flooding Black Dragon with absolute terror. He let out a choked scream, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Why you? Yao Min stood there perfectly calm, his voice deep and cold. What's the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost. Black Dragon shook violently, his eyes glued to Yao Min as pure panic seized him. How? But I just killed you. Does he have some kind of resurrection skill? As Yao Min took a step forward, Black Dragon's fear spiked, and he gasped. Wait, there's no blood. What you killed? Yao Min explained, his tone razor sharp. Was my doppelganger. Black Dragon was stunned. A doppelganger? Yao Min's eyes gleamed with confidence. A skill from the ancient rune, doppelganger. It allows me to create a perfect replica of myself. There's just one catch. It can't fight. The ancient rune, doppelganger skill creates a clone with the doppelganger keyword. The user becomes a spirit for 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot fight, nor can it access skills or the inventory. The cooldown is 10 minutes. But you fell for it, hook, line, and sinker. I suppose it's still pretty useful, even if it can't fight. A very successful experiment. Black Dragon cried out in anguish, his voice filled with resentment. You tricked me? Yao Min simply tapped his finger against his head. A smirk crossed his face. Why are you acting like the victim all of a sudden? If anyone's the victim here, it's me. You were just about to bury an axe in my back. Black Dragon shot back, his voice shaking. Me? You're the one who threatened me first. Yao Min couldn't be bothered to argue. Yeah, sure. Whatever you say. He summoned his Death Scythe, and a murderous aura instantly enveloped the room. Black Dragon was frozen in place as if paralyzed, his eyes wide with terror. Huh, What's happening? My body. I can't move. With cold determination, Yao Min raised his gleaming scythe. Listening to you is a waste of my time. In a flash of steel that was over in an instant, Black Dragon's corpse thumped onto the stone floor. Yao Min erased the evidence. Blue flames erupted from his hand, engulfing the body and spreading through the room. He calculated that no one would ever know a crime had been committed here. Well, except for one person. He walked over to the shopkeeper, his voice soft but heavy with meaning. Hey, you can get up now. How long were you planning to play dead? You can't fool a player. I can hear your thoughts. The shopkeeper scrambled to her feet, completely flustered. I'm sorry, she asked timidly. Can I take this off? No, Yao Min replied. Keep it on until I'm gone. Yes, sir, the shopkeeper mumbled. Yao Min stood over her sternly. I'm going to ask some questions. You are going to cooperate, right? She nodded frantically. Yes, of course. Yao Min began. How many customers were there? Do you remember every one of their faces? The woman remained kneeling on the floor. She answered. There were 4 of them. One was in his mid-40s. I remember his face because we spoke, but the others. Yao Min thought to himself. She's telling the truth. He nodded. All right, that's all. The shop owner stammered, So, am I safe now? Is it really over? Yao Min replied calmly, yes, you can go home now. Don't report this to the police. It'll only make things worse. She nodded quickly. I understand. Yao Min added, you can take the bag off in 1 minute. The shop owner nodded frantically. Yes. A countdown began inside her head. 1, 2, 3, 58, 59, 60. A full minute had passed. She ripped the bag from her head, looking around in a daze. What just happened? The completely empty street only deepened her confusion. There was nothing there. It couldn't have been a dream. Could it? As the magnificent city bathed in the light of the setting sun, Yao Min arrived home. Yao Min, you're back. Yao Gun ran out excitedly, but stopped short at the sight of his older brother. Hey, that's my jacket. Where have you been? Yao Min awkwardly dodged the question, brushing past Yao Gun's suspicious gaze. Phew, that was exhausting. And so embarrassing, he thought. Yao Gun jogged to catch up. Seriously, where did you just come from? Have you eaten dinner yet? Yao Min replied, not yet. Yao Gun called out, should we order something? Yao Min said softly, yeah, order whatever you want. He held up the jacket he'd just taken off. It was spotless, but he knew he couldn't give it back. Yao Gun watched in horror as his brother tossed the jacket into the trash can. Huh? Yao Min, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away? Yao Min fumbled for an excuse. It's old. I'll buy you a different one. You've been wearing that one for too long. Yao Gun's eyes welled up with tears. But Yao Min cut him off. I'll get you a better one, okay? Yao Gun turned away sadly. I don't need it. School is closed, anyway. I can't even go outside. A wave of sympathy washed over Yao Min. It must be so boring being stuck inside, unable to go to school. And it was all because of monsters like Shim Hee Wong. He offered. Yao Gun, do you want to go out and have some fun with me? Yao Gun's head snapped up, his eyes wide like a child's. Really? Are you serious? Yao Min reminded him. Let's eat a quick dinner and go to bed early. Yao Gun was buzzing with excitement. It's been so long since I've gotten to come here. Yao Min watched his little brother look around in amazement, a smile on his face. He was so down yesterday. Bringing him out like this was definitely the right choice. The 2 brothers chattered away. Is this place still open? It feels like more places are closing than opening these days. Yao Gun's attention was caught by a small family wearing bunny ears on their heads. He smiled innocently, while Yao Min followed behind him like a serious bodyguard. Yao Gun pulled his brother's hand, pointing in one direction. Brother Min, let's go over there first. Hurry up. Ahead was a stall full of panda plushies of every size. Yao Min chose a panda ear headband and put it on his brother's head. How's it look? Yao Gun gazed at the booth. Wow, there's so much cute stuff. Yao Min smiled warmly at him. Yeah, pick out anything you like. As they left the shop, Yao Min asked, so what do you want to do now? Yao Gun replied, we have to do everything there is to do here. They rode the roller coaster, raced boats, spun in teacups, and watched the adorable pandas. Yao Gun pulled out his phone to take a picture. The panda twins are so cute. Yao Min looked happy, but a sudden worry appeared on Yao Gun's face.
But Min, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it okay for you to be out playing with me like this? I mean, I'm having fun. But
Yao Min patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. This next one will be over 10 hours, so don't be scared if I sleep in a little. Yao Gun pressed him. 10 hours? It's not dangerous, is it? You have to come back safe, you understand. Yao Min ruffled his hair. I promise I wouldn't leave you all alone. Yao Gun sighed. Okay, let's go tour the zoo then. Yao Min nodded. The city at night. April 30th, 11:50 p.m. Yao Min tossed and turned in bed when his phone lit up with a notification from Du Min. I'm okay now. I'm so nervous. But this time we'll be fine too. I can do this, I can do this. See you later. Yao Min smiled to himself. She must be really nervous. He texted back, don't worry. From now on, I will protect you. Placing his phone on the nightstand, the clock struck exactly 12 midnight. It was time to go. Countless people, including Yao Min, were teleported to a vast, empty land. A few people started murmuring anxiously. Is this everyone? It can't be. I think they just haven't arrived yet. The last round had about 500 survivors, so this sounds about right. It feels so empty here. Yao Min thought to himself, it really is empty. The first round had almost 10,000 people, but I'll get used to this feeling soon enough. The angel descended from on high, biting its lip. Tisk, your reactions are so boring. A total of 442 survivors have been summoned. There should have been 521, but we've lost almost 80. It seems there was some conflict in the real world. Whispers spread through the crowd. We're even smaller now. It's like this every time. The angel clicked its tongue. Well, whatever. What you do in the real world is none of my concern. Its voice turned sinister. However, with so few of us, we can't play the game properly. The angel grinned maliciously. And so, I have prepared something for all of you. The angel continued, it is a merging of the districts. The angel beamed with delight, its eyes sparkling with twisted amusement. A brave young man spoke up. Angel, can you explain that in more detail? The angel's brow furrowed, its voice dripping with annoyance. Are you incapable of understanding? You're just making more work for me. It paused before continuing, its voice full of arrogance. It is exactly what it sounds like. A merging of the districts. I'm not sure if you are aware, but your country has hundreds of districts. 875, to be exact. A wave of pure confusion and shock rippled through the crowd. What? 875 sectors in our country alone? The angel roared with laughter. Haha, no need to be so shocked. Compared to other nations, that number is actually quite small. The young man murmured to himself, that makes sense. If every sector started with 10,000 people, another player chimed in. Exactly. And if each one had an angel, the crowd began to buzz. Doesn't that mean there are at least 10,000 angels? You're right. Are there that many? The angel smirked, his voice dripping with disdain. That's merely your own assumption. One angel per sector. And you're just now figuring that out? How pathetic. Another player challenged him loudly. Then doesn't that mean there's someone behind you all, pulling the strings of this survival game? The angel froze, his gaze turning ice cold. He shot downward, pointing a finger between the man's eyes, his voice a menacing growl. And what gave you that idea? The young man trembled but held his ground. I just can't believe thousands of angels would team up just to create a survival game with no higher purpose. The angel's fury erupted. And what if we did? What would you do? Applaud us for our effort. Stop asking useless questions before you get yourself killed. The challenger's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. He stammered, I'm sorry. The angel turned away, bored, muttering, Humph, pathetic. Yao Min watched on, his eyes sharp with analysis. That guy definitely struck a nerve. There must be a rule that forbids angels from speaking about the game's creator. Besides, there's no way a single, easily defeated angel could create a survival game of this magnitude. The angel crossed his arms and declared, I will not answer any more idiotic questions. You should all be focused on your own survival. His powerful words sent a chill through the players below. They didn't dare make a sound. He continued, there's no more time to waste. In any case, I will now begin the sector unification. And remember, I'm only doing this because your numbers have dwindled so pathetically. With a flick of his wings, he looked down on them with utter contempt. So don't go inventing any more foolish theories. The ground began to tremble and crack as pillars of golden light erupted from below, enveloping all the players. An earthquake. The ground split into massive square tiles, separated by blinding golden light. They broke apart, then slowly began to reassemble. Walls of golden light shot up like colossal barriers, stretching toward the heavens. The players could only stare, stunned by the terrifying spectacle. Massive chunks of earth floated into the sky, dissolving into the golden light. Moments later, they reappeared, piecing themselves together into a new, single plane. Some players cowered in fear, while others calmly watched the chaos unfold. A young man muttered to himself, is it finally over? A newcomer looked around, confused. Who are all these new people? An angel announced from above, the sector unification is now complete. Another angel chimed in impatiently. What's the matter? Introduce yourselves already. How long are you going to just stare at one another? The player from before broke into a cold sweat. More. More. Angels? The sky was now filled with countless celestial beings. One of them stepped forward to speak. Greetings, humans. As you are no doubt aware, we have merged all sectors with insufficient player counts. The angel smiled condescendingly. We've combined your sectors into one. The total population of this new area is 4,842. A buzz of shock went through the crowd. 10 sectors. So now there are nearly 5,000 of us. My God, that's a huge crowd. An angel looked down and issued a warning. The same has happened in other regions, so your sector name must be updated. From this moment on, this area is designated S0, containing only players from South Korea. A wave of discussion swept the crowd. So everyone here is Korean. Well, at least we can all communicate. But that means we'll eventually merge with other countries. Yaomin analyzed the situation grimly. That's inevitable. The merges will continue to happen every time a region's population drops below 5,000. Once the total number of South Korean players falls below that threshold, we'll be forced to compete against players from other nations. He glanced up at the sky. I wonder if that will happen in round 11, or even later. No matter, it's best to focus on the now. The angels will probably start a side game soon. Just then, another angel spoke. Before we announce the main quest, we're going to hold a simple side game. Think of it as a celebration for the sector merge. A female angel then asked, there was one representative for each of the old sectors, correct? But now that you've all been combined, what should we do? She grinned maliciously. It's obvious, isn't it? We need to select a new, single representative. A girl whispered in fear, a new representative. The angel pointed down. The rules are simple. All former representatives, step forward. You will fight until only one of you remains. That sole survivor will become the new representative. The crowd erupted with a mix of shock, fear, and excitement. We have to slaughter each other just to be the representative. My God. That's so cruel. Hey, this sounds interesting. I'm actually excited to see who comes out on top. Man, I wish I had some popcorn. A muscular man growled in anger. It's easy for them to laugh since they're not the ones fighting. A female representative trembled. We have to kill each other, just to pick a new representative? The long-haired representative Sue nervously bit his nails. What? I never should have become a representative. A blonde-haired man gave a wry smile. Perhaps. If we're killed here, we'll just be revived. Each representative was lost in thought, but they all wondered the same thing. Can I forfeit my right to be a representative? Yaomin thought to himself. Until now, being a representative offered no real advantage, but starting this round, that's about to change. I have to win this death match and become the sole representative, whatever it takes. An angel spoke up, feigning reassurance. Everyone, there's no need to panic. You will not truly die. You will all be revived after this game concludes. The long-haired representative Shu kept biting his nails. Ugh, what a bloody mess. This time, however, we won't die. The muscular representative Shu thought grimly. Humph. An angel crossed his arms, clearly unimpressed. You probably think being a representative comes with no real benefits. The new representative will gain the title of dominant position, not just authoritative position. It grants you the power to rule over lower-level players. This is an upgraded version that allows you to control anyone, so long as their level is beneath yours. Of course, it can only be used 10 times, and the position will be passed to whoever kills the current representative. The angel provoked them, stoking the flames of their greed. Quite an attractive offer, isn't it? The ability to dominate everyone else. The players were stunned. If their level is lower, we can control them no matter what. Some players looked confident, as if they had already won. The angel flashed a standard smile. It seems you found your motivation. Get ready. The angels began to whisper among themselves. Now that the zones have merged, we must choose a representative. They form a circle. The curly-haired blonde angel spoke. Does anyone volunteer for this position? Another angel immediately objected. Of course not. An angel volunteering to do work? That would be a freak of nature. The purple-haired angel sighed. We all know no one's going to volunteer. So what's the plan? Any ideas? The blonde angel proposed. How about we roll dice? The gray-haired angel shook his head. Relying on luck? Not a bad idea, but a little boring. Another angel said, what if we just follow the rules? But that was shot down instantly. That wouldn't be fair. The later numbers would never get a chance to be the representative. Another angel agreed. Exactly. And we'll have to merge zones again anyway. A gloomy angel muttered, isn't there a way to make this both fun and fair? The pink-haired angel smiled deviously. How about this? The representatives are about to fight. The angel, whose representative dies first, becomes our new representative. The angels all agreed. Now that sounds like fun. What a great idea. I love that idea. Anyone in favor? They raised their hands to vote. I agree. Me too. Then, another proposed a different idea. Wait, instead of the first one to die, let's choose the angel whose representative is the last one standing. A standard smile played on that angel's lips. To become the queen among us. Oliver crossed his arms, explaining with a confident smirk. Let's make the angel in charge of the final survivor our representative angel. The angel next to him was surprised. Ah. And a representative, as we said, means all other angels must give them absolute obedience. He stressed the point. For instance, if they assign someone as a guide, you must obey. Because that is a royal command. Pixa gently touched her chin, her eyes flashing. So that means if our zone's representative wins, we win too. Wouldn't that make the representative angel just like the winning player? The angels buzzed with excitement as interest soared. This just got a lot more interesting. A representative, you say? How very tempting. A unique idea. Oliver, the red-haired angel, mused with a sharp gaze, daring to suggest the winner's angel becomes the representative. He seems extremely confident. He turned to A, who replied, Of course, I'm confident. A smirked, radiating pure arrogance. But what can you do? My zone's representative is no pushover. From the very beginning, that guy has never once let go of the #1 spot in our zone. Oliver burst out laughing, his voice dripping with mockery. Is that so? Some foolish bird is #1 in their corresponding zone, and with that alone, you dare to laugh at me. A thought smugly of Jamin. If you knew who my representative was, you'd be so shocked you'd fall right out of the sky. Oliver acted as if it were nothing. So what? Are we decided? I see no reason to refuse. The other angels chimed in excitedly. I'm in. This idea is much more fun. Me too. I'm confident as well. My representative is no joke either. An angel looked to Oliver. It's decided then. Shall we begin? Oliver nodded. Understood. They looked down upon the players below, their voice booming. From this moment on, we will commence a special game to select the representative for the unified zone. All zone representatives, gather here and await my command. The words boomed like thunder, causing some of the strongest players to break out in a cold sweat. Some clenched their fists tightly, while others warily eyed the angels above. Yao Min just stayed silent, his face an icy mask. A moment later, 10 representatives were separated, including Dean. Oliver smiled faintly and waved his hand. The ground began to tremble violently, flames erupted, and a circular stone platform etched with patterns gradually appeared. Tall stone pillars rose up, encircling the stage and the players. A complete circular battle arena formed in the middle of the empty space. Everyone inside was shocked and bewildered by the magnificent scene. Oliver looked down from above, his voice filled with authority. From this moment on, within this perimeter, we will begin a battle to the death. Slaughter each other until only one survivor remains. If you die outside this arena, you cannot be revived. So even if you die, do not leave this battleground. Everyone, focus. Oliver gave the signal. And now, begin. The 10 people quickly created distance, full of vigilance. No one dared to attack rashly. They just observed in silence. A representative glanced around the arena. I just have to kill the 9 people here, and I'll become the unified zone representative, right? He looked at the blonde man and the 2 tense girls. No one was making a move. They were all sizing each other up. That's right. If they managed to become a zone representative before this, then every single one of them is a formidable fighter. The man sneered with utter arrogance. No one here was stronger than him. He recalled his past battles, his confidence surging. He'd never once lost his top spot in the region. The ancient curse dissolving his enemies was practically a cheat code. The moment his sword made contact, the curse would activate, shredding his opponent's body to pieces. His blade even moved as if it were possessed. Thanks to it, he had already slaughtered 312 enemies in the 4th round alone. The angels watching from above grew impatient. What are you all doing? Why aren't you fighting? Hurry up, you foolish humans. He noticed their restlessness and thought to himself, what's their problem? Did they place bets on this? Why are they so agitated? He smirked. You don't have to tell me twice. I was about to make my move anyway. He strode forward with absolute confidence. No one here was stronger than him. If I use this chance to make a powerful impression, they'll be too terrified to even try to attack. Suddenly, he stopped, spun around, and drew his sword, confronting the entire crowd. He issued his challenge. I need a sacrifice for my grand performance. He tightened his grip on his sword, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Who dares to be the first to crawl forward? I'll deal with you first. Just then, Yao Min stepped out calmly, his long, cold scythe raised to meet the smug representative's challenge. So you've finally shown yourself. My very first sacrifice. The man observed Yao Min, his heart filled with doubt. A massive, crude scythe. A weapon like that was highly unusual. As he was looking down on it, he suddenly froze. That scythe. It was from the famous nickname. But this player was actually holding a scythe. He stared, fixated on the radiant golden letters above Yao Min's head, Black Reaper. Cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall. His jaw dropped, unable to form a single word. Wait, is that the Black Reaper? The nickname Black Reaper. His mind reeled in chaos. He tried to calm himself. Could it just be the same name? But nicknames can't be duplicated, right? The tip of his sword trembled and lowered. As Yao Min drew closer, the man screamed internally. Is it really him? The Black Reaper, who dominates the entire level, 30 regions rankings. The angels above were puzzled. What's wrong with that player? He was so aggressive a moment ago. Why did he suddenly freeze up? Oliver glanced at Risa, who was anxiously biting her nails. Risa, isn't that supposed to be your region's representative? She didn't answer, but her anxious expression said it all. She wondered, why is he just standing still? Oliver's mocking laughter cut through her thoughts. Hey Risa, do you find this situation amusing? Her face turned cold. Oliver, do you find this amusing? Oliver grinned with delight. I'm sorry, but it's absolutely hilarious. He pointed to the man below and explained, just look at that human. He's trembling like a leaf just from seeing my representative. So what does that say about yours? Risa focused her gaze intently on Yao Min. The gigantic scythe radiated a terrifying pressure. That scythe is certainly impressive, but why would he be so terrified just by looking at it? She turned to Oliver. Are you saying my representative is afraid of yours? Oliver replied as if it were obvious. It certainly looks that way, doesn't it? Risa refused to accept it. Don't be ridiculous. Oliver, you think being number one in a region is some kind of joke? Oliver rubbed his cheek, his eyes full of provocation. The number one in a region, you say? That's not something just anyone can achieve. My representative has never once lost his top spot in the entire region, correct? The other angels looked down, completely stunned. Huh? The top player in the entire region? Is he lying? Another angel recognized the name and shouted, Wait, Black Reaper, isn't he the one who always appears on the final scoreboards? Risa trembled, her eyes wide with panic. If the Black Reaper is Oliver's representative, then my guy doesn't stand a ghost of a chance. Suddenly, a sickening sound echoed out. Below, a single slash flashed across the representative's neck. His head tumbled to the ground, the match ending in the blink of an eye. Oliver burst out laughing. And just like that, Risa has been eliminated. A blonde-haired man watching this broke out in a cold sweat as he recognized Yao Min. Black Reaper. Why is the Black Reaper here? He glanced around and saw that the others had completely lost their will to fight. Even if all of us charged in, we could never defeat the Black Reaper. I'll die just like that guy, without even a chance to react. How can a level 13 like me possibly defeat a level 30? He saw Yao Min approaching and panicked, forcing a strange smile. Sir Black Reaper. It's an honor. I can't believe I'm in the same area as you. I'm so happy I could cry. The closer Yao Min got, the more frantic he became. Wait, stop. Let's talk this out, just talk. A girl holding a bow put away her weapon, showing her goodwill. See, I put my weapon away. I have no intention of fighting the Black Reaper. The blonde-haired man quickly put his own weapon away and looked up at the sky. Sorry, angels, but I'm out. I forfeit. The others quickly followed. I also forfeit. An angel sighed in disappointment. How pathetic. Another angel grew enraged. What is this pathetic display? Forfeit. Did you just say you forfeit? You pathetic humans. Another one spoke, his voice dripping with venom. You are ruining the game I worked so hard to prepare. The angels' collective fury erupted, flooding the area with killing intent. From now on, if anyone even mentions the word forfeit, I will personally make their head explode. The players below turned deathly pale with fear, and if your head explodes, you can forget about being revived. Do you understand? The girl with the bow shakily re-equipped her weapon, and the others silently did the same. They watched Yao Min warily. One of them tried to muster some courage. There are 8 of us. Maybe we can actually win. Seeing their expressions, Yao Min felt a little disappointed. He thought, are you saying those angels are more terrifying than me? It looks like they're planning to rush me all at once. An interested smirk appeared on his face. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. His words struck a nerve, and the players bristled with indignation. Did that bastard just laugh at us? Is he that relaxed just because he's a higher level? We're all well-known players in our own regions. Provoked and fearless, the entire group let out a battle cry and charged toward Yao Min. Yao Min lunged forward, bloodlust burning in her eyes, and swung her scythe decisively. The powerful strike sent a wave of enemies flying, leaving the crowd completely stunned. She tore through them, taking them down one by one. Without a moment's hesitation, the scene descended into chaos. Blood sprayed through the air as the battlefield was consumed by an aura of death. The angels watching from above were horrified, whispering in disbelief that it could end. Is it over already? Did the Death Scythe really win? Gisela, realizing something, spoke up. So that means Oliver, the angel in charge of the Death Scythe, another angel cut in, will be treated like a king for a while, right? She shrieked with fury, pointing a trembling finger at Oliver. You knew this would be the outcome, didn't you? A calm smirk played on Oliver's lips. Of course, I did. Gisela's blood boiled as she screamed, I knew it. This bastard tricked us all. She knew she was going to win, so she made that offer. Her rage only grew when Oliver replied, his voice devoid of a single shred of remorse. Why are you all stating the obvious? Of course I proposed the game because it benefited me. If there was no advantage, why would I suggest it? Oliver glanced down at the other angels, his tone dripping with contempt. Besides, did I force any of you to bet? No, you all agreed because you thought it was interesting. And now you're blaming me? Gisela growled with rage, but Oliver challenged her. What? You want to fight? If you think you can win, then go ahead. Someone called out a warning. If angels fight in front of humans, we'll lose all our dignity. If the Archangel finds out, you'll be thrown into the insect pit for sure. Gisela tensed, muttering the name, the insect pit. That place is absolutely disgusting. I really hate the insect pit. Oliver taunted her. So, you don't have the guts to attack? According to our bet, I'm the king now, right? Gisela, for the time being, you're in charge of representing this unified area. Gisela panicked. Huh, for how long? Oliver replied coolly, until my anger subsides. Now get to it. Gisela flew off, muttering complaints under her breath. Why in the world did I make a bet like that? She descended towards the humans and announced, Mortals, as you can see, the representative for the unified area has been decided. The system chimed in. Player, Death Scythe has become the new area representative for S007. Temporary skill acquired, right of domination. Effect, issue commands to other players and force their compliance. Players are unable to disobey under any circumstances. Use limit, 10 times. Charges remaining, 10 out of 10. A single command may be issued to one player. The skill has no effect on players of a higher level. The crowd surrounded Yao Min, whispering amongst themselves. So the Death Scythe really became the representative. Level 30. She can control anyone. We can't afford to provoke her. Gisela looked down and declared, Now that the winner has been decided, I will resurrect the players who have died. Her feathered wings began to glow. As a few feathers drifted down, the souls of the recently deceased flared back to life. A man who had been cut down gasped for air in terror. Huh? What's happening? My body was definitely sliced to pieces. The other resurrected players were just as shocked. Gisela explained impatiently, You were all killed by the Death Scythe, and the new representative for this unified area is the Death Scythe. A grim realization dawned on them. So this is how it turned out in the end? She continued, Now that there's a new representative, I am revoking the representative status of those who were revived. The crowd looked crestfallen, but Gisela added, Don't be too disappointed. There will always be another chance to reclaim the title. She snapped her fingers. The side game has now concluded. I will now brief you on the official mission. Each of you will receive an information panel. New information. Round 5. Main mission. Eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours. Submission. Collect 4 balancing stones. Success will result in an area-wide reward. Total participants, 77,310,228. Completions, 19,327,557. Area S007 participants, 4,884. Completions, 1,211. Someone voiced their doubt, what is this? We have to kill 300 orcs, but only a quarter of the players managed to complete it. Seeing their confusion, Gisela threatened them. What's with all the complaints? You're upset that the completion rate is so low. You want me to make it even lower? The crowd reluctantly fell silent. Gisela then offered some reassurance. I've only ever given you easy missions before. This time, I've lowered the completion numbers to prepare you for something much harder. But don't lose hope. Their spirits began to lift. 300 orcs can't be that hard. In most games, they're just low-level mobs. Gisela rubbed her temples, exhausted. Just you wait. You'll experience for yourselves just how difficult it is. I'm not saying another word. 2 players asked hesitantly, Angel, what is the submission? And why is the reward just a question mark? She sighed, exasperated. Unlike previous rounds, the submission for this round is public, but the reward remains a secret. Yao Min scoffed inwardly. Everything with them is always a secret. She pondered. The reward for the round 5 submission is the Ancient Rune of Balance. It's one of the 18 mandatory ancient runes. Only one person per area can obtain it, but its difficulty is even higher than the main, even if it's completed. How many people can actually meet the conditions to use the ancient rune of balance? Gisela clarified. The submission is to collect 4 balancing stones. If you gather all 4, you'll immediately receive the secret reward. But only one person can claim it. The crowd grew uneasy. There are only 4 stones in the entire area. Someone asked, what happens if no one finds all 4? Gisela replied, then the submission is discarded. A wicked grin spread across her face. But don't worry. You can always kill other players to steal their balancing stones. They gasped in shock. We can steal them, just like the representative position. She turned her back, clarifying the rules. The restriction only applies to the balanced stone. Unlike the last round, there are no revivals. Death is the end. Scylla left them with one final word. I've told you everything. Now, do your best. With 9 minutes and 59 seconds on the clock, Yao Min watched her vanish with disgust. She had to disappear in the most annoying way possible. He formulated a plan. First, eliminate 300 orcs as quickly as humanly possible. After setting a new record, Yao Min glanced around, noticing the crowd staring at his back. What's their deal? He had already moved past them. That was close. He startled me. One player breathed, clutching his chest. I thought my heart was going to leap out. Another suggested, where's he going? Should we try to follow him? A man in a hood shot back, are you insane? You want to follow the Grim Reaper himself? You'll end up his mind-controlled slave for life, the black-haired man analyzed. But isn't that better than just sitting here? He argued. The Grim Reaper moves faster than any of us. That's why he's always at the top. The group hesitated, too afraid to follow. One man voiced his doubts. What if we follow him and get caught? The black-haired man had an idea. We just have to trail him from a safe distance. Another player wavered, but the man didn't care. If you don't want to, stay here. I'm going alone. He turned and walked away. The group paused, but finally decided to follow. Damn it, let's go. If it's the Grim Reaper, he'll know the best way to find this stone. Yao Min appeared before a small orc village, a settlement where each creature had a specific role. At the gate, a massive orc stood guard. Its razor-sharp eyes instantly spotted the intruder. As Yao Min, the Grim Reaper, revealed himself. The players who followed watched from the trees, whispering excitedly. One of them pointed. Hey, look over there. The hooded man crossed his arms. Is that a small village? A man shielding his eyes observed. Looks like the Black Scythe is heading right for it. The orc guard let out a guttural roar, a clear warning to the intruder. Yao Min charged forward without hesitation, swinging his scythe. The cold steel met the back of the orc's head as a wave of killing intent washed over it. A single, practiced slash tore through the monster's neck. His chilling precision left no room for resistance. The creature's body crumpled before him. Just another gatekeeper. Yao Min entered the village unopposed, just as he'd planned. He moved swiftly toward 3 orcs working together. They spotted him and immediately drew their weapons, screaming, Chichuik. All 3 lunged with terrifying speed, but Yao Min matched them. His scythe sang through the air, carving a perfect arc through the first orc's neck. As blood sprayed, his focus shifted to the remaining 2. His scythe was ready. One orc swung a spiked club straight for his head. Yao Min rotated the blade 90 degrees, his aura flaring as he effortlessly blocked the attack. He moved like a blur in a Z pattern, taking down both orcs in a single, fluid motion. Their heads flew from their bodies. With the outside targets eliminated, Yao Min walked to a nearby tent and ripped open the flap. A ferocious orc roar echoed from within. Only to be cut short, Yao Min emerged moments later, his scythe dripping with fresh blood. He left the camp, shrouded in a deathly silence. The players watching from afar were stunned. The man with short brown hair finally spoke up. Whoa, I guess there weren't that many orcs. The hooded man boasted, I bet they're just like the boars we used to hunt. But another player looked back nervously. It only looks easy because the man doing the work is the Black Scythe. A heated discussion began. Let's not get too full of ourselves. Right, a little caution never hurt anyone. Then now's not the time for standing around. We should find a village and clear it out, just like the Black Scythe did. Yeah, another agreed with the idea. Looks like I have to move with these bastards for now, one thought. He gave a hand signal. All right, let's move out. But he wasn't the only one with his own agenda. A large man thought to himself, I'll hang back and wait. Once I see one I can kill, I'll move in. The hooded man grinned. The more meat shields, the better. The group advanced into a forest of red leaves and soon discovered another orc village. Hey, there's a village over there, one announced. They immediately noticed a difference. Whoa, this one's a lot bigger. I'd say it's at least 3 times the size of the last one. Their presence caught the eye of an orc lookout perched above. It roared, we're dead. It grabbed a massive horn and blew, the rhythmic, blood-soaked sound echoing through the entire village. A few players grew anxious. What? Why does that one have a horn? Did Did it just summon the other orcs here? Wait a minute. From within the village, a horde of orcs poured out. Not one or two, but hundreds, their axes, clubs, and hooks glinting in the light. At least 14 elite orcs swarmed to encircle the players. The ground shook with their thunderous steps as the sea of orcs locked onto their targets. A few players drew their swords, but their faces were pale with terror. Two of them started blaming each other. Damn it, I thought this village seemed a little too big. I never thought there would be this many of them, I think. I think there are over 50 here. A mage holding his staff stammered. What do we do now? The man with short brown hair gritted his teeth, his face ashen. Damn it, what else can we do? We fight for our lives. The assault began. A massive orc led the charge, its spiked club aimed right at a player. They're coming, someone screamed. The player met the charge, his sword clashing against the boss's club. But to his shock, the spiked club bounced back with impossible force. What is this? These damn monsters, their fighting style is pathetic. With the mage providing cover, their attacks are nowhere near fast enough. Seizing the opening, the swordsman drove his blade through the orc. He let out a strange smile. All right, not too bad. But his victory was short-lived. The sword was lodged tight, refusing to budge. The orc, a Zerg Dugai, slammed its fist down, crushing the player before he could even react. The mage unleashed a fire spell, but it didn't even leave a scratch. Get lost, you damn orcs. An orcish roar shook the entire area. An unlucky player was smashed by Dugai, spraying blood everywhere. The mage, now missing an arm, stared blankly at the beast before him, his eyes losing focus. I was killed. By a single orc. Save me. But no one could hear his plea. The orc brought its blade down, ending his life. Their party strategy had ended in a catastrophic failure. Elsewhere, Yao Min moved with lethal speed, leaving no one in his wake. It was impossible for his pursuers to advance quietly, which was for the best. He no longer had to worry about them, unless they were foolish enough to stumble into a large orc settlement. He imagined the orc village, protected by powerful guards. If they sounded the horn, over 50 of them would swarm the camp in an instant, with over 200 more waiting inside. Yao Min had already cleared a small village just like it, from the sentries to the grunts, with just a few critical strikes. Ahead of him, one orc spun a strange weapon, while another wielded 2 axes. He analyzed the threat. Orcs possess muscle far denser than any human. If a blade gets stuck, pulling it out is nearly impossible, and their stamina is on another level. He charged forward, parrying the first orc's blow. His scythe swept to its throat, delivering an instant kill. The axe wielder was cut down by the same scythe as a stream of dark energy erupted from the perfect slice, splitting its body in 2. Yao Min glanced back coldly. That rule only applies to ordinary players. His scythe pointed at the last, motionless orc. Its body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. A system notification appeared. Time remaining, 8 minutes, 59 seconds, and 22 milliseconds. Main quest. Orcs, 300 out of 300. Total participants were 77,310,228. The number of players who had completed it was 19,327,557. Sector S007 had 4,844 participants. 1,211 had completed the quest. Yao Min scanned the results. It took an hour to finish the main quest, securing him the first place position. He thought to himself, should I go help Min Julie? In another location, a player ran up to his leader, shouting, Captain, are you okay? Information appeared. Choi Man, member of the Youth Mountaineering Club. The man in red was Dong Ho, the captain, wiping away a pale, cold sweat. Yeah, I think I'm a goner. Why are these orcs so unbelievably strong? Choi Man replied, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Even though they just look like walking pigs. One of the members slumped to the ground. We never should have underestimated them. Dong Ho asked, Mandai, what's our kill count so far? Mandy stood with her hands on her hips. About 50, sir. Dong Ho stroked his chin, his eyes cast downward. 50 kills. For 5 people. In 1 hour. This pace is abysmal. At this rate, forget killing 310 hours, we'll be eliminated long before then. The man on the ground raised a hand. I don't think eliminated is the right word to use here. The person next to him gestured frantically. If we can't complete this quest, we die, you idiot. Dong Ho scratched his head in frustration. Humph, it looks like we need to take on a bigger village, people. Choi Man grew anxious. But, isn't that too dangerous? The person behind him added, he's right. We're already struggling just to fight 3 of them at once. So how could we handle a larger village? Another member rubbed his face. I think it'd be better if we just keep attacking the small camps. Dong Ho considered their words. You're right. What you're saying is true. I'm not denying it, and I won't force you to participate. But at this pace, we'll never kill 300 before time runs out. This is going to be incredibly difficult, but we have to accept the risk." The group fell into a heavy silence. Dong Ho said firmly, "But remember this, there is no future for those who remain on a sinking ship." Deep within the Crimson Forest, the new Challenger Guild and the Youth Mountaineering Club decided to press on toward a new orc village. The red leaves decorating the landscape signaled impending danger. A member of the group pointed, drawing everyone's attention. "Look over there. That's the village we spotted earlier." But Choi Man whispered with concern, "Wait, wasn't there a guard post at the entrance?" Seeing his team's apprehension, Dong Ho changed the plan. "We'll go around it." The group quickly changed course. No one wanted to risk a head-on fight with the guards at the main gate. As they circled the perimeter, one of them spotted something strange and motioned for them to stop. "Everyone, look, there's a gap between the fences. It's a narrow opening, just wide enough for one person to squeeze through." Without hesitating, Choi Man crept closer, his sharp eyes scanning the area inside. Before him stood at least 20 neatly arranged tents. The scale was much larger than any place they'd been to. Strangely, not a single orc was walking around. Man signaled back, "It looks like there are no monsters on patrol." The team slowly filed in, cautiously assessing the situation. Dong Ho asked Man Dai, the forward scout, "So, are they all inside the huts?" Man Di, still observing, guessed, "There are probably 5 of them in each hut, right?" A wave of anxiety washed over Dong Ho. He held his chin, evaluating. "This is a lot more than we anticipated." Behind him, 2 teammates acted strangely. One pushed the other's head down, saying, "Keep your head down, you fool." The man relented. Dong Ho turned to Man. "All right, we're going with this plan. Are you ready to move?" Man looked back and replied, "Of course. There are about 5 in each hut. A surprise attack should make this easy." The group stealthily approached the nearest hut. Dong Ho, leading the way, gave a quiet signal. "We start with this one. On my mark." They moved in for the attack. Pushing past a cloth flap, they reached a wooden door. Dong Ho placed his hand on it, and with a click, the door burst open. The 5 of them blocked the only exit, but instead of determined faces, their blood ran cold at the horrifying sight. Huh? Before them were not the 5 targets they expected, but a whole horde of orcs staring back in surprise. Dong Ho quickly counted 10 of them. One orc stood up, roaring as it raised a spiked club. A crushing sense of dread washed over them. A teammate next to Dong Ho whispered, "There are too many." "What do we do?" Dong Ho's decision was instant. "For now, we kill them one by one." As the orcs charged, Dong Ho's group met them head-on, refusing to retreat. Dong Ho led the charge, his 4 comrades right behind him. Clang! A spiked club crashed against a teammate's iron shield while Dong Ho dove low, slashing at an orc's knee. A long trail of green blood sprayed from the wound. As the orc fell, Man seized the opening, his sword cleaving cleanly through its neck as more emerald blood gushed out. The first one was down. The other orcs were stunned for a moment, but the silence was shattered by a braided orc with blazing red eyes. It let out a furious scream and charged straight for Man. An immense pressure bore down on Man, a clear signal of deadly danger. The orc's red eyes burned with rage for its fallen comrade. It swung its club with devastating force, crashing it down on Man's shoulder. The sickening crack of bone echoed through the hut as Man crumpled to the ground. Dong Ho roared in a panic-fueled rage. He lunged forward, screaming, "You monster! You filthy pig! Die!" His sword pierced through the orc's throat, sending blood flying. The second one was down, but the remaining orcs didn't flinch. Instead, their roars grew even more ferocious. Dong Ho's team fell back into a defensive formation. One teammate supported the injured man, draping his arm over his shoulder. With 2 targets down, the 4 remaining fighters were already exhausted, and their situation hadn't improved. Dong Ho forced himself to think, there are still 8 of them. Can we really handle this on our own? The shield bearer yelled, "Hyo-nim, we can't keep this up. We have to retreat." Dong Ho agreed. "You're right, we can't win this. We have to run." The group turned and sprinted for the door. Dong Ho commanded, "Get out of here, now." But their escape was slow, burdened by the injured man. The orcs closed in from behind as they burst through the door and ripped past the curtain, finally making it outside. But they stopped dead in their tracks. Other orcs had heard the commotion. Waiting for them outside the hut, their leader bellowed. Damn it all. They were completely surrounded. The odds were no longer 10 against 5. The man in purple, helping Man, asked, "How many are there?" The shield bearers scanned the area nervously. At least 10 more. The numbers didn't matter anymore. Escape was impossible. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as the group's spirit shattered. The man in purple despaired. "Ha, it's over. Everything is over." Man, helpless, clenched his fist in frustration. But Dong Ho calmly picked up his weapon, though the others had lost their will to fight. The shield bearer said grimly, Hyum Nim. It's the end. The man in purple added, It was an honor fighting with you all this time. Dong Ho posed a question. Have any of you considered why they haven't killed us yet? Look closely at those orcs' faces. The team looked up and saw it. The orcs were sneering, as if they'd found some new form of entertainment. Their exaggerated smiles were dripping with contempt. Dong Ho pointed a thumb back at himself. These bastards are mocking us. They're laughing as if we're nothing but cornered rats. His words struck a nerve. Doesn't that piss you off? Are you just going to let these damn orcs laugh at you? Are we going to be their entertainment, like a bunch of monkeys in a zoo? He rallied them. Don't give up until the very end. Pick up your weapons and take at least one more of them down. Let's face death without shame. His words ignited a spark in their dying will to fight. The swordsman gripped his hilt. Understood, Hyung. The others, even man with his broken arm, raised their weapons once more. The man in purple spoke, I'm sorry. I apologize for showing such shameful weakness. We'll be with you to the very end, Hyung Nim. Their fighting spirit surged, and the orcs' mocking smiles vanished. With a battle cry of HIA, Hang Dong Ho ordered, When I give the signal, we move forward. Take them down one by one, understand? Yes, Hyung Nim, they roared back. The battle was about to restart, but suddenly, the orcs' attention shifted away from them, drawn by something else. A deafening war horn echoed from outside, and the orcs began to move away. The immense pressure lessened, leaving the group bewildered. What's going on? Why did they suddenly lose interest? Dong Ho pointed to the 8 orcs still in the hut. More accurately, there were only 8 of them left to act. The group launched their attack. 5 against 8. They fought until every last orc was maimed or dead. Though exhausted, Dong Ho's team stood proud. We did it. We defeated all 8 of them. The shield bearer cheered. Hyung Nim, we actually did it. Wow, you were incredible, Hyung Nim. Seriously, if it wasn't for you, we would have given up and died. Dong Ho managed a smile. Don't say that. All of you held on to your determination and fought with everything you had. That's the real reason we won. Without that, I would have died too. His gaze fell on Man, whose wound was still bleeding badly. Dong Ho asked, Anyway, Man, how's that injury? Man gave a pale, forced smile. Ugh, it's rough, but I can manage. I'll be okay. Seeing how severe the wound was, Dong Ho moved closer. All right, rest here. And don't move. No matter what happens. The rest of you, stay hidden while I scout for an escape route. The man with brown hair scratched his head. Isn't that a little too dangerous? Dong Ho replied. Don't worry, just stay put and wait. He started walking away. The brown-haired man called out, Be careful out there, Hyungnim. As Dong Ho scouted ahead, his anxiety grew. Strange. Why is it so quiet? It's been a while, but there's not a single shadow in sight. He stepped out to get a better look, and his eyes locked onto something. A wave of dread washed over him. Huh, what is that? Before him lay a massive pile of dead orcs, their bodies slowly dissipating. Dong Ho was speechless. What in the world happened here? Orc corpses were scattered everywhere. He couldn't help but wonder, who could pull off something this insane? His gaze then fell upon a lone figure standing in the center of the carnage. It was Yu Min. Dong Ho shouted, Dark Sphere. Yu Min glanced over, surprised. He thought, Humph, someone was already here before me. He then noticed the name above Dong Ho's head. Mercenary King Dong Ho. Yu Min realized this guy was the Mercenary King, the leader of all mercenaries. The mercenary class is like a professional warrior. They are masters of countless weapons, with a diverse set of powerful skills to match. But what truly sets them apart is that a mercenary's true power can only be unleashed when they're under contract with someone else. For that very reason, they rarely venture out alone. They always seek out trusted companions or form official pacts. And the Mercenary King, a unique class, possesses the leadership to guide those mercenaries and fulfill their contracts. When a mercenary forms a pact with a Mercenary King, they are granted extraordinary power, as if their inner flame roars to life like never before. The man standing before me is Dong Ho, the one and only player to possess the unique class of Mercenary King. Running into the Mercenary King in a situation like this was something no one could have ever dreamed of. He had single-handedly changed the tides, saving his entire party from the brink of death. But despite his noble title, Dong Ho seemed completely flustered. He fidgeted nervously, his voice stammering. Haha, oh, hello there, Dark Sphere Min. He looked right at me, his eyes shining with an intense curiosity. A question immediately followed. Do you know who I am? Dong Ho regained his composure, flashing a proud smile. Of course, I do. Everyone knows the Dark Sphere, the player who holds the #1 rank on the entire server, but his expression quickly turned contemplative, as if he were lost in a deep train of thought. Oh man, I never thought I'd meet the #1 ranker right here. Would he get annoyed if I went up to shake his hand? Across from him, Yumin's eyes sharpened, as if he could read Dong Ho's every thought. He could instantly tell that Dong Ho wasn't the type to backstab anyone. That must be why he became the mercenary king, a position that requires both a kind heart and sharp leadership. Noticing Dong Ho's silence, Yumin broke the tension. By the way, all these orcs. Dark Sphere. Did you take care of all of them? Yumin nodded, his voice low but firm. Yes, I did. Even though he had already guessed the answer, Dong Ho couldn't hide his astonishment. Wow, that's incredible. Just what I'd expect from the #1 ranker. After a moment's hesitation, Dong Ho bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. Because you drew the orcs' attention, my teammates and I were able to stay alive and find a way out. Maintaining his cold expression, Yumin cut in, I didn't even know you were here. Dong Ho looked up with a strange smile, adding, I know it wasn't on purpose, but you still helped me out, right? Reading the man's intentions, Yumin glanced away, a slight smirk on his lips. I get it. Once you're done here, gather your team and leave quickly. Don't worry, I've killed all the orcs in this area. Before he could say more, Dong Ho asked, Is that so? But how did you know I had teammates with me? With a subtle glance, Yumin looked past Dong Ho's shoulder. He immediately turned around, and the reason became crystal clear. Dong Ho's teammates, who had been hiding in the shadows, were now standing right behind him. Dong Ho was stunned. Why are you guys here? Didn't I tell you all to wait inside? A teammate with a sword slung over his shoulder stepped forward to explain. We were worried you were going to leave us behind. Hyungnim, another teammate, teased, making Dong Ho a little flustered. Seriously, it really felt like you were just going to ditch us and run. Yumin stood there, silently observing the newly arrived group. It seems these 4 are the mercenaries under contract with Dong Ho. They followed him because they were worried. He's truly worthy of the title Mercenary King. The mercenaries suddenly noticed Yumin and froze. Hey, is that the Dark Sphere? Oh my god, what are you doing here? Yumin replied bluntly, What does it look like? I came here to hunt. His teammates laughed nervously, but their eyes sparkled with admiration. Ha ha, I see. Man, you handled this whole place so easily, one of them whispered. Weren't there hundreds of orcs? Yumin cut them off with a cold tone. If you're done here, then get going. In his mind, the reason was obvious. Now that all the orcs were dead, the final boss would appear soon. It would be far too dangerous for this group to stick around. At his word, a teammate gives a formal salute. Understood, sir. We'll see you later. Hawk was the last one to leave. Dong Ho bowed his head, his eyes shining with respect. It was an honor meeting you here. With that, the group began to depart. As the bodies of the surrounding orcs faded into dust, the shield bearer, Kogo, stopped just a few steps out. Hey, do you guys hear that? The swordsman, Tammy, shot back. What are you talking about? Kogo insisted. No, listen closely. A strange vibration began to ripple through the ground. Dong Ho, who hadn't left yet, scanned the area nervously. What in the world is this feeling? The last of the orcs vanished completely when Yumin spoke, his voice grim. It's a mid-boss. Get ready. The tremors grew stronger. Cold sweat dripped down Dong Ho's face. What? A mid-boss? From the distance, beneath a blood-red moon, a colossal 6-meter monster began its slow, menacing approach. The color drained from the party members' faces. Whoa, what is that thing? An orc? There was no mistaking it. It was a supersized orc, snarling viciously, with countless glowing red eyes dotting its face. It held 2 massive blades at the ready, its enormous muscles radiating terrifying pressure. Yumin sized it up instantly. So, it's finally appeared. The orc warrior. I just finished wiping out all the orcs in this village. And this is exactly why I didn't leave. I need to kill it to get the balanced stone, a side quest item. A faint smile touched his lips. Kill this beast, then 3 more bosses in 3 other villages, and the side quest will be complete. Without a moment's hesitation, Yumin locked onto his target and charged toward the boss. The purple-robed player supporting Huang Dongmin grew worried. Hyung is that guy. Trying to fight it alone, Dong Ho's face was pale as he stammered. I think he is. Suddenly, his teammate screamed at the top of his lungs, Hey, run for it. The boss's eyes swiveled, drool dripping from its mouth as it locked onto Dong Ho. The giant blade rose high, then slammed down like a bolt of lightning. A crater of earth and stone exploded right where Dong Ho had been standing. He collapsed to the ground, frozen in terror, as a teammate screamed, Hyungnim. But in that exact instant, Yumin flashed past. His scythe hooked Dong Ho, pulling him from the brink of death. Dong Ho landed hard, his face a mask of confusion, as Huang Dongmin rushed over. What are you doing just spacing out like that? Dong Ho snapped back to reality, regaining his composure. Ah, thank you. Yumin didn't even glance back. Yumin stared directly at the monster. Fall back. If you don't want to get crushed. Dong Ho scrambled away without a second thought. The boss snarled, blood dripping from its maw as it charged Yumin. Refusing to let it rampage, Yumin met the charge, scythe in hand. His scythe aimed straight for the boss's foot, exploding with energy on impact. The beast roared in agony, swinging its blade in a furious counterattack. Yumin effortlessly dodged, leaping to the side. The boss swung its second blade, but Yumin had already predicted the move. He evaded the crushing blow that shattered the ground, circling behind the monster. Yumin noted, "This thing hits hard. Dodging is the only option. Then I just have to end this quickly." The boss sensed his movement, its eyes tracking him. Yumin pivoted and shot forward like an arrow. His scythe closed in. No more games. A crescent of energy from his blade sliced cleanly as green blood erupted from the orc's neck. Yumin used its body as a foothold to leap back. The boss spun around, but he was already there, carving another deep, green gash. A wounded groan echoed, but the beast continued its relentless assault. Yumin weaved through every devastating strike as the earth shattered around him. "Your hide is thick. You didn't die from 2 hits." He surged forward, his scythe glowing with power, aiming for the back of the boss's neck. Face to face, Yumin vaulted onto the monster's leg, swinging his scythe in a wide, fluid arc through the air. A perfect slice. The orc's head separated from its body, crashing to the ground beneath the blood-red moon. Yumin stood upon the boss's corpse, his scythe gleaming, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. A system message appeared. "You've defeated the orc warrior. Experience gained, plus 37.73%. Gold gained, plus 4,000, plus bonus 2,000. The notification drew everyone's stunned gaze to where the orc had fallen. Yumin stood proudly atop the beast's body. His eyes were sharp yet calm, like a king surveying his blood-soaked battlefield. The teammates behind him were speechless, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The player supporting Mand was the first to speak, his voice filled with awe. "Did you guys see that?" He actually took it down. Even Dong Ho, known as the Mercenary King, couldn't hide his profound shock. That colossal beast? By himself? Yumin slowly stepped off the orc's corpse, his expression as calm as if he'd just finished a mundane chore. He paid no mind to the looks of admiration or the chaos around him. The final reward notification popped up. Update. Orc warrior has been defeated. Experience gained, plus 3,773%. Gold gained, plus 4,000. Bonus gold, plus 2,000. You have obtained a sword of perfection and an orc's heart. Low-grade blue mana stone, balance stone, side quest progress. Balance stone, 1 of 4. A faint smile crossed Yumin's lips as he read the notification. "This is even better than my scythe. I might have to replace it later." He then shifted his gaze to the O heart, an item that looked like a solid, red stone. It resembled a heart, but it wasn't real flesh. Anyone else would find it disgusting and toss it away without a second thought. But Yao Min knew its true worth. Throw it away? They would regret that mistake for the rest of their lives. This was the key to crafting a truly unique item. His thoughts were suddenly cut short when Dong Ho and his team rushed over, his voice thick with emotion. "Hey Gu, thank you for taking down that monster. We're only alive because of you." Dong Ho paused, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. "By the way, did you know that monster was going to appear?" Yao Min considered his words carefully. A vague answer would be best. He closed his eyes, his tone dismissive. "After clearing out all the orcs, a mid-level boss usually spawns." Dong Ho nodded, as if a light bulb went off. "I get it now. So that's why you told us to leave right away." A wave of gratitude washed over the faces of his teammates. To them, He Go, the man who survived the battle with the O warrior, was a symbol of absolute invincibility. Beads of sweat formed on his brow. Yao Min's voice turned cold. "My work here is done. I'm leaving." Dong Ho's team bowed deeply in unison. "Yes, sir. Thank you again for saving us. Please, be careful on your way." He Go turned to leave, his scythe glinting under the crimson moonlight. But just as Dong Ho's group made their move, the unexpected happened. Man, who was being supported by Rong Chi, suddenly collapsed, his face pale and contorted in agony. Rong Chi panicked. "Man, are you okay?" Man's body trembled violently. He gasped out, "Hyungnim, I don't think I can go on. This pain, it's unbearable." Dong Ho dropped to his knees, his hands shaking. "What do you mean?" he cried out, his voice laced with fear. "You said you were fine." Man just shook his head, his voice a mere whisper. "I only said that so you wouldn't worry. But it's beyond my limits now." A chilling dread washed over Dong Ho. "Hang in there, man. We'll get back to the real world. You can get healed there." But man, just a low-level mercenary, shook his head. "Hyung Nim, You know how it is. If I don't get 3 kills, it's all for nothing. Just leave me. I don't want to be a burden. Desperation clawed at Dong Ho. No, it can't end like this. There has to be a way. We just need to capture some orcs. You just have to land the final blow. How about it? Man offered a weak smile. If we do that, the rest of you won't be able to hunt. Even if you catch 300 orcs for me, we won't have enough time to ensure our own survival. A wave of pain made him keel over, coughing violently. Cough, cough. I think my time is up. But as it turned out, Yao Min hadn't left. He stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold. A surprising thought flashed through his mind. Dong Ho, the mercenary king who commands hundreds, showing such weakness for a single comrade. An old memory resurfaced a similar moment with his own brother, Jun. That same heart-wrenching pain felt as fresh as ever. Making a snap decision, Yao Min stepped into the somber scene. Hey, looks like you could use some help. Mind if I take a look? Everyone froze, their eyes locking onto Go. Dong Ho's voice trembled. Is there a way to save him? Yao Min examined the gash on Man's shoulder. It was serious, but not beyond hope. A blue light glowed from his hand, enveloping the injury. The bleeding stopped instantly. The deep gash began to close until the arm was restored to its original state. Dong Ho and his team could only stare in disbelief. Huh? The wound. It's completely healed. Dong Ho turned to Gu. How did you do that? Yao Min answered calmly. It's the emergency treatment skill. Anyone can buy it from the store. One of the teammates' eyes lit up. I remember now. I've seen it before. It's a skill that costs 20 gold. Yao Min added, don't get the wrong idea. Emergency treatment only stops bleeding and mends minor cuts. It's nowhere near enough to fix a shattered shoulder. But when combined with my divine skill, my intelligence stat of 123, and a worm stone that boosts effects by 1% per level, this is the result. He looked at Man. Try moving your shoulder. The scar will remain, but it won't impede your movement. Man rotated his shoulder, his eyes wide with amazement. It moves perfectly. He bowed a full 90 degrees. Thank you, Gunim. You're my savior. Dong Ho and the others quickly followed suit, bowing their heads. Gunim, thank you for helping us in our time of need. Rong Chi added, thank you for saving our teammate. As a show of gratitude, Dong Ho took out a red mana stone. I'm not sure if this is useful to you, but please accept it. It's a token of our sincere gratitude. The other teammates also began offering their valuable items. A sword, a necklace. Gunim, please take this. You can sell it for a good amount of gold. Yao Min paused for a moment. I should politely refuse, he thought. He raised a hand. There's no need for this. But they insisted. No, this is our gratitude. Please accept it. In the end, Yao Min accepted all of it, a bit stunned. Even if they were just common items, receiving them from 5 different people was a substantial reward. He looked at Dong Ho, who smiled. Thanks to you, Gonim, our friend now has a chance to survive. Beyond these items, I swear I will repay this debt to you. Dong Ho's smile was contagious, even spreading to Man. Having the support of the mercenary king isn't a bad deal at all, Yao Min thought. He collected the items and bid them farewell. All right then, I'll see you around. And with that, Yao Min departed, leaving the group bowing respectfully in his wake. Meanwhile, in a forest of crimson leaves, Julie sat beneath a tree, staring at the system window, her heart pounding with anxiety. Is this really going to be okay? An hour has already passed, and I've done nothing. The system window displayed her status. Time remaining, 8 hours and 55 minutes. Main quest progress, orcs 0 out of 300. She muttered to herself. At this rate, I'll be eliminated before I even get 300 kills. She covered her mouth, a wave of pure terror washing over her. It's my fault, she whispered, her voice trembling. I was so scared. I lost sight of Hyun Min. The memory came flooding back. Since the 5th round, finding him wasn't hard. He was always ranked in the top 10. But the image of Hyun Min's scythe slicing off an opponent's head, the blood that followed, it made Min Julie tremble uncontrollably. As everyone respawned, she stared at Black Scythe. The game should be over, she thought. I need to say something. But her feet were frozen to the spot. Don't be afraid. He's not going to hurt me. She squeezed her eyes shut, knowing he could just as easily shove a blade down her throat. Someone he had just met for the first time. She glanced around, but he was already gone. The chance was lost. Jun's advice echoed in her head. The mission to eliminate 300 orcs won't be easy. They're vicious and move in packs, so don't hunt them alone. After the zones merge, find Hyun Min or wait for 1 hour without moving. Julie rested her chin on her hand and mumbled. Jun said to wait. But there's no guarantee Hyun Min will come back, is there? In that moment, Min Julie made a firm decision. She had to find him, no matter the danger. She moved through a forest ablaze with red leaves, her anxious eyes scanning every tree and bush. He must have gone this way, she told herself, gently pushing a branch aside. Suddenly, her face lit up with astonishment. Huh? What is that? After only 10 minutes of walking, the faint outline of a village appeared in the distance. A thought immediately flashed in her mind. A village? Could that be where the orcs live? She observed it closely, her heart beating faster as an idea began to form. Is it possible Hugh Min is in there? But she quickly shook her head, dismissing the bold thought. Her voice was shaky but resolute. No, it's better not to risk it. That place could be extremely dangerous. I have to get away, right now. However, a cold sense of dread suddenly shot down her spine. Something was lurking behind her. She went completely still, feeling a terrifying presence she never wanted to face. An orc. She whipped around, her heart pounding against her ribs, eyes wide as she confirmed her suspicion. Before her stood a massive orc, the blood-stained axe in its hand gleaming with a deadly light. The monster roared, the sound so powerful it seemed to thicken the air itself. This fight was unavoidable. Minjuli immediately activated the power within her body, her gaze turning sharp even as her heart trembled. I really don't want to fight orcs. A notification panel appeared in her vision. All stats increased by 50% due to the BL skill effect. She tightened her grip on her sword and took a defensive stance. The orc raised its massive blade, ready to launch its attack. Minjuli locked her eyes on the enemy, but a flicker of hope remained in her mind. Luckily, I only have to face one. And I know their weakness. The orc's slash cut through the air with lightning speed. Minjuli dodged to the side, recalling Hyun Min's earlier instructions. You have to aim for the neck. It's their only weak point. The rest of their body is too tough. She focused all her will, but anxiety still crept in. If I miscalculate, it will counterattack instantly. She unleashed the power from her sword, swinging the tip of the blade straight toward the monster's neck. But the orc's blazing red eyes suddenly shifted. With a powerful shrug of its shoulder, it deflected her attack's trajectory. The sword plunged into its shoulder instead of its neck. An enraged roar erupted as the monster's eyes glared with pure menace. Minjuli panicked and stumbled back a step. It dodged it. Fortunately, the sword wasn't stuck. She looked at her blade, breathing a small sigh of relief. Thank heavens, the cut isn't deep. The weapon is still fine. But before she could compose herself, the orc raised its axe again. A relentless barrage of strikes came right for her. Minjuli tumbled and dodged, each slash missing her by mere inches. Sweat streamed down her forehead as she told herself, there's no other choice. I have to focus. Her sword rose again, its tip aimed with greater precision this time. A Godspeed strike shot forward, and this time she succeeded. The blade pierced the orc's neck, sending green blood spraying like rain as a shriek of agony echoed through the forest. Minjuli stood firm, her eyes shining with confidence. All right, the attack was effective. She didn't stop, continuously landing fatal blows on the monster's neck. Riddled with wounds, its body trembled until it finally collapsed to the ground, losing all control. Minjuli panted, quickly wiping sweat from her brow. A victorious smile appeared on her lips. I finally did it. I beat an orc in a head-on fight. But her joy didn't last long. The heavy footsteps of someone else sounded from behind. Startled, she spun around, her eyes widening in disbelief. A familiar silhouette appeared. Hyun Min, his black scythe slung over his shoulder, looking as carefree as if he'd just been on a walk. Minjuli rubbed her eyes, not believing what she was seeing. What is this? What am I seeing right now? I rubbed my eyes, but he's still standing there. Her heart raced as she realized it was Hyun Min, the very person she was looking for. But Hyun Min just strode past her without a single word, his gaze as cold as ice. Minjuli stood there, stunned, as a wave of disappointment crashed over her. No, I can't let this opportunity slip by. She spun back around and shouted, Hey, excuse me, over there. Hyun Min stopped and turned back, his voice calm. What is it? Minjuli took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes. Right. What I mean is, Hyun Min, let's form a party together. He looked down at her, his eyes like frozen pools. What? Minjuli quickly hid the sword behind her back, her voice trembling. A party? Black Scythe simply raised an eyebrow, as if the word party was nothing strange to him. He shot back. And why should I party up with you? Minjuli was flustered, at a complete loss for words. Suddenly, she thrust her hand toward him. A brilliant green light erupted from her palm, and a shimmering sigil materialized in the air. The energy flowed into Black Scythe's body. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Minjuli smiled, explaining, It's my enhancement skill. It lasts for 3 hours and boosts all stats by 50%. Black Scythe glanced at his status window, then turned his gaze back to her. I've confirmed it. The buff is active. Min July quickly pressed on. This power of mine will be a huge help while you're hunting. You see? A smirk played on Black Scythe's lips as he replied, so, if I want to keep receiving this power, I have to cooperate with you. Without hesitating, she said, that's right. More precisely, you'll help me hunt. Black Scythe's face reverted to an emotionless mask. Fine. But then his cold voice cut in. Right now, I'm the one in power. I could just make you my subordinate immediately. Min July froze, as if struck by lightning. Seeing her shock, Black Scythe continued, can you promise not to stab me in the back? The odd question stunned Min July for a second, but she quickly nodded. Okay. Black Scythe held out his hand. All right then, let's give this a try. The two shook hands, and he introduced himself first, Black Scythe. Level 32. Class, Reaper, she replied, her voice filled with excitement. I'm Min July. Level 13, and I'm a buffer. Black Scythe got straight to the point. Do you need my help with something? You seem to handle that orc well enough. Min July gave a pained smile. Actually, that was the first one I've ever fought.
So, it was incredibly difficult. Black Scythe was speechless. An hour and a half had passed for a single monster. Min July flushed with embarrassment.
Aha, well, you see. But Black Scythe cut her off. It seems we're running out of time. We need to pick up the pace. Min July nodded and asked, what should I do? Black Scythe led her in a new direction, his steps filled with purpose. Noticing she was lagging, he glanced back. His voice was cold but carried a hint of concern. Don't fall behind. Stay by my side. If you're out of my sight, I can't protect you. Min July's face turned red as she hurried to walk right next to him. A thought sparked in her mind. From the way he talks, he isn't as cold as I thought. It's a good thing I made the right decision. While lost in her thoughts, she was startled as 3 orcs suddenly appeared before them, the steel of their blades glinting menacingly. Min July panicked. 3 of them at once. Black Scythe raised his scythe, his eyes sharp as daggers. Wait here for a moment, he said. His voice was perfectly calm. Before she could even process it, he shot forward, swinging his scythe as a wave of killing intent erupted from him. The 3 orcs froze in place. Before they could even react, their legs were cleanly severed. Horrific screams of pain filled the air. But Black Scythe didn't stop, continuing his assault. He sliced off one arm of the rearmost orc, and then the other. Min July could only stand there, stunned by his terrifying speed. The 3 orcs were now barely clinging to life. Black Scythe retracted his scythe and wiped a smudge of blood from his face. His voice was calm. Now, go and kill them. Black Scythe had completely disabled all the orcs in a single instant. He turned back, his sharp eyes locking onto Min July. She was still standing there, completely stunned by his speed and power. What are you doing? His calm voice cut through her daze, tinged with a hint of a question. Min July jumped, her heart pounding as she awkwardly replied, sorry. She carefully stepped forward, her hand tightening around her sword. Her eyes still held a trace of fear. She had to be careful to hit their weak spots. Focusing with all her might, she reminded herself, as she delivered a fatal blow to the nearest orc's neck. Vile green blood sprayed everywhere, and a system notification window popped up repeatedly. You have defeated an orc. Experience gained plus 2.35%. Gold plus 40. Min July was stunned by the message. What is this? She mumbled, not believing her eyes. Is killing orcs really this easy? Even when things went smoothly, there should have been some kind of risk. She glanced at Black Scythe. His eyes were cold, but held an irresistible charm. Black Scythe was just too powerful. A wave of admiration swelled within her. Seeing that Min July had finished the task, Black Scythe turned to leave. His deep voice rang out. If you're finished here, then let's go. Min July awkwardly hurried to follow him. Her voice was hesitant. I haven't looted any of them yet. Black Scythe didn't answer, just kept walking with a steady pace. The Black Scythe rested on his shoulder, and his powerful aura made Min July feel both respectful and flustered. Looking at his back, she thought to herself that she was incredibly lucky to have been able to party up with Black Scythe. The hunt went exactly according to his plan. Black Scythe would incapacitate all the orcs, leaving them unable to fight, and all Min July had to do was deliver the finishing blow. She couldn't hold back her joy as she spoke excitedly. It's so great when things go like this. I had no idea that hunting could be so easy. Black Scythe paid no attention to her excitement. He just asked her nonchalantly, how many have you killed so far? Min July replied quickly, her eyes sparkling with pride. I've taken down 52 in 30 minutes. That's impressively fast, isn't it? Black Scythe was not. He said nothing, simply pressing forward in silence. To him, this pace was barely a crawl. Others might call it fast, but for him, it was far too slow. There was a tactical reason he chose this hunting ground, to eliminate the risk of being surrounded. Attacking a village meant facing dozens of orcs. Alone, that was nothing to him. But protecting Julie, that was a real challenge. Suddenly, Jimin stopped in his tracks, a thoughtful look in his eyes. There was no other way. They had to hunt the orcs. Seeing his silence, Julie's curiosity got the best of her. At this pace, we can hit our target of 300 kills in just 3 hours. Jimin turned, and the intensity in his gaze made her flinch. 3 hours is far too long. We'll do it in under 1. Julie was stunned, her hand instinctively flying to her mouth as she stammered. What? Is that even possible in just 1 hour? Seeing her disbelief, Jimin calmly laid out his plan. We're going to use an orc shaman. Julie looked lost. Anne. Orc shaman? What's that? He explained patiently. It's a special monster with the power to summon other orcs. If we let it call for backup, we won't waste any time searching for them. Julie's eyes lit up with understanding, a slow nod showing she grasped the strategy. So your plan is to keep the orc shaman alive and let it summon more orcs for us? Jimin simply nodded. Exactly. I'll keep it alive just until we hit our 300 kill count. Julie stepped closer, her curiosity piqued. By the way, how do you know about the orc shaman, Black Scythe? You've never encountered one before, have you? A faint smirk played on Jimin's lips as he crafted the perfect excuse. I had a brief run-in with one just before I met you. That's how I know where to find it. Julie smiled, completely buying his story. Oh, I understand now. To put her at ease, Jimin added firmly, there's nothing to worry about. I'll protect you from any and all threats. His words wrapped around her like a warm embrace. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she found herself unable to look away. His attention to detail was just incredible. They soon entered a forest, arriving at an ancient village filled with simple wooden huts. There wasn't a single orc on guard. Julie was skeptical. Is there really a boss monster hiding in a tiny village like this? Jimin nodded grimly. Exactly. It looks simple, but players who underestimate this place usually end up as the orc shaman's victims. He remembered it from his past life. Behind this village lay a mountain of player corpses, a testament to the monster's cunning. It's a trap designed to lure players in. Julie pointed ahead, still hesitant, but Jimin was already moving, leading her in another direction. I don't see a single orc, she asked. Jimin explained. The village is designed to look empty, to make players lower their guard. In reality, only the orc shaman lives here. He stopped before a hut that was noticeably larger than the rest. He raised his scythe. Inside, the orc shaman was waiting to spring its trap. Julie asked nervously, so that's the trap. Jimin nodded. It's a simple but effective trap. Any inexperienced player who steps inside will trigger it. The shaman will then summon 10 to 20 orcs at once. Once you're surrounded, there's no way out. Seeing the worry on Julie's face, he stepped closer. His voice was calm. But there is a way to beat it. Julie's face flushed as he suddenly closed the distance between them, her heart pounding in her chest. What's the plan? She managed to ask. A small smile touched Jimin's lips. Don't worry. This strategy is foolproof. Julie placed a hand over her heart, her confidence returning. Then leave it to me. Jimin raised an eyebrow. You plan on going in alone? Julie nodded firmly. That's right. There's no need for both of us to walk into the trap. I refuse to sit back and wait to be devoured. Jimin crossed his arms, pleasantly surprised by her resolve. All right then. Good luck. I'll be waiting out here. Julie took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door. A dark corridor stretched before her, lit by a single, flickering oil lamp. She stepped inside, gripping her sword tightly, her eyes scanning every shadow. Suddenly, the narrow hallway opened into a large chamber with a vibrant red carpet. This must be the trap Black Scythe was talking about. Remembering the plan, Julie stepped onto the red carpet, and then immediately backed away. The shaman will think it missed its chance and send out scouts to investigate. She moved forward, placed one foot on the carpet, then spun around and bolted for the exit. The door slammed shut right behind her. Julie gasped for air, her heart still racing. That was close. I made it. Jimin rushed to her side. Are you all right? She gave him a confident grin. Ha, of course. I stepped on the carpet and got out, just like we planned. Jimin nodded, satisfied. Good. Now the shaman will send its scouts. We just need to wait. Before long, the door creaked open. 4 weapon-wielding orcs emerged, their eyes scanning the area. One of them froze as it heard Jimin's voice from above. Looking for something? He descended from the sky like an angel of death. With a single, devastating swing of his scythe, a wave of killing intent washed over them. In an instant, the orcs' limbs were torn from their bodies, their horrifying screams filled the air as they collapsed like puppets with their strings cut. Jimin casually recalled his scythe and spoke into the silence. It's safe now. Come on out. Julie emerged from her hiding place, completely astonished. It's over already? Jimin nodded. Now we go back and lure out the next batch. Julie asked nervously, will it really fall for the same trick twice? A confident smirk spread across his face. They might be cunning, but they have the memory of a goldfish. They'll forget all about it in a second. Julie couldn't help but laugh, her bright smile mirroring his confidence. And so, they repeated the process, watching group after group of orcs emerge only to be cut down effortlessly. It was unbelievably fast, almost too easy. Julie finished her count, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to Jimin. Black Scythe, we did it. That's all 300 of them. Jimin casually glanced over at her. She nodded eagerly. Yes, the hour isn't even up. We defeated 248 orcs just now, bringing our total to 300. A brilliant smile lit up Julie's face, her eyes shining. Thanks to you, Black Scythe, we finished this hunt faster than I ever thought possible. Her voice was filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. Yao Min simply looked at her, his tone steady. What level are you now? Julie lifted her chin. I've hit level 19, she announced with pride. Yao Min gave a slight nod, his gaze thoughtful. With just 10,000 more points, she'd finally rank up. Then she could learn new skills, enhance her current ones, and become a much more valuable ally. He thought to himself that her blessing would grow stronger, helping him set new records when taking down bosses. He looked at Julie and said, let me help you reach level 20. It'll make facing the next boss much easier. His words made Julie's heart pound, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Does he really care about me that much? She wondered. Yes, she stammered, but I feel bad having you help me like this. Just then, another voice cut through the air, drawing both of their attentions. Hey, look over there. A group of players appeared, cautiously entering the village. They froze at the sight of the orc corpses, whispering, Isn't that Black Scythe? Who's that with him? And what's with all these orc bodies? A young man from the group hesitantly stepped forward. Hello, Black Scythe. Yao Min replied. What is it? The young man explained nervously. Well, we came here to hunt orcs, but we didn't expect to find this. Or you, for that matter. His mind raced with disbelief. How could just two people take down this many orcs? Doubt was written all over the other players' faces. It's bizarre. A small town like this shouldn't have so many orcs. A heavier-set man whispered, Who's the girl next to him? Is she on Black Scythe's team? That's unusual. Another player smirked. Eyeing Julie, he sneered. Is this girl one of Black Scythe's fangirls? Interesting. Julie grew anxious, feeling the hostile gazes from the group. Suddenly, Yao Min slammed his scythe into the earth, creating a small shockwave. His killing intent flared as his voice dropped to ice. Don't bother me. Get lost. The group flinched at his sudden aggression. His glare was as sharp as a blade. A thought flashed through Yao Min's mind. I can kill anyone, but I shouldn't cross that line. His voice remained frigid. If you have no business here, leave. The young man who first spoke bristled with anger. Ha. Since when did you start talking to people with such disrespect? Someone else chimed in. Yeah. Isn't it rude to be so disrespectful to people you've just met? Julie was stunned, her hand covering her mouth. What? Is this guy insane? He's actually talking back to Black Scythe. The young man continued, Ha. Even if you were the #1 ranker. Before he could finish, Yao Min's scythe blurred, a slash of air speeding toward the man's headband. The fabric tore instantly, leaving a shallow cut across his forehead. The man stood frozen in shock. Yao Min spoke, his voice void of all emotion. Get out of here, if you value your lives. The group went pale and scrambled to retreat. Ah, sorry, we're leaving now. Sorry for bothering you. They bolted back the way they came, thinking, damn it, I knew we shouldn't have confronted him. But a new plan was already forming. We need to hide somewhere and see what Black Scythe is up to. Yao Min watched them leave, his eyes like ice. These fools think they can follow me? They want to learn how I hunt orcs? If they're trying to kill the boss, I need to take down the orc shaman first and claim the reward myself. He turned to Julie. First, we need to get you to level 20. Let's head deeper inside and hunt some more. The group stopped at a hidden corner, whispering, We should be out of his sight by now, right? The man with the new scar was asked, So, what's the plan? He replied, I want to see how Black Scythe actually hunts. Another member's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'm curious too. Where did he even find so many orcs? Another player crossed his arms. So what do we do? Sneak back and watch from a distance. The scarred man nodded. As long as we keep our distance, he won't spot us. If you're scared, you can back out now. Determination overriding their fear, they crept back to watch from outside the village gate. Inside, after the next wave was lured out, a horde of orcs charged forward. One spotted Yao Min, and the entire pack swarmed towards him. Yao Min swung his scythe with one hand, clenching his other fist and landing a powerful blow to the first orc's stomach. It stumbled backward, crashing into the one behind it as weapons clattered to the ground. As the two lost their balance, Yao Min rushed in, his scythe carving through the air, severing limbs from their bodies. The remaining orcs stood dazed. Outside the gate, the hidden group whispered in awe, just as expected from the number one ranker. It takes everything we have just to kill one of those. They watched intently, a question forming. Why isn't he finishing them off himself? And what is that girl doing? Julie calmly walked forward, thrusting her sword through the weakened orc's neck. The onlookers were shocked. What? Is he intentionally letting her get the last hit? A murmur went through the group. Why would Black Scythe do that? Man, to have such an easy hunt? I'm so jealous. Meanwhile, Julie walked back into the house. A moment later, she sprinted out, her eyes gleaming with excitement. The group watching from the gate grew annoyed. This is getting irritating. One of them noticed a pattern. Every time she runs in and out of that house, more orcs come chasing after her. This is weird. How can there be so many? Suspicion began to grow. They whispered, is that house an orc spawn point? It's the only thing that makes sense. The theory sparked a heated discussion. A real respawn point? Are they just farming it for continuous EXP? Did they chase us off, just to monopolize this spot? A greedy idea began to form. Why don't we just wait for them to leave and take the spot for ourselves? The plan was set, but they all knew they stood no chance against him in a direct fight. Meanwhile, Julie E's face lit up with a brilliant smile. A status window popped into view. Black Dog, she called out, turning to Jimin excitedly. I've finally hit level 20. Congratulations, Jimin replied calmly. Barely able to contain herself, Julie E added. And I even learned a new skill. She moved closer to explain. The BZ Blessings effect increased from 50% to 60%. Jimin then asked, can you cast it on me right now? Julie E beamed. Of course I can. She raised her hand, and a soft blue light enveloped Jimin completely. A system message appeared before him. Skill, BZ activated. All stats increased by 60%. Duration, 2 minutes, 59 seconds. Julie E made another gesture, smiling brightly. What I just did was grant you a blessing. It's a new SP skill I just acquired. A brilliant turquoise light now surrounded Jimin as another notification popped up. Skill, SP activated. Attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Duration, 29 seconds. Jimin nodded, feeling the surge of power. A boost to his attack and movement speed. Not bad, he thought. Even if the duration is a little short. Julie E quickly added, that's right, but I can cast it again in 30 minutes, right after the cooldown ends. Seeing his skeptical look, she snapped defensively. Hey, this isn't a joke. I'm being completely serious. Thanks to his rune of instinct, Jimin could sense her frustration. But he maintained his indifferent facade. All right, we're done leveling up. Let's focus on the orcs. Julie E hesitated. Is there anything I can do to help? He answered bluntly. Just stay out of harm's way, and don't become a liability. Suddenly, Jimin's gaze turned ice cold. His rune of instinct flared to life as he glanced toward a group of figures lurking behind them. He could hear their whispers, laced with contempt. They were talking trash about him and Julie E. Ignoring them, he turned to her. Let's see how this plays out. Julie E nodded, completely unaware of the stalkers. Jimin then stepped inside the building. As Julie E stood guard, the lurkers whispered among themselves. What's this? Black Dog actually went inside. Suddenly, the door burst into splinters from 2 crimson slashes. Jimin exploded from the doorway, a horde of orcs hot on his heels. The opening widened with each passing moment. With his killing intent blazing, he moved like a whirlwind. The orcs gave chase without pause. Julie E was frozen in shock, while the onlookers stared in utter disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. But then, a unique figure emerged from the orcish horde. A massive beast wielding a glimmering, dark staff. Its presence was on a completely different level from the others. An orc mage. Julie E realized, her heart pounding in her chest. It raised its staff high, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The mage roared in a strange, guttural tongue. Sick Goater. A grotesque, massive mouth opened on its torso. The staff pointed forward, and the orcs chasing Jimin were suddenly engulfed in pillars of dark energy. From those pillars, 5 new orcs materialized, blocking his path. At the same time, the 5 from behind had finally caught up. The other players watched with wide eyes. One of them stammered, pointing, what in the world is that thing chasing him? Another whispered, it's way bigger than a normal orc. Could it be a boss? Panic began to set in among the group. If that's a boss, then those orcs weren't respawning. They were being summoned. Julie E stood frozen, her face pale with worry. Black Dog. He's completely surrounded. What should I do? Should I try to help him? But her thoughts were cut short as she stared in awe at Ji-min, who remained terrifyingly calm in the face of death. Not a single orc could even lay a finger on him. The monsters charged, but he evaded their attacks with breathtaking speed. He's not even breaking a sweat, Julie E. thought. Seeing that its minions were useless, the orc mage raised its staff once more. 10 more orcs appeared in a flash. The sheer number of monsters sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. Just as the 10 new orcs appeared, he cut one down instantly. 3 more lunged at him. One swung its club down, but Ji-min leaped clear of the impact zone. A second brought its weapon around horizontally, but he ducked underneath. A third brought its blade down from above, and he simply sidestepped. His movements were as fluid as water. The onlookers were absolutely stunned. He dodged every single one of them. That's just insane. Black Dog really is a monster. But while they stood there in awe, one of them smirked deviously and whispered to the others, "Guys, this is our chance. The boss monster is completely unguarded. Let's go steal the kill." 2 of them hesitated. But what if Black Dog finds out? The first guy waved them off. He's too busy with that horde. Even a monster like Black Dog has to be struggling in there. And if he asks, we'll just say we were trying to help. Convinced, the group began to sneak around the battlefield, making their way toward the orc mage. Julie E. spotted their movement, her eyes widening in disbelief. Huh? What are they doing? It only took a second for her to realize their plan, and panic set in. Don't tell me they're trying to steal the mage while Black Dog has all the aggro. I can't just let this happen. Julie E. gripped her sword and cried out, "Black Dog." She rushed toward him, her voice filled with concern. "I'm so grateful for all your help, but am I getting in the way of your quest?" Ji-min, still effortlessly weaving through his enemies, answered calmly, "Don't worry about it. I've already completed the main quest." "What?" Ji-min glanced back at her and explained, "My real target wasn't the main quest anyway. It was a hidden one. I've already acquired a stone of equilibrium." Julie E. blinked, still processing what he said. He continued speaking, "I got this one by killing an orc warrior boss. The other stones must drop from bosses too." Julie E.'s eyes lit up as she nodded. "Oh, you already have one?" Ji-min gave a slight nod. "What I need are more bosses. So, there's no need to feel guilty," Julie replied. "All right." But her eyes immediately shot back to the group of players who were stealthily closing in on the shaman. "No way, that shaman has to be mine." With a blaze of determination, Julie drew her sword and charged to stop the players closing in on the shaman. Just as a smug smile spread across their faces, a curtain of dark fire erupted, followed by an echoing, deathly shriek that froze the group in their tracks. One of them stammered, "What? What was that?" The man beside him quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Hey, keep your voice down." But it was far too late. The orc shaman turned, its crimson eyes burning with murderous rage. "Scrack, scrack," it growled, raising its mystic staff. The players panicked. The 2 in the lead tried to turn and flee, but the 3 in front who had been spotted screamed, "Damn it, we've been exposed." The massive mouth on the shaman's torso ground its teeth, unleashing a torrent of light. 10 new orcs were summoned, completely surrounding the 5 players. There was no escape. The players were thrown into chaos. One took a blade to the chest, his eyes rolling back into his head. Another was snatched up and slammed, straight into the ground. A gruesome scream echoed through the clearing. One managed to crawl away, but came face to face with an orc raising a spiked club. He shrieked, "Please, save me." But the massive foot stomped down, and a spray of crimson painted the ground. On the other side of the field, Yao Min remained perfectly calm. His scythe sliced cleanly through an orc's neck. The monsters fell without a chance to fight back. Sweat trickled down his brow, but he stood firm, his cold gaze fixed on the players being slaughtered. "I lured the shaman out just to see what they'd do. They chose to steal my kill, and this is the price." He tightened his grip on his scythe and advanced toward the orc shaman. It roared, summoning more orcs, but Yao Min didn't even flinch. One lunged at him, only to be cleaved in 2, its body torn asunder. The others met the same fate. With every swing of his scythe, limbs were severed from bodies. A faint smile played on Yao Min's lips as he felt power surging through him. His attack speed drastically increased by his blessing and the cover of night. A system window appeared, Death's ancient language. Scythe damage is increased by 2 times at night. Attack speed plus 50%. Chance of detection is decreased. He leaped forward, moving like the wind. The shaman shrieked, "Scrack," in a panic, raising its staff, but Yao Min was already behind it, the glowing red edge of his scythe pressed against its throat. "Good boy," he said in a cold voice. "Goodbye." His scythe swung, and the shaman's head and body separated, falling in the perfect arc of his weapon. A system window immediately flared to life, its radiant text celebrating his victory. Congratulations. You have defeated Oran. Experience plus 3,773. Gold plus 4,000. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have obtained the Eternal Bead. You have obtained the mysterious wood totem. You have obtained a small blue magic stone. You have obtained a balancing stone. Side quest progress. Balancing stone, 2 of 4. Yao Min clenched the necklace that had automatically equipped itself, his sharp eyes gleaming with pride. I've reached level 33, he thought to himself, a contemplative smile appearing as if he were picturing future conquests. On top of that, this eternal bead is a truly broken item. The item's details appeared before him, a confirmation of its power. Eternal bead. Classification: necklace. Rarity: epic. Effect: gain 1 stack per monster killed. Durability decreases by 1. Every 100 stacks can be converted into 1 stat point. Durability: 1,000 out of 1,000. Use restriction: normal level or higher. Description: a necklace adorned with an opaque white bead, containing the souls of the vanquished. In Yao Min's mind, an idea sparked. The Eternal Bead is an incredible artifact. I can increase my stats after every 100 stacks. Is it similar to the absorption rune that the Black Fire Dragon once possessed? The face of his old enemy flashed in his mind, but Yao Min quickly pushed it away, focusing on the here and now. The only drawback is its decreasing durability. When it drops from 1,000 to 0, this gem will shatter. But a glimmer of hope sparked in his mind. The durability rune from the 8th circle can restore it. With the help of a blacksmith, I can keep the Eternal Bead forever. Suddenly, Julie's voice cut through his thoughts from a distance. Yao Min, where are you? He turned back, a slight smile on his face as he realized she was trying to find him. Activating the stealth rune makes me practically invisible, Yao Min thought, glancing at the scattered orc corpses. First, I need to unlock No Fit. He activated the erase track skill, concealing all signs of his bloody work. The night began to fade, and the strange shift in the surroundings startled Julie. Oh my god, why did it get dark and then suddenly bright again? Her eyes finally found Yao Min, and she rushed toward him, her voice full of excitement. Yao Min, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you. Yao Min stood beside the orc shaman's corpse, replying calmly, but with a sharp edge to his voice. As you can see, I was busy. Julie, however, didn't seem surprised, as if this victory was exactly what she had expected. She stepped closer, asking rapidly, Did you take him down? But didn't you see anyone else? There were some guys trying to steal the orc shaman from you. Yao Min gripped his scythe and replied with an air of indifference. I wasn't paying attention to anyone else. Julie was skeptical, her voice trailing off. That's strange. I swear I heard screaming over here. A question mark hovered in her mind, but Yao Min simply remained silent. A thoughtful glint appeared in his eyes. Bragging about his victory served no purpose. He turned and began to move. All right, time to hunt the next boss. Min nodded, gripping her sword, her voice filled with determination. Right. They advanced towards an orc encampment. Jumin had already cleared out the sentries. The ground was littered with orc corpses, drenched in blood, their bodies pinned to wooden walls by countless arrows. Only a single, colossal orc remained, firing arrow after arrow at Jumin, but every attack was useless against his overwhelming speed and power. In the blink of an eye, his black scythe closed the distance. Panic flared in the monster's eyes as a single strike severed the arm holding its bow. A second slash tore across its back, and the monster's body split in two, collapsing as if cut down by the blade of fate itself. Notifications flooded his vision like a waterfall. You have defeated the orc archer. Rewards have been granted. Experience gained 3,773%. Gold plus 4,000. Acquired swift archer's boots. Acquired rusted arrow. Acquired small blue magic stone. Acquired stone of balance. Subquest progress 3 out of 4 stones of balance. Jumin scanned the information, his gaze ice cold. I should check this item. The detailed info panel appeared. Swift archer's boots. Category: footwear. Grade: epic. Defense: 60. Effect: agility plus 10. Durability: 1,000 out of 1,000. Requirement: normal grade or higher. Description: boots crafted for a swift archer. Your agility increases the faster you become. They were far superior to his current pair. Jumin murmured, his eyes lighting up. There's no reason not to switch. For comparison, high agility boots, grade, normal. Defense, 15. Effect: agility plus 4. Movement speed plus 5%. Jumin immediately started swapping his equipment. With the low-grade blue magic stone he just received, they could be even stronger. He confirmed the action, and a notification appeared. Combination successful. Swift archer's boots. Agility +4. He closed his eyes, completely satisfied. All right, that's all the mid-tier bosses down. The image of two powerful orcs flashed in his mind, making his heart pound. All that remained was the final boss, the High Orc. Unlike the others, this one operated on a time limit. Time is everything, he thought. I have to move incredibly fast. The previous record was 43 seconds. Min approached, her voice full of excitement. Let's go. She stood beside him, smiling brightly. Okay. With Min's support buffs, Jumin knew he could break the record. They left the encampment. I need to cut down the time as much as possible. First, I'll max out my level and use the Eternal Seed to boost my stats. In a new area, another monster fell before Jumin's scythe. Information appeared on his screen. Time remaining, 3,041 seconds. The monster vanished. This was all to get Jumin to level 40, but now, time was up. The necklace around his neck began to glow, but Jumin had no regrets. He had accomplished his goal. Min walked over and asked, Jumin, are you not going to keep hunting? He simply replied, this is enough. Full of energy, she then asked, so, are you going to defeat the final boss now? Jumin raised his hand casually. We'll part ways here. Thank you for your support. Disappointed, Min shook his hand, her heart heavy. A deep sadness washed over her. Should I stay until he beats the final boss? She hesitated. No, I would only get in his way. Jumin noticed her attachment, thinking to himself that the High Orc was far too dangerous for Min. He offered a slight smile as his hand began to glow with a blue energy. Jumin, this is my final buff. Priest and Swift effects have been activated, she said. Thank you for helping me. I could have never done this alone. Min then took out a blue mana crystal. This dropped while I was hunting. Do you need it? Jumin refused. You should keep it. Min waved her hands. I only need the experience. Inside, she thought, I have two. I have to give him one. Jumin understood her intent and smiled. Let's just call it even. I'll take it. He took the stone. See you next time. Min watched his retreating figure, her heart aching. Jumin took off at a terrifying speed. A notification appeared. Target, High Orc. Distance, 1,121 meters. He narrowed his focus. No one had ever managed to kill it. Of the 4 round 5 bosses, the High Orc was the strongest. It would take 100 level 20 players risking everything to even have a chance. His speed never dropped. Last time, I died 4 times before beating it, he recalled, and set a record of 43 seconds. Leaping through the trees, the distance closed to 321 meters. This time, I'll shatter that record. The High Orc appeared before him, 160 meters away. But Jumin froze. A blonde-haired player was caught in its massive hand. Blood gushed from the trapped player, who was surrounded by their party members. The High Orc had crushed a player right in its grasp. The horrific scene plunged everyone into absolute chaos. A deathly pallor spread across every single face. A wave of pure terror washed over them as they all cried out in despair. Oh my God, what is happening? How did it end up like this? Everything was going perfectly just a few minutes ago. The present began to blur with the past, pulling everyone back to the moment they first met and formed their ill-fated party. The group had gathered together, their hearts full of determination, laying out a clear strategy. The orcs are forming alliances, so why can't we? Let's hunt together. The player who spoke raised his hand, his voice echoing with passion. To build trust, we should all introduce ourselves. Let's go around and state our names. Can everyone see our nicknames? I'm Umankok, level 12, a warrior. An archer nearby introduced himself next, his tone warm and sincere. My level is the same as yours. It's great to meet you. The name's Brady, an assassin. A hooded figure was the next to speak. His voice was calm, yet filled with pride. I am an unarmed fighter, level 13. The 5 adventurers finished their introductions, an air of warmth, unity, and hope filling the space. Like a flame lit in the darkness, their alliance began on a foundation that would benefit them all. For a party formed on the fly, their synergy and the atmosphere they created were simply incredible. Everyone felt empowered by this genuine solidarity, turning their fear into an unbreakable fighting spirit. The group immediately began assigning roles, their plan logical and efficient. Brad Pitt, you take the archer position. Mr. Umansok, can you draw the monster's attention? Umansok stood up, his voice brimming with courage and confidence. Understood. I'll do it. And just like that, he faced an orc wielding a chain and provoked it with a defiant shout. Hey, you ugly freak, look over here. That's how we synchronize our attack. Wiping out a small orc village was no longer a major challenge. It became a resounding victory. Our collective strength was undeniable. On the other side, a female player had already subdued one of the beasts. She shouted with excitement and urgency, Brad Pitt, this is your chance. Snap its neck. But as another creature advanced, a different player gave a desperate warning. Watch your back. After 6 straight hours of hunting, we were drenched in sweat, but our spirits burned brighter than ever. Everyone gathered together, riding an incredible high. I'd hit my goal of 300 kills. Count me in, too. Congratulations. Everyone had survived. The main quest was completed flawlessly. The air was thick with joy and immense pride. Suddenly, Human Soak voiced a new idea, his tone eager and reluctant to part ways. Isn't it a shame to split up now? It feels too soon. How about we hunt for just a little longer? Brad Pitt grinned, his eyes lighting up with ambition. Of course. I want to reach level 20. And so, our hunt began anew. The team continued to coordinate seamlessly. Orcs fell before us like leaves in autumn. System notifications flooded our vision. Level up. You have reached level 20. You have been promoted from trainee to official. You can now use combination skills. We had finally hit level 20 and even unlocked a powerful new ability. The results were more overwhelming than ever. These damn orcs were now nothing more than dog food to us. Hey, I can't believe we used to struggle against these pigs. I know, right? Hitting level 20 had made us exponentially stronger. Their confidence soared to an all-time high. It was like an eternal flame, driving us to conquer even greater challenges, transforming old fears into unrivaled strength. They began to consider taking on the larger orc strongholds. One of them turned to the others, his voice full of excitement. For our final challenge, should we try to conquer a major fortress? But suddenly, Umun Sok raised a finger, pointing ahead. He cut in, his voice laced with anxiety and unease. Wait a second. What is that? Umun Sok pointed toward a strange orc unlike any they had ever encountered. It was abnormally massive and had 2 heads, sharing a single grotesque body. It radiated a terrifying aura that made their hearts seize. Brad Pitt's voice trembled with disbelief. It looks like an orc. But Umun Sok held up a hand, observing it with extreme caution. I've never seen anything like this before. Could it be a boss? The question rippled through the party. A boss? Before, the mere mention of a boss would have filled them with terror. But now, Umun Sok and his team were at the peak of their confidence. With no evidence to back it up, they just felt it was possible. Ambitious and excited voices started to bubble up from the group. Want to try taking it down? The 5 of us can probably handle it, right? It's a boss, so the rewards must be huge. Umun Seok looked around and began discussing the potential outcome, his voice fair and focused on unity. If there's a reward, we split it evenly. Any objections? Brad Pitt grinned in response, his voice filled with resolve. All right, let's do this. And with that, they set their sights on the boss. But in an instant, both of the orcs' heads snapped toward the human party. The moment their eyes met its strange, yellow gaze, they instinctively knew. This wasn't prey. This was death itself. A primal fear surged through them, making their hearts pound against their ribs. I thought we were supposed to be strong. The 2-headed orc let out a bizarre, guttural roar. And then it vanished, leaving only cracked earth in its wake. An orc lunged toward them. The massive creature, over 3 meters tall, landed before the party with a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently. One player was thrown off their feet while the others struggled just to stay standing. Its first target was the girl in the purple armor. It swung an arm line with razor-sharp claws at blinding speed. With a single, basic strike, the first player was sliced in half, dying instantly. Blood sprayed through the suffocating air, heavier than ever. Its first target eliminated, the monster snapped its head around, locking eyes with the player who had collapsed to the ground. Realizing he was the next target, the man trembled violently. Fear consumed his soul as the monster's hand shot forward with terrifying speed. Crunch! He was utterly annihilated, his body mercilessly crushed beyond recognition. The sickening sound of splintering bone echoed through the air, a grim reminder of how fragile life was. This was no mere prey. Now only 3 players remained. Its next target, Bradybit. Before the overwhelming presence of the powerful boss, he was just like the others. His body was seized by uncontrollable tremors as despair washed over him. The beast's hand shot out without hesitation, snatching him into the air. A single, tight squeeze shattered every bone in his body as blood exploded outwards. He was completely helpless. The monster gazed at him with a look of satisfaction. 3 down, each in a different way. Only by Buck Buck, frozen in shock, and Run Soak, who had fallen backward, remained. Death itself was this monster's nature. Back in the present, Run Soak watched his comrades die one by one, his spirit completely broken. As heart-wrenching loss tore through him, the monster's tail whipped towards Bai Buck Buck at blinding speed. It seemed as though Bai Buck Buck would be sent flying. But instead, the creature decided to snatch him into the air. Its attention shifted completely, no longer caring about the corpse in its other hand. Before his death, Bai Buck Buck could only choke out a few words in absolute despair. "Somebody, help me." His body was slammed into the ground with brutal force, turning his insides to paste. Only one player was left. The monster turned its 4 eyes onto its final target. An invisible pressure, as real as any wall, enveloped the man's body. A single thought repeated in his mind: "We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die. We're going to die." Pointing its grotesque mouth towards Run Suck, it let out a continuous, menacing growl. Using what little strength he had left, Run Suck stumbled backward, screaming in utter terror. "Ah, stay back. Get away from me." But monsters rarely listen to the pleas of men. It closed the distance in an instant, its shadow swallowing Run Seok whole. Tears streamed down his face as his voice trembled with a final plea. "Please, don't." The beast raised its arm one last time. But in that exact moment, a figure leaped high into the air, aiming for the monster's blind spot. It was Du Min. His scythe was ready. "You let me get this close." Without even noticing. With a short exhale from behind, he swung his scythe with all his might, cleanly severing the high orc's neck. A crimson line appeared, followed by the head separating from the body. As it fell, the dismembered head turned to see the one who had landed on its own shoulders. A human. It turned, wanting only to see the face of its killer. A long, red gash now marked its neck. To Run Sek's complete shock, the monster crashed to the ground with a world-shaking thud, sending tremors through the earth. Color began to return to Run Seok's face. He looked at the man and seemed to recognize him from above as the figure landed gracefully on the ground. He was certain of the man's identity now. He was the Black Reaper. The Reaper glanced at the fallen monster, a flicker of surprise in his thoughts. I never imagined it would die in a single blow. System messages began to flood his vision, bringing the sweet taste of victory after the horror. High Orc has been defeated. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have reached level 40. Your rank has increased from normal to expert. You can now use the trade function. He stared at the system windows, but they just kept coming. Skill: Death Mark. Normal damage increased from 120% to 140%. Skill: Midnight Domain. Area of effect increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. You have learned the class-exclusive skill, Moon Cleave. The next skill will be unlocked at level 60. A smile of pure satisfaction and excitement spread across his face. Finally, I learned it. The one and only exclusive skill of a Reaper, Moon Cleave. The detailed information appeared. Exclusive skill, Moon Cleave. Effect: after a 1-second charge, unleashes 1000% damage in a wide, cone-shaped area. This is a hybrid attack, half physical and half magical, and is multiplied by 15 times when used at night. It has a 10-minute cooldown and can only be activated while wielding a scythe. Reading the information, he began to analyze its practical applications, his voice filled with conviction. Usually, having only one attack skill is a huge risk if you miss, but Moon Cleave is a wide area of effect skill, making it much easier to hit the target. It's incredibly useful, and it deals dual-type damage. Even if an enemy is immune to physical damage, the magic damage will still get through. He smirked. That's right. The monsters now are still low level, but later on, some enemies will be ridiculously overpowered. So this skill is absolutely essential. Now, I just need to check the rest of the rewards. And the information began to pour in. The spoils of war were finally his. You have obtained the High Orc's gauntlets. You have obtained the High Orc's fang. You have successfully protected the low-grade purple mana crystal. You have received a balancing stone. Side quest progress, balancing stone, 4 of 4. The side quest is now complete. You have received the reward, Rune of Balance. A turquoise gem materialized in the palm of his hand. His true objective for this round was to claim the Rune of Balance from the very beginning. Without a moment's hesitation, the acquired rune began to automatically engrave itself onto the player's body. A golden aura flared to life, enveloping him completely. A window appeared, detailing the Rune of Balance. Its effect activates when the difference between pure stats is 10 or less. When active, all stats are doubled. Only stats increased by stat points are recognized as pure stats. A proud smirk crossed his face. The Rune of Balance required 4 pure stats: strength, intelligence, and agility, and luck to be perfectly balanced to trigger its insane effect, and he had distributed his points precisely for this moment. His stat allocation was as follows: strength plus 27, intelligence plus 18, and agility plus 26, luck plus 28. The distribution effect didn't trigger, causing him to pause and wonder with anticipation. Now that everything else is done, he thought, let's see just how high these numbers can go. His stats began to skyrocket, an insane surge of power. Strength, plus 374. Intelligence, plus 614. Agility, plus 518. Luck, plus 374. The stat distribution effect was not activated. A single bead of sweat trickled down his face. My stats. They're all over 300. Juman's eyes widened in shock. He stared at the new numbers displayed before him. While buffs and debuffs played a large part, the final figures were beyond his wildest imagination. Unlike Undunk or anyone else he had encountered, Juman was evolving, growing stronger at an astonishing rate. He was an unstoppable, raging inferno. Now, it was time to check the time attack rewards. A flood of information appeared, shining like a beacon of victory. You have defeated the 52nd round's sub-boss in just 1 second. This sub-boss follows the time attack rules. Additional gold will be awarded based on your performance. Since you defeated it in less than 10 seconds, you will receive the maximum reward, 100,000 gold. Congratulations. A small smile crept onto Juman's face, his heart pounding with triumph. Last time, it took me 43 seconds to take it down, and I only earned 23,255 gold. This is a monumental leap. With this much gold, he knew he could finally learn all the missing common skills, opening a gateway to even greater feats. But the notifications continued. You have set a new, unprecedented record. Your achievement will be recorded in the archives. Reward. Unique item selection ticket. Juman was taken aback. What is this? He suddenly realized his 1-second victory had marked his very first record against an angel. He wasn't expecting an additional reward, so he quickly checked his inventory, and sure enough, there it was, a unique item selection ticket. It's a reward for setting a new record, he muttered, sweat beading on his brow. I can choose any unique item, anything at all. Without a shred of doubt, he hit the use button. You may select one of the following unique items: weapon, shield, helmet, armor, boots, gauntlets, necklace, or ring. Juman paused. He stroked his chin, his sharp gaze calculating. I can choose anything. A unique weapon is something I can craft myself when I get back. That's not necessary right now. But what about the others? He needed utility more than raw power. What would be the most useful? In his current situation, an idea sparked in his mind. A helmet. That could be perfect. His finger tapped on option number 3. In the distance, Urinsek stared at Juman, his eyes wide and pupils dilated, his clothes soaked in a cold sweat. He couldn't process the scene before him. This couldn't be real. The same orc monster that had crushed his teammates, with a single punch now lay dead at Juman's feet like some cruel joke. Is Black Hook really that powerful? How could one man defeat a beast that a team of 5 level 20 players couldn't even scratch? A wave of anxiety washed over him. But then, Urinsek realized this was no time to be stunned. I have to thank him. But just as Urinsek was about to speak, Juman turned his back and vanished from sight without a single word. Urinsek was left speechless, a pang of regret in his heart. I didn't even get a chance to say thank you. As the round's timer expired, the surviving players gathered at a designated point. A heavenly figure descended among them, Trishula. Her voice echoed, "How did it go? Have you all completed your missions?" Looking at the sparse crowd, she noted that the number of participants had dropped significantly after 10 hours. But then she smiled. She thought of Juman. There's no way he was taken down by those pathetic orcs. I wonder if he joined the hunt for prey. Without waiting any longer, she snapped her fingers. Let's see the results you've achieved. Trishula's wings fluttered as the results screen appeared. Round 5 summary. Overall rankings. First place, Bachelor of Arts, level 40. Title, Death God. Clear time, 1.6 seconds. Second place, Sam, level 25. Clear time, 230.1 seconds. Third place, Demonic Shadow Knight, level 24. Clear time, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Area CS007. First place, Black Hook, level 40. Title, Death God. Clear time, 1.6 seconds. Second place, Corn Support, level 21, with a time of 255.3 to 8 seconds. Third place goes to Mage Gooker, level 23, with a time of 319.1 to 2 seconds. The scene left everyone in absolute shock. The achievement of Black Dog, Juman, was impressive, but it was his level 40 status that truly captured their attention. He claimed to have slain 300 orcs in just a single hour. How was that even possible? As whispers of disbelief spread, one player sighed, wishing he had claimed his rewards sooner. The notifications continued to flood in. Congratulations, you have achieved first place in this region. Congratulations, you achieved first place in the intermediate rankings. The regional reward was an intermediate epic necklace selection ticket, and the intermediate reward was a special reward selection box. The reward seemed familiar enough, but the next message stopped Juman in his tracks. Confirmation, you are the first player to achieve 5 consecutive number 1 rankings on the overall leaderboard. An unbelievable achievement. You've been granted the title, the Pioneer. A faint smile touched Jumin's lips. So, it's done. I've secured the title just as I planned. A new window appeared. The Pioneer title required 5 consecutive first-place finishes in the overall rankings. Its effect was a 15 times boost to all experience gained. This is the very reason I relentlessly pursued the top spot, Jumin thought, his eyes blazing with purpose. With this title, I can accelerate my leveling speed by 15 times. An opportunity for growth this massive cannot be wasted. He opened his inventory. Now that I have the title I wanted, it's time to choose my rewards. A prompt appeared. You may select one of the following epic necklaces. Necklace of the Skeleton Knight, Necklace of the Java Tribe, Necklace of Fortitude. Jumin considered his options. A normal person might choose at random, but I've already lived through every choice in my past regressions. Without hesitation, he selected number 2, Necklace of the Java Tribe. The reward materialized instantly in his inventory. Necklace of the Java Tribe. Type, Necklace. Rarity, Epic. Effect, all stats plus 3, resistance plus 35%. Durability, 1000 out of 1000. Usage requirement, regular rank or higher. Description, a mysterious necklace from the Java tribe, saturated with magical energy. Jumin knew that despite his formidable power and skills, he still had a weakness. I need to increase my resistance to abnormal status effects. Items like this are incredibly rare and valuable. If I didn't need it, I could sell it for a fortune. Next, a new prompt appeared. You may select one of the following special rewards. A 3 times experience boost limited to round 6 or 6,000 gold. Information about round 6. Without a moment's hesitation, Jumin chose the first option. The experience boost is the superior choice. The angel, Pilla, clapped her hands, drawing everyone's attention. Have you all checked your rankings? She asked, her gaze cold as ice. If you're finished, I will make my announcement. 1,585 people completed the main quest, but anyone ranked below 1,211 will be eliminated without mercy. Those who failed to meet the requirement began to disintegrate. No, wait. Angel, please have mercy, they begged, but Ritzila just scoffed. How pathetic, pleading like insects. Jumin stood below, a cold smile on his face. Are you any different from them, Ritzila? Ritz's gaze fell on Jumin, a flicker of unease in her eyes. But I have a feeling you can do it. He replied with a confident smirk. Close summary. Ritzila began to glow with a brilliant energy. All right, rest up. We'll meet again in the next round. An announcement echoed. Round 5 of the overall rankings has concluded. 132,755 survivors remain. In region S007, 1,211 have survived. Your souls will return to their original state on June 1st, 2022. Round 6 will commence at midnight. Congratulations on your survival, returning to reality in 10 hours. As sunlight streamed through the window, Jumin stretched his body, his eyes still closed. Digo sat across from him, watching him. Jumin, you're done eating. It's time to begin. The synthesis window materialized before them. Jumin moved the materials from round 5 into the slots. The main material, the Grim Reaper's scythe. Sub-ingredients, an orc's heart and a mysterious wooden totem. A corroded arrowhead, an orc's molar, and finally, black gold ore mine from the wilderness. Jumin contemplated his options. If I just press combine, the weapon will be enhanced into a rank-appropriate epic item. But with the black gold ore, I can upgrade it into a unique grade weapon. He hit the button, and a blinding white light erupted. Synthesis successful. The Desolator has been created. Desolator. Type, weapon, grade, unique. Attack power, 300. Effects. All stats plus 10, skill damage plus 10%. Durability, 3,000 out of 3,000. Usage requirement, expert rank or higher. Description, a fearsome scythe favored by the god of death, followed always by the shadow of death. Jumin looked to the sky with a devilish grin. Finally, I surpassed the limits of a beginner's weapon. Digo stared at him, startled. Jumin thought to himself, I've got plenty of gold now, why not learn some common skills? The shop displayed 4 skills. Area scan, which perceives the environment like a minimap. Enhanced vision, which dramatically increases sight range. Basic resistance, which increases abnormal status resistance by 15%. And dexterity, which boosts skill accuracy by 20%. The total cost was 220 gold. I can learn them all, Jumin thought. After the purchase, he had 140 gold left, with nothing else worth buying. He opened his status window. Name, Jumin. Nickname, Black Dog. Rank, Expert. Level 40. Class Grim Reaper. Titles: Angel Slayer, The Challenger, and several other hidden titles. Stats: Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 136, Luck 106. Unallocated attribute points. Common skills: Tracking, Detection, Erase Presence, First Aid, Area Scan, Enhanced Vision. Basic Resistance, Dexterity, and exclusive skills: Night Seal, Moonlight Slaughter, and the Rune of Sloth. The Rune of Baphomet's additional functions include an item shop, fusion, and trading. Yao Min smirked. These were the complete stats from the Baphomet charm. With the Rune of Sloth, their power would double. He closed the system window. He had finally reached his maximum potential. Now, it was time for the plan involving Magic Lock. And then, Hoang Dong Min. A thought struck him. Wait, what's Hoang Dong Min's status? Activating his tracking skill, Ju Min thought, good, I can use him one more time. His eyes turned to ice, but this would be the absolute last time he ever used Hoang Dong Min, both inside the game and out. The next day, after everyone returned to the real world, the scene shifts to a warm cafe. Ju Min sits there, looking calm yet deeply mysterious. Across from him is Julie, nervously waiting for something important. Why would Ju Min want to see me, she wondered. Julie's heart raced as a bizarre idea crossed her mind, forcing her to shake her head again and again to banish the thought. Calm down, she thought. Can't let my feelings show. Just then, the cafe door opened and Ju Min strode in, his sharp eyes scanning the space. He approached Julie's table, his voice soft yet confident. You're here. Have you been waiting long? The other girls in the cafe couldn't help but stare, but Julie quickly stood up, trying to hide her flustered state. Oh, not at all. I just arrived. She shifted her tone, making it sound more natural. Let me get us some drinks. What would you like? It's on me, so feel free to choose anything. Ju Min smiled. I'll have an iced Americano. And get one for yourself, too. Julie hurried off. Okay, I'll be right back. After ordering, they sat facing each other. Ju Min smiled and said, enjoy your coffee. Julie nodded, her lips touching the straw. But inside, her mind was a mess. Why am I so flustered? Is it because of that weird thought from earlier? The brief moments of silence felt heavy, as if the very air was testing her confidence. To break the tension, Ju Min spoke up. So, how was the 5th round? He pretended to scratch his face, looking away as he asked, did you meet Black Orb like I said? Julie jolted slightly. Ah, yes. Just as you predicted, we met and started hunting together. She beamed, her voice filled with excitement. To be honest, I doubted the top-ranked player would ever want to party up with me. But as soon as he saw my talisman, he agreed instantly. Ju Min nodded with a warm smile. I told you so. If Black Orb saw your talisman, he'd definitely want you on his team. Julie continued enthusiastically. Thanks to that, I had the smoothest hunting experience ever. I even ranked 2nd in the region for the first time. Ju Min kept his smile. 2nd place? That's incredible. What kind of reward did you get? Julie pulled out an item, her eyes sparkling. I got a mid-tier rare necklace. It boosts agility. Don't you think it's beautiful? Ju Min glanced at the necklace and nodded. Whoa, it looks amazing. Julie suddenly offered it to him. Here, take it. Ju Min was taken aback. Huh, why are you giving this to me? Julie explained sincerely. Your prophecy is the only reason I got this, so you deserve it, too. Ju Min quickly waved his hands. Oh, I couldn't possibly. You worked hard to get that. Julie insisted it wasn't hard at all. Thanks to Black Orb, the hunt was a piece of cake. Ju Min raised an eyebrow. Then why not give it to Black Orb? Julie laughed naturally. Do you really think a high-level player like him needs a low-tier necklace like this? Ju Min thought to himself, of course not. He still politely refused. I really appreciate it, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached the regular class yet. Julie was shocked. What? You haven't reached the regular class? What level are you? Ju Min answered, a bit hesitantly. Level 19. It took everything I had just to take down 300 orcs in 10 hours. Julie sympathized, pulling the item back with a hint of disappointment. Right. A prophet isn't really suited for combat. She changed the subject. By the way, Ju Min, how do you fight? He scratched his head and laughed. Ah, I use magic, but I'm a bit shy about showing it. Julie analyzed the situation. So you don't need an agility necklace. I get it. You need to boost your intelligence more. Instead of the necklace, she pulled a low-grade red menace stone from her inventory. I'll give you this instead. I found it while hunting. Please take it. Don't refuse. This is a token of my gratitude. Ju Min accepted the stone. Thank you for thinking of me. Julie got flustered, waving her hands. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to thank you for helping me so many times. Seeing her cute, embarrassed reaction, Ju Min found it rather charming. He then said something that caught her completely off guard. I suppose I should give you something in return then. Julie was stunned. Huh? For me, Ju Min smiled. Information about the 6th round. Julie's face fell for a second, but quickly brightened up again. If you tell me, I'd be incredibly grateful. Ju Min didn't hesitate. Of course, they continued to discuss the 6th round's mission. Julie's eyes widened. So, I have to team up with Black Orb again. Ju Min said confidently. He probably won't refuse, considering the power you demonstrated in the 5th round. Julie's face lit up. It looks like we have a new partnership. Ju Min flinched, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. You seem happy about that. Julie beamed. Of course. Black Orb was really nice to me. He was more considerate than I expected, even if he's a little arrogant. Ju Min was stunned. Really? Julie went on. And he's so perceptive. It feels like he can read people's hearts. Ju Min looked down, thinking to himself, that's because of his regression ability. But Julie knew nothing of his regressions. All she saw was his impressive exterior. Ju Min remembered his 99 failures and how the final round required a team of 5. A system notification flared in his mind. The boss room required a minimum of 5 players to enter. Back in reality, Jin fell into deep thought. No matter what, we have to clear the final round. He knew Julie had to be there, along with himself and that American priest. Noticing his silence, Julie asked, Jin, what's on your mind? He snapped out of it. Huh? It's nothing. Don't worry about it. But she pressed on. You're worried about the next round, aren't you? Jin let out a small laugh. Yeah, I'm not exactly a powerhouse, you know. Julie's voice was firm. Once the servers merge, I'll have your back. Jin was surprised. Of course, you will. Julie sighed. It's just, I'm always the one being helped. I feel a little useless because I haven't been able to help you. Jin smiled warmly. You're more than useful. Thanks to you, I took down 2 ogres in a single second. He reassured her. Don't worry, we'll see each other again soon. A brilliant smile broke through her worry. You think so too? Determination flashed in her eyes. Let's give it our all until then. Jin felt a flicker of unease. He couldn't help but wonder how she would react if she knew he was the infamous player, Black Sphere. The scene shifts to the next day, at the Chiyama Corporation headquarters. An assistant bowed deeply. Sir, the largest shareholder, Mr. Jin, has arrived. Jin walked in, looking sharp in a tailored suit and glasses. Mr. Locke shot up from his chair, beaming. Welcome, our esteemed major shareholder. He gestured for Jin to take a seat. Manager On brought in 2 cups of chamomile tea. Yes, sir, she said. Locke turned to Jin. Was your trip here comfortable? Jin smiled politely. Very comfortable. Your driver was extremely kind. Mr. Locke seemed relieved. Haha, that's wonderful to hear. If anyone makes you the least bit uncomfortable, just say the word. I'll deal with them personally. Jin maintained his smile, but his thoughts were dark. It was hard to imagine Mr. Locke, a ruthless killer in the game, talking about taking appropriate measures. The atmosphere felt a bit tense. Locke changed the subject. Have you eaten yet? If not, we could have a meal together. Jin declined. There's something more important. Locke immediately understood. You must be here to provide information on the 6th round. Jin smirked, thinking, he's desperate. He said, of course I'll share my intel. But in exchange, I want to call an emergency shareholders meeting. His voice turned serious. It's time we talk business. We need to revolutionize the industry and change the company's name. Locke leaned forward, intrigued. How can I help? Jin stated his terms plainly. At the meeting, I need you to support the project I'm about to propose. Mr. Locke looked worried. They won't be happy about this. What kind of business is it? Jin paused intentionally, his eyes full of confidence. The business I am about to launch, he said with a grin, is an exclusive social media platform for players. Locke was still reeling from the bold proposal. You mean, some kind of online marketplace? Jin nodded, his gaze sharp. Exactly, but with one major twist. Only players can access it. Instead of regular posts, they'll be trading in-game items, not ordinary merchandise. Mr. Locke frowned, asking, so they can exchange items for actual cash? Jin explained. That will be an option for the seller when they list an item. They can choose to trade for real money or barter their items with other players. Mr. Locke stared at Jin, his eyes burning with curiosity. I understand the idea of trading, but will players really need real money? Jin smiled confidently. Some players will definitely need the cash. Wouldn't you agree? Especially since there aren't many viable trading options right now. Mr. Locke's expression didn't change, but he pressed on. You said right now, implying that other options will appear in the future? Jin's eyes lit up, as if he had been waiting for that exact question. He's sharp, he thought, just as I expected. He grinned. I have foreseen the future. Players who reach level 40 will soon be trading with gold instead of cash. Gold? Mr. Locke was astonished. Jin nodded, explaining. Upon reaching level 40, the trading function is unlocked. Players will be able to exchange gold with each other. As the middleman, we will build a secure trading system and charge a commission fee in either cash or gold. Mr. Locke clenched his fists, lost in thought. A social e-market exclusively for players. It wasn't a bad idea. No one has dared to venture into this field yet, so we'd have a significant head start. He looked up. If this is successful, we could monopolize the market. Despite his optimism, Mr. Locke was still cautious. But will players actually use a platform like this? Jin cut him off, his voice filled with conviction. We're already in the 5th round. Players have accumulated a massive amount of items. As you know, items from monsters can't be sold in regular shops, which is a major headache for inventory management. Furthermore, most players have already reached level 20. Once the crafting feature is unlocked, they will be eager to try out new crafting recipes. He paused, letting Mr. Locke picture it. If a website suddenly appeared where they could buy and sell those items, what do you think would happen? Mr. Locke nodded, beginning to understand. Everyone would flock to it. Jin delivered the final point. Exactly. The timing is perfect. Mr. Locke sipped his chamomile tea, deep in thought. If the prophet was right, building this system now could be a legendary success. He grew excited. We could attract users through newspaper ads and create an app for easy access. An auction system would also be a great idea. We could even waive the initial listing fees. A satisfied smile spread across Jin's face. He's completely hooked on the idea. He thought, being a prophet, it's not so hard after all. Normally, he would have rejected my proposal. If I monopolized these crafting materials, I could easily create legendary grade items, maybe even mythic grade. Magus Onglok finally spoke after a moment of thought. For our new venture, we've chosen the social market platform. So, what about the company name? Yao Min smiled. Do you have any ideas? Magus Onglok skillfully tossed the question back. Let's not worry about my suggestions. Right now, we should follow the path laid out by the prophet. You are the major shareholder, after all. Yao Min's eyes curved into a smile. Haha, you're right. In that case, let's call it A+ for player, a place dedicated to players. How does that sound? Magus Onglok nodded. It has a nice ring to it. We could shorten it to Pi Pi. I like that name. How long until it's developed and operational? Yao Min replied. About a month, if everything goes smoothly. It should launch after round 6. He changed the subject, his voice filled with anticipation. Speaking of which, I have information on the 6th round. Magus Onglok and An Sang Cheon leaned forward, eagerly listening. Yao Min then explained the details of round 6, including its key points and necessary strategies. Magus Onglok nodded along, his eyes sparkling. Cooperation will be absolutely critical for this round. He bowed his head, thanking the prophet. Yao Min waved his hand dismissively. Don't mention it. But inside, Magus Onglok thought that keeping the prophet close was the smartest decision he'd ever made. Everything was going smoothly, both in the game and the real world. Yao Min sensed his counterpart's thoughts but showed no sign of it. Magus Onglok's expression quickly turned professional. All right, let's proceed with today's business plan. I'll arrange a temporary shareholder meeting as soon as possible to pass the resolution. Mr. Yao Min, would you be able to attend and present the idea yourself? Yao Min nodded. Of course, I'll be there. Magus Onglok then turned to An Sang Cheon. Manager An, please escort the prophet home. On your way, stop by the SAN household and share the information we just received. An Sang Cheon replied, yes, sir, and led the way out. As Yao Min followed, Magus Onglok gestured forward. After you, prophet. A few days later, Yao Min was sitting on his bed, scrolling through his phone. Today's the day an epic item is supposed to appear. He muttered to himself, opening the system panel to check the store. A new item glowed on the screen. Tattered Wanderer's Cloak. Armor type. Grade. Epic. Defense 1. Effects. Attack speed plus 30%. Movement speed plus 30%. Durability. 1000 out of 1000. Restriction. Regular grade or higher. The description read, a filthy, torn cloak that can no longer serve its original purpose, but still possesses outstanding advantages. Purchase price, 20 gold. Time remaining, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Yao Min grinned. The first epic item has finally arrived. The defense is terrible, but the boost to attack and movement speed is incredible. He hit the purchase button. An epic item for only 20 gold was an absolute steal. Closing the system window, Yao Min thought, this marks the end of my reliance on the system store. From now on, I'll buy everything from the social market. The blueprints, especially, will sell for a high price. He imagined a design that held the recipe for a specific item, saving players from endless trial and error. Since it could be resold, it was guaranteed to be a hot commodity. If I use this right, I can drive massive traffic to my social market. But first, Yao Min flopped onto his back. I have to make sure tomorrow's shareholder meeting goes off without a hitch. The next day, at the Chiyama Company's shareholder meeting, Onsang Chiyon handed out flyers. Please take a copy of the materials and find your seats. The shareholders glanced at the papers before focusing on the stage. Yao Min walked up, his voice calm yet utterly convincing. Today's meeting went as smoothly as I predicted. There were a few voices of doubt, but I answered every question without a hint of hesitation. The number of questions dwindled, and the resolution passed without any further obstacles. After the speech, Magus Ong Lok approached him, smiling broadly. Major shareholder, you did an excellent job. So confident, not a trace of nervousness. Yao Min replied, Ha. I practiced for multiple scenarios at home. It seems to have paid off. Magus Ong Lok placed a hand on his chest. Really? From here, I'll handle the system development and setup. You just need to focus on surviving the next round. Yao Min smirked, thinking, he's just worried I'll die and he'll lose access to my prophecies. Magus Ong Lok then offered, you must be hungry. Let's have lunch together at the hotel. Yao Min nodded. That sounds good. With today's business settled, he thought, now all that's left is figuring out how to use Huang Dongmin. The scene shifts to a regular meeting at the Players' Heaven Cafe. Jami appeared on a video screen, her voice full of energy. Hello, everyone. But her bright expression was met with heavy, somber faces. Huh? What's with the atmosphere? Jami asked. Buin's face was grim. You haven't heard the news? Jami was surprised. What news? Buin explained. We've lost contact with the 30s players and the Honey team. They haven't shown up since round 5, it seems. They didn't make it. Understanding dawned on her, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. No wonder the mood is so heavy. But a part of her felt it was still a bit strange. They had only ever met through video calls. Why was the grief so intense? Then, it clicked. Ah, they're putting on a show for the chairman. The chairman, founder of Players' Heaven Cafe, was the most powerful figure here. Showing empathy for a superior's loss was only natural. Jami brought a hand to her mouth, activating her female tears skill. I'm a player in my 30s, and I lost everything because of Honey. Instantly, the other executives mirrored her expression, their eyes welling up with tears. Don't cry, Tam Mi. If you cry, I'll start crying too. Jam Mi covered her face, thinking. In moments like this, their unity. It just showed how fragile humans really are. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The chairman has entered the chat. The chairman looked at the screen, surprised. Why is everyone crying? Locke quickly began his report. Sir, this is what happened. The chairman covered his face, his voice laced with sorrow. Why did this have to happen? Still, it was the price for the other's survival. He closed his eyes. Tragedies like this, they just kept happening. Our number of executives is down to just 6. One of them raised their hand. Mr. Chairman, can we recruit new executives? The chairman's expression grew grim. I would like to, but we're short on talent. Our previous candidates, they've gone completely silent. Locke confirmed the grim reality. Yes, sir. I've called multiple times, but no one is answering. The chairman sighed. Is it possible they didn't survive round 5? Locke interjected. While the other 2 are unknown, I'm certain Black Dog is still alive. The chairman listened intently to Lot's report. Everyone saw the results from round 5, didn't they? A player that powerful would surely be safe, both in the game and in real life. Recalling the round 5 rankings, with Black Dog at the top, the chairman wondered, but why him? Why Black Dog? Why has he remained anonymous until now, even though he applied to join? Lot and another executive on screen were just as confused. I don't know, Lot replied. Could he be trying to deceive us? Bo Din spoke up, as if hit by a realization. What if the applicant wasn't Black Dog to begin with? The reason we can't contact him could be because the real one died in round 5. The chairman nodded slowly. That makes sense. This could be an imposter. Mio Bang, looking bored, suddenly chimed in. Oh, there's no way someone like Black Dog would want to join this cafe. Realizing his mistake, he quickly shut his mouth, but an icy chill already radiated from the chairman. Lot and Jam T exchanged worried glances. The chairman's voice was sharp as ice. Mailbang, did you just say this cafe? Is there something wrong with our organization? Mailbang stammered. I didn't mean it like that. But the chairman was relentless. Our cafe is pioneering a new era, uniting players through cooperation. Is there something about that displeases you? Mailbang shot to his feet, waving his hands frantically. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I didn't mean anything by it, but the chairman's judgment was final. Mistakes like this cannot be forgiven. From this moment on, Mio Bang, you were stripped of your executive title and permanently exiled from this cafe. Mio Bang was stunned. Ha! The chairman continued, his voice void of emotion. We do not tolerate those who belittle our organization. As of now, you are blacklisted. Try to adapt to the new era on your own. Mio Bang's screen went black, followed by a system message. Mio Bang has been removed from the chat. The chairman's cheerful demeanor returned instantly. Now that we've dealt with the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting? The remaining executives' faces were masks of pure tension. Realizing the chairman's word was absolute law, Lot suddenly cried out. Ah! The chairman turned his attention. Lot, what is it? Lot stared intently at his screen. Sir, a new player just submitted an application. His alias is Black Dog. The chairman and the others were shocked. Black Dog has appeared again, Lot clarified. Yes, but his real name is different from the previous applicant. This one's name is Huang Dongmin. After a moment of thought, the chairman made a decision. We'll pay him a visit at his home. We can't be sure if he's the real Black Dog, but we must meet him to verify. Another executive asked, and what if he isn't, Mr. Chairman? The chairman's voice turned deadly cold. Then he will pay the price for daring to mock us. The scene shifts to a PC bang. Yao Min sits before a monitor, lost in thought. His eyes were sharp. An imposter has claimed the name Black Dog. And the PHC leadership won't just sit back and watch. His plan was to use Huang Dongmin as bait, to lure out the PHC executives. They'll use the interview as a pretext to visit his home. I've already provided Huang Dongmin with a detailed address. Yao Min stood up, pushing his chair back. The way PHC recruits new members, by forcing players to kill people, alienating and enslaving civilians. It's just wrong. These actions only create a rift between players and civilians that will eventually lead to ruin. He continued his thoughts. That's why I can't just stand by and watch. It's best to cut the corruption out at its very root, the executives, and take control of the organization myself. One day, PHC will become a massive power, with over 30% of the country's players as members, rather than destroy it. I will use it to control all the players. That's why I registered to join PHC from the very beginning. Once I use Huang Dongmin to eliminate the executives, I will take the chairman's seat for myself. The scene shifts to a small convenience store. A shrill bell chimed as the door swung open. A masked figure, carrying a large black bag, approached the counter where the owner was reading a newspaper. Hearing footsteps, the owner looked up. Welcome. The bag slammed down on the counter. The stranger's voice was like steel. Put all the cash in this bag. And don't make me ask twice. The owner hesitated, confused. The masked man's eyes narrowed, his fist crashing down on the counter like a sledgehammer. Damn it, what are you waiting for? You think this is a joke? The owner trembled, scrambling to grab the bag and rush to the register. I'm doing it now. He quickly stuffed cash into the bag, his eyes darting nervously. The masked man inspected the contents, unimpressed. Is this all you have? The owner explained frantically. Business has been slow. Ticket sales are suspended. I'm only selling things like a convenience store now. The masked man leaned in close. I didn't ask for your life story. I know you have a safe. His fist rose menacingly. Get it out here, now. The owner reluctantly scurried off, pulling money from the safe until the bag was full. The masked man finally nodded in satisfaction. Model. About 10 million should be enough. He turned to leave, but then paused. If you call the police, I will break out and kill you with my own 2 hands. The owner was frozen in stunned silence. Under the cover of darkness, the robber slipped away, vanishing into the shadows. Once he reached a safe location, he tore off his mask, revealing the face of Huang Dongmin. Dongmin checked the bag, a grin spreading across his face. Tonight was a good haul. This is enough to live on for a whole month. But his smile quickly vanished. He could get by in the real world. But what about the other one? Can I even survive the next round? His fists clenched as Dongmin roared into the alley. This is all because of that bastard, the Grim Reaper. He made me lose my friends. My stats plummeted. He screamed, Grim Reaper, you son of a bitch. If I ever meet you in person, I'll tear you in 2. A cat suddenly leaped from the shadows, making Dongmin jump. He caught his breath and continued on toward an old apartment building. Dongmin hurried up the stairs, but he froze when he saw a man holding a phone, standing right in front of his door. Dongmin approached slowly. Who are you? The stranger, a man named Roth, replied, Are you Huang Dongmin? Dongmin was cautious and didn't answer. Roth put his phone away. Your reaction confirms it. Dongmin cut him off, hiding the bag. Who are you? A cop? Roth offered a friendly smile. Ha ha. Did you commit a crime? I'm Roth, an interviewer from PHC. You submitted an application this morning, correct? Dong Min was completely bewildered. What the hell is this guy talking about? What the hell is PHC? He yelled. You think I'm the Grim Reaper? Is this some kind of joke? Roth sighed, realizing his mistake. My apologies for the misunderstanding. I'll leave right now. Dong Min screamed. What the hell? At least explain what's going on. Roth explained. It seems someone used your information for a prank. The name and address were a perfect match. Dong Min was stunned. What bastard would do that? A voice echoed from down the hall. That would be me. Both Dong Min and Roth spun around. At the end of the corridor stood a man in a white mask, dressed in full gear. His voice was cold as ice. I'm the one who used your name, Huang Dongmin. Huang Dongmin stared at the figure who had appeared out of nowhere, his voice laced with alarm. Hey, what the hell is this? Who is this psycho standing in front of me? Do you have any idea who I am? Yu Min's icy gaze pierced through the mask as he replied, I do. And this situation is not hard to understand. Huang Dongmin roared, Who the hell are you? Instead of answering, Yu Min summoned the Grim Reaper's scythe from his inventory. You ask who I am? He held up the colossal weapon, leaving both Roth and Huang Dongmin speechless. Yu Min added menacingly, Does this answer your question? Players who used scythes were rare, especially one as massive and sinister as his. Roth stared at the weapon, thinking, that scythe. Is that the Grim Reaper's scythe? But he's so short, not even 170 centimeters tall, and his build is small, completely different from the image I had of the Grim Reaper. He almost looks easy to handle. But Huang Dongmin, who had faced the Grim Reaper before, felt a chilling terror creep over him. It's him. It's really the Grim Reaper, he muttered. This is literally the worst day of my life. His build is different, but that voice, that suffocating aura, and especially the eyes piercing through that mask, are unmistakable. He subconsciously took a step back. Huang Dongmin whispered, He's really here. In the real world. Facing a level gap twice his own, the color drained from Huang Dongmin's face. A torrent of questions flooded Huang Dongmin's mind. Why is he here? And more importantly, why did he use my identity? We don't have anything to do with each other anymore, right? Showing up with his weapon was not a good sign. He clenched his fists as sweat dripped down, trying to calm his nerves. Roth glanced at Huang Dongmin and thought, is he shaking? It's because his opponent really is the Grim Reaper. He turned to Yu Min, worried. I've never met the Grim Reaper in person, but if this is him at level 20, I'm no match for him. Yu Min's gaze shifted to Roth, his voice like ice. You didn't come alone, did you? Tell the others to come out. I know they're there. Roth was shocked. He even knows about the other executives. Before he could reply, two figures emerged from the stairway, Xiao Wujin and Park Bo-young. Xiao Wujin cried out, Damn it, we've been found out. Park Bo-young asked, How did you know we were here? Ignoring the question, Yu Min raised his scythe as a warning. Don't come any closer. If you value your life, Xiao Wujin sneered. Big words coming from such a small body. Park Bo-young raised a hand to stop him. Hey, are you really the Grim Reaper? Yu Min gestured with his scythe. Isn't this proof enough? Park Bo-young answered bravely. I heard the Grim Reaper uses a scythe, but I've never seen it myself. A scythe alone isn't very convincing. Yu Min's brow furrowed. You don't believe me? Then why ask? You want to hear it from me directly? His voice turned frigid. Fine. I am the Grim Reaper. Is that enough? The moment Yu Min admitted it, Park Bo-young's expression shifted as a status window popped up. The target is speaking the truth. The circle of truth confirmed it was real. Park Bo-young turned to Xiao Wujin. He's telling the truth. Roth stared at Yu Min, amazed. I didn't want to believe it, but it's really him. Xiao Wujin was the only one trembling now, thinking, I'm screwed. My big mouth has ruined everything. What should I do? Should I apologize, or maybe he didn't hear me? He raised a hand, his voice shaking. Grim Reaper. Sir, it's an honor to meet you. Yu Min spoke. This is no time for introductions. The scythe pointed at Xiao Wujin. You wanted to confirm I was the Grim Reaper, didn't you? Then go ahead and use your confirmation skill. Xiao Wujin panicked. He heard me. Damn it, there's no way out. He bowed low. I apologize for my rudeness earlier, sir. Yu Min glanced at his scythe. An apology? So you don't need to confirm it anymore. Huang Dongmin intervened. There's no need for a display of skill. The verification is complete. Yu Min replied coldly. All I did was say my name, wasn't it? Bobo Ding tried to explain. My truth rune confirms you're being honest. Yao Min simply nodded. Fine. But I'm not letting this go. If he can withstand my next attack, I will forget his disgusting behavior. Sapo used face drain of all color as she begged. Please, Black Scythe. Just this once, spare me. Yao Min gave a signal. I'm starting. Schlick. With a single, cold sound, Sap Oyu's head tumbled to the floor. Lot and Bo Ding froze, their minds refusing to process what they just saw. Lot roared, "Damn it, what the hell is this monster doing?" Yao Min advanced, his voice eerily calm. "What do you think? I just proved I'm the Black Scythe with my own skills." Lot's fists tightened, his teeth grinding. "We came here to recruit you, but you murdered someone without a shred of warning. How could we ever accept you as an executive director?" Bo Ding's mind raced. "The Black Scythe is far too dangerous to be an ally. If we can't recruit him, we have to eliminate him right here." The two came to a silent agreement. "He's level 40, so this won't be easy. We'll pretend to surrender. Then when his guard is down, we'll ambush him." Yao Min sighed. "How pathetic. You're both radiating killing intent, and you really think I can't sense it?" Bo Ding flinched. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Yao Min exposed their entire plan. "You were going to kill me, weren't you? Pretend to surrender, then strike when I'm vulnerable." The two stood in stunned silence, their strategy laid bare. Yao Min turned his gaze to Huang Dongmin. "Do you know why I use Huang Dongmin's name and address for the application? It was to lure you executive directors out here." A sense of dread washed over Lot. "What are you planning to do?" Yao Min raised his scythe. "It's simple. All of you will die by my hand." Bo Ding began to tremble. He tried to reason with him. "Wait, we can talk about this." But before Bo Ding could finish his sentence, schlick. Lot collapsed into a lifeless heap on the floor. A chill shot down Bo Ding's spine. "He lured us here to kill us. I didn't even see him swing his scythe." Bo Ding's voice quaked. "Why do you hate us so much?" Yao Min pressed the blade against Bo Ding's neck. "Why do I hate you? Why did you kill innocent civilians? Just to conduct a recruitment test?" Bo Ding spat out his justification. "They weren't innocent. They looked down on players. They were jealous of us. Those two-faced rats deserve to die." Yao Min cut him off. "And what about you? You judge others so harshly, yet you're so lenient with yourselves. Isn't that the definition of a double standard?" Bo Ding sneered. "You're a real pain in the ass. You don't even know who I am." Yao Min let out a cold laugh. "How could I not know? My truth rune sees through everything." Schlick. The scythe swung, cleaving Bo Ding in two. Blood splattered across his mask. Only absolute scum would kill the innocent, Yao Min thought. He turned to the trembling Huang Dongmin. Yao Min spoke, his voice like ice. "Don't be afraid. I'll send you to your friends soon enough." His eyes narrowed. He watched Huang Dongmin shake as he approached. Huang scrambled backward, pressing himself against the wall. How? How do you know my friends?" he stammered. Yao Min's steps were slow and deliberate. "Why wouldn't I know? We used to play together, didn't we? To be more precise, I was the one your little group dragged around everywhere." Huang stared at Yao Min, his eyes screaming the question. What is this lunatic talking about? The blood of the men he just killed still clung to Yao Min. Slowly, he reached up and removed the white mask, revealing a horribly familiar face. He offered a smile completely devoid of malice. "It's me, Yao Min. The one you used to bully." Huang was stunned, his face frozen like stone. Two images flashed through his mind. A cowering Yao Min, beaten by Huang's fists. "You bastard, I told you to bring me the money, didn't I?" And then, the black scythe. The dark scythe severing limbs, overwhelming all in its path. "That loser is the black scythe?" Huang looked up, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. But there was no mistake. The man before him was Yao Min, and a deep-seated terror over what he had done began to grip him. He heard Yao Min's voice probe his thoughts. "You don't believe I'm the black scythe, do you?" Yao Min closed his eyes, putting away the mask. "It was only last year that you were beating me to a pulp." Huang refused to accept it. "Have you been toying with me this whole time? Why would you pretend to be some pathetic loser?" Yao Min's brow furrowed. "What did you say? When did I ever pretend?" The black scythe hummed through the air, slicing clean through Huang's arm. The bag of money fell, coins scattering across the hallway. Huang collapsed to his knees as agony shot through his body. Yao Min held the scythe ready. "Hearing someone like you call me a pathetic loser, it really pisses me off." Huang started to scream, but Yao Min roared over him. "Silence. Unless you want to lose your tongue, too." Huang choked back his tears, blood pouring from the wound. "Don't expect an easy death," Yao Min said. "Good. Stay just like that, and I'll give you first aid." He raised his hand, and an emerald light enveloped the wound. The bleeding stopped, and the severed arm healed as if it were never injured. Huang stared, dumbfounded. "What? My arm? It's healed." Yao Min's reply was cold. "It doesn't matter. You're going to die soon anyway." Huang trembled, struggling to keep his voice steady. "You really are, Yao Min." But Yao Min shook his head, his eyes glacial. "The Yao Min you knew is gone." He raised the scythe like an executioner, ready to deliver the final blow. Goodbye! Huang screamed with desperation. Wait, Min. I bullied you a lot, didn't I? I was wrong. I regret it. Please, don't kill me. The scythe stopped midair. Yao Min stared down at Huang. His voice was flat. You regret it. Huang saw a sliver of hope, choosing his next words with extreme care. Right. Killing me won't do you any good, will it? So instead of killing me, why don't you use me? I can be your exclusive servant. I'll crawl if you want me to crawl, and I'll run if you want me to run. I'll do anything you ask. From simple chores to assisting you in hunts, Yao Min brought a hand to his chin. He seemed to be thinking it over. Huang watched him, his eyes filled with hope. But a moment later, Yao Min shattered his dream. You're not good enough. Huang was floored. Huh? Yao Min continued. You're still thinking about how you'll stab me in the back, aren't you? This whole servant act is just to buy time. You're just stalling to try and kill me. Sweat dripped down Huang's face. What are you talking about? Why would I ever think that? He feigned surprise, but his heart hammered with terror. Who is this bastard? How does he know? Was it just a guess? Yao Min spoke slowly. A mutt that tries to bite its master. I can't keep something like that by my side. He raised his scythe high as Huang descended into panic. Wait, please. Just tell me why swish. The scythe swept across Huang's neck in a single, clean motion. He collapsed, his body going still. Coins scattered across the hall. And seeing such a pathetic death, Yao Min sighed, I gave you a chance. Before I regressed, without the rune of truth. I fell for your act and let you live. The result? A knife in my back. I was an easy target back then. He looked down at Huang's corpse and spoke his final words. Farewell, you bastard. Our rotten history ends right here. Yao Min narrowed his eyes. This would be the last time he ever had to see that cursed face. He dusted off his hands. First, let's clean this up. Huang's body and the 3 other corpses vanished thanks to his trace removal skill. No witnesses, no evidence. Yao Min dismissed his scythe with a clean smile. Now then, time for a visit to his house. He then melted back into the shadows. The scene changes. A message flashes. Jian Ti has joined the chat room. An emergency meeting was underway. Jian Ti appeared on the screen, raising a hand in greeting. It's a pleasure to see you all. President Xi Winder greeted her back. Ah, Jian Ti, you're here. Looking at the screen, she saw only 3 people. A sense of unease crept over Jian Ti. Is the interview with Black Hook finished? Where are the other executives? Xi Winder sighed heavily. They're dead. They went to the interview and were slaughtered. Jian Ti froze. He actually pulled it off. Her mind instantly raced to one person. Could it be him? Xi Winder nodded grimly. That's right, Black Hook. He's hunting down the members of our cafe. Jian Ti slammed her hand down, her voice urgent. So Chao Wuyu, Teng, and Bobo Ing. They were all killed by one person? Xi Winder confirmed. Precisely. Jian Ti demanded. But what did they do wrong? The president replied instantly. Does a killer need a reason? Perhaps he just enjoys it, or maybe he resents our growing influence. Jian Ti nodded in understanding. There are always vile people who want to steal from others out of pure jealousy. Is it possible he's acting out of spite? Her entire image of Black Hook was shattering. We have to kill him. She tapped the table. His request to join the cafe. It was all a trap to lure out the executives. The president confirmed it was. Jian Ti ran a hand through her hair in frustration. I was actually looking forward to meeting Black Hook. But it turns out he's just some hostile psychopath. She let out a breath of relief. It's a good thing we didn't accept him. That would have been a disaster. The president's face was grim. Indeed. He might have taken my head as well. His expression hardened. Having lost so many directors, he gave the order. Black Hook is now an enemy. We will find him and avenge our fallen members. But Jian Ti was still skeptical. But are we certain it's the real Black Hook, and not an imposter? The president replied, We have a witness. Luo, please explain the situation to Jian Ti. Luo appeared on the screen, his voice echoing. Yes, Mr. President. Only 3 people remained in the meeting. Luo calmly explained his confrontation with Black Hook. The president then concluded the meeting. We'll see each other again at the next regular assembly. Jian Ti and Luo replied, Yes, President. Goodbye, sir. A message appeared. The president has left the chat room. Luo then addressed Jian Ti. I'll see you next time. Jian Ti replied with concern. You must have had a difficult day because of that incident. Please take care of yourself and get some rest. Luo simply nodded in thanks. He typed on his keyboard, ending the chat before his screen went dark. In the black reflection, Luo's thoughts appeared. Good thing they didn't look too closely. He removed the gaming helmet. His face rippled like water, morphing back to its original form. It wasn't the dark-skinned Luo. It was Yao Min. He smiled to himself. Just as I thought, Acting really suits me. Flashing back, Yao Min stared at his system window. In the 5th round, the killer's mask was a limited-time combat reward. This is the perfect item for my needs. An item information window appeared. Name, Killer's Mask. Type, Unique Helmet. Defense, 1. Effect, mimic the appearance of a player you have killed. Changes face, skin color, voice, and physique. Durability, 3000 out of 3000. Restriction, expert level or higher. Description, a thin, transparent mask favored by an assassin with a 99% success rate. No one ever knew the wearer's true face. Its defense is nearly 0, but the ability to impersonate a victim is a massive advantage. There is no easier way to assassinate someone than from an ally's position. Yao Min turned, thinking to himself, I'd love to kill the president and take his place, but the killer's mask won't work on him. He isn't a player. What a cruel irony. He began to walk. As for Jian Ti, who's always by the president's side, at my current level, I can't counter her skills yet. I need a plan first. I'll avoid direct contact with the executives, play the part of Luo via video, and monitor the situation. A door opened, and Yao Min stepped out. They won't be looking for Luo until the next meeting. For now, I should restore the durability of the Stone of Eternal Sleep. Gazing into the distance, Yao Min made his plans. I think I'll take a trip abroad. He was heading to a log cabin deep in the forests of England. The scene shifts. A man swings a hammer against hot iron. He quenches the steel in water, a loud hiss echoing as steam billows up. The steel now has the shape of a long dagger. The man grinds the blade on a machine, a look of deep satisfaction on his face. Daniel holds up the dagger and smiles. It's finished. Model. But he sighed. What's the use of making things if they won't sell? He continued. Ever since those damn angels appeared, customers have all but vanished. I've tried to manage, but I'm at my limit now. The account is empty. Should I find another job? Looking at the item, he activated his skill without even needing to check its info. Daniel muttered to himself. My dream is to continue my life as a blacksmith. Is there any way? Then, his eyes lit up. They say if you reach round 20, you're granted a wish to follow your dream. He slammed his hand on the table. I can't give up my forge. A man has to have a passion. I will clear the final round and make my dream a reality. Daniel remembered how, in another world, he was given the blacksmith class, as if by fate. Even though it wasn't suited for combat, his weapon polishing skill boosted attack power by 150%. Thanks to reaching level 20, he could easily take down an orc. He steeled his resolve. I just have to make it to round 20. But reality dragged him back down. Money was still the problem. I don't have enough to buy materials. Daniel stared into the distance. I'll take a break for a while, save up for materials, then come back to my forge as a hobby. He started packing his things. His first priority was finding a job after leaving the mountain. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Daniel turned to see Yao Min walking in casually with a large bag, an Asian young man. It's rare to see anyone like him here, Daniel thought. He asked, Can I help you? Are you lost? Yao Min asked. Daniel, correct? The famous young blacksmith spoke fluent English. Daniel was startled and stood up straight. Who are you? Yao Min replied, Your reaction confirms I'm in the right place. Daniel searched his memory, growing suspicious. Where did you hear about me? I've never seen you before. Yao Min placed a hand on his chest. I am a prophet. I can see the future. Daniel was baffled. A prophet. What an absurd thing to say to a stranger. Yao Min continued, Level 21 Blacksmith Class, Sector C. U-008. Am I right? Daniel was stunned. He knew his exact class level and his sector. He clenched his fists. You can really see the future. Yao Min chuckled. It's a rare class, so it's normal that you wouldn't know of it. Prophet is a unique class. Only one person can possess it. Daniel was wary. Why would someone like you come all the way out here? Yao Min gave a calm, yet strained smile. Daniel, I came to offer you a deal. You repair an item using your skills, and I will provide you with useful information. Daniel was cautious. What kind of information? Yao Min answered. Information about round 6. Daniel's eyes widened. The 6th round was for merchants. He studied Yao Min. If I knew what was coming, I could definitely pass. He asked again. You'll give me info on round 6 just for a simple durability repair? You don't want anything else. Yao Min saw Daniel's confused expression, thinking that Daniel wouldn't be so easy to persuade. He said, I want to form a partnership with you. Daniel stammered. What did you say? Yao Min continued. I have seen a future where you reach the pinnacle of the blacksmithing craft. You survive all the way to round 15 without anyone's help. Daniel was shocked, but Yao Min added, However, that's where your future ends. A tragic fate. But I can help you get past round 15. and continue the blacksmithing dream you've cherished your entire life. Daniel couldn't believe it. He even knows about my dream. He spoke slowly. What do you want from me? Yao Min smiled. Nothing major. Just a simple partnership where we help each other. Knowing Daniel was struggling, Yao Min gave him some space to think while adding a new piece to his own plan. Daniel was the only blacksmith who could survive to round 15. Maintaining a good relationship with a talent like him would be beneficial in countless ways. Daniel looked lost, his hesitation growing. It was clear he had a lot to process. Would you like me to help you decide? Yao Min had practiced his English over and over for moments just like this. He smiled and said fluently, "My demands aren't that great. You'll just need to repair my equipment when necessary and use a few of your skills alongside me. In exchange for that, I will provide you with information about the upcoming rounds. If you can do that, you'll gain advantages you usually miss and grow stronger at an incredible speed." The offer just kept getting better, which only made his suspicion grow. It was a deal he shouldn't even have to think about. But could he really trust a man like this? Based on what he said, he seemed to be honest. Still, it was better to be cautious. After wrestling with his thoughts, Daniel slowly removed his gloves, having reached a compromise. "I appreciate you thinking so highly of me, but I'm still not sure. So, I'll decide whether to continue this deal after I see the results of round 6. Yao Min smiled confidently at the decision. "Do whatever makes you comfortable. I'm not asking you to sign a contract. Just like Magan Locke, once you confirm the prophecy with your own eyes, you'll have no choice but to join me. All right then, I'll repair your item first. After that, you can give me the information on round 6. Understood." The initial transaction was made. Yao Min immediately took a spirit stone out of his inventory. Its information materialized before him. Stone of Eternal Repose. Type, necklace. Grade, epic. Effect, gain 1 stack point for every monster killed. Loses 1 durability per kill. Every 100 stack points converts to a status point. Durability, 1 out of 1,000. Requires level, normal or higher. Description, a necklace with a cloudy gray bead. It is said that this bead imprisons the souls of those it has slain. Yao Min knew the item's durability was down to its last point, making things incredibly difficult. But with Daniel's help, he was sure it wouldn't be a problem. After receiving the necklace, Daniel immediately got to work. In a flash, Vol presented the item. It was completely repaired. Ryuman took it, his eyes scanning the information. Durability had reached 1,000 out of 1,000. All the other stats remained the same. He held the item in his hand, inspecting it intently. Ryuman's confidence grew. Good, now I can finally stack it. Watching his expression, Vol formed a new judgment. I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it seems quite valuable. It looks like he plans on using it for a long time, especially since he's maxing out its durability. But that thought was suddenly snatched right out of his head by Ryuman. He looked up, his gaze sharpening on the craftsman. "From what you're saying, it seems you have no idea what this item is. I consider that your private business, so I didn't mean to pry." Storing the item in his system, the two continue their exchange. "Thank you. Thanks to you, its durability is fully restored. Now, can you tell me about round 6? Of course." With that, Ryuman revealed a wealth of advanced information to the other man. Mulling over those words, Vol crossed his arms, his mind racing with confusion and the new tasks ahead. "If what you just said is true, then I'd better start gathering some powerful allies." Ryuman encouraged that decision. "That's right. I suspect that will help. After all, those monsters are incredibly strong." Having gotten the information he needed, Vol felt their transaction was over. He brought the matter to a close, saying, "Then our agreement ends here." Ryuman was silent for a moment before instantly breaking it. "Perhaps you could sell me an item, black iron powder. You have some, don't you?" Vol was still skeptical, but this new revelation sent a shock through him. He can even guess what items I possess. The fact that this stranger knew exactly what he was carrying made the prophecy seem all the more terrifyingly real, but he wasn't the only one surprised. Ryuman pressed him again. "So, how about selling me that black iron powder? I'm guessing you're looking for a job. To cover your material costs, I'll pay you very generously." This wasn't a prophecy. This was Ryuman reading the other man's mind. Vol froze on the spot. "He even knows I'm trying to find work to make ends meet." Shaken for a moment, Vol finally found his voice again. "Truly, astonishing. Now I believe that you are a prophet. To be honest, I suspected you were using some kind of trick. I sincerely apologize." Ryuman just smiled and waved his hand, dismissing the words. "There's no need for any apologies. I only speak of the future as I see it. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you." Hearing this, Vol's faith in him began to waver, leaning heavily toward trust. After a moment of deep thought, Vol made a new decision. "I will give you the black iron powder." Ryuman stared blankly. "Huh? Vol quickly added an explanation. I feel like I've already received too much from you. Far more than what I've provided. He then took out a black, pyramid-shaped pouch. I'm not heartless or ungrateful. Take it. The item's information materialized once more. Black iron powder. Category: materials. A black iron powder from which one can feel a faint magical power. He couldn't believe the man was just handing it over. Ryuman stood there stunned for a long moment, thinking, he's giving me this rare item for free? Black iron powder was a key ingredient. It was essential for crafting god-tier items, and Vol seemed to have no idea how hard it was to find. You couldn't even get it until round 11. Realizing this, Ryuman felt ashamed by the man's kindness. I'm the one who should be thanking him. Though he knew what he had to do, Ryuman wanted to confirm the man's intentions. Are you absolutely sure you want to give this to me? Vol scratched his head and nodded quickly. I'm fine with it. To be honest, I don't even know what it's used for. Only a prophet like you could know its true value. Beyond his skill and intelligence, Vol now possessed a deep sense of understanding, and he solidified it in his thoughts. If he's asking for it so specifically, it must be something incredibly important. But I won't get curious. I've already received help. It would be greedy of me to ask for anything more. Vol had all the necessary qualities to succeed. Before, he was only missing luck. But now, it had arrived the moment Ryuman set foot in this place. He even added a bright, beaming smile. He has a good heart. Seeing Ryuman's dangerously sharp grin, Vol felt more question marks appearing over his head than before. Following his original plan, Ryuman then tossed his own slightly larger black bag forward. Here, open it. Startled by having something thrown at him, Ryuman instinctively caught it and froze. At the request, he opened the bag and found it filled with countless books, a stack of bills, all bearing the face of Queen Elizabeth. Handing over another wad, Ryuman explained what it was, a grand total of 20,000 British pounds. I can't just take something like this for free. So said, his voice trembling slightly. This would have covered all of your expenses, wouldn't it? Of course, Ryuman replied without a moment's hesitation. At the current rate, 20,000 pounds is more than 37 million won. And just like that, the powerful benefactor Ryuman had recruited a new ally. So felt tears begin to well up in his eyes. With this much money, he thought, I won't have to worry about finding another job. But of course, a mountain of cash never just falls from the sky for no reason. So dropped his cold, guarded expression, zipping up his bag. But can I really accept this much? He stammered, his anxiety finally showing. Ryuman just explained with unshakable confidence. You were forced to face reality much later than others. That experience alone makes you worthy of this. So take it without a second thought. And no, I'm not giving this to you in exchange for materials or anything. By now, So's mind had gone completely blank. Ryuman couldn't just leave him hanging. His expression turned serious as he gestured forward with an open hand. Open an overseas stock account. I want you to invest about half of this money into a specific Korean stock. They dove into the details. A Korean stock, the company's name was Player Place. I'm not forcing you, Ryuman continued, but this company is about to explode. If you invest, you'll never worry about the cost of materials again. The rest is up to you, whether you choose to trust me or not. All of So's earlier hesitation had vanished. He made his choice with newfound resolve. Since this is advice from a prophet, I will believe you. Besides, it's money I obtained without any effort. Through the window, the two shook hands, sealing a pact that would change their futures. Well then, I wish you luck in the next round, Ryuman said. Oh, and by the way, can I give you my number? Of course. So pulled out his phone to save the contact, but then he realized something. He looked up at Ryuman, asking the question directly. Ah, I completely forgot to ask your name this entire time. Ryuman slid his hands into his pockets, a casual smile on his face. Just call me Mr. R. Time waits for no one, and the fateful day arrived. June 1st, at the stroke of midnight. The next stage was a place that resembled a vast desert. Ryuman, dressed in a stylish but slightly tattered cloak, was summoned once more into the game world. One after another, the other players began to materialize around him. He looked around, noting how different this place was from the lush green stages of the past. Everything was now cast in a stark, yellow light. A murmur rippled through the crowd. What is this place? The whole round is just dust and sand. Did we get summoned to a wasteland this time? Another player asked. What kind of hellish mission would bring us to a place like this? Activating his tracking skill, Ryuman was already thinking ahead. This next round is a cooperative one. I need to find someone I can work with. The first person I need to find is Julie. Honestly, besides her, I don't really need anyone else. But I need 3 more to form a full 5-person team. Just then, his head snapped to the side as someone called out his alias. Julie had spotted him. Waving her hand enthusiastically, she ran over with a brilliant smile. As soon as she reached him, she started talking. I'm so glad to see you here. How have you been? He returned her greeting calmly. Has it really been that long? The Julie of today was radiant, all her previous fear gone. Hey, it's already been a month since we last saw each other. But their casual reunion did not go unnoticed by the others. Their conversation quickly became the target of intense speculation. Who is that woman? How can she be so friendly with the #1 ranker? That's Julie, isn't she? The high ranker who's always with HCK. Come to think of it, I believe she placed second in the last round's final results. Man, I'm kind of jealous. Another top player had joined the field. Ignoring the stares and whispers, the two began to walk together. They made small talk as they moved. You were the one who took down the final boss last round, weren't you? I was, he replied coolly. Even though she knew how powerful he was, Julie was still curious. There wasn't much time left, but you defeated it so quickly. Does that mean you collected all of the balance stones, too? He knew what she was about to ask and cut her off first. Yes, I did. But I'm not telling you what the reward was. Julie pouted. How did you know? I was just about to ask. He gave a short reply. It was written all over your face. She wanted to ask more, but changed her mind. I've felt this for a while now. HCK, you really do have incredible insight. He froze, staring at Julie, utterly speechless. She felt his gaze lock onto her, stunned. After the words left her mouth, a deep blush spread across Julie's face as her heart began to pound wildly. What did I just say? This is so embarrassing. I have to fix this awkward silence. Now, taking a step back, Julie quickly bowed her head. That was awkward, wasn't it? My apologies. But Rumen didn't seem to mind at all. There's nothing to apologize for. Julie realized he was right. Ah, he did say he'd repay me for that. A slight smile touched his lips. In any case, thank you for the compliment. Julie giggled in response, a new thought forming in her mind. One moment, he's kind, the next he's cold and imposing. He's a truly fascinating man. With that, she tried to start a new conversation. But, Hack Cow. Her words were cut short. Sel Aaron and An Sang Chan were standing nearby, and they had spotted the two of them. Sel Aaron wondered to herself, who is that woman with Hack Cow? Instantly, the pair made their way toward Rumen, and Sang Chan called out a greeting. Hack Cow, it's been a while. Sel Aaron, however, seemed a bit uneasy. Hello, Hack Cow. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Sel Aaron asked directly, is this your companion? Julie's attention sharpened, sensing the implication in the question. But Rumen simply glanced over, his voice dripping with ice. I see no reason why I should answer that. Do you? Faced with his cold indifference, a bead of sweat trickled down Sel Aaron's face. You're right. But then she remembered the easy smile he wore just moments before, and confusion set in. He was smiling so warmly just a second ago. But with me. He cut through her thoughts, turning the tables with a question of his own. Regardless, what business do you have with me? Caught off guard by the abrupt question, Sel Aaron was still too flustered to reply. Of course, Rumen knew exactly why they were here, but he played dumb. She must be here because of my prophecy, the one where she joins Hack Caw's team. Seeing Sel Aaron's predicament, An Sang Chan stepped forward to speak for them. To be honest, he began, we want to form a party with you. A dangerous glint appeared in Rumen's eyes as they narrowed. Form a party? You. With me? His tone alone was enough to throw An Sang Chan into the same state of confusion as Sel Aaron. I know we might seem like dead weight, he rushed to say. But we'll do everything in our power not to be a burden. As they waited anxiously for his answer, Rumen stroked his chin, deciding to feign some concern. Truthfully, these two are just bodies. To fill out the required party slots, nothing more. But what if I let them fill those slots? Instead of just any random players, the Demon King might look more favorably upon Hack Cow. Seeing Rumen's feigned hesitation, and Sang Chan grew more desperate, he quickly made a new proposal. We're not asking you to team up with us for free. I have information about the upcoming 6th round. If you let us join your party, I'd be more than willing to share it with you. Rumen's eyes narrowed even further at this offer. Information? So, he's trying to bargain with information? I suppose I should see what he has. Rumen crossed his arms and gave a short reply. Not interested. With that one refusal, and Sang Chan was left reeling. He had no way of knowing Rumen was the original source of that very info. He stared in disbelief. Not interested, but wouldn't knowing about the 6th round be a huge advantage? Rumen laid out his reasoning with chilling confidence. I can handle things my own way. I have no intention of relying on untrustworthy information. And Sang Chan was completely baffled. Before he could even process that, Rumen pressed him with another question. Where did you get this information? Who was your source? The rapid-fire questioning caught An Sang Chan by surprise, and he couldn't form a coherent response. His stammering only fueled Rumen's interrogation. You can't say? Not even if I let you join the party. Overwhelmed by the pressure, and Sang-chan lowered his head in defeat. I'm sorry. Rumen's brow furrowed slightly. And Sang-chan had backed himself into a corner. A new thought occurred to Rumen. He didn't reveal the prophet. He's more tight-lipped than I expected. Not bad. And Sang-chan, on the other hand, looked dejected. Ha. Then I suppose we'll. But Rumen's voice cut him off mid-sentence. I'll let you both join my party. And Sang-chan's despair instantly turned to shock. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Huh, you will? A small smile played on Rumen's lips as he explained, arms still crossed. The fact that you refuse to reveal your source proves to me that the information is reliable. I have no use for people who can't keep a secret. Julie could only look on, completely stunned by his methods, and Sang-chan let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. A thought flashed through his mind as relief washed over him for making the right choice. Whew, that was a close call. If I had mentioned the prophet's house, I would have been judged and marked by them instantly. But Erin's reaction was faster and smarter. She simply lowered her head in a deep bow. Thank you, Sir Kuro. Her quick thinking snapped on Sang-chan to his senses, and he immediately bowed even lower. We're grateful you've allowed us to join your party. Thank heavens, we're on the same team. Anticipating their curiosity about Julie, he didn't hesitate to introduce her. This is the buffer I contracted for the party. His choice of words left them completely baffled. A contract? And what in the world is a buffer? How on earth did these two even meet? Despite their swirling thoughts, introductions were still in order. Erin stepped forward, extending a hand. Hello, my name is Erin. It's a pleasure to meet you. Julie returned the gesture. Oh, yes, I'm Julie. However, a faint blush appeared on Julie's face. The name had clearly sparked a memory, and she suddenly blurted out, Wait a second. You're not the actress Erin, are you? You just use an item to change your face, right? Faced with the sudden accusation, Erin handled it with grace. No, she replied smoothly. This is my real face. Hearing her confirmation, Julie practically jumped for joy, grabbing both of Erin's hands. Oh my gosh, I'm a huge fan. This must be fate. My father loves that TV drama, and you're his absolute favorite actress in it. The sudden praise made Erin a bit bashful. Is that so? Thank you for the kind words. While the two women were bonding, Sang-chan turned his attention back to the main character. Are you absolutely certain you don't need the information on round 6? With that same cold, detached expression, he replied, I don't need it. Don't concern yourself with me. I have no interest in being indebted to anyone. Sang-chan's heart sank at his words. Kuro's response was like a sharp blade, drawing a clear and undeniable line between them. I only wanted to repay him by providing information. If he acts against our strategy, maybe I can offer a small hint then. Still feeling completely out of his depth, Sang-chan approached Julie to ask a few questions. Julie, your profession is a buffer. What exactly does that mean? Julie was more than happy to clear up his confusion. Oh, it's a class that casts stat-boosting spells on others. I'll be sure to apply them to everyone later on. Seeing Julie's cheerful smile, Erin chimed in, placing a hand over her heart. I have an ability that's somewhat similar to a buffer. I can summon a fairy spirit. It's able to create a powerful, protective shield. Julie's eyes sparkled with pure excitement. A real fairy. Erin smiled back. I'll be sure to show you later. Feeling utterly useless and ignored, Sang-chan stood there like a statue, completely dumbfounded. Refusing to be left out of the loop, Sang-chan quickly jumped into the conversation, turning to Julie with a slight bow. My name is Sang-chan, he thought to himself. I suppose I should at least introduce myself. Julie looked over, a bit surprised. It's nice to meet you. Soon after, their conversation shifted to Kuro, who was staring off into the distance. I get the feeling you've known Kuro for a while. Sang-chan blinked, a painful memory surfacing. Ah, yes. Kuro saved both of our lives once. Hearing this, Julie glanced at him again, her admiration growing even stronger. He saves people who are in danger, just as I thought. My judgment of character wasn't wrong. At that very moment, brilliant golden feathers began to drift down from the sky above. A blinding flash of light revealed the angel, Priscilla, a serene smile on her face as she addressed the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I trust you all enjoyed your month-long rest. After scanning and counting the participants, Priscilla analyzed the numbers with satisfaction. This round has 1,010 participants, a perfect number. With that, her magnificent wings unfurled behind her. Now then, shall we get straight to the point? As she spoke, a massive notification window materialized before everyone's eyes. It detailed the specifics for the 6th round. Main objective: defeat the boss monster within 6 hours. Statistics flooded their vision. Across all areas, participants 1,612,059. Progress 0. Applied area CES 007 participants 10. Progress 0 out of 500. As more confusing data appeared on the screen, he looked up, listening to the panic chatter erupting all around him. What? We have to defeat a boss? So a raid boss has finally appeared. How are we supposed to kill a boss all by ourselves? Hearing the panicked whispers, a smug smirk appeared on Priscilla's face. You didn't really expect to solo this, did you? That's right, don't worry. It's impossible for you to do it alone anyway. A new wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Impossible? Then what are we supposed to do? Priscilla was quick to provide the answer. Naturally, you'll all have to work together, and that is why you must all prepare for what is to come. A single finger rose, followed by that familiar, knowing smile. I give you the party system. A party allows players to form groups and cooperate. You will need exactly 5 members to form one. Once you join a party, all members will be recognized as allies, making it impossible to inflict any harm upon each other. The crowd below began to see things in a whole new light. Whoa, so we can't attack each other? This means I don't have to worry about getting stabbed in the back during a boss fight. Seeing how quickly they understood, Priscilla seemed pleased. Of course, attacks from other parties or monsters will still work. The immunity only applies to members within the same party. While in a party, experience and gold will be divided equally among all members. It doesn't matter who delivers the final blow. However, if you are more than 100 meters apart, you won't receive a share. Instantly, the crowd began to murmur again. Equal shares for experience and gold. But what about item drops? She spread her hands wide. Priscilla revealed the next detail. Item drops are based on contribution. For example, if 2 members deal 70% and 30% of the damage, their chances of getting an item will match those percentages. A player immediately raised a new question. So you can get loot with low contribution, as long as you're lucky. Priscilla confirmed this. Precisely. Even with just 1% contribution, you can receive an item if fortune smiles upon you. Though, the probability is extremely low. With a flick of her finger, Priscilla added as if remembering something more. Oh, and one more thing. Contribution is calculated by the system based on all factors. Dealing high damage will naturally count for more. But it's not just about damage. Even those who only use support buffs will have their efforts counted as contributions. He glanced at a surprised player nearby with his arms crossed. A support class player can contribute that much. It'd be great to have someone like that on the team, wouldn't it? He understood the rules perfectly now, his gaze turning a deeper shade of crimson. Thanks to this system, even players who couldn't fight directly on the front lines could still earn high contribution points. Priscilla's voice rang out with a grave reminder. If you are not in a party, you cannot complete this quest. Once your party is formed, defeating a boss means you will immediately pass this qualifying round. And that applies to every member of the party, a surprised girl exclaimed. Glancing at the masses, Priscilla added one final note. There are a total of 101 bosses. That means only 505 people who join a boss hunt will pass. Her hand rose again as a few feathers drifted down. The explanation of the party system ends here. See, the mission isn't that hard. Just kill a boss. It's almost too simple. Standing below with his arms crossed, he made his usual internal comment. To them, everything is simple. A final flash of light appeared as Priscilla concluded her guidance. Now, give it your all and defeat those bosses. Oh, and by the way, there are no side quests in this round. Although the rules were clear enough, some people were clearly not happy. Damn it, how is this easy? A boss is a boss for a reason. This won't be simple at all. But there was no other choice. Everyone's first task was to form a party. Information windows began popping up everywhere. To create a party, you must hold hands and shout "Form Party" in unison. If you are not in a party, your quest progress will not count. Remember that. The time remaining for this round is 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Form your parties now. Ruman's group currently had 4 members, their faces a mix of shock and anxiety. And Sang-chan thought to himself, it's just as the seer predicted. Round 6 is a mandatory 5-person party quest. I'm so glad I listened to the seer and started following Blackhound early on. He spoke up immediately. Blackhound, should we form our party now? The main character cut him off. Wait, a party needs 5 people. We're still missing one. Aaron and Julie were both flustered. So, who should be our last member? And Sang-chan knew this wasn't his call to make. Let's have the strongest in our group decide. Blackhound, it's up to you. He fell silent, as if waiting for a specific person to appear in the crowd. It would be perfect if that person was nearby. Bringing a hand to his chin, Ruman continued his train of thought. If they are, I can just pretend it's a random choice and smoothly bring them in. While he was lost in his own plans, the others were already desperately trying to find teammates. I have to form a party, right now. If I'm not in a party, even killing a boss won't count for anything, so it has to be exactly 5 people on a team. Among the chaos, some were already pairing up. Excuse me, want to party up? What level are you? Another player raised his hand and bellowed. Level 20 warrior. LFP. But a select few were staring intently at Rumen's back, a clear goal forming in their minds. If I'm going to join a team, it has to be Black Hounds. And with that resolve, one of them mustered their courage and approached him from behind. Bowing slightly, a player approached with a hopeful smile. Hello, Black Dog. Would you consider letting us join your party? Without even looking back, he gave a curt, cold reply. No, get lost. Right. They trudged back, their faces heavy with disappointment. But his sharp words had sent a wave of humiliation through the crowd. He told us to get lost without even pretending to think about it. How shameful. Damn it. There's no way we can leech off Black Dog now. The message was clear, but Rumen paid the fools no mind. In the past, he would have taken anyone just to fill the numbers. But this round was different. He needed to recruit people with the potential to grow alongside him. Still, it seemed he attracted strangers every round, and yet some others hadn't given up, stepping forward to try their luck. Black Dog. However, the result they received was exactly the same as the others. Don't bother me. Scram. Since I'm a girl. Another player said with a cheerful smile right after. Can I join your team? He stood with his eyes closed, utterly uninterested. The hope that first filled the crowd was now curdling into disgust. What the hell? Is it really that hard to add one person to a party? Damn it. So stingy. He could at least hear us out first. The first 2-person team suddenly noticed the other people standing around him. Are those people next to Black Dog already in his party? They're so lucky. Their survival is practically guaranteed. Not only were the others confused, but An Sang Chan's team was just as bewildered. They watched him intently, wondering who he would choose for the final position. Looking away, another's worries deepened. If only Chairman Magon Lok was here. I would recommend him for the party in a heartbeat. July was also thinking of someone. If Rin were here, he would definitely fight for that last spot. Such a shame. Just when everyone was at a loss, a figure with a familiar voice approached them all. Black Dog. Though the man seemed somewhat familiar, An Sang Chan dismissed him as just another desperate player. Who is this now? Some other nobody. But this time, against all expectations, Rumen actually paid attention. His entire demeanor changed the moment he recognized Zhang Ho, who broke into a smile and extended a hand toward him. It's great to see you again. Black Dog returned the smile. Rumen firmly grasped the outstretched hand. Good, you're safe. I thought you might have been eliminated in round 5. Zhang Ho let out a huge laugh at that. Don't underestimate me so much. His smile grew even brighter. Watching you fight back then gave me all the motivation I needed to finish my own hunt quickly. Is that so? Well, thanks to you, this friend of mine also survived. Zhang Ho looked around, calling out a name. Mankey. Like a flash of lightning, Mankey instantly appeared at Zhang Ho's side. He bowed deeply toward Rumen and said, Black Dog, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. Because of you, I was able to hang on to my life. Sensing his sincere gratitude, he asked a question to lighten the mood. You managed to kill 300 with that body? Choi Mankey flinched, bowing once more. It was all thanks to you. Black Dog, you saved my life. As the greetings wrapped up, Rumen was suddenly hit with another question. Black Dog, are you looking for a party? Noticing Rumen's strange expression, Zhang Ho realized he'd misspoken and quickly waved his hands to explain. Don't worry. We're not here to ask to join. We've already formed a party. Rumen's usual expression returned, and he confirmed that fact in his mind. I knew they already had a party. Everyone has that golden chain on their wrist, the symbol of a link. Cutting his thoughts short, he got straight to the point. I wasn't worried about that. Then why did you come to see me? Zhang Ho smiled. Partly to say hello, and partly to make you an offer. An offer? Zhang Ho said. How about our party cooperates with yours? We're not after experience or items, and if a boss appears, you'll get first dibs. Everyone on my team is looking forward to it. However, Rumen didn't say a single word in response. Because of this, Zhang Ho started to feel uneasy. We just want to lend a hand. You don't have to be so guarded, really. Rumen could read his thoughts and knew he was telling the truth. He made his decision instantly. I refuse. Zhang Ho was thrown off balance. He couldn't help but stammer as he asked back, Why? Would we just get in your way? He shook his head in disagreement and said, No, I just dislike unnecessary complications. I appreciate the offer, but I'm fine. Rumen hadn't misunderstood, but Zhang Ho still felt a sense of disappointment. What a shame. I really wanted to help. He cut through that terrible feeling. If I truly need help, I'll be the one to ask. Instantly, Zhang Ho's confidence was restored. Are you being serious right now? One of them was all smiles, the other completely dazed, as they went back and forth. So promise us. If you ever need help, you'll call, okay? All right, it's a promise, I sighed. I already told you, I get it. And yet, for some reason, the entire group bowed deeply once again. Zhang Hui added, well, we'll take our leave. Call us anytime if you need help. After they left, Ansang Chun turned to him with a pointed look. Black Orb. It's time to decide. Who will fill the final spot? Ria Min suddenly glanced aside, his eyes cold as ice. I've already decided. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed. Everyone froze, their eyes following the direction of his finger. He was pointing at a cloaked figure whose back was turned to them. The person flinched the moment Ria Min spoke. You in the cloak. Step forward and confirm your identity, now. The figure turned, their face hidden but revealing short, black hair. A small frame, slumped shoulders. It was a young man with no remarkable features. Once he was close enough, Ria Min questioned him directly. You've been watching me for a while, haven't you? The boy stammered, intimidated by his cold aura. Yes. Ria Min pressed on, then why the hesitation? The young man was radiating a lack of confidence. He bowed his head, slowly rephrasing his hasty reply. It's because I want to join your party. Black Orb cut straight to the formalities, asking the usual questions about his level and class. Level 23. Dark Mage. With the answer given, Ria Min pretended to think. Whatever. Fine. Turning back to his comrades, he announced his final decision. This boy would be the last member. The young man was stunned by the swift acceptance, while Julie, Aaron, and Trung were utterly shocked. Meanwhile, Sang Chan stood in the back, completely baffled. What? His eyes narrowed, his initial confusion hardening into suspicion. He rejected all those powerful candidates. For someone this weak? Once again, all eyes fell on the trembling new recruit, but Ria Min just smirked mysteriously. His nickname is No Pan Noan. One day, this man will found a religious order that worships the Black Orb as a god. He extended his hand, knowing this boy would become his most fanatical follower. Forging that bond early would be incredibly useful later on. The young man shook his hand, and Ria Min gave the order. All right, we'll form the party like this. Everyone, place your hands together. The moment their hands met, a golden light of connection flared to life. The party was formed. A glowing golden band materialized on each of their wrists. In no time, the golden link was perfectly established. However, the new member's expression was anything but right. It can't be. Black Orb actually chose me. But before he could even savor the joy, a tragic past came rushing back to haunt the fifth member. For me, someone everyone had turned their backs on. My life as a puppet for violent bullies began in my first year of high school. A group of 3 towering figures cornered me. You little rat, what are you looking at so sneakily? Ah, I wasn't looking at anything. This damn creep is giving me the shivers. My heart was pounding out of my chest. They never needed a reason to bully me. I was just an easy target. The taunts quickly escalated to threats. Friends have to get along, right? Don't forget to bring us money tomorrow. Hey, are you even listening to us? Do our words mean nothing to you? My face was pale from lack of sleep, my body was trembling, and my mouth could only stammer. I'm sorry. I live with my grandmother, so I don't have any money to give. They were instantly enraged. What? Whether you have to steal it or work for it, I don't care. You bring the money. You idiot. If you don't have it, you'll see what happens. Thanks to you, we're all broke now. When your grandma dies, do you want to be buried right next to her? The moment they attacked his last shred of dignity, something inside Heo Teok snapped. With every ounce of strength he had, he lunged forward, his fists flying. You absolute bastards. But the outcome was tragically predictable. Heo Teok was beaten to a pulp, left curled on the ground, groaning in agony. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. His body trembled, tears streamed down his face, and his mouth was filled with blood. Heo Teok wished for an end. I want to die. I thought it would be easier, but if I'm gone, what will happen to my grandmother? My grandma had already suffered so much because of me. I promised I would make a lot of money and give her a comfortable life. That's right. I had to endure. I had to keep enduring for the sole purpose of repaying my grandmother's kindness. I gave it my all for the next 3 years. And finally, the results were right in front of me. Students from B High School have achieved high scores on the qualification exam. We will be cheering for you all. But then, with the appearance of the angel, a new and terrible disaster struck the world. It became impossible to find a decent part-time job, let alone provide a better home for his grandmother. Then, around the time of the second trial, he opened the door to his home like any other day. I'm home. But an unwelcome voice echoed from within the small room. Oh, look who it is. Our little Heo Teok is back. The 3 bullies were there. They had already gotten to his grandmother. They grinned provocatively. "Didn't I tell you? I'd bury you right alongside her, with your grandma." Heo froze on the spot, but once again, his sanity began to crumble. "Grandma, grandma." 2 bags of instant noodles fell to the floor. A dark, purple energy swirled around Heo as his weapons materialized from thin air. Break arrow, dark arrow. 2 attacks launched in succession, one piercing the red-shirted man's face, the other tearing through the blue shirt's shoulder. The man in red's eyes went wide as he foamed at the mouth, gasping, "Ah, no. What the hell is this?" The flesh around the arrow began to rot away. The remaining man in yellow drew his blade, trembling in pure terror. "Damn it, don't touch that guy. Did you already change your class?" In a single moment, he had annihilated all 3 of them. He collapsed to his knees, pulling the blanket over his grandmother. But she was no longer breathing. Perhaps from that moment on, I built a wall between myself and everyone else. I started stuttering whenever I spoke, and I decided I would reach the final round and use my wish to save her. A summary notification panel appeared. I had succeeded in this round as well. The results for the 3rd round across all regions were in. First place, Ha, level 30 with 31 kills. Second place, Doomy Diaz, level 13 with 982 kills. Third place, Heavenly Demon, level 13, 963 kills. Region SS351, first place, Hekop, level 11, 721 kills. Second place, Furry First, from Yongan, level 11, Warrior, 535 kills. Third, level 11, Assassin, 81 kills. Since that class change, I had never once lost the number 1 spot. Not in my own region, at least. But there are always bigger mountains to climb. After the first server merge, Rumen took matters into his own hands. He single-handedly eliminated all the other representatives. This all unfolded right before Heo's eyes, who could only watch, his own eyes wide with disbelief. He couldn't believe what was happening. To defeat all 9 regional representatives in the blink of an eye. If only I could do something like that, I could have saved my grandma. I wondered how he got so strong, so fast. I wanted to meet him. Just once. Back in the present, Rumen, speaking for the group, broke the silence. Heo. Heo instinctively replied, "Yes." Rumen then made a request. "We're a party now. Let's get some introductions out of the way." A bit dazed, Heo pushed back his hood. The introductions began. "I'm a level 23 Dark Mage. My skills are Dark Arrow and Shadow Chains." Heo was stunned. About me, he thought. Normally, I stutter like crazy when talking in front of others. But strangely, he didn't feel nervous at all right now. Was it because he felt a strange confidence in front of Rumen? Or did he just want to leave a good impression on the man he admired? After the intros, Rumen glanced at Julie and said, "All right, let's hunt." Julie smiled and waved her hands. "I'll buff everyone." A green insignia appeared on Ansang-chan first. Skill, Blessing. All stats increased by 60%. Skill duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Next, a turquoise light enveloped S. Aaron. Skill, Godspeed. Attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Skill duration, 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Instantly, the 3 of them were left completely speechless. What is this? My stats just jumped by 60%. Attack and movement speed, 2. Is this a system error? At that moment, Ansang-chan had to see Julie in a new light. "So that's why Rumen travels with you. You're amazing." Praise for her support, Julie beamed with pride. Hee hee. It was nothing. Meanwhile, S. Aaron, feeling a bit flustered, realized it was her turn to contribute. "I'll use my summons to buff everyone, too." As she cast her spell, 2 adorable fairies appeared before the group. Watching them flutter about, surrounded by a golden light, Julie and Heo voiced their amazement. "Whoa, are these spirits? They're so cute." Heo gently held them in his arms as S. Aaron smiled and explained. "Before, they could only create shields and had no combat ability. But once I hit level 20, I could summon 2 of them, and they started using attack magic." S. Aaron's hands gathered more energy, and she even summoned a golem. "I got this at level 22. Julie's eyes went wide with admiration looking at the big, earthen creature. "Whoa," S. Aaron continued with a smile. "The golem doesn't have buffs, but it's great for drawing monster aggro." Julie was still completely impressed. A supporter and a tank. That's an incredible combination. However, S. Aaron was more interested in getting praise directly from Rumen. "What do you think? I'm pretty useful, right?" Rumen just acted as if it was perfectly normal. "Everyone's ready. Let's go." Rumen led the party away, as Aaron sighed in exasperation as she walked beside him. Meanwhile, a new thought sparked in Heo's mind. A buffer and a summoner. I have to pull my weight too. As the mission began, Rumen and Heo took the lead to scout ahead. Just then, they both sensed it. A sharp cry suddenly echoed from a fixed direction. Without hesitation, Heo bolted towards the sound. Emerging from behind some tall stone pillars, Heo entered a much larger area, where another group of players was in the middle of a fight. Their opponent was a golden, centaur-like monster wielding a massive spear. A wide grin spread across his party members' faces. "We found the boss that easily? Let's attack now." At the signal, both of them charged head-on toward the monster before them. Die. But the monster suddenly swung its spear, sending a player's blade flying. Forced onto the defensive, they both had to retreat. "This thing's no joke. Split up and attack." A female player flanking the monster's rear asked, "How do we take it down?" The player in the pink cloak parried a blow, shouting, "We have to hit it from behind." But something about that strategy didn't sit right with Rumen. Standing nearby, TC sensed something was off too. Suddenly, the monster lashed out with a powerful kick, slamming the pink cloak player square in the gut and sending her tumbling across the ground. As she skidded to a stop, a teammate rushed to her side. "Bing, princess. I've analyzed the situation. Attacking a horse from behind? What a foolish idea. Don't stop the assault." The female player unleashed a volley of daggers. At the same time, the archer let loose a flurry of arrows. Their weapons plunged into the creature's chest, making it roar in agony. The two of them held their ground, waiting for the vanguard to make their move. They waited as the frontline players roared, "Now's our chance. Die, you bastard." TC could only watch, confused. What's happening? After a relentless barrage of attacks, the massive beast finally collapsed. A wave of triumphant cheers erupted from the other players. "We did it. We got first place. We finally cleared the mission and ranked number 1. TC stood frozen, his face pale as a ghost. He thought, no way. Did they really just steal first place from us? The joyous shouts of the other party echoed through the area. We finally cleared the mission in the top spot. This round was easier than I thought. TC was utterly stunned, lost in a daze of disbelief. While I was distracted, before I even realized what was happening. Did we really just lose the number 1 rank just like that? His gaze shifted to Rumen, expecting to see disappointment. But why was he so unnervingly calm? Just as confusion began to set in, a player from the other team voiced a critical doubt. Did everyone else get the quest completion message except me? Another player jolted, frantically checking his screen. No. Why isn't it showing up for me either? Don't tell me. Rumen simply crossed his arms, watching their panic unfold. So, they finally realized it. The centaur we just killed wasn't the final boss. The true final boss is a minotaur. To even stand a chance against it, you need at least 20 players at level 20. That means it would take a minimum of 4 5-man parties to have any hope of victory. That was the trap of this round. It was designed to create the illusion that a single 5-man team could actually defeat the boss. The Angel's announcement was deliberately misleading. She said that once you're in a party, if you defeat the final boss, all members pass. But she never once said that 5 people could actually defeat that boss. Those damn angels. They're masters of twisting words. And I can't just go around announcing this to everyone. For now, all I can do is watch. He glanced at the dejected TC, but offered no explanation for his silent helplessness. Except for TC, who knew nothing of the prophecy, everyone else on their team remained completely composed. But that composure was really just shared confusion. Breaking the awkward silence, Rumen cleared his throat. "I guess I really do have to put on a bit of a show." A thoughtful, handsome expression crossed his face. Judging by the other team's reactions, that thing we just fought wasn't the final boss. The real boss is still out there somewhere. So, let me tell you all our new plan. We're going to put the final boss on hold for now. Instead, we'll farm the surrounding centaurs to level up. We'll do this until the time limit is almost up. The others looked at him, stunned by this decision. With his natural tendency to overthink, TC voiced the question on everyone's mind. But why? Rumen narrowed his eyes and began to explain. It takes 5 level 20 players just to kill a single centaur, and that's just a regular mob. To fight the final boss, we need at least 3 or 4 parties to even have a chance of winning. We have no idea how powerful it truly is. Rushing in to fight the boss now would be a fool's errand. There could be other traps waiting for us. What if we kill the boss too early and get stuck inside a pillar of light for the rest of the time? We'd just be wasting the remaining time for nothing. Hunting mobs first to gauge the situation is a much better option. From their very first meeting, An Sang-chan had been continually amazed by his flawless judgment. To come up with a strategy this perfect without even hearing the prophecy, I never thought Black Dog could possess such incredible insight. However, TC was still struggling to process the situation, completely fixated on his one obsession. But if we take on the boss like this, you'll probably lose your number 1 rank. Are you sure you're okay with that? Ryuman gave him the only answer that mattered. It's not a problem. Even if we miss out on the first place reward, the experience we farmed over the last 6 hours is more than enough to make up for it. Besides, who's to say the top rank is even decided by who lands the first kill? Hearing this, and Sang-chan was left completely speechless. How could Ryumin possibly see the right path forward without some kind of prophecy? To end Sang-chan, it was like trying to escape a labyrinth on the very first try without ever making a single wrong turn. Regardless, the two women in the party still had their own concerns. So, are we all going to hunt together? Shouldn't we at least come up with a basic strategy first? But he immediately shut the idea down. No, that's unnecessary. I will be the only one killing the monsters. The entire party froze at his declaration, and then spoke in perfect unison. Huh. Erin thought she misheard and had to ask again. Black Orb. Are you saying you're going to fight completely alone? She replayed his insane words in her mind. Even against monsters that normally require a full 5-person party to defeat, Heotok simply nodded, respecting his overwhelming confidence. Then again, if it's the Black Orb we're talking about, he's probably all that's needed. Ryumin confirmed it, putting their minds at ease. That's right. The rest of you don't have to lift a finger. I will handle the slaughter. Feeling utterly useless just standing by, and Sang-chan had to ask, then, what are the rest of us supposed to do? It turned out, Ryumin meant exactly what he said. Just follow me and collect the experience and gold. Think of it as a power-leveling service, but a new condition suddenly arose. However, all item drops based on contribution will belong to me. In return, you all get free gold without any of the risk. So, do we have a deal? He laid out the incredible offer for everyone to consider. The deal was simply too good, and not a single person refused. In that case, I agree. We're with you. We'll follow your lead, Black Orb. Once everyone was on board and had entered the dungeon, a faint smile crossed his face as he summoned his black scythe, its blade stained a grim crimson. A wise choice. You won't regret it. Then, he turned his back on them all. Now then, let's begin. 3, 2, 1. And just like that, he was gone. Before anyone could even process what had happened, he had vanished into the distance, and Sang-chan reacted first, shouting to the others, "Quick, after him!" But all they could see was Ryumin, a blur charging ever forward. They quickly realized that even if they had rockets strapped to their boots, there was no way they could ever catch up to him. And even with the sweep buff active, the massive gap between them refused to close. At this point, Aaron and Julie were completely dumbfounded. How can he possibly move that fast? Just what in the world is his agility stat? And Heotok, who prided himself on his speed, felt like a house cat trying to race a cheetah. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Heotok's eyes locked onto something in the distance, pointing it out for the rest of the party. Ah, over there. At that very moment, Ryumin had already closed the distance, coming face to face with the first centaur of the quest. With a flash step, he vanished mid-stride. In the next 0.3 seconds, he reappeared in a completely different spot, leaving behind his signature mark upon the centaur's neck. A clean, fatal slash that all his victims shared. The moment the massive centaur collapsed, the party finally managed to catch up. But instead of relief, their minds were flooded with pure, unadulterated shock. Staring at him, they felt he was something far more terrifying than any monster. What in the world just happened? No one could possibly imagine it. A centaur, a high-level monster, had been annihilated in a single strike. But while they stood frozen in awe, Ryumin was already charging toward his next target. Up ahead, 2 more centaurs were rushing right at him. As the first centaur closed in, he stopped dead in his tracks, crouching low and pulling his scythe back behind him. He unleashed a crescent-shaped slash, aiming for the creature's legs, before swinging the scythe back in a reverse arc. As the monster lost its balance and began to topple forward, its head fell perfectly into the waiting path of his blade. The scythe sliced clean through, and the beast crumpled to the ground. Without even a second's pause, he charged the remaining centaur. This time, instead of waiting, he launched himself high into the air. As the beast reared up on its hind legs to strike, Ryumin used its own massive body as a foothold. He executed the same deadly scythe technique. With zero wasted motion, his blade delivered a critical blow straight to its neck. As the monster hit the ground, the system window appeared, confirming the kill. Centaur has been defeated. Triple experience buff is now active. Title effect. Experience increased by 1.5 times. Experience plus 0.89%. Gold plus 60. Repeating this flawless process again and again, the system soon provided a new update. Monsters slain. 172 out of 100. Slaughter Jewel effect activated. All stats increased by 100%. He paused his massacre for just a moment, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. 172 kills in just 30 minutes. A decent pace, considering there are 200 of them out on the field. At this rate, I could probably clear the entire zone myself in just 6 hours, minus the few stragglers the other teams managed to take down. While he paused, the rest of the team finally got a chance to catch their breath. The reality of being on his squad was becoming painfully clear. It meant being utterly exhausted without even lifting a finger. He glanced back at their worn-out faces, his own expression an unreadable mask. Hey, this is killing me. Him. He couldn't just let the atmosphere stay this awkward. A faint smile touched his lips as he made an offer. If you're tired, you can rest for a bit. Permission to rest at last. July and Hector felt a wave of relief wash over them. Really, thank you so much. Without a moment's hesitation, everyone dropped to the ground. Hector was in the worst shape, curled up in a heap. Only Sean managed to stay on his feet, though he complained through ragged breaths. Just trying to keep up with you is enough to kill a man. He fanned himself with his hands, trying to cool down. Saren added her own analysis. I thought 100 meters was a safe distance, but I was wrong. Face flushed. A dazed Hector looked completely lost. What do you mean by that? Ignoring him, July turned to our main character with a bright smile. Black Orb, you're absolutely terrifying. Your hunting speed is just unbelievable. Faced with her praise, he shot back a playful question. Does that mean you're not satisfied? July's face turned beet red, completely flustered by his response. And no, that's not it. Who could complain about leveling up just by following you? Hector scrambled to his feet, giving him a shaky thumbs up. You're the one working harder than any of us, Black Orb. He just crossed his arms, feigning confusion at their praise. Looking at you all, I thought you were the ones doing all the work. But as they shared a lighthearted moment, another group began to approach. And this wasn't just any party. It was a squad with far more than 5 members. Their arrival instantly broke the mood, and all eyes snapped in that direction. What's this? Someone's coming our way? As they all got to their feet, the mysterious group drew even closer. Yep, this was no random encounter.